Good morning, Pokemon trainers. It's another lovely morning here in Anaheim, California for the Pokemon World Championships. And while we're not quite ready to start the competition off here today, I am here with some lovely friends to give you a little sneak peek at what to look forward to and maybe catch you up to what happened in day one of the competition. My name is Gabby Snyder. I'm joined here by Chip Ritchie, Kelosaurus, and the shiniest, speediest Chief too to kick off the morning. And Speedy, I got to start with you. Nice fit.
I appreciate it. You know, I just saw what Kelosaurus and all the Unite casters were doing, and I said, you know, we need to step up our game just a little bit. I mean, it's the World Championships. You got to go all out.
Dude, Spreggles, you have some competition.
Yeah, I think the bar has officially been raised, and I do love to see it here at the World Championships. And the bar has been raised on the competition as well. And you know, Chip, we were talking about this earlier. I think one of the big stories here from a lot of the competition across the games is there have been a ton of upsets in day one, which has been really exciting to see.
Yeah, there's still, of course, amazing players competing here in day two, but it does feel like a lot of the players that people favored to be the world champion for the TCG did not make it through day one of the competition, leading that charge toward Reklev. I think the undisputed best player in the game, he did not make it through day one of the tournament. Azul Garcia Griego, another one of the more popular and better players, he also didn't make it.
All right, well, before we get into that, Kelosaurus, I do want to ask, no, let's actually just go straight into that. Let's go talk about some of these players to watch over on the TCG side of things, because there's some new faces there, at least for me.
Yeah, these have been some very consistent competitors the last couple of seasons. Kaito Arai from Japan. He's one of the players who tends to come over and travel to the TPCI regions, competes in a lot of regionals and international championships, especially in Australia, and has had a lot of success, so really not surprised to see him doing well. Piper Lapine, you know, she's been an excellent competitor for years and years and years. Had a breakout season a few years ago where she won 2 regional championships and has continued to propel that momentum forward. She's coming off of a top 8 finish at the North American International Championships, so glad to see she's using that momentum. And then Oyvind Svindafud, great player from the European region coming over from Finland. He won a regional championships this year, got second place, and he is leading the charge in day 2 at a 7-0-1 record.
What do you think has been the big difference for these trainers in making it through day one of the competition over on the TCG side of things?
You know, it's Worlds. It's one single tournament. You know, you work all year to get to this point, but at the end of the day, things kind of have to go your way. The preparation, of course, is very, very important, and then the decks that these players choose to play, one of the more important things. And I don't think anyone quite predicted this meta to shape up the exact way it has. You know, Golden Go was the most popular deck for the TCG, but it was the most popular deck by a wide margin, 23% of the day one field. We haven't really seen that throughout the course of this season, so I think that was a bit of a surprise. Maybe those meta share predictions is what caught some of these players off guard.
Do you think then as a result we're going to be seeing a lot of like Golden Go counters in day 2, or is it still going to be Golden Go all the way?
I mean, we've seen it already. It feels like the Golden Go counters are out. People have chosen to bring them, but the thing about it is that the Golden Go players are prepped for the counters. We've seen some unique things in players' deck lists. Chansey from 151, a card that has like never seen play. It's kind of considered to be a little bit of a cheesy strategy. Players are using that in their deck this weekend. We saw a player using Ceruledge EX, a card that, again, we haven't seen too much in combination with a Briar supporter. So, yeah, there's counters out there, but the Golden Go players that have made it through day one, I think, have those answers.
All right, so over in TCG, they're Golden Going for the gold, if they may.
I like it.
Nice, good one.
That is my one pun for the weekend. I think I've spent it very well.
I don't believe you. There will be more.
We need more puns.
I'll try. I really do only get one pun. It's how my brain works. All right, let's go ahead and move on to Pokemon Go, which is having also a very unique weekend. I know you all had Seijun Park, one of the only people in history to compete in every game that has been featured at the Pokemon World Championships, including Pokken Tournament, thanks to an invitational. But I think he also has been eliminated from the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to piggyback a little bit here on Chip's point. A lot of our trainers that we were highlighting, looking at, expecting them to really just exceed all expectations and continue their winning ways, have been knocked out. Marto Galde won 3 regional championships and an international this season, 0-2. Out of pocket. NAIC champion last year, had a stellar season and was heating up towards the latter parts of the summer, 0-2. It's unbelievable that some of our best trainers have had this kind of fumble, but then you see trainers like Pato Man, who's absolutely excelling just like we expected, and the metagame is so exciting, Gabby. I think back to when you and I casted Pokemon Go, and we see Galarian Corsola, Shadow Kanto Marowak, we see Bug Bite users in Fortress, but there are so many interesting trainers, and these are just a few that are still competing here. Pokemoneymaker from Japan, actually, very interestingly, I believe qualified by winning a TPCI event in Australia, which is absolutely phenomenal. It's Axon, our NAIC reigning champion. He said, you know what? Everyone's changing things around. They're bringing different Pokemon. They're experimenting. I'm going to bring the same thing I brought to NAIC, my mighty Araquanid, and I'm just going to let everyone else deal with it. And then Patoman, of course, I had the pleasure of interviewing him on stage after a win yesterday. I said, Pato, you've been on the biggest stages, taking on the biggest players. Do you still get nervous? And he said, absolutely. But you never know what's going to happen at Worlds, and the meta is as exciting as it's ever been.
So similar to how Golden Ghost saw some unexpected usage in TCG, has there been a single Pokemon that's been dominating the Pokemon Go charts that you weren't expecting?
That's a really, really good point. I would say that Shadow Kanto Marowak is probably the biggest surprise for me, because if you look at the length of the season, we have the 4 in-game seasons, whether it's Delightful Days, the maxed out meta, whatever it might be. There are only 3 Pokemon that have dominated all season, those being Azumarill, Shadow Drapion, and Diggersby. And I thought Diggersby would be the ground type of choice. It's bulky, it's a normal type, it's better against the ghost types, but Shadow Kanto Marowak's Mud Slap is absolutely punishing, and if you're not ready for it, it can really put you in a tough position.
For sure. I gotta say, you've also had a little bit of fun over there. I know Michael Sharanka, who has a very amazing position over at Pokemon Go, working on some of the incredible projects and features that come to the game. Got to get behind the commentary desk last night with Jim. I have to go back and watch that myself, but the fact that he was able to come down and commentate with y'all, I'm honestly kind of jealous. That looked like so much fun. We
absolutely adore Michael. I still remember battling in the Ultra League against Michael probably 3 or 4 years ago, and he destroyed me with his Malamar. Michael, I know you remember. I definitely remember. Talented player, incredible human being, and as Wholesome said, I mean, if you didn't know that he was the director of global product at Pokemon Go, you would think this guy's a full-time caster. He was awesome.
Well, he did used to play VGC, and I'm going to use that to segue to VGC by saying, first of all, Michael, you should come commentate VGC. Second of all, let's go ahead and talk about some of our players to watch from VGC, because like we've heard from TCG and Pokemon Go, there have been some big upsets over on the video game side of things. You know, we have a lot of players that we were expecting to do well. Marco Silva did not make it to day 2. Federico Camporesi did not make it to day 2. However, Ko Tsukide is our current undefeated player, running Lunala and Miraidon. Victor Medina, who we saw in round 7 playing against Justin Tang, was able to make it into day 2, lost round 8 to Montana Mott, running Kali Shadow and Zamazenta. Very kind, very humble player, really excited to make it to day 2 of this competition, waiting to prove himself to finally get that victory. And of course, James Beck also made it to day 2, 7-1 in the competition, running Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon, but interestingly enough, also has a Reggie Alecki, which is a Pokemon that was popular back in the day for VGC, but hasn't been seen since the Galar region. So that's been really excited to hear about. Haven't seen him yet on stream. Hopefully we'll get him on stream sometime later today. But if you're watching at home and you're asking, where is Wolf Glick in chat? As I know a lot of people probably are asking, don't worry, he's still around in the competition. We saw him in round 8. He was able to punch his ticket to day 2. I had the pleasure of talking to him in an interview, and he did have a bit of a rough mental day, but he mentioned that his partner was able to take him aside and remind him that he's Wolf Glick and he can do anything. And that was all it took to turn things around. And, you know, sometimes the stories just write themselves.
Sometimes you just need those positive affirmations, whether it's from yourself or from a friend.
Yeah, you know what, Kellosaurus, next time I'm feeling down, I'm going to tell myself I'm Wolf Glick and I can do anything.
Okay. Look, whatever works, right?
Whatever works. We still also have former world champion Luca Ceribelli in the mix. He won last year in Hawaii. And of course, Mikael Kelsch is, I think, the only player remaining from this segment yesterday still in contention. So shout outs to him as well. That being said, let's go ahead and talk about Pokemon Unite as the final game, but certainly not the last game to talk about, because you guys always have the best crowd, and they delivered yesterday. That must have been so cool to be commentating in front of that crowd.
Oh, Unite always brings the heat, the screams and everything, and not because of the world's largest marble, but yeah, definitely some upsets. That's what we have in common across all of these games, but teams to watch. Aegis Flames, massive upset yesterday. So many of us were shocked, especially as casters going in with those predictions, thinking that Zeta Division was going to come out on top of groups, but Aegis Flames, they really just bursted on through, being able to make top of groups, take down Zeta Division from Japan, which was such a highlight match to watch. I know Soph was definitely popping off. Otherwise, the other team to watch here, Reject, representing Japan, ended up defeating the 3 IC champs we have this season, which was Luminosity Gaming. So that was a massive story there to see them being able to defeat them. And well, Luminosity Gaming, it isn't over for them. They are second in group, so do make it over to day 2. And the final team to highlight, High Five from APAC East. They ended up getting a revenge match against Insomnia, which they versed back at the Asia Champions League. It was such an intense match to watch, but High Five, I've got to say, they are definitely on a roll so far.
What do you think is the difference? You know, how are these teams catching each other off guard? Is it more of like the counter pick shutting down strategies, or are you seeing new strategies emerge?
One thing I notice, Zarina. That seems to be the secret picks, the common thing amongst these teams. And Zarina ended up having that highest win rate. So interesting to see whether we're going to see Zarina being put on through the pick phase, or whether it's just going to get banned on out, because we do have that option. But I guess we'll have to see whether these teams have actually picked up on that or not.
And you'll just have to tune in if you're going to want to see how that's going to turn out. And, you know, we're feeling a little bit generous over here at the World Championships. You're not going to walk away empty-handed if you tune into any of our streams for the TCG. Let's start out with some of these drops. Chip, I mean, this seems pretty cool. I see full art. I like full art.
Yeah, absolutely. And some strong options here as well. Hilda especially leading the way. Really strong supporter card that recently came out in the Black Bolt and White Flare expansions. You're definitely going to want to make sure to redeem this code, get access to these cards added to your account for a very, very simple trade-off.
All right, and I think we also have another distribution for the TCG as well. You can get a special deck box, the sleeves, the coin, and even more full art cards. I believe that's the Dino Live ending with the Hydreigon EX. That's super exciting.
Yeah, very exciting. I'm looking at that deck box and sleeve set though. To be honest, I'm gonna need to go open up my laptop backstage, leave Switch up and running so I can earn some of these drops. That is pretty clean looking for sure.
It's super, super exciting. For Pokemon Go, we also have some exciting drops. Speedy, walk us through these.
You know, we're so inspired by our world champions. You're going to get Yakai's Skarmory from last year's Worlds in Hawaii. If you recall, just slashing through all the competition, as well as some Stardust, candies, and that ever so valuable Elite Charge TM. And as you alluded to with the TCG drops, Go's got doubled as well, because you can take that Elite Charge TM and then you can select a Pokemon and a path to begin your 2026 journey. I recommend you use that Elite Charge TM on your Squirtle, evolve it up to Blastoise, give it that Hydro Cannon, and then you can play like Arrow will on stage here today. But Cradily, Furret, all incredible options.
You have good taste in first partner Pokemon, Will. I respect that. Of course, if you're watching the video game stream, you can redeem your own Farigiraf inspired by Luca Cherrybelly's World Championship winning Farigiraf from the finals last year. You can use that code World's Armor Tail. Of course, substitute some numbers in there. It's on the screen. And you can go via mystery gift and get that in your game. And what's really cool is not only does it show up in the Cherish Ball because it has the partner Rimid, when you send it out into battle, it'll say Luca's Farigiraf. Kind of like we've been seeing Wolf's Incineroar pop up on stream a couple of times. So make sure you grab that before the code expires. And last but not least, Kelosaurus, tell us about Unite.
Well, we've had so many cool drops, and we have some cool drops for Pokemon Unite. We do have that Murkrow Platinum emblem, very shiny indeed. You can also earn yourself a rental license selection box, so it gives you an opportunity to go and try out a Pokemon that you might look at trying out. And also the jersey random box. You may have seen some of the players yesterday rocking those jerseys up on stage and around the venue. Well, you can also earn that for yourself in game and do a little cosplay. So that's pretty cute.
I love that. Can I earn that in real life? Is there a way?
Yes, I actually saw it on the prize wall. So if you are here in the venue, you can actually do some of the side events to earn yourself some points and go and get yourself a World's jersey as well from Unite.
Awesome. And if you're also in the venue today, make sure to check out not just the side events. We have some incredible panels with some artists. There are some arts and crafts over in Hall C. And of course, at 5:30 p.m. tonight, there's the live Gotta Catch 'em All game show. There's going to be some Pokemon trivia. It's going to be so exciting. So if you're here in the hall with us, make sure to check those out. You can use the event app to check the schedule, or you can just walk around and check out the hall. So we only have a couple of minutes left here. Real quick, Chip, starting with you. Sell us, why should we watch TCG today?
We're gonna whittle it down today all the way to Top Cut, figure out who's gonna be playing in Championship Sunday. Extremely exciting, and I think we're gonna see some surprises. Lots of different techs, lots of surprise card picks, and hopefully some very exciting moments, some coin flips incoming out.
All right, Will, go. 3 words, go.
3 words.
3 words.
Fortress, Blastoise, Corsola?
Okay, Kelosaurus, 3 words.
Trying to make the connections here, and I don't know if I'm paying
That was way
attention,
more
but
than 3 words,
That's okay.
Gabby.
3 words,
Okay.
height, outfits, and
Oh, there you go. And
amazingness.
Amazingness, okay, okay. I like that, I like that. You can have more words if you want. I just wanted to make Will think a little bit.
Yeah, put him on the spot for a little bit. It's okay, Gabby.
And doesn't count, okay?
I'm very thankful that you did not give me just 3 words.
Yeah, yeah.
I figure with TCG, with all the text on the cards,
Yeah,
that would be a
sure.
little bit too much.
But no, we're not live, right? I'm just kidding. But no, I'd say that the meta is incredibly dynamic. We've got, like I said, Fortress, Shadow Kento, Marowak, Galarian Corsola. A lot of surprises, a lot of incredible plays. The skill expression on stage is honestly phenomenal. Every single match, I feel like you can take some notes, you can learn something, bring it to your own Go Battle League battles, or even to start your competitive journey in the Championship Series. So I highly, highly recommend. Pokemon Go has never been more exciting or dynamic.
Kelosaurus, final thoughts?
I also want to mention for all of those matches that aren't shown on the main broadcast, we do have a feature stream as well. So we are going to be showcasing all of the Unite matches today on either one of these broadcasts on YouTube.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that because it's the exact same thing for the video game championships. So if we're not featuring the match you want to see on the live stream, make sure to check out our YouTube channel as there is a chance you could see it there. That being said, I think that is about it for us here in this lovely preview show. If you spent the morning with us here, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're just tuning in now, congratulations. You are tuning in just in time to catch the opening ceremonies of the World Championships. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I don't know about you. Are you ready to kick things off?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Ready?
I am so ready.
All right. Why don't we just go ahead and kick it off? Thank you so much for watching.
Good morning, trainers. Welcome to day 2. We are, of course, here at the 2025 Pokemon World Championships, and we are so happy to have all of you here with us this weekend. I'm Anna Prosser, and let me tell you, the Anaheim Convention Center is the place to be this weekend. We have the best Pokemon trainers in the world fighting for the right to call themselves a world champion. We, of course, have our 4 pillars of competition to follow: the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet video games, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon UNITE. Every competitor will be trying their best to make it through today's gauntlet. So let's highlight a few of today's top trainers. In Pokemon VG, trainers Ko Tsukide, Victor Medina, and James Beck have the best shot of making it to Championship Sunday, but we'll see how the day looks when we get to top 5. The Pokemon TCG competition has been fierce, but Orvin Svinhuvud, Kato Arai, and Piper Lapine are hoping to hold on to their momentum from yesterday. In Pokemon Go, I'm keeping an eye on Arrow, Padoman, and LNDS Rarjeff as they tap their way through the Worlds bracket. And finally, for Pokemon UNITE, the top teams we're watching are Aegis Flames, High Five, and Reject. Who will be a focal point in the Championship Sunday arena? I can't wait to see. Of course, our event is not only battling. There are lots of activities for all of us here at the Anaheim Convention Center. If you're watching online and want to join in on the fun and excitement, start planning your 2026 journey to the Pokemon World Championships. I can tell you even now, you will not want to miss it. Let's give a huge shout out and a round of applause to the diligent staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else making this tournament and event come to life for us. Let's hear it. And I want to say to you, the friends and family of every competitor and the fans supporting these trainers as they push through the competition, thank you. Your encouragement really inspires us all. Let's hear it for you. Good job. With that, day 2 of the 2025 Pokemon World Championships starts right now. Casters, take it away.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, the World Championships in Anaheim, California. I am Jake, a.k.a. Spraggles, your resident content cowboy. Yeehaw! And I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Doob Snacks, what a match we have to start our single elimination bracket.
We have High Five Zeta Division kicking off our day 2, a match that you just said to me moments before we went live. This could have been our grand finals for the World Championships, but instead they're facing off to kick off our second day of competition.
Now, the amazing thing that happens here in day 2 is that every game means everything to these teams. If you win, you move forward. You're one step closer to that World Championship title. If you lose, it is all over. These are win or go home. Every play matters. Every ray matters. This entire day matters. Ooh, I love that I rhymed 3 times. Let's take a look at our top 16 because this is going to be insane.
Yeah, Stamina Esports versus Peru square off. Aegis Flames, kind of the spark plug of yesterday competition, is facing off Insomnia. Nouns Esports, Talon, QT Dig, Luminosity. So another Japan NA matchup there. We closed the day with it yesterday. We're getting it going here early today. We have Team EX Orange Juicers, High Five Zeta Division. That's where we're kicking things off for day 2. Kalok Paper Rex, Reject, and Santos Laguna, who looked honestly phenomenal.
Yeah, there's not a bad matchup in this entire set. On our broadcast here in this top 16, we are going to see 4 of these games, but do not fret because all of the other games are being broadcast on our sister stream. So if there's one of them you want to see, you will be able to see that matchup. Every game played today will be recorded. It's going to be incredible. And of course, here on our main broadcast, we're going to be bouncing over to that stream any opportunity we can to update you with how this day is going. You talked about it. Start a show. High Five, Zeta Division. I cannot believe this is a game we get to start with. High Five coming out of day one, looking absolutely phenomenal, going 6-0 in their group stage. We expected them to do well, right? They were the runners-up at ACL. They've been on a hot streak. Zeta Division, on the other hand, one of the top teams out of Japan, I think had a little trouble in day one. They still looked pretty phenomenal in some of their games, but a huge upset by Aegis Flames brings them to this group in the 2nd seed.
Yeah, and we're taking a look there at High Five. Zeta Division get thrown up on your screen. Vitopo, Ron, Tomato, Wajiro, and One Lev Up, who was kind of stepped in, if you recall, as a sub for a moment last year in the World Championships, coming back through here for Zeta Division. And this team is sauced up. They took a unexpected loss yesterday to our Brazilian squad, Aegis Flames, and they're looking to carry a different type of momentum here in day 2, and it's tough to get rolling against a squad like High Five. Both of these teams are up against powerhouses. They have to understand, obviously, what's at stake, but most importantly, you can't look past the team that's right in front of you, because it's a good one.
Yeah, incredible. You see Vitopo right there with the Zoroark, and that's something that you're going to need to watch out for if you're going up against Zeta. The first game they had against Aegis Flames on broadcast yesterday was an absolute stomp from top to bottom. In fact, an interesting bit of history about this. They did the same thing to Luminosity, a full-on stomp at ACL with kind of the same strategy. However, Aegis Flames coming back, winning game 2 and 3, looking better and better as they win. Luminosity at ACL did the exact same thing to Zeta. So Zeta is going to need to make sure that they don't just play one dang good game of Pokemon Unite and then start to get picked apart, fall apart. High Five, on the other hand, is looking so good. They look a little unbeatable, and they haven't dropped a single map, which is impressive, right? In Pokemon Unite, there's a lot of crazy stuff that can happen around some of these objectives, some wild steals, but High Five has been playing so well, they haven't dropped a single moment. Impressive stuff. They could be heading all the way to Grands here, but either one of these teams going home right now is a heartbreaker.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, obviously fans from each region are dialed into this matchup because it is such a good one. As we said before, this could have easily been our grand finals, and you would have been like, yeah, makes sense. Right?
Yes,
but unfortunately, they're
absolutely.
squaring each other off early. They're eliminating themselves early. But as you stated, there is no easy road here in day 2. This was one of the most difficult decisions we had to make as casters yesterday as to which games we were going to try and feature on the main stage versus the ones that went to the B stage, because every game felt insane.
Yes, there wasn't a game that we didn't want to see. We're trying to,
the bickering back and forth, like, no, well, I really want this one, like this one, and we was just back and forth, and unfortunately, we can only show 4 of the 8 that we are starting off with today. But again, we have to stress this. Have 2 tabs open at home.
Yes.
The main stream and our sister stream, because every single match is one you want to watch. And we are going to say it again to our folks over in production, because I know you're listening. We need to cut to the B stream as much as humanly possible today, because we want to make sure we capture as much of that action as possible.
I actually found out before broadcast, when you and I go up, production goes on break. They're
telling us they can show us what's going on right now on B stage.
Well, I can't believe they're not on break yet. They told me that when we go up, they don't even want to deal with it.
We're already
on the B stage right now. Team EX versus Juicers with 1:40 left. This is incredible. We now see them pushing forward. Juicers in a good position. Huge snipe shot. Flareon's takes 2, and they're looking for Ray right here. Bad position for Team EX. Amazing for the Juicers. Ray is getting chipped down. It's at half right here, Doob Snacks.
Oh, they're moving in. Poor Clefable's going to try and make a miracle play here. The Zacian jumps in somehow, and I believe it's still secured by the Juicers, and now they're going to get to push through. It's nice to see Flareon's on that Inteleon, I'll tell you what.
I could tell you no one's more disappointed that Inteleon got nerfed than the Orange Juicers, having maybe the best Inteleon in the world on their squad. Points are now, as we always say apparently on broadcast, raining into that main goal zone. 117-460, and it looks like Juicers are going to be taking game number 1 against Team EX. I can't believe production's not on break. They told me they don't like us.
They don't. To be fair, they do not like us. If we're taking a look
at the first thing they said when I put my headset on this morning.
Good morning, we hate you.
We don't like you, we're going on break.
look at the Pokemon that made it into this match here. Suicune, Ho-Oh on one side. We've got the Latios on the other side, Clefable, Zareen that's been looking incredibly strong. But the Buzzwole, unsurprisingly, finding its way into the game, and Charizard as well, as it's quickly panned over to Kratos. We can see them score.
I'm curious what the bans were for a game like this,
I know, right?
I mean, we don't see a Snorlax. Maybe they tried to take that away from the Juicers, perhaps. But they got Ho-Oh instead. I don't know if there's a defender that, you know, Zug has been on that they really wanted to take away from him. Either way, when I look at the lineup from the Juicers, I'm shocked that that got through. How do all those teams get through?
Yeah, and that, again, shows signs of a developing meta within a tournament that goes over multiple days. Preconceived notions have been tested, some have been thrown out the window, some have been solidified, but the difference that is made here is how quickly you can adjust to the things you learned in day one to find success here in day two.
Yeah, and now that day two has begun. I mean, you saw that game with the Juicers right there. Obviously, one more game, and Korea's chance at the Grand Finals is done. Let's talk about our drops here. Throughout the weekend, you earned some cool stuff just by watching us here on the mainstream for Pokemon Unite. A Murkrow Platinum Emblem, a Jersey Random Box, a Rental License Selection Box, and this continues throughout the weekend. Tomorrow, there's more cool stuff that you earn, and we will not be on the Pokemon Unite stream. We will be up on the main Pokemon Twitch stream where you will earn these additional rewards.
Yeah, I'm actually jumping into the stream itself right now so I can get that jersey box because I love the themed Pokemon Worlds jerseys.
So good.
And you get the option, you get the ability to get a couple of them, so you can choose and support a couple of your favorite regions. And it's one of my favorite things that they've started adding to the game because those jerseys every year look really sweet.
They're so cool, and I'm sure you've noticed this at home, but when we go back up to the main stage, you'll see High Five, who's wearing all of those jerseys. Each region has its own color scheme, which is just awesome. Like Sopha's running around backstage here. She'll be doing a lot of interviews and a lot of interaction with the crowd and players. You'll see her. She's wearing the Brazil pink.
Which I believe is pink.
Yeah, Japan's red. NA is the blue, like that dark blue. It's just one of my favorite things. I think the jerseys every year are so good.
Yeah, they look terrific. I like how they're the same, but every region has been dedicated a color, which has been carried through over a couple years now. So you can even kind of theme other things to the colors, because if you qualify, you kind of already know what your color palette is. And we've seen some folks do that, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, and this is going to be such an exciting game. Obviously, our squad's getting ready. And I can't stress this enough, that every single match is, I mean, it is everything to these teams. There isn't an easy game in front of them. Yes, you have to be worried about the next team. Of course, your eyes are on Championship Sunday. But if you can't beat the team in front of you, you have no second chance. It is done. I've found that the single elim on these day twos is some of the most hype competition that we have.
It goes without saying. Let's take a look at top Pokemon by encounter rate. I believe encounter rate encompasses both picks and bans here, and completely unsurprised to see those 4 Pokemon right at the top.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot about Suicune, and I think for a little while, Japan was sleeping on this Pokemon, especially in some of their regional tournaments, but it's just absolutely unbelievable. The amount of stuns, slows, freezes, the Unite move, which is brutal. Like, this Pokemon is one of the best supports in the game as an all-rounder. Then you have Ho-Oh, recently buffed, and now it's just a menace. Latios is one of the more interesting ones because you've seen some teams do well with it, and some teams really not take advantage of it. We just saw Team EX lose with it. I feel like this Pokemon is very shaky win rate-wise.
I agree, but again, the developing metagame, day one, it was seeing a lot of bans because of the fear of the strength that it does possess. On down the line here should be less surprising options. The Ho-Oh, not surprised there. Charizard has been catching a decent amount of bans because of its buffs that it got and how strong it can be. And then, of course, Galarian Rapidash, which has been filling very well into the support role as kind of like an engager, CC'er, almost like Suicune in a way. And it's one of my favorite Pokemon to play is Support Horse because it's just so much fun. Rarely as a support do you get to zip around the map, and Galarian Rapidash certainly does that.
Yeah, Galarian Rapidash has a couple cool ways to play it, right? Because some people are playing it as a carry. I've never seen Zoinks do a worse job at anything.
He literally just knocked our giant marble off the desk into the laptop screen, and it's cracked.
Can we come back to us? Come up here, Zoinks. Get over here and do what you were going to do on camera. Can we come back to the booth, please? I need Zoinks to do whatever he was trying. He's gone.
I would be gone too after he just cracked our laptop screen.
He's gone. He's trying to do something very nice, but it's absolute chaos. Fix whatever you're...
Yeah, just do what you were going to do.
Fix your plan. Come on over here.
What was even worse is you were trying to hide from... We weren't even on screen. There goes Pikachu. This is a nightmare.
Who sent him in?
Jigglypuff only.
Who sent him in?
Jigglypuff only.
Good job. Let's head back to our graphic. Let's take a look, because I think we have win rate as well, right? And we did want to talk about that.
Must have something.
I bet we did. Yes, we did. And here's the interesting thing. As you can see, Latios, nowhere to be found. Zarina, obviously. This is one of those Pokemon, it's a lot like Mimikyu, where if you have a Zarina player, they are unbelievable on this thing. You almost have to ban it away from that particular player or pick it. Eldegoss, one of those Pokemon that's never bad. And Dodrio feels like it is getting so much play. But look at the drop-off between Zarina, Eldi, down to Dodrio, Ho-Oh, on and on and on. Zarina and Eldi having an amazing weekend. Eldegoss fully flying under the radar.
I agree completely. It's the old reliable, right? When everything else goes sideways, you know that old Eldegoss will be dependable. And we just got told by production in our ear, Latios, 8-game wins on the weekend so far. So the conversion rate for Latios, not strong.
Yeah,
not strong.
You know, the interesting thing about it is it does feel like teams are almost baiting their opponents into grabbing this sometime. You know, you're aware if you're not banning it, they're probably picking it. So if they're probably picking it, you know that you have to play into it, and maybe that's why it's not doing so well. Top Pokemon by pick rate. This does not shock me at all, seeing Snorlax up here. It is so dang good, and it's really, really hard to justify it as a ban. Unless someone is the best Snorlax in the world, which we've got a few of them here, but it's really hard to justify Snorlax as a ban.
Yeah, and on down the line, right? If Suicune is available, it needs to be nabbed up. It is so powerful. I think the East is coming around to the strength of Suicune because at this point, it should be undeniable if you're a top-level player. Mewtwo Y, decent attacker here and fills a role that honestly feels like it's kind of fallen off.
Yeah, absolutely. But Charizard, I want to talk about this Pokemon. This is a scary one, because it does feel like every time Char gets through, it's such a strong counter to certain things that you probably wouldn't play them. However, we've seen it do very, very well. Another one I want to mention, Zacian feels like it's having a renaissance in this tournament. It kind of fell off a little bit. There were so many top path players who were playing this all-rounder, and then everyone just moved away from it. Interestingly enough, the Metal Claw set seems to be what everyone is on right now. Incredible rip potential, so good early, and it just means that every time Zacian is roaming around the map alone, it can clear everything on the map, including an objective. If you leave Zacian alone for even a moment with the top or bottom Reggie, it is gone. And if for a moment you have a power position at Rayquaza, not only does it have that incredible rip, it also has great secure in its Unite move. So I feel like Zacian's having a bit of a moment here where we haven't seen it much this competitive season.
I agree. Another Pokemon that I would have loved to see on that pick rate scale is Buzzwole. Because Buzzwole, you know, I don't really know the stats behind it, and if they are bad, don't put them on screen because it'll make me look stupid. But Buzzwole, when we have watched it, has looked very, very good.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. No!
Get Zoinks back in here.
Have him break more stuff. But Buzzwole specifically has looked great.
Yeah.
The way teams have used it, whether it's to ambush, right, in combo with the Leafeon, like we saw like the Aegis Flames do,
yeah,
or just be an absolute top path bully like we saw against LG to close out the day.
I feel like Buzzwole is, also having quite a weekend. Some of the picks that you see that Pokemon orchestrate for the team are incredible, right? The Superpower Smackdown combination, allowing you to reposition someone in a brutal way. We saw Aegis Flames, the combo from Aegis Flames yesterday.
So good.
So amazing between Leafeon and Buzzwole. I thought Charizard was going to be the bigger answer to the Zoroark on the other side, but it was Buzz Leafeon the entire way. Like sending him up into the air, bringing him back down right into a Razor Leaf, flying in with that Leafeon Emerald two-step. Incredible stuff. And I mean, these teams are playing at the highest level possible, so they can orchestrate beautiful plays like that, not just once, but over and over and over. And you saw that Buzzwole, like every time they were ready to go, like as soon as I get the pick, it's going down. They kept hitting it, and that's what you're going to see all weekend because these teams are that good.
Yeah, going into this weekend, we had some ideas of what the strongest Pokemon would be, but what we're seeing is some new approaches and ways to attack problems, right? It doesn't necessarily just rely on the Pokemon you pick, but how you execute on it. So you just laid out the strategy of how they were capturing that Zoroark Comfey combo with the Buzzwole, with the Leafeon. We even saw them trying to set it up at Ray, where the Buzzwole was hiding out in the bush, and then the Suicune was trying to bait them into engaging on the Suicune so they could do it again. Now,
Buzz back
at
in.
least the lesson was learned, and obviously Zeta Division did not fall for it then, but what that allowed to do is finally let the Charizard get on top of that Zoroark, which is, like you said, maybe what you would have anticipated to be happening the whole match, but really they structured it in a way that it actually played back into the Charizard at the end, so very well executed, and that's what's made this weekend so much fun. And Aegis Flames, a very young team that not a lot of people know much about, including us going into this weekend, are really playing like showstoppers.
It's so cool to see Brazil doing so well. They're definitely like the underdog dark horse team that could take this entire tournament. While we're waiting for the main stage, we might be very close to that game. If we have more B stage, I would love to see it. I'm just putting that out there in the world. And we fly into it right now. Yes, we do have more B stage. We're taking a look at Team EX Juicers here in game number 2. Zugrug on the Crustle right now. On the other side, Team EX got a lot of amazing picks right here. It kind of looks a little reversed. We don't have the Inteleon here, but we have the Latios on the side of the Juicers.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Suicune, Horse, Buzzwole, which seems to be 3 very strong picks, and the ones that the Juicers had just before. Crustle, actually, if you recall, one of our first matches yesterday really took the Juicers to task, so much so that they actually took it for themselves, and it looks like that might have been a lesson learned because they're using it now as we just watched Zugrug get catched. Get caught. Good night.
You get catched right there. We've got OG on the Lucario here, and this is a scary one. We saw Overlord on it yesterday. This is obviously the different moveset, right? This is Power Up, Punch, Close Combat. But still, this Pokemon feels like something that a lot of these teams are picking when they're out of options, maybe getting out-drafted a little bit. We'll have to see how the game goes. Obviously, the Juicers are up 1 right here. We have this Blaziken absolutely bullying them in their own central area, and OG does go down. Now, Latios takes a long time to get online, but at the 2-minute 45-second mark, being level 11 is pretty disastrous.
It doesn't look great, but again, these good teams at least keep the score lines close, as we just watched a 50-banger go in, and Team EX stretch their lead a little bit. 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and the Juicers are up 1 game right now.
Yeah, Juicers are up 1 game, which means Team EX is on the brink here. Great setup for them at this bottom Reggie, though. They could take it if they want, but it looks like they're actually laying in wait to see if they can catch the Juicers out a little bit right here. We have Umbreon hiding in the tall grass. Zugrug is going to try to find that. Level-wise, Team EX looks fantastic.
They really do.
Latios still not 13. We have the Juicers moving forward slightly. The Rock Tomb looking to see if we can find anyone. Huge moment to start the fight, but a nice little heal right there means that they're going to peel back.
Okay, Team EX has got to feel comfortable. I think they do know they're in the lead, and they've got the level lead as well. Garam getting caught right there is not great. Taking about half of their HP worth of damage, going to be able to set back up again.
Yeah, look at this aggressive positioning from Team EX. They're just looking for a catch as soon as the Juicers move down. 3 members essentially hiding in the tall grass, moving back and forth here. Buzzwole hiding in the back tall grass. That way they can try to catch them if they move back. They end up basing, and it looks like the Juicers are going to try to make a sneaky play towards the top path, but Team EX has kind of picked up on this, and they are rotating around to see if they can stop it. Buzzwole now flying through the center, and the Juicers are looking to catch it.
Oh, yeah, they're able to get out just barely. Good pivot by Team EX. Now they know where everyone on the Juicers are, and they're going to take a fight in their section. Huge Rapidash Unite. Suicune follow-up, and they're looking for bodies. The Latios goes down instantly. Huge source of damage. OG is low. OG is gone, and the Buzzwole is doing work, throwing that OG Pokemon from the start of the game out, and now Team EX has got to be feeling decent, exchanging their Rapidash for 3 players.
Yeah, that was beautiful for Team EX. They're in a great position to secure this. Leafeon and Crustle are going to have to try to make something happen. Here comes the overheat, and bang! Boom. Secured by Team EX. We didn't get to see the draft, but I got to see the picks. Orange Juicers have a devastating lineup. I'm not shocked they lost. It's really
it's
not
literally
good.
The reverse of game one, right?
It's really rough for them, and I think they just got completely outdrafted in this game. And I gotta say,
what did they first pick?
Latios.
Yeah, I mean, Latios and what? Crustle?
I don't know. It's a great question. I think these Leafeon. It's got to be Leafeon, right?
You think? They first picked Crustle yesterday, though.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know, dude.
That's a really tough one. But you know, part of the draft process is where teams win or lose, right? And you look at that matchup, and I just think I do not know how they are going to pull out a victory right here, and obviously they could not. Easy for me to say in hindsight, of course, but a Pokemon that I do not think is stellar right now, that a lot of these top path players pick up, is Lucario. I'm sure they have great games on it. They've been playing it for 4 years, but it feels like almost what you go to when your strategy's been taken away. And it doesn't look great.
Without having seen the bans, so this is conjecture here, we've seen the Juicers get exposed by targeting OG. And if OG ended up on Lucario, leads me to believe that maybe the Zacian type of Pokemon got banned.
I have to assume so, right? As we're heading into it, Doob Snacks, High Five, Zeta on the main stage, APAC East versus Japan. Here we go. The bands coming in. Suicune, Dodrio, Latios, and Ho-Oh. First pick over to High Five. A lot of teams, especially in this meta, consider this the most powerful position to be in. There have been metas where the 2-3 picks have been really, really strong, but I think a lot of teams like getting that first pick early, so we're going to see what High Five wants to grab here.
They've got a lot of good options. They're not locking in anything too quickly. That is an Eastern tip of the cap here because they love Zarina. And kind of indication that maybe Orange Juicers don't have one. Buzzwole, Mewtwo Y quickly locked down. Buzzwole stocks are going up. And look at just kind of the classic energy that High Five is going with. Just because there's a bunch of new toys doesn't mean you actually have to play with them, and Old Reliable's still there. Snorlax getting locked in, and Akura is trying to make their selection for the team here.
Obviously, Latias not going to be an option for them. We're going to see what they want to lock in. Hoopa, incredibly powerful. This is good since day one. Feels like it will never be bad with the ability to transport the team all around the map, whether you're playing Trick or Hyperspace Hole. Over towards...
we can have a Charizard.
Oh, yeah? High Five could grab Char right now.
Yes.
I mean...
This is like year one
yes.
draft right here. This is awesome.
This is really interesting. When you have an isolating Unite move like Zarina's and a possible another isolating Unite move like Charizard, where you target someone with, in Char's case, a sure hit to take them up in the air, is this scary for Zeta to be running dual Speedster Comfey? I mean, look, if it works, which it has before, you see them absolutely stomp. If it doesn't work, I know why, and it's because they've got great counters on the side of High Five.
Yeah, we've got kind of like a tank Mewtwo, I would imagine, going on here for Zeta Division, something we don't see too often, but isn't so foreign that it's, you know, completely revolutionary either.
Yeah.
As Tomato, of course, is the defender player for Zeta Division, going to be locking that up. Z-Ray on this Espeon. I always like Espeon. I feel like it's a very safe attacker pick. It does its job well. It does have the capacity to take over games because you tend to lose sight of Espeon sometimes, and that Unite move is an amazing catch for Zoroark. So they are littered with counters here on the side of High Five to deal with what Zeta Division is trying to do.
Yeah, they have great options, right? Charizard, amazing options. Zarina, incredible option. Of course, you know, they have a great Zoroark player, one of the best to ever play it. They've got the Comfey, they've got the full heal here. They have options to deal with it, but I really like High Five's draft right here.
It's solid. It's solid. I like what High Five is playing to the knowledge that they have, and Zeta is playing to the skills that they have, right? Which are two different things. That being said, Vitopo is so good on this Pokemon. Say the thing and I'll finish my point.
Here we go. High Five your purple team. Zeta Division your orange team. The first game up on our main stage for our single elimination bracket starts right now.
Vitopo is so good on this Zoroark that if they can get ahead early, all of the cool things that High Five is trying to do to shut it down just won't work anymore. At some point, there's a break point. If they're too far ahead, it's not going to be enough to get the job done. So Zeta Division has to pump all their resources into Vitopo to really make that thing happen. But oh man, that Eevee going down early is not good.
Not good at all. Massive catch right there. Dupes next for a huge KO. Charizard not caught the other way. Here we have Vitopo trying to stop this here, but getting incredibly low. That stored power almost taking them down, but not able to get the KO. Zarina hiding in the tall grass. Obviously, Xingdi wants to get level 6 here, which is why they went for it. It would have been great to hide as well, but if they can hit 6 early, they will win this fight assuredly.
I think you know, Zeta Division leaving with that Indeedee is a great look to keep Xingdi down. Now we have the birds in the middle. It's going to be 3v3. Are they going to go after each other though? But Topo does go in, chips in on Xingdi, but it's not enough. They peel back.
Great stuff there from Zeta. I mean, they just had to starve that Zarina a little bit, right? Keep it a Steenie for a little while. Had that hit level 6, that fight careens out of control. And you can see they're going for it right now. They have not stopped pushing right here, deciding when to move in, use that Queenly Majesty combo and try to pick up some KOs. Nice defense here, though, from Zeta.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Portal is down. They're just going to try and score what they can, blink out. Everybody gets out of dodge safely. A very low-risk play with, not going to say high reward, but you get at least a little bit of incremental advantage.
Yeah, you know, and they put some points on the board, right? 45-0 here. Level-wise, things are pretty close. Obviously, Vitopo is spending all of their time playing a little Stardew Valley and farming up this map, picking up all this experience. But High Five, once again, with a 4-player push onto a goal zone before Zeta's ready.
They're getting flanked by this Zoroark going straight in, the Comfey with them, and they caught the body. We actually had just the last ticks of a Mewtwo Y able to step up as well. Yes, it is playing the tank role, but that doesn't mean it can't deal damage, and they're able to knock down 3 and like shore up this scoreline.
Yeah, and take a look at this counter punching from Zeta. Multiple members of High Five moving in, great coordination, but Zeta moving up, countering it very well, taking points of their own. Back and forth fight, nice little catch by Xingdi, but huge side strike to stop them.
Stomp's giving just enough shield, but not enough. I thought it was enough to get out, but that's not true. Good follow-up by Vitopo. Ice is getting low, Ice is down, and now the slow smoke is out, and they're actually just working on the wild farm, pivoting over to Akura and getting a 3-piece. Z-Ray, here they are. This is what I was talking about. If they get Vitopo online, at some point there is a break point. And if this Zoroark is level 10, it doesn't matter what you brought to the table, it can still rip through you.
Yeah, this is incredibly difficult for High Five right now, as Vitopo, one of the best players to ever run this combination here, is absolutely farming the enemy team. Regirock getting pretty low right here, but look at this, turning right onto High Five, moving forward. Ice can't secure, both go down, and the level lead continues to grow for Zeta.
Great use of that Zoroark Unite move to pivot onto Z-Ray, get the knockout, Ice follows suit, and now it's Tommy in the top path taking over. They've been doing this with undermanned positions, right? I mean, they're taking wins 2v3. Zeta Division is all over this map, and they are just getting so big that High Five's tools aren't going to be enough to get the job done.
Level-wise, things could swing here pretty soon. Charizard down, but they have not used their Unite move. Zarina is now level 9. We actually have the tools to deal with Zeta, but the question is it already too late with how much they've given up? Another push onto the bottom path right here, and you can see top path, Zeta Division just playing with their food a little bit, trying to get the best score possible.
They need to figure out how to get Xingdi like to 13 fast, right? Xingdi wants to scrap, but they're getting beat down. Oh, good cover after the Serena Unite move. Amazing block, and this is an opportunity. If they can convert a KO and at least get something, it could have gotten Xingdi online. That knockout there would have been gargantuan.
That would have been massive, but they weren't able to do it, even with that beautiful coordination, right? They had Serena Unite move into the heavy slam, into the Espeon Unite. But look at this, you were saying if Vitopo can somehow get level 13, how about he gets it in 5 minutes?
That's crazy. Xingdi has to step up. Look at that. Look at the HP loss there. Slow Smoke might be enough to slow down Xingdi, taking a ton of damage, but that's another two-piece. Holy smokes, they're kicking open the KFC here is Vitopo. Everybody's getting some. That's a full family meal.
Oh man, High Five is in trouble right now. Charizard looking for a possible opportunity here, but with no Unite move, they are not able to move forward and pick up this KO. Good power nap here, but they just don't have a tool to get Vitopo. They can peel away from this and only give up Tomi.
Tomi is just, the fact that they're standing in the pocket this long is an indication of how big Zeta Division is right now. Level 13, level 12, level 11 on the Buzzwole, and Xingdi just hit 11 themselves with the Charizard. High Five is behind. They need to farm their map, and they need to stay away from the Zeta Division squad.
This is the Zeta Division Classic right here. I mean, honestly, I'm shocked. Why are we giving Zeta Division this Zoroark or this Comfey? Just pick one, ban it away from them. They are unbelievable on this thing. Like, it's shades of the Overlord Comfey that won Worlds, right? It's that good. It's so difficult to deal with. They're dominating game one, as they have many times with this combination. I'm shocked that teams allow this. There is a draft.
There is a draft, but High Five thought they drafted well, and we agreed. They got all the tools technically necessary to shut it down, and we've seen a team do it just yesterday against Zeta Division. The problem here for me is execution. I don't think they could have dreamed up a better draft for what a Zeta Division did, but they let them get too far ahead. Oh, they're scoring 44 in base, bro? Come on, man.
Good fight right here from High Five with the last Unite moves they can use before Rayquaza. It's actually a solid fight where they're able to swing some experience their way. It's level 13 on the Charizard. They need Serena. It obviously has both of its plus moves now at 12, but you'd love it to have more experience here in this moment. They're definitely not out of this game, but they are being beaten up every time they run into them here. Vitopo seeing if they want to start a fight, they go right in for it.
Slow Smoke immediately. 9-4 kind of gets caught, and it occurs low, and now we're just dicing through. Oh, can the pressure go on? They do get down Vitopo. They took over to level 15, but that's great experience. Still, two players go down, but a great reset, great portal by Akura, and that might be a tide-changing play. That was so much experience, Spraggle.
So much experience. Yes, they have a level 15 Zoroark on the other side. It's going to be an absolute monster, but they just gave up a lot. That Charizard is now 14, and the Charizard is the tool. It is the counter they are looking for here. Entering the fight with the Unite move on Charizard, on Zarina, on Espeon, they have options to deal with this, and now the level lead has shrunk considerably. Question is, where does Zeta want to go with this? If they can take this top Regieleki, they have a game-winning play, so High Five kind of has to watch this here.
Yeah, they're giving up the bottom, and I think Zeta Division recognizes that. They're quickly rotating. Are they going to put a play on the basement Reggie? They can pretty much get it for free. But no, they're just watching. They want information, Spraggles.
Yeah, they want information. They want this aggressive positioning so that they can grab someone. If Tomi can make a catch there with the Buzzwole, they have so many options to just delete that Pokemon. High Five now deciding how they want to play this moment. Vitopo showing themselves a little bit right here, but they're not too scared. They have so many tools to get away from this fight. Obviously, they are way up, 132-358. It is not up to Zeta to make the play. It is going to be up to High Five. Flamethrower misses right there, so they don't get the information. They don't get the speed boost. We have them chipping at Ray a little bit, seeing if they can pull Zeta Division in and look for a fight here.
Xingdi trying to stomp, quickly gets picked, superpower smackdown, and they go down, and now the fight is on Power Nap on the portal. The rings are unbound, but they are getting smacked down again by the Buzzwole. Big Mewtwo Y Unite, and Zeta Division sees and smells blood in the water. They're on the chase. Tomi is down. Tomi actually going for another knockout, and it's Vitopo starting to take over as this front-line offensive strategy of Zeta Division is paying dividends. Easily sealing up Rayquaza here in game 2. Easy sealing up all the body bags that are High Five, and easily eating those Hundo burgers.
Got a pause request on the stage. It looks like someone's has a problem with one of their devices, so we're going to see what happens there. I mean, just an absolute dominant performance from Zeta.
Yeah.
Coming off of a shaky couple of games yesterday, they looked unbelievable. They just could not be stopped. Started taking over the game early, and it was just over for High Five.
It
really tough game for them.
Yes, very, very, very difficult game. Okay, let's talk about, you mentioned the draft. Let's talk about the draft and the Zoroark dynamic here.
Yeah.
I think that's really the story of this game one.
Yep.
You know, as we're waiting for them to get back in game, make sure everything is resolved here. To me, I actually really like High Five's draft. For me, it was an execution issue, and you understand, they obviously put so many resources into trying to combat this Zoroark. They understand how critical it is to shut it down. But for that to work, like I said, you have to shut it down at every stage of the game.
Yep.
Because Vitopo got so far ahead, it hit that break point we were discussing, and after that, it just takes over. You can't even play anymore.
Yeah, the question is, what do they want to do moving forward from this match? This is one of those, you know, it was a mistake, I think. I like what they were trying to do, but they just ran into this unstoppable force that is this Zoroark Comfey combination from Zeta. Even if you took one of them, you could take the Zoroark, but even if you just took the Comfey away, I think that, you know, get out of jail free card that Zoroark players often rely on, you could have many more moments where you're actually able to catch the Zoroark. Even though Vitopo plays it at such a high level, it's still going to be a very strong Pokemon. It just won't be invulnerable in some of these moments. You'll have that little extra oomph. It won't get the shield. It won't get the healing. It doesn't have the additional slow smoke to help it escape. And of course the Comfey Unite move. So I think they're going to have to do something about it.
Okay, we've got the last bit, I believe, of our B stage match.
Let's go.
That was between the Juicers and Team EX. Let's take a look at that. Oh, the last minute, here we go. Juicers on the Sableye, you know I'm a fan of that, as they're actually looking to scrap a little bit. We've got Zugrug on the taking damage and a little fight breaking out. Oh, but that's just rolling, getting caught. That's not bad. Suicune Unite, we know how important that is. And oh, is that Kratos on a Dodrio as well? The Buzzwole trying to Big Swole slam through. Does get eviscerated by the Mewtwo. Why? This is not good for the Juicers.
Doesn't look good for the Juicers. Ray is getting chipped up right here. They have some options, but it looks like they are being shut down right now by Team EX. Mew peeling away from the fight. It goes down. Dodrio looking for a possible secure right here, but with 20 seconds left, they're going to need to secure and score, which is what they plan to do.
Oh, no.
They are able to get the Ray. They move forward. Points are going in. 251, 288. The Juicers are going to try to stop this, but with 10 seconds left on the clock, it looks like no, they are not able to. And on our B stage, Team EX takes down the Orange Juicers, moving forward in this competition.
I mean, Team EX is a team that not a lot of people had faith would even make it to day 2 today, and they just eliminated one of the best teams in the world performance-wise up until this point, Orange Juicers. And look at these paltry numbers. I don't think I've seen the Juicers shut down like this in a minute, but God, what is this?
Yeah, I mean...
And these are a lot of, like, main Pokemon for the Juicers here.
Yeah, you know things did not go well for the Juicers when you take a look at Kratos having 0 KOs. It's a shocking number to see from a player like that. So obviously things went really poorly for them in that draft. It feels like the game number 1 that we saw, Juicers were absolutely on fire. Game 2, the draft didn't go well for them at all. And Game 3, it looks like they just didn't have a lot of options. Team EX is one of those teams that I feel like is overlooked. Korea as a region has been a little overlooked, I feel like, in the championship series, even though they've had great performances last year making it to grand finals. Now, it's not the same team, but their region made it to grand finals. So they are going to be moving forward in this competition. North America only has one hope left in this competition, and that would be LG at this point.
I want to talk about this Juicer squad, who has been very, very good, and honestly, LG's kryptonite, right?
Yeah.
I think the Juicers would have loved to square up against LG because they go positive against that team. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked. I picked the Juicers to win that game in my little bracket, but Team EX really showing up here.
Yeah, look, one thing that you can say about any of it, there isn't an easy team to square off against. That going to a game 3, really close by the way. If they're not able to chip Ray enough, Juicers were up on the scoreboard a little, they could have made their way out of that.
With Flareon's especially, who's a secure monster, in one of the games we just watched, he's secured as well. As we go into the final minute of a game that's pretty much all but decided at this point. The Ray Shields are with Zeta Division. The lead is now over 500 points, which we say is kind of the point of no return.
Yeah, 45 seconds left, and it looks like High Five is just continuing to play out this match right here. Obviously, I'm glad that we solved whatever technical issue we had on stage. The combination that they just leveled onto Zeta right there was exactly what they were trying to do throughout this game, but never able to make it happen here. A little bit of dancing going on as these teams are mainly taking this time, Doobsnacks, to get ready for their next game. Obviously, Zeta feeling quite good about that performance. And on the other side, High Five needs to recalibrate. I think they had a lot of great answers to Zeta. It could have been, as you said, just an issue of execution because they had the tools in their toolbox. But I also think, you know, sometimes you just got to take away a strategy that a team dominates with. It's just something they're unbelievably good with. Maybe steal it. And we can see High Five, Zeta, the audience here in Anaheim getting ready for this next match. That man in the audience texting me right now. He's saying, I look cute. Okay, thank you.
You look cute. Good for you, man. You did good today.
I think it's just, yeah, I mean, it's nice to get a text.
Yeah,
you know? Hey,
you know, hey, why is
what a
that fun?
sweet text from the audience. As we get ready for our next one here, I do think High Five, if they draft the same, you could see a totally different game, but when Xingdi does 20,000 damage and Vitopo does 100,000 damage, that is almost double the damage. We'll have the stats team check it. I would change it. Please take it away from them. Just take it.
Yeah, that's an awesome sign.
Love it.
That's terrific. Okay, so you're in the camp of ban Compe.
Or Zora.
Or Zorg. Okay. Yeah. You're advocating a little bit before for Compe. You know, something that is within High Five's strategy pool that we've seen them use is actually a Compe-based strategy themselves.
Great.
So, you know, it's one of those things you ban by proxy. You ban by just taking it and executing a similar style of play, or at least using it as one of your building blocks here as we go into the replay here of game 1, which was honestly just a highlight reel of Vitopo.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've seen this before. This combination is so powerful that we've seen teams win the World Championships with it. We've seen Luminosity win their World Championships with a combination like this, and it has to be shut down in some way. Lots of tools from High Five, but those are all getting shattered here by Zeta in every moment throughout this match. Catching this Zarina early means it doesn't get to do anything in this fight. Charizard with the Unite move, and then the immediate, you know, dash away there from the Zoroark.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The Charizard Unite is great for isolation, but it almost needs to be the 1-2 punch with Zarina, even maybe Espeon, because the escapability that Zoroark has is unparalleled. 18 knockouts, get out of here. Day 2 at Worlds, 18 knockouts.
Crazy.
Slide. My brother was sliding.
So good. Yeah, it feels like you gotta take it. Take a look at the item setup. It's always fun to kind of look at what these pro players want to run. Trying to get as much attack as possible while also creating an opportunity for a little bit of defense there with the focus bin, just in case you get a little too low. The Comfey healing is able to push you a little bit, and then the focus band with those 3 big chunks of healing as well. Outside of that, they are stacking both with their attack weight and right there with the Excel Bracer every time they're picking up a KO and assist. Got that stacked pretty fast when you have 18 knockouts.
Yeah, and I mean, Vitopo's not hiding their hand here, literally holding the plushies of at least one of the Pokemon we've seen them dominate with.
It just
here.
holds Zoroark Comfey right in the picture, like, this is what we're gonna do.
And if you recall, I mean, when we watched Zeta Division 2, remember when they were using that big Dragonite secure strategy? We know what Vitopo's about. He's like, I'm not hiding anything. You didn't have to go far to study me.
Yeah.
Now show me that you can shut it down, and not a lot of teams have. Certainly not High Five in game 1.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm loving seeing Zeta playing like this. I had really high hopes for this team heading into Worlds. They were my #1 pick out of Japan. Japan in general, just a monster of a region right now. Clearly the top region in the game. There's Insomnia right there, watching them ascend. Japan, clearly the top region. all 4 of their teams moving on to day 2.
Yeah,
all
undisputed,
4
yeah.
feel like they have chances to head to our grand finals, and there is a reality where 2 teams from Japan could square off in grands.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think fortunately for the Japanese teams, they're all on the 4 corners of the bracket. Unfortunately for these Japanese teams is if they run into each other, it becomes that situation where inter-region play seems to cannibalize. So sometimes, even though you might see a team like Zeta Division that just looked phenomenal against High Five in game 1, get kind of outflanked, outplayed by maybe something along the lines of like Insomnia and Phalanx, right?
Yes.
Because they know each other just more intimately, which means their adjustments are maybe micro, but have a huge difference.
Well, you talked a little earlier about how the Juicers, who we just saw unfortunately get eliminated on our B stage, the Juicers play so well into LG. They're one of the best teams to face off against LG. They would kind of love to run into another team from NA because they know all of their strategies and they can play around it. However, and just like you were saying, the same thing
We
for
are
Japan.
gargantuan on this screen, by the way. Look how cute he looks. He's so cute. So shoot him a text.
Stop texting
Shoot him
me.
a text.
What? Another
Dude,
text?
I see his phone. It hasn't lit up at once. No one is texting him. So 555 Cowboy, send him a message. It goes right to him.
Straight to me. You know what? I don't know what that goes to. Don't text that
That's
number.
way too many numbers. 55 Cowboy. 555 Cowboy. That's too many letters. Jesus, numbers. Holy smoke. Not the math guys. We don't wear glasses like Zoinks. We don't know the math.
I don't know if we're the anything guys, though. I don't know if anyone looks to us. What are they the guys of exactly? I'm not really sure.
You know how there's like the other guys?
Yeah.
The new guy, like these movies. We are the worst guys.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. We're always ready.
Except we don't get a movie deal, we do this.
Yeah.
And just pollute all of your off screen.
And here we are, waiting for our teams to get ready on the main stage. Obviously, there was that pause, right? Late game there in game number 1 between High Five and Zeta Division. So whatever tech issue is happening on stage, we want to make sure that that is resolved before we move on to our next game. Of course, if we have any match on our B stage that is starting, we would be jumping over to it. We don't have that yet, but if we do, we will take a look at that as quickly as we can. Can we get our bracket back up? I would love to take a look at that right here so we can talk about how the day is shaking out, the games that we are going to see. Obviously, we're starting with an absolute barn burner, which is High Five Zeta Division. Zeta up 1 game right now. Taking a look at this here, Team EX Juicers. Team EX, it's not updated yet because it just happened, but they went 2-1 over the Orange Juicers, meaning Korea's chances of heading to the grand finals are still alive. NA only has 1 shot left with Luminosity. We will be seeing them in a few matches on our main stage against QT Dig. A few games that are not on our main stage, Doomsex. Nouns Esports and Talon is going to be on our B stage. I believe Stamina Peru on our B stage as well. And then we have Kalok Paper Rex on our B stage. The rest of them are going to be on our main stage here. And then throughout the day, every single game, quarterfinals, semifinals on the main stage, grand finals in the arena. First thing tomorrow morning, Unite kicks off Championship Sunday.
What, just looking at this top 16, Team EX obviously knows they have moved on. They better get their butts in seats and be watching this High Five Zeta Division match, because whoever wins is who they're squaring off against, and this is an easy way to download some information and kind of feeling out this team and what they're looking like here in day 2. So I expect them to be somewhere close, taking a look at that. So many good matches. I can't wait to watch Santos Laguna, who had a great day yesterday, looked incredibly solid.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, we couldn't pass up on Aegis Flames again, because they were electric yesterday, pun intended, because that Zoroark pull, I screamed in the green room.
We were
I
yelling.
came unglued.
The other games, like they're excited about what's
just like production. Okay, everyone, kind of. Catering is hot or cold.
Yeah, catering's like I don't know what their deal is, but I don't like their energy. Let me tell you, in the green room, we are screaming as this match is going on, seeing these picks from Aegis Flames. I cannot wait to see that game. I feel like after day 1, there are some teams that, I mean, the stonks on them are way down. right? They're really deflated. You see teams like LG having such a difficult, such a difficult day in day one. You see a team like Juicers have a rocky day, and now they're not moving forward here in day two. You see Zeta get taken to task by Aegis Flames, but then there are those stories. Aegis Flames coming out looking amazing. High Five looking amazing. Now being put to their paces against Zeta. So we've got a crazy day ahead of us. Anything can happen. Even though we have 4 Japanese teams still in this, there is a reality that in the next few matches, every single one of them goes home. That is the nature of this single elimination bracket, right? They could all run into a team that just plays amazing and sends them home. Zeta, though, looking great here against High Five, and I think a lot of people would have expected this to start the other way.
I agree completely. Production just got into my ear. HR needs to talk to us, so we're going to throw it a break.
We're going to throw it a break?
Yeah, we have to go talk to HR. Apparently the catering thing really went sideways for us.
It sounds like what it would be for us.
Okay,
all right, we will be right back here in a moment. Are we going to break?
We're actually going to break.
We're going to break. We'll be right back here in a second. Don't go anywhere. We have to be reprimanded.
Trainers, welcome back to another Meet Your Casters segment, this time with Danily and Soph-chan, your Pokemon UNITE casters. And we're going to be asking each other some questions so that you guys get to learn a little bit more about us. So first question, Soph-chan, what is your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, it has to be the legendary Jigglypuff, and I'm just so happy that there's a world's exclusive plushie for Jigglypuff, and the bird just looks amazing, so yes, I feel very privileged. What about yours?
So my favorite Pokemon is Mandibuzz, a little bit out there, but I don't know, it's just something about Mandibuzz. It looks cool, but it also looks odd, and I like odd things, so Mandibuzz has been a huge favorite of mine for a very long time. I know both of us would love to have these Pokemon added to Pokemon Unite, but if you could pick another Pokemon to add into the Pokemon Unite game, who would you like added?
So I am a very big fan of round Pokemon, as you could tell, for the Jigglypuff. And Danily, I think that the rodent types of Pokemon are also in my heart. We love the Pikachus, but to me, it's the Dedenne. I love the Dedenne. It's round, it holds its own tail, it's the most adorable little thing, and I kind of look like...
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. While we have a small technical issue on the main stage like we talked about earlier, Doomsnacks, we have games on our B stage happening right now, and we are jumping into it. Paper Rex, Kalok, this is their first match, first draft right here. You can take a look at the bands. We see the Hoopa, we see the Suicune, Ho-Oh, and Charizard.
We're going to quickly swap those team names at the bottom of your screen there, make sure those are lined up. Kalok is on your left here. SCG, SGC, one of the worst names to try and say in the game here, looking to select their Pokemon. We haven't seen much All Creamy. Blacklight for Kalok picking that Pokemon up. Thoughts on All Creamy?
Yeah, it's had an interesting weekend, right? I think a patch ago, this thing would have been banned. It would have been insta-ban every single game. Right now, I actually think it's just a very recent support, which is always tricky. It feels like these players need some time with these Pokemon Pokemon before they feel comfortable enough to play them on the world stage, which is why something very, very new, unless it's considered extremely powerful, like Latios, doesn't really make it through to some of these games.
Yeah, uniquely, the support options in this game aren't really catching bans anymore. I mean, I say that Hoopa has, but more broadly. So the strength level has to be incredibly high for it to kind of be able to break into a game right now.
Yeah. And we're coming back to us right here. Obviously, we are getting ready for our match up on the main stage. We've got the B stage that we can always head to as soon as those games are going. We're going to do everything we can to get you every piece of a Pokemon Unite match that exists.
Absolutely.
But again, we have that sister stream. We want to make sure that all of these games are shown.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you have both of those tabs open at home, that you're watching both, because especially in the early stages of this day, you really don't want to miss any of this action. All of these matchups are incredible, and honestly, you know, bummed that we have a delay on main stage, psyched that you and I are getting to witness some of these things as they transpire.
Fully agree. We leave this studio last night and we are tasked with the awful job of trying to figure out which games we see out of the 8 on our main stage. There was a lot of fighting. Zoinks got particularly heated at one point, but now we actually get to see a lot of them. So what were you so mad about, Zoinks? Calm down. Kalok, Paper Rex. Kalok, your purple team, Paper Rex, your orange team again. We are watching this that is happening on our B stage right now, but this is all part of our single elimination bracket. A best of 3 separates one of these teams from heading home and the other team from moving forward towards our grand finals.
Quickly, I mean, another Blastoise here not filling the defender role. Going to be an attack Stoise, going to be trying to deal damage is Sunsage as they're putting pressure on Solo. Half of their HP bar is gone. Rebong's working on the other side, trying to evolve into Umbreon, who is another Pokemon that slowly has been on the rise this weekend.
You know, this is an interesting one, Dupe Snacks, because we've got a little new school in Latios, Alchemy, and some very old picks in Garchomp, Blastoise, Snorlax here. On the other side, this feels like a team composition that would have done well throughout almost the entire season here. You've got Clefable, recently buffed, which is really, really nice, but Zacian, Buzzwole, Mewtwo, and Umbreon. Umbreon, one of the Pokemon that maybe since its nerf of taking away less shields with its Unite move has actually finally come back down to earth from being one of the best defenders of all time.
We're taking a look at, talking about this other defender. Blastoise does have the defender background, playing in a more offensive role here. However, it needs to get going to be able to make an impact, because it's not worth anything right now as a 4-little Wartortle. It needs to start scaling.
Yeah, and look at this here. Rebong's using that foul play to actually peel away from that fight in a great way. I love seeing that combination. As soon as you clip one Pokemon, you get that extra dash, moving it into the Gabite right there as they're pushing forward, trying to steal some of this. They bring Buzzwole with them a little bit, which might not be good as they are picked up, put down. Mark looking to see if they can grab
nice
some of this right here. And while they got the Clefable, they also picked up that Dollop, giving them the HP.
That's the thing about the Dollops. Those are free for everybody. It's not like the Eldegoss when you throw a puff down, right?
That's right.
It deals offensive damage to your opponent, and you get the healing. Those Dollops are for anybody that picks them up.
Yeah, I mean, your allies are in a great spot. It's a nice little speed boost also, little move speed boost that you get from it, which is really cool. And you can set up areas where, we saw this yesterday with Nouns, right, where you can kind of set up, you move in, poke, come back, you know, fill yourself up with a delicious dollop. Right now, we are actually seeing a different build here from the Blastoise than we saw yesterday. We saw Spin Pump. This is Spin Water Spout.
Going straight back in. Good pressure here by Kalok, but quickly met and countered by Paper Rex. We're going to see HT reset on this Zacian as Paper Rex is feeling and looking pretty decent despite being down on the scoreboard.
Yeah, they're down on the scoreboard, but that Zacian level 9 already. Very, very scary here. And they are mobilizing, making their way down to the bottom path. Looks like both teams would actually like to win this fight. CG, GCG on the Latios right there, just making sure that they can get strong and online. Nice, secure, very fast by Paper.
Great foul play reposition on Nadiza. The Snorlax goes down, and Mark God gets themselves pinned down against the wall as well. Still just a Gabite, which is just bad news for Kalok at this point, because Paper Rex is slowly starting to pull ahead on this experience lead.
I'm not going to question the Blastoise because we questioned it yesterday and then we're immediately embarrassed with how well Blastoise did.
Yeah, Tamarine's Blastoise was a cut above with those Hydro Typhoons.
But I got to question the Blastoise a little bit just so I can be wrong again. I'm kind of surprised to see Spin Spout right here. I definitely think you can carry with it. It can be very strong. I don't know that there's much I want to Spin Spout into on the other side, but I don't remember their item setup. Maybe they have like a really nice curse play. They're going to move in and disrupt the entire team around Clefable. So I'm ready to be wrong about Blastoise.
Blastoise also historically punished by...
Hydro Typhoon hits
Hydro
50.
Typhoon hits all
I
five
am immediately
players,
fired.
But it's not enough. Why? Because they're behind on levels and they can't leverage it. Despite maybe one of the best Hydro Typhoons you can line up, HT just considers that easy work using the sword in their mouth to chop down Kalok. Cut that cake up.
There we go. Nice scores on the top path. Paper Rex looking very, very good here at the start of this match. Controlling that fight, even with that beautiful Typhoon, like you said, just could not shut them down. The level lead really helped them right there. The Clefable really helped them right there as they are continuing to take experience all over the map. However, we do have the late game scaling Pokemon in Latios. This is what it is here for, right? It is here to scale just like this. It's not great for a long time, which I personally have found not to be the most fun thing in some matches, you know? It takes a long time to get going, and then at some point, you are the strongest thing that has ever existed. It's tricky, for sure, and a lot of these teams are doing a great job shutting it down.
Great job by Rebongs, always kind of repositioning and trying to get Nadiza in a position where they can't leverage a good block. Now, Zunzage is trying to step forward, and a good heavy slam combination. We have to move forward, and we have the Garchomp Unite coming out, but doesn't really find anyone because it's the Latios putting in all the work. Now, Kalok has 3 Pokemon on their side that are looking to scale in a big way between Latios, Blastoise, and Garchomp, and they need to get to the point where those Pokemon are relevant, and we might have just hit that threshold.
Yeah, I mean, this is a late game team composition, right? They need so much time to get online, all 3 of them, but once they do, they are incredibly good. And we're starting to see that switch happen here for Kalok. Latios is just going to get better and better and better. So if that fight went well for Kalok, it could be even better as the match moves on. Dragon Claw combo trying to steal away some of this so it's not taken by Paper Rex. Paper Rex here has an opportunity to push with this. It's a little scary, but they are presenting some aggression at this tier 2. Okay.
That was a bit of a surprise, maybe a bit of a misstep by Kalok, but they are putting good pressure on here. Already got HT down, which is the biggest thing on Paper Rex, quickly followed by the Buzzwole, the second biggest thing on Paper Rex. So Kalok, I think they've hit the threshold. I think these kind of end-boss Pokemon that they're trying to build are finally ready for that final level, and we'll see how Paper Rex can fight and try and win this game.
Yeah, and here we go. Kalok looking to make a siege happen on this goal zone. Big, heavy slam. Latios right there gets 2 with the Luster Purge, and now they are peeling back. Nice little push right there, evening up the score quite a bit, 209 to 227. Still a tier 1 up, however, on the side of Kalok, which opens up scoring opportunities for Rex as we head towards Ray here, Dupe Snacks. 20 seconds on this bottom Reggie. I don't know if it was you or maybe it was Zoinks as we were talking about some of these matches from yesterday, mentioning that the team that is grabbing this bottom Reggie before Ray has really been taking over some of these fights.
That sounds like something reasonably intelligent, so I definitely did not say
wasn't us.
It was not me.
Somebody else.
Follow me attempt kind of misses, and I think they would have gone and taken a catch on Nadiza if they could have gotten it, because that's where Rebongs has been the whole time, right? Focusing on their opposing defender. Mewtwo Y is there, putting in some decent damage, just pressing down Kalok, really just finding space and making sure that Kalok can't take that last Reggie.
Yeah, they don't. So Kalok's going to have, you know, a decent position as far far as levels and power heading here, but they are behind on the scoreboard, which means they have to make a play. I don't think they're too scared of it, though. Garchomp, a huge playmaker. They're kind of threatening with Blastoise right here. The Heavy Slam can move in at any moment, right into the Dragon combo. They do find the Latios, though, and they're going for it right now.
Rebounds immediately popping the Unite move. There we have the big towering cake out of Kalok, and it's going to see if everybody's going to eat up here. His HT is getting the pressure put on, and they finally go down, but it's 2 the other way for Kalok. The Kate is, in fact, getting chopped up, and Paper Rex is looking to eat. 2 down on each side. Nadi says at half, but they have to bubble out and scream for this Latios because Sunsage just went down.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Kalok right there. The Alchemy not able to sustain them. The cake was, in fact, a lie. They're going to have this refight. 209, 227. Now we have multiple members of each squad coming back here, but all the Unite moves are gone. With all the Unite moves gone, I mean, it really could go either way. You still have a Dragon Claw combo. You have great healing on both sides. You have the, put up and smack down there by the Buzzwole. This really could go either way. If Latios can get a few super strong chips, I think Kalok can take it, but they're going to need to hit him.
Oh, great engage. Rapid spin, water spout right on top of the team. And that was a big heavy slam follow-up to get the knockout on Clefable. And that's going to be the difference in this fight because now there's so much damage out of Latios, they'll be able to run through the rest of Paper Rex if they can close the gap. Nadi's taking over, and they are starting to fall on Paper Rex, getting absolutely shredded by the team that makes the cake, and that's Kalok, and now they're making deposits in the bank big time.
Big, big scores right there. 303, 243. Beautiful play from Kalok. We talked about this late game scaling composition. The match went on long enough to the point where Latios starts hitting those Dragon Pulses, and you saw it just shred through Paper Rex like a thin substance, like paper. Yeah!
No, like tissue paper.
Exactly.
Bang.
Tissue Paper Rex right there in that match. And this is what they were looking for all game. They were behind a lot of it. They were behind on the scoreboard. Great plays, obviously, from Paper Rex. But Latios got there. When we cut to the Juicers game from earlier and we saw that level 11 Latios running around, it's not good. It didn't get there. No. But when it does, the power is unbelievable. If it can scale, and if it starts to snowball, it is an avalanche. If it doesn't, it's the opposite of an avalanche. What's the opposite of an avalanche?
Whatever happens in the Marianas Trench.
Ah, the bottom of the sea. Yes. As we get ready for our next game here.
Davy Jones locker. Was that necessary?
What are we?
Okay, actually there is something I want to bring up and talk about because it's happened a couple times this tournament so far, and it just happened right there, which is refights after Unite moves have been expended.
Yep.
And what we started seeing yesterday is the team with the Clefable were actually favored in those refights, right? So to me, that final refight boiled down to 2 factors, Clefable and Latios.
100%. You saw it get caught.
Correct.
I mean,
so that's exactly why Kalok immediately went in on Clefable. It was the target they needed to take out of the equation to make sure that Latios' damage with no Unite move could actually find knockouts. And you immediately saw, you said they were waiting to set it up, and they executed perfectly, which was the rapid spin water spout into the heavy slam to chip everybody up, keep them into the blender, and immediately knock out the Clefable before it could use that big healing ring that it has to put down on the whole squad. Once it got blinked out of existence,
it was over.
That was the tide-turning move, and well executed by Kalok, for sure.
I totally agree with you. As soon as I saw Latios KOs the Clefable there with that Dragon Pulse pop up on screen, I knew it was over for them, right? Yep. Their ship was sinking to the bottom of whatever a deep trench would be.
Davy Jones locker.
They took them down to Davy Jones locker, and I'm hearing that we're going to be heading to a very short break. If we have more B stage, we're going to be heading over to it. As soon as our main stage is ready, we're going to be going back up there. I got to go yell at Zoinks about something. He didn't do anything wrong, but we like him. We'll be right back.
Don't let him know. Don't tell him.
What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, there's a Zeta.
tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you. That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you.
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay. How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff?
Probably Iggly.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with the one and only host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, Brian David Gilbert. Welcome to the Pokemon World Championships.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here. It is overwhelming in the best ways.
What has been the most overwhelming part of it?
Truly just kind of absorbing the amount of exhibits I can go look at, and also figuring out just how much of my budget I should go over, which I have already gone over, but I think I can go over it more because there's some really cool stuff here.
All right, well, if you figure that out, let me know.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
But, you know, as the host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, I gotta ask you about your Pokemon history, because you ask your contestants about Pokemon, so
Yes.
I'm gonna flip the tables.
Please.
How did you first discover Pokemon?
It feels like it's just always been there in my life, but also I was thinking about it, like, I do remember a very important Pokemon memory for me is my sister and I, like, watching over the shoulder of my older brother as he was playing Pokemon Red on his Game Boy, and just, like, I'm pretty sure there are photos of us doing this. I definitely remember my brother getting very upset with us for, like, sticking our heads way too far over his shoulder, but that was such an important memory to me as a kid, and since then I've just been playing the games, cards, everything.
Do you have a Pokemon that you'd consider your first partner Pokemon?
It's tough to say because most people know that I love Tangela so very much, but my first love was Arcanine.
Okay.
Arcanine was like the one that I loved so much. I've always been a Squirtle guy for first partner Pokemon. When it comes to, like, truly first partner, I will never give away a Squirtle. Squirtle's my most important Pokemon there, but it changes as I grow. I think that that's an important thing in Pokemon, is that it grows with you as you mature.
It evolves with you.
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. Do you have a favorite game in the Pokemon series?
The hipster in me wants to say Pokemon Stadium because I will destroy any of you at the Scyther Pinsir game where you're chopping the logs.
That's
I'm
so
the best
hard.
at it. And again, this is an open call. Any competitors, there should be a world championship for just that specific mini game because I will destroy you in that one.
They're usually over inside events, by the way, so
Great.
you can get set up there later. So how do you prepare for an episode of the game show?
Very good question. Just 36 straight hours of heavy meditation, just getting into the correct mind space, followed by intense, like, diction tongue twisters.
Oh, of course.
The Tyrant and the Tyrogue tied at the tournament just over and over and over again, making sure that I can really pronounce, well, I just said pronounce everything. Making sure I can pronounce. I haven't finished my diction tongue twisters just yet, so wait for that tomorrow.
I was going to say, you have until Saturday to get warmed up, so you have plenty of time.
I've got time until Saturday. It'll work out great.
And do you have any other, like, physical warm-ups that you do, or is it all a mental thing?
It's predominantly mental, but, you know, I'm always getting those just in case I need to run on stage. I'm ready to go, stretching out.
This is the first time it's in person.
It is the first time. I'm very excited about that. I think the audience's energy is going to be incredible, specifically when all of the audience knows the answer to a trivia question and none of my contestants do.
All right, well, you had the first episode online a couple months ago. Do you have any fun memories from that you want to share?
Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. I think it was such a wonderful first 3 contestants. Glitch winning is spectacular to me. Specifically, Spraggles claiming to be Team Rocket halfway through, to the point being so convincing that I truly had to, like, look at the producers behind and I was like, did you just not tell me about this thing? Did you hide this from even your host? But no, it was just Spraggles doing his thing. But all of it was just so much fun. Watching all of them really get to show their knowledge, it's just a joy. It's just a joy.
I mean, do you have any hints on what we're going to see tomorrow?
I don't want to give everything away for Saturday, but there will be some very good championship-specific questions. I'll say that if you're checking out maybe, I don't know, the museum or just different people around here, you might get some hints for potential questions that might be coming up. But there are going to be some difficult ones, and I can't wait.
I'm so excited. I love trivia, and you know, the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is such a fun watch. So if you are here in the hall at the World Championships this year, Saturday at 5:30 p.m., they'll be over on the stage in Hall C. So make sure to go check that out if you can. Brian, it's been such an honor to interview you. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
Can't wait.
We'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships real soon.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series here in Anaheim. That's where we are. I've been walking around in a haze. I'm not sure where we've been, Doob Snacks, for the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. You are seeing our big, beautiful main stage where High Five and Zeta Division are squaring off. Game number 1 looked pretty amazing for Zeta. Here, Doob Snacks, our updated bracket so far.
Yeah, of course, Team EX did eliminate the Orange Juicers 2-1. We are watching High Five Zeta Division up a game on our main stage. And we are currently in progress on the B stage with our sister stream, Kalok, up a game against Paper Rex.
Yeah, these games are moving right along. Obviously, the first big win for Korea moving forward, taking down the Juicers 2-1. Juicers, I believe, took game 1. Yeah, and then EX came back game 2 and 3. We didn't get to see the entirety of their drafts, but it really felt like EX got a lot of what they wanted, stole a lot away from the Juicers. They definitely stole their opportunity to move forward in this bracket as Team EX, first team qualified for our quarterfinals. They're going to be going up against the matchup we are watching, High Five or Zeta. Either one, a brutal group, but if you were just watching that last match from Zeta Division, you might be a little more scared of them as they dominate some of these teams with that Zoroark-Comfey combo.
Yeah, and High Five drafted all the tools necessary that you'd think would be enough to deal with that problem. I do believe we are able to jump and do some B stream action, if I heard that correctly, so maybe we can check that out.
Yeah, let's head on over to it right now as we are watching Paper Rex Kalok. About 5 minutes have transpired here in this match. We've got a couple of long-range damage dealers on the side of Paper Rex, Latios and the Alolan Raichu. On the side of Kalok, a lot more short range with some incredible dive there with the Talon Flame. That's one of those Pokemon that I feel like is never bad. Especially a good Talon is just so difficult to deal with. Armarouge also a real tough customer.
Yeah, and Kalok again going back into the Blastoise, I believe, as an attacker well there because they've got the Clefable and Umbreon. So that's what that leads me to believe. Yang is playing their Hoopa, which I believe was banned last game. So that's something they have to be happy about here.
Yeah, we're going to head down to the bottom path. Looks like Kalok deciding whether or not they want to start the objective down here, and they do. Obviously, with a Hoopa, it means the entire team can come through, and they are. Registeel now being ripped apart and secured by Paper Rex.
Well done. Able to isolate the Clefable from the rest of the team, get themselves a knockout. Buzzwole popping their Unite move. But for good value here is they're able to get a couple knockouts. We'll see how long this pressure continues. Talonflame tries to flame sweep and of course goes straight into a wall as is tradition. And Solo gets credit for 3 knockouts. And we're finally seeing a Latios that looks like they're online, ready to go, hitting level 12 at 4 minutes.
Yeah, this is beautiful for this Latios. Those KOs were fantastic. One thing to notice about Latios' Unite move is it's not always the most stellar Unite move when it comes to getting a knockout. It's nice. It, you know, hits multiple targets. It'll go through anything to hit that main target. But the big thing is it lowers its cooldowns considerably. So you see Dragon Pulses go at a very, very quick rate, allowing you to build up more stacks, but more importantly, that being your finishing move in a lot of these fights. With that Latios so ahead, so fast, I feel like this is going to be extremely difficult for Kalok.
I agree. One thing we're seeing out of these Eastern teams, the way they're playing this Hoopa, is AOS energy priority. They're almost like just picking up, you know, we saw Yang go down here, make sure they were nabbing all that AOS energy. Yesterday, we were watching a Hoopa just score 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, just small little pennies into the baskets just to make sure they've got good vision and they're keeping an eye on their squad. Another flame sweep just to get out of dodge. Not sure if it hit a wall, but I'm pretty sure it did.
Yeah, nice little eject button right there for Paper Rex, but that does mean that their eject is down for the next 70 seconds, right? So it's something that Kalok knows. However, it's just about the right timing for Rayquaza, so they should have it back for a big fight. Talon was going in. Their job, of course, is to hit that Latios, see what they can do about flame sweeping it back to their side of the map. If they can make that happen very quickly in one of these fights and they don't have that damage tool, they can definitely take a win right here. And if they do, Doob Snacks, Paper Rex is heading home.
Okay, we've got the hyperspace highway open. Maybe just trying to put the fear into Kalok that there's going to be a big rotation, but instead Paper Rex is going to take the basement Reggie. They're going to open up the portal again, but Kalok push continues, and they might be able to cut off Kalok going back through the middle. Yemu's looking for a target. Rebongs goes for the engaged block, actually creating separation instead of engagement.
Yeah, here we go. We have, Kalok in position around the Rayquaza pit. There is a possibility that Paper Rex actually just goes for this Rayquaza right now with 1 minute 55 seconds left. We're going to see what they want to do here. Ray is already at half. They are continuing this fight. There's the flame sweep. They move in.
The block is there isolating, and they're able to catch out Nadiza there. Are they going to get the knockout? They do. The pressure is going to build off that. Yemu looking for Talon Flame, who flies and secures for Kalok. Now they have to go score. Yemu trying to take down Sunzage, who is just going to catch them in the flame wheel that they've got around them and get a knockout. And it looks like this one is Kalok's.
It does look like it's Kalok's. They were able to score, but they have no more Rayquaza shields. We do have a Hoopa on the side of Paper Rex. There's a possibility they can come back. They're only down by 100 points. Now, Blastoise is going to try to put in 30 right here. Snorlax is going to stop it. Buzzwole's coming back. Latios is back. Alolan Raichu has 10 seconds on the clock. We have a minute left. While this was an amazing fight for Kalok, they weren't able to put enough points on the board. I don't think they have any more Ray shields. I haven't seen the Clefable. I believe it went down. So I have to assume that there's an opportunity for Paper Rex here. But them peeling away from the home goal zone does mean that Kalok can counter score, which they're looking to do right now with an insane amount of points.
Yeah, I mean, tons of points going into the home goal zone, and that's the green light for Paper Rex to try and get and match the volume of points that are going in. As we are split screening
I
here.
love this. We got the draft here. We've got the end of the match right here. 336, 548. Kalok still up right here. I think that was the exact right play from them. The 3-player sneak play to continue scoring as Kalok is going to win this 2-0 against Paper Rex and move forward in our bracket. And now around us, we've got the draft between Zeta and High Five.
Let's talk about that. Zarina finally earning themselves a ban here. Latios banned as well. Dodrio and Buzzwole all on the chopping block, which means Zeta Division has the opportunity to cobble together themselves a Zora Comfy yet again.
They do.
Okay,
however,
I feel like if there's a Dodrio ban, High Five is looking to go Zora Comfy themselves.
That's kind of what I'm thinking, is they're going to try to steal this for their own. Obviously, even if they're not as proficient as the other side, they would be taking away one of their best weapons. However, they don't do it. Blaziken, Ho-Oh. Okay.
So Zeta Division on the button here. They have the opportunity to take that combo if they'd like. High Five trying to eke more value, right? Get other high-octane picks so they can maybe nab it later. As Rom goes back to the Leafeon and Vitopo is scrolling through the roster here. And are we going to see? No. Okay. Switching, quickly grabbing Garchomp.
You know, the interesting thing that we're seeing right here is they still have the ability to hide this. They have 2 picks left. We're going to see how High Five wants to play this right here. Charizard is on the table. They go for the Snorlax. Final possible attacker pick here, and they do bring out Char. So they're going to continue this strategy. They're basically saying to Zeta, you can do this again if you want. We're ready for it. We fully acknowledge that you have these final 2 picks, and Zeta grabs Zoro Comfey in their final 2.
Okay, High Five. You let them have it. You let them have it from bell to bell. So how are you going to react? And they lock in Mewtwo.
Mewtwo Y. I like this. I actually do think Mewtwo Y is a great counter to some of this, right? You know, Psy Strike is pretty incredible. It allows you to get away from some of these unfortunate crowd control moments. And then as soon as the fight breaks out in a huge way and everyone's clustered up, that Unite move is brutal. Yeah. It's everywhere. It has a stun. It's really, really solid. They have the tools to make it happen. However, last match, they were not able to do it with a lot of similar tools.
I think you can make an argument that their tools last match or last game were better than the ones they have right here.
Yeah.
So a lot of eggs in the Charizard basket. They had Charizard last time, and it didn't really materialize in a way that had any impact. So if they let Vitopo have the first half of the game like they did in game 1, then none of this is going to matter.
We're going to see. We're going to see what they can do. I would be very wary of allowing Zeta Division to have this play once again, but clearly High Five is aware of their strategy, and they want to play that. They are telling them to pick it, and they want to go up against it. They're not attempting to stop them in any way, so we're going to have to see what that looks like here as we head into our next game. You can see the big stage here at Anaheim. The stage is only going to get bigger as we head towards Championship Sunday, where they are playing in the arena for the grand finals. But before all of that, we are in our top 16. Zeta Division, your purple team, one game up against High Five, your orange team.
I'm taking a look at High Five here, and they need to figure this out. I would have almost gone on an invade with some character just to try and slow this thing down and get value with the characters that you chose. Send Snorlax after it, you know? Send Akura just to beat up the Zorua, and again, try and slow things down. Try and give your Charizard a chance here, because if they let Vitopo go unshackled, they're going to take over.
Right there, Tomato almost getting close to a KO on the Mewtwo. However, the attack there targeting the Ho-Oh instead of that Mewtwo. We have Vitopo in the bottom path, level 5 already. Comfey actually making their way down, and it looks like they're going to meet up. Grab them, bring them along for the ride. It's like me and Gotlu in the car yesterday. Come on, buddy. Let's go down to the bottom path.
Beep, beep, Spraggles in a car.
Beep, beep, I'm in a car. Hi.
Tomato taking a ton of damage here. The Suicune playing on the backside. Rom getting a quick knockout on the Ho-Oh. And Zeta Division already kind of feels like they're picking up right where they left off in game 1.
Fully, yeah. We have some points, right, from High Five, but Vitopo is already doing Vitopo things with the Comfey. Nice score from them. Also, not only getting the Zoroark points, but also getting the 11 points that were on that Comfey. Continuing to put the pressure on. Here are all those stacks that they are looking for. Beautifully done by Zeta. Another stack, able to get the secure. Once again, the attack weight should be about fully ready to go in this bottom path right here. Ho-Oh putting in some work, picking up a KO. Now peeling towards this goal zone, trying to get some stacks of their own. Flamethrower becomes incredibly strong with all of these attack weight stacks.
You know, I'm not trying to be too hyper negative in the early stages of game 2 here, but this looks like High Five against Insomnia at ACL, where they just can't figure it out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's quite tough.
They're like, they just feel a hair confused. Like on paper, they understand what they need to be doing, but it's not really translating into the Thea Sky Ruins. And I feel like we're already looking at a level 8 Zoroark, a level 7 Gabite. And they're just starting to snowball this lead already.
Yeah, and here we have the fight in the bottom path. Almost level 9. Ready to move in for this engagement. Ho-Oh kind of pushing forward right here. All of this could go the way of Zeta, but instead they're looking to pick up some KOs, and they do, continuing the pressure. In the top path, however, we have the counter punch from High Five. Instead of engaging with the Zoroark, they are actually trying to make a fight of their own, but here comes Zeta.
Yeah, Vitopo on the backside going straight after 9-4. 9-4 is gone, Akura is gone. Xingdi's the next one. Xingdi is going to be gone, absolutely eviscerated as Tommy's looking to score, and there's going to be a 20 over here out of Zeta Division as they are literally dog walking High Five.
This is so tough for High Five to deal with, but they asked for it. This is the matchup they wanted. They asked Zeta to pick these Pokemon, so they're getting their matchup. Now they need to deliver on this. Obviously, Blaziken takes a while to get online. It is now 9, which is huge for High Five, right? Charizard also needs its 9. But while this is happening, Zoroark already level 11. Another easy objective over to the side of Zeta.
I mean, Rom is going to be a problem because Garchomp is now a problem. Like, High Five just doesn't have enough in the tank. They're so focused on Vitopo that they're looking at getting nickeled and dimed by everybody else, and that's when the big dollar bills Vitopo's coming through, and they're making purchases themselves. And those purchases are High Five's health bars.
Wow, they actually get away with that. Unbelievable here. Leafeon up into the air. Leafeon takes the KO. Charizard peeling back the other way. They finally pick up one. Garchomp takes him down with the Dragon Claw. Here comes Vitopo once again, and the pressure just stays on. They can't stop Zeta.
It's a mess. It's an absolute mess.
Doomstax is disgusted right now.
It's not good. It's not good. Like I said in the draft screen, the argument I was making is this draft at a High Five is arguably worse than the one that they had before to deal with this Zoroark, and that is bearing fruit right now because they are so locked in on Vitopo. They just got ran through by Rom, forcing out a Charizard Unite on a support Suicune. Disgusting work. Don't do that. It's nasty.
Here we have Zeta looking to make another play. High Five does have the ability to revive with Ho-Oh right now, so if they expend a lot of resources on the side of Zeta, they might actually be able to make something happen. Vitopo deciding to peel away from this engagement. High Five showing some signs of life here. Char not yet ready with the Unite move. Here comes Vitopo once again.
Flowery Fields forever, enough to top off Vitopo, and here comes the rest of the squad. Tomei engages. They're going to get a res up here, and is that going to be straight into the power knob? Well, can they actually convert into a knockout here? It seems like they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Zeta Division, but all they're really managing is to stay alive. Tomato finally goes down for all of those resources and all of those Unite moves. High Five got one support Suicune. Embarrassing.
At least they're able to create a position around this Registeel. Regieleki moving top. We actually have a little something going on here from High Five. They get the secure. They're looking towards this tier 1. Ho-Oh in the top path trying to deal with his Reggie. However, 3 members of Zeta are moving up to the top path. Garchomp Unite move right up into the air from the Charizard with the counter here. And they're trying to make something happen, but Garchomp actually ripping through them.
I mean, okay, the way that what Zeta Division was doing right there is the Garchomp heavy engages so that they can't base and let Vitopo smash through the top path and close out another goal zone. This was an executed strategy. Tomei knew their role. They went in, they bought time, and Vitopo cleaning up the trash in the top path. Holy, Zeta Division is miles ahead right now.
They are cooking right now. I mean, this is so tough for High Five. Their Blaziken's 11. At least their Charizard actually really solid level-wise at level 13. Vitopo almost at 15. We're 14 and a half here at 3 minutes. We can easily see at level 15 Zoroark for Rayquaza on the side of Zeta Division. Moving back in for another fight. The Emerald 2-step trying to pick up a KO right here. Charizard getting frozen, but able to peel back towards this goal zone. I don't know if Zeta wants to continue a fight like this. We're going to see.
Vitopo actually hanging out. They're going to try and flank this Charizard and Xingdi here. They're going to go straight in. They realize that they've been exposed. Blaziken is going to try to kind of scissor kick their way back. Vitopo bails as the Comfey is gone. But now, this is High Five's moment. They have to do something. They have to take down Tomato. They have to close this goal zone. They don't. They reel back Spraggles. I'm not sure that was the call. I think you got to get value somewhere.
Well, you know what? Actually, I think they baited that fight. I might be wrong here. I think they baited that fight. They still have Unite moves. They still have a way to deal with this right here. They got some experience, actually, from Zeta, knowing that Zeta was going to overextend in that moment. I'm not saying things are great for High Five by any means right here, but I think they kind of forced a fight, but I don't know if they want to force this one. Charizard with a beautiful counter. The Garchomp Unite is now gone, and they pick up a KO. 5 seconds until Ray. High Five is cooking, and they're moving to the pit.
Oh, Rom is down. Rom is gone. Zeta Division fumbling the bag at the 1 yard line, and now it's all on Vitopo and Tomato. They have to convert. They have to 3v5 this. They have to go in. 9-4 is low. Charizard is gone. Rayquaza's at half. Tomato's on the backside. Big side. Big Suicune Unite follow-up.
The res!
But the res is there. Is it going to be straight into a power-up? Z-Ray is going to pick up the trash. KO Stringer 2 for the Comfey for some reason.
They get it! High Five gets it!
High Five needs to go score. 1 minute 30 seconds left in Zeta Division. Absolutely fumbling the bag at the goal line. And they're finding themselves with a 99-yard return the other way.
But here we go. The shields are broke. Wait, they're all gone. They took them all down. Zora Comfey peels and scores 4-11-91. I don't think there's a single shield left unless that Snorlax is holding 50 with a shield right now. But I would think if they were, someone would be around them protecting them. No! High Five has nothing. They won Ray, but they lost every shield.
This is wild work. And honestly, I am like flabbergasted that Zeta Division was able to cobble up those pieces. That 99-yard return got stopped again on the goal line, and now it's going back the other way. They're gonna have to try to get these points in. This is wild. I can't breathe.
Here we go, moving towards this tier 2 goal zone. We have High Five, multiple members of Zeta also moving towards their home base. It looks like it's all over, but we have 30 seconds left. They're trying to start a fight right here that could possibly be a game-winning fight. They get one, another KO, 25 seconds left. Points are going in, 595 to 335. They're heading towards this home goal zone, but here comes Vitopo to defend.
They have to go through. They have to try and start score. Flowery Fields forever, and it's Vitopo and the Zeta Division army standing on the home base, and there's not enough time. They're ripping through High Five. High Five took Ray, but Zeta Division found a way and holds on to this 2-0 win.
Zeta Division getting to play the exact game they wanted twice in a row, even losing Rayquaza to some of the beautiful moments that High Five was able to put together. But this is the match High Five asked for. They asked for it twice. They know what Zeta is playing. It is no secret that Vitopo wants that Comfey collar and they want to run around the map causing absolute havoc. They let them do it 2 times in a row. And after a result like that, I have to say, I think it was a huge mistake.
I agree completely. And you said moments that High Five was able to put together. It was moments that Zeta Division gave them. That eject button Dragon Rush in the middle of 5 people, I can't say that that was the best penned strategy and actually ended up kind of causing an absolute kerfuffle. However, when they got back to the middle, like you said, we were so focused on Ray that we were missing back caps. That's why things felt disjointed out of Zeta Division. They were seeing the bigger picture. We were so I can speak for myself, was so focused on that Rayquaza because it felt like it was the beginning and the end for High Five in that game too. And the moment they secure everything, they secure Ray, you look up and almost like, oh wait, they're suddenly down by 300.
Yeah.
Right? And then you're like, but all their shields are gone too. And it was just expertly played, expertly recovered from, I will say, from Zeta Division.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta played that flawlessly. They had a rocky day 1 running into Aegis Flames, right? And Aegis Flames just coming out of nowhere, throwing these haymaker punches. They looked incredible. Now you head into day 2. Zeta is in peak form, and a team that could easily have got to grand finals. High Five, a team that a lot of us thought, wow, this team is going deep in this tournament.
Yesterday.
What's that?
They 6-0 yesterday.
6-0 in groups, looking way better in groups than some of these other squads. Goes down to Zeta. I have to say, a lot of these games are won and lost in draft, of course, right?
Yeah,
you're taking away options from your opponents. You're putting yourself in the best position possible. I don't think giving Zeta exactly what they want and trying to counter it was a call. You got to take
game
part
2,
of it,
right?
Yes.
You can make an argument that game 1,
1.
I mean, they got so many things, like so many tools. They got the Charizard, the Espeon, the Zarina, a bunch of solo Unite moves that can focus and catch this Zoroark. After that didn't work, you just got to ban the thing.
Yes,
you got to say, we got everything to deal with this, and we still couldn't get it done. It's just got to be out of the equation.
Yeah.
Ban Dodrio, ban Zoroark, make them do anything else.
I think you have to. Or if you want to take the Comfey away and say, look, without this piece of the puzzle, I actually don't think it works, fine. But if you give them every part of it again, and you get the same result, it's just real tough.
It's a tough one.
I think it's a real tough one. We are going to go to break. Obviously, every game is going to have a heartbreaking moment because every single match between a team means someone is heading home. High Five an amazing team. I love watching them. Their championship run ends right now, but Zeta from Japan continues on. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back with more of our coverage here at the World Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Meet the Casters, everybody. I am Zoinks, joined with Kalok, a fellow Unite commentator. We're going to be asking a few questions so you can all meet the casters a bit more. So Kalok, first question, as always, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Sylveon is my favorite because she is the cutest.
Yeah, that's a great answer. It's a great answer. It's not Umbreon, which I think is maybe the cutest, but it's still a fantastic answer. My favorite Pokemon, I said the previous one, is Banette, but if I had to pick a second one, I'm going to go with Gengar this time. Yeah. Yeah, this time I got to go with it. Okay, so for the next question, Kalok, you've gotten the chance to do a few of these World Championship broadcasts. What is your favorite memory from any Pokemon World Championship?
That is a really tricky question because there is so much to choose from, but I think it's just seeing the stage for the first time. All of the little details, I feel like there's so much to see and pick out, but obviously the matches, I mean, they're always so fire. So, as I said, it's hard to choose just one, okay?
Exactly. No, that's so fair. I think both of us are choosing this World Championship. Might be the best one that we've ever seen. We'll see, we'll see. Now, another question that we wanted to ask every single Pokemon Unite caster is, what Pokemon do we think we want added into Pokemon Unite? There's already 70-some Pokemon, but what's another one you want in the game?
I would love to see Totodile. So that is another one of my favorites because we cannot just have one, but I would absolutely love to see Totodile just running around, chomping everything.
Yeah, okay, good. Very good chompy boy. I love that. Last time I said Dusknoir. This time I'm going to go with my favorite Pokemon. I want to see Banette in Pokemon Unite. So bad. Speedster Banette, please. I'll do anything. Okay, final question. Kalok, we got a really fun tournament happening already while you were all watching this. So what Pokemon do we think is going to be seen the most in the tournament? That's including both bans and picks.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I think Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is either going to get banned or it's either going to get picked up if it doesn't end up getting banned. So that's my highest encounter right there.
That's a great answer. I'm going with the same one. I also think it's going to be Ho-Oh. I think that it's going to be a very, very common pick this weekend. Kalok, we have one more fun thing to do in this segment. We've got a very colorful wheel. Why don't you go ahead and spin that, and we'll decide on one final question. No, I think that was great. Oh, interesting is going to be our favorite Eevee evolution. I'm just kidding. It is going to be do your best Pokemon cry. Kalosaurus, please hit us with your best Pokemon cry.
Slowpoke.
Oh. I like that one a lot. And the great words of another Pokemon Unite commentator, Soph, I go, asha, asha, asha. That's been Meet the Casters, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm Zoinks, this is Kalok, and I hope you have fun meeting some more casters.
Who's that Pokemon? Zoinks, Burgers, and I are going to pretend to be Pokemon. Amanda has to guess who we are. And go.
Okay. What's your relationship like with your parents?
Ooh, it's a little bit, we've got this spark between us, you know. It's a bit volatile, I would say.
Okay.
For me, I'd say a little icy, a little cold, but there's a warmth there, you know?
Speaking of warmth, absolutely fantastic. Love him to death.
All right. Super nice there. We did do this a little bit earlier. I talked about, your morning routine, but what's your perfect day?
Oh, well, a day that never ends, truly. Where the sun rises and never sets. I like to soar as much as I can throughout the day, burning extremely bright.
For me, get me cuddled up in I guess you could even say a cave. I would love to hang out in one of those, a cold one, all dang day.
Give me a power plant. Just feed off that energy, you know. I need that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Loves a power play.
It's in my contract. It's,
all right, Zapdos.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah. So that would make you Articuno and you Mr. Moltres.
Yes, exactly correct.
day of competition of day 2 of the competition, of course. Right, we have here, I'm Chan and Bridget. Have you been enjoying the show?
It's been incredible. Seriously, some of the best date games I've ever been able to see in person, especially. I'm having a great time.
So I assume that you were here yesterday as well. So what was your favorite moment?
Oh, Nouns beating Paper X. Sorry, Paper X, I know they just got knocked out, RIP, but I had my noggles on. It was incredible. Really, really great performance from both teams, but getting the Nouns win, I felt something.
Yeah, so you're wearing the Nouns glasses, so you're definitely excited about that one. And how about today? Are you looking forward to any match in particular?
There's definitely going to be amazing games today, but I'm actually excited to see Aegis Flames. Really, really huge upset yesterday. Have to give the shout out to the Brazilian teams. A special region in my heart, so happy for them and excited to see what they can do today too.
Definitely a dear region in my heart as well. And Bridget, tomorrow we're heading into the arena. Anaheim Arena here at the Convention Center. How do you feel about that? Like, it's the first time we're ever going to be in the arena.
Yeah, and it's our first finals on a Sunday, and it gets to be in the arena. I'm very, very gassed. I cannot wait. It's going to be amazing.
All right, thank you so much, Bridget. I'm going to go back to the casters as we get ready for our next game.
And welcome back, trainers, to the Pokemon World Championships. It has been a bit of a day here so far, but Danalee, how are you feeling?
Look, I'm hyped because we probably have one of the best potential underdog matches that is just about to kick off. And, you know, I agree with Bridget. Aegis Flames, they surprised us yesterday. And they could be another team to surprise us if they knock out Insomnia.
Well, that's the thing. It is the Pokemon World Championships after all, and it's expect the unexpected. You cannot underestimate any team that has made it here this weekend. So we'll have to see what role Aegis Flames end up going up against Insomnia. But let's take a quick look at our bracket so far. We have Team EX being able to defeat Orange Juice's 2-1. So they are moving on through, and they're actually going to go up against Zeta Division, who have defeated High Five 2-0. Otherwise, we have another one complete there, Danalee.
Yep, and then as you can see towards the bottom, we had Kalok eliminating Paper Rex 2-0 in that matchup, which I think for a lot of people was a big surprise. Yes, we knew Kalok was a very formidable team, but to 2-0 Paper Rex, that's a statement in itself. So Kalok, they're going to have to figure out who their opponent is going to be. It'll be the winner between Rejects and Santos Laguna, which is going to be happening later today. So very, very exciting times here, Kels, because we're basically trying to funnel our teams down to our final 2 for Championship Sunday. And the question I think we're all kind of wondering is, who are the top 2 teams right here for Pokemon Unite?
I mean, the fact that we started at 27 teams yesterday for our group stage down to the top 16, and we only end up remaining with 2 at the end to go on to tomorrow, and then obviously, well, it's 1. We've got to do the math, okay? That works out. There's only 1 champion here at the Pokemon World Championships of Pokemon Unite, okay?
Absolutely, but we still got to chop the teams down. We've still got to figure out who's going to be the best, and unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to somebody in this best of 3 series. And the question is it going to be Aegis Flames or is it going to be Insomnia? And I think a lot of us are kind of questioning who's the stronger team between these two, because I mean, everyone knows who Insomnia is. They are the ACL champions. They qualified for Worlds very early. I think that is something we do need to talk about. They qualified for Worlds very early, and then after ACL, the team kind of, you know, they kind of went for a little bit of a snooze, a little bit of a slumber. They've been kind of hiding strats leading up to Worlds.
Snorlax, power nap.
Maybe. You know, typical things for Insomnia, but Aegis Flames, I think this is a team that, I mean, obviously they qualified for Worlds, they deserve to be here, but the question I think people are kind of asking themselves is, how good is this team really? And are they Worlds level? And obviously they made it to day 2. So now their next hurdle, beating Insomnia. Can they do it? And I mean, I spoke to Metz yesterday and he was extremely confident. Like, this guy smiles, all smiles. And I asked him, like, thoughts if you got Zeta Division tomorrow? And he was like, oh yeah, we can totally beat Zeta Division. That's not the matchup. They've got Insomnia first. But I mean, I love that attitude already coming from Aegis Flames.
yes, they are definitely coming in confident. I did bump into them this morning as well, asked how they felt, and they said they're feeling great. So, you know what? Confidence, that is part of the key to success when it does come down to the Pokemon World Championships. Well, the thing is, yeah, you cannot let those nerves get to you. And, well, you know what? Aegis Flames, as you mentioned, huge upsets yesterday, being able to defeat Zeta Division. And, well, that was one of the Japan representatives. Are they able to take down the other Japan representative, being Insomnia?
I would argue Zeta Division was the better team if you were to compare Zeta to Insomnia. Now, the thing is, like, yeah, they beat Zeta already, but we have to remember there's a potential opportunity for them to go up against Zeta again. And because it's potentially a rematch, if this does end up happening, they don't have the element of surprise anymore, right? They've already kind of revealed their hand at Worlds. So you kind of have to have something in your back pocket or maybe on your head going into these matches, as we do have a Metagross there on the side of Aegis Flames and also the Zera.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Got to bring the Zera aura onto that desk for you. For that luck, we obviously saw the Mattis go in with an incredible match with that Zera aura yesterday. So we'll have to see whether it ends up being let through. I mean, there's also, you know, the decision of bans. Insomnia thinking of going safe, or do you think this is where the respect bans might come into play?
Okay, so this is a question I think we have to kind of direct at Insomnia and how comfortable they feel playing up against a Zera, because of course it is a very unconventional Pokemon that you don't normally see in the competitive scene. It's very niche, it fulfills a very particular role, and because you're not scrimming against it very frequently, sometimes it can really catch you off guard.
They're the ones I love to see.
Yes, absolutely. Now, keep in mind, this is not a Pokemon that is foreign to the Japanese scene. We do actually see quite a few Zeras kind of popping around here and there, so the region is rather familiar with the Pokemon. So just going off of what I know from the Japanese region, I wouldn't be surprised if Insomnia maybe leave it in the pool for now. They have the knowledge that this Pokemon exists and that Aegis Flames can play it. But maybe Insomnia, when they're drafting, they pick up a few Pokemon that are going to counter a Zera if it still appears, because we also have to, you know, remember there are some really strong Pokemon that are overperforming at Worlds this year that probably they kind of deserved bans compared to a Zera.
Yeah, I guess that's where that meta does become more refined into day 2. But I believe we are going to go throw it over to that feature stage and have a look here. We have Reject going up against Santos Laguna here. We're about the halfway point so far.
This game is live as well, folks, so the winner of this set will be playing up against Kalok in their next round. So we'll have to see who's going to be able to take this series, because it is game number 1. We have not completed our first matchup, so first point is very important in the best of 3 series as well. Now we do have the Regieleki being taken up top here for Reject, so that is going to start pressuring Santos's top lane. The bottom lane, they do have that priority for the Scyther. But the thing is, who is the priority target for this Scyther? Because being level 10, there aren't too many Pokemon on the side of Reject that you can easily snipe.
Well, I guess that's given Santos Laguna's play style. They don't really need a target, because I feel like Scyther is a Nemo's signature Pokemon, you could say. So, I mean, if you were to pick a target, maybe that Armarouge, that Buzzwole, but also Blaziken can be a big threat. But, well, this Regieleki is no longer a threat to Santos Laguna, as Scyther was able to finish it off. Pavoni, though, sticking around, looking to pick up some Eos energy. Whether they're going to dunk it in, we'll have to wait and see what it looks like, because Anemo has decided to go on downtown.
Yeah, those stacks are very important on the Clefable, but down bottom, we are going to be seeing that fight for that Reggie. The Armarouge has been caught. Pewee, oh no, he's down to half health. He's been absolutely stunned, cannot move at all, and already down. It's going to be a 4v4. They keep on with that Scyther, and we hit another Pokemon on the ground, that Buzzwole. Going to be the next one to follow. Now, unfortunately, the support came a little bit too late there, and as you can see, the Scyther securing the Reggie there for Santos, so they now have a defensive bonus. But Reject, they still want to fight into this. They have the overheat charged up on that Blaziken. I mean, it does some good damage, but can they follow through and get these knockouts?
Oh my gosh, Minoto being able to escape on that Blissey with 1 HP and a Dream. We do have that Snorlax getting taken down, so not the most valuable asset to knock on out because they are going to respawn quite quickly. Otherwise, less than 20 seconds left to go until another Regieleki spawns. We can already see that Anemo on the side that has reached that level 13, so has both of those plus movements on hand, but I mean, they're on the back foot right now. The scoreboard right now is 233 to 26 points in favor of Reject.
Now we have to remember as well, Scyther, although a very powerful Pokemon, can be knocked out if it is locked down by a strong move. The Buzzwole, they're going to be starting the fight there for Reject, and immediately the support is down on the side of Santos, as well as the Aegis Slash. It's just going to be the Scyther, Snorlax, and that Mewtwo Y to stick around for the team. It's a 3v3 there. We have Pewee wanting to come back into that fight. Haruto desperately trying to catch up to that Mewtwo, but unfortunately just isn't able to latch. No! The Mewtwo! He fell for the trap.
Yeah, you do not want to fall for those traps and get knocked on down. But look at this, the Snorlax coming in just in time to go and push this Regieleki backwards. And now the fight continues as Aegis Slash is needing to back away, but 2 members end up getting taken down by Haruto here.
Haruto is just barreling down Santos, and unfortunately for Santos, they don't have anyone that can really challenge that Buzzwole. They're going to keep throwing bodies to try and preserve this tier 2 goal zone, but I think they've really run out of gas here. Yeah, the Snorlax is there. Reject, they will back out. I think they're pretty happy with what they got in that top lane. Yeah, it's not broken, but they got so much experience with those back-to-back-to-back knockouts.
Yeah, less than 30 seconds left to go until this Rayquaza does spawn. Another Regieleki is going to appear. Whether either of these teams are actually going to prioritize it, we'll have to wait and see, or whether they're just going to lock in for this prime positioning.
I mean, just looking at the position for these two teams, I actually think it's really Santos that has to make that first move here. If it's going to be a battle of securing that Ray, Blaziken should be the one to get one. So if you're Santos, you can't really afford to leave it to a battle of sniping the Ray. You need to somehow put yourself at a number advantage, either eliminating the Blaziken right off the bat, or at least trying to go for that numbers advantage. We are seeing a score happening in that top lane, and it will break the goal zone, but it only closes the gap slightly. It's not really putting Santos in a position where they can easily turn this game around with a micro score. We are seeing some damage being thrown out. Beautiful body block, though, to preserve Satake, who is trying to bait Santos into fight with the constant pokes there onto the Ray.
Well, yeah, it's really going to come down to this engage from this Snorlax. Are they going to be able to be successful at it? But interestingly enough, we don't have the Scyther in the Ray pit just yet. And my mistake, it was played by Anysus as well. I've read the wrong name there, so my mistake. Otherwise, we do have Hitman hitting this Rayquaza from the back line, but Satake has gone and thrown a focus blast to ward them off.
Yeah, forced him to actually having to jump out of that Ray pit as well. You've got to be so careful on that Mewtwo, because if you get caught in there, you don't really have much of an escape, and it looks like we are going to be jumping into that battle of the Ray Mewtwo Y, popping that Unite, having that little mini sun, trying to set things up here with the Buzzwole going in for the Unite 2. Blaziken has gone. Santos, they've got their team, and they also get the Rayquaza. They've got the shields, and look who's left to defend. Nobody's home.
No one is home. No one is here to defend. All of these dunks are going to rain on through, and that is going to allow Santos Laguna to make a catch up because, well, they're all still on cooldown.
That's a game number 1 locked in for Santos Laguna against Reject as well, putting them just 1 game away from advancing in the competition. And for Reject, now you're in a desperate situation because you have to win the next 2 games. Otherwise, you're at risk of being eliminated from the competition.
I guess that's the risk when it comes to day 2. It is single elimination, so every game makes a difference. But otherwise, that feature stage there, we will have the next matches all set up for you on that main stage very, very shortly. But I guess in terms of what we just saw from that match, Suicune, that is something that we saw a lot of yesterday. What are your thoughts on this Pokemon?
I think, obviously, I think a lot of us know that Suicune is an absolute menace to play up against. The constant freeze procs, especially if you get those multi-Pokemon freezes, which we constantly saw yesterday. I kind of feel like this is a Pokemon where you make one misstep, you get a little bit too close, 3 Pokemon get frozen, that is it. That is all the initiation your team needs to come in, sweep up those knockouts, and essentially put yourself in such a big advantage in a lot of these team fights. It's worth a ban. I don't think it's a Pokemon that's worth being 100% banned. I think there are definitely situations where you kind of have to let it through because there are other priorities. But Suicune, I think we kind of have to treat it as an Umbreon. It won't always be banned, but I think it's a Pokemon that if you want to grab something for your first 1 to 2 picks, Suicune has to be one of them.
What would be your pick, though, of the tournament?
The Pokemon with the highest impact in the matches. Okay, that one's a tough one because there are a few Pokemon fulfilling several roles here. I think if it comes to secure, there's a lot of questions. I think in the case of trying to secure objectives, I think Blaziken is still king for this. We haven't really seen any other Pokemon really outcompete that Blaziken pick.
Zarina.
Blaziken would still outperform Serena. Serena, I have to say, probably like...
feel like it's
a popular Pokemon, but it's not as popular as certain other ones at the moment. But I think
different
it's a star.
objectives.
Yes.
I guess when we look at a Zarina, it's more about those team fights and that sustain, whereas Blaziken is there more for that trusty secure with that overheat. But even then, going in with those engages and that poke damage to finish him off with a Focus Blast. But, I mean... we'll have to wait and see how that next one ends up panning out and who actually ends up continuing on through to those semi-finals. There's still a lot more matches to come here at the Pokemon World Championships, but, well, we'll have to see.
I mean, we're waiting for this next matchup. I want to hear your thoughts, Kel, on the upcoming matchup, right? So Aegis Flames up against Insomnia. I think I kind of shared my opinions on these two teams. Who do you feel like is the team that has the upper hand in this matchup?
Oh, that's a tricky one. Considering the performance that we saw yesterday, Aegis Flames.
Okay.
They just looked incredible. And as I said, it's a matter of don't underestimate any team here. So I feel like in terms of Insomnia, yes, they are a strong team, but you mentioned earlier, obviously they ended up getting that World Championship qualification really early on in the season and didn't perform so well when it came down to those qualifications for the Pokemon Japan Championship Series. So obviously there's been a lot of downtime for them, but that's the thing. There's a lot of question marks. I feel like I'm a little bit of a side up here. You know, question marks all over our heads on, well, expect the unexpected, really.
Expect the unexpected. But I think I have to kind of agree, though. I think Aegis Flames, we have more recent data on them. So what we recently saw, that is how the team is currently in terms of form. Insomnia, it's kind of 50-50, I think. We really don't know what form they're in, unfortunately, just because we don't really have as much data compared to Aegis Flames.
Well, yes, Aegis Flames, if you think about their performance so far this season,
10 out of 10.
They have been at the top of Brazil, winning multiple monthly cups. So obviously they have that experience there, but that's playing at home, right? When it comes to the world stage, it's a completely different environment. There are so many other things that come into play. So it's a matter of, well, which team can really just lock in and lock down and take down the other team.
And just going off of that, I think it's Aegis Flames. Just after speaking to Mets, you know, he's just, I don't know, just exuding a lot of confidence. And it's a case of like, he doesn't really care who he's going up against, or at least that's what it seems to me for the team. They are just very, very comfortable against all of their opponents. Now, we do have some stats to share with you folks at home on the screen right now. So, top Pokemon by encounter rate. This is how frequently Pokemon are being picked. And, Kels, I'm glad you brought up the Suicune question because it is the most picked Pokemon here at the Pokemon World Championships.
A whopping 93% with 67 encounters so far.
And this also includes bans. We've just been informed. So, it's picked and banned. So very high demand Pokemon. It's a blue Umbreon, if you kind of want to think about it.
I mean,
compared to
two different roles here, but I get what
yeah.
you mean in terms of that lockdown, that sustain that it does end up bringing. But speaking about sustain, Ho-Oh obviously has that self-sustain with its passive as well, but 62 encounters so far, 86% win rate, and it comes down to the utility of its Unite move. We ended up seeing it in a previous set to be able to rejuvenate your allies when they're down. That can come in such handy during those big team fights to bring them in and then finish the job.
We've seen it a few times as well, and it's not a case of the Ho-Oh waiting for the entire team to get knocked down, then coming to save the day with the giant team revive. But we've seen games where Ho-Oh will revive a single ally just so that they can have that 5v5 happen in the Rayquaza pits. Now, top Pokemon by ban rate. Now, these are probably the most popular Pokemon that are currently being banned at the moment, and I think, not surprising to anybody, Latios. This is the most recent Pokemon, aside from Latias, that was added into the game, but is now available in the competitive scene. We have seen this Pokemon have moments where it shines, but at the same time, it's not a Pokemon that has that 100% win rate whenever you pick it up. We have seen some teams pick it, and it just doesn't work out for them.
I think that's the thing. It's such a late game Pokemon. It really need to rely on your allies in that early game to actually get online and power up that Eos energy. Otherwise, we do have some more Pokemon familiar up here. We had the Snorlax and the Blaziken showing up, but there we go. I said Zarina, highest win rate there, 15 wins, 75%, but not too far behind, obviously completely different role, Eldegoss at 71% with the 17 wins. Feel like Eldegoss was a Pokemon that we saw pick up here and there, but I felt like either a Hooper or a Clefable or a Blissey really tended to shine in the last couple of months. So to see this Cotton Puff come back at the World Championships is actually pretty cool.
I would love to know who is playing and winning with the Eldegoss, right? Because we're getting numbers of the Pokemon that wins. Now, there are certain teams that play certain Pokemon very well, and they can inflate those numbers. I am curious if this is spread across multiple teams, or if it might just be one team that's kind of raking in all the wins with that Eldegoss, because we didn't see a lot of this on the main stage.
Well,
we saw a lot of mixes in terms of supports. Some games, we didn't even get supports, you know? some teams, they decided to go for double defender. Viable strat, not judging, but yeah, Eldegoss, just to see that number, it kind of makes me think, okay, who's winning with Eldegoss?
Well, yeah, just to clarify, those stats aren't just the ones that are on the main broadcast. They're the ones that are played off stage as well. So all of those numbers crunching on down. So I'm not sure whether we'll end up seeing any more Eldegoss here today or not, but Hooper. I feel like Hooper is one of those top picks when it comes down to supporters. Its utility kit with that hyperspace hull, being able to go and heal those members back at that home base, but also the mobility it provides. I believe we ended up seeing it banned quite a few times too.
We did. So there were a lot of Hooper bans, but I do suspect there is a pretty big reason as to why Hooper has kind of fallen off in terms of this year's world. Okay. And it's mainly because there are a lot of Pokemon that are currently meta that really play against the whole Hooper mechanic, right? Because the whole point of Hooper, you want to utilize all the portals. The portal to go home, the portal to go to a team fight, wherever that Hooper is. At the moment, if you have a look at what is currently popular at Worlds this year, there are a lot of Pokemon that have moves that kind of sit on top of the portal, or you use the portal as setup so that you can have that follow through. And I think a great example of this that we actually saw in yesterday's games was Latios, right? Latios really likes to take advantage of those Hooper holes, because if you come back through the Hooper hole, that's set up for the Latios to just sort of come in and be like, hey guys, thanks for the setup, yoink, knockout. So Hooper's still popular, but it kind of depends on who that Hooper is playing up against. And can you play that classic Hooper style, or do you have to adapt your Hooper to the Pokemon that you're kind of playing up against? And I guess Serena also loves those Hooper holes, because you want to kind of hit as many Pokemon as possible. And that's what a Hooper hole does. 3 Pokemon go in, 3 come back. What happens? Disaster.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, we'll have to see whether that ends up playing out there. But one thing after all of this meta talk, we have seen such a variety of picks here at the World Championships so far, but day 2, as you mentioned, that's where that meta kind of becomes more refined. Teams are starting to figure out what works, what doesn't. Are we actually going to see any more experimental picks? Yes, we ended up seeing Aegis Flames pick up that Zera Aura, so whether that's more of a comfort or or one of those ones that they're going and playing and experimenting with. We ended up seeing a Gengar yesterday.
Yeah,
even from Cakewalk.
Yeah. I think it was Mark got that paper Gengar. I remember we were on the couch anyways, behind the scenes. We were just like, oh look guys, 2 Gengar games. It was very fun to watch. I don't think it's a case of experimentation. I do think these are aces that teams are kind of keeping up their sleeve, and some of these teams, I had to bring it out early because if they didn't, they were at risk of just not making it to day 2, right? So I think in the case of Aegis Flames, I do not blame them from having to bring out their ace because of who they had to play in their matches yesterday, right? Like you kind of had to bring in the top guns if you wanted to make it to day 2. I do wonder if they have anything else up their sleeve, because if they don't, this might put them at risk of being a little bit too readable, so that drafting might become a bit easier for their opponents. I do know for a fact with Insomnia, this is a team that can play pretty wild sometimes. And when I say wild, I'm saying they can pick some pretty crazy stuff.
Yes.
So I hope Aegis Flames is ready for that, because if they're not, they could be in some serious trouble in this matchup.
Yeah, I think if there was one word to describe Insomnia back from when we saw them at ACL, it would be innovative.
Yes.
So we'll have to see whether they're going to bring their innovativeness here for this set. And wow, we have our 4 bands locked in, and I see Zera Aura, Insomnia have gone in for that respect band.
I do appreciate the respect band. I think, you know, if you see somebody struggle up against the Zera, maybe the other team is onto something. So this does mean certain other Pokemon go through, and Charizard is one of them. This was another Pokemon that is rising in popularity. Mixed results so far, right? Teams are still trying to figure out where Charizard sort of fits in terms of team compositions, but for Insomnia, their next 2 picks, I have to say, make them look extremely scary. They've got the Buzzwole, who is a fantastic lane bully in that top lane. And then you have Mewtwo, who is going to be there with that solid damage output and can be a little elusive at times. Aegis Flames, though, they've picked up the Hooper Kel, so they do have the Sustain. They have a lot of mobility as well, and the Leafeon. So you have a very, very mobile central laner if this does end up being their central laner of choice.
We did ask that question earlier on when we were talking about that meta. Who is picking up this Eldegoss? Well, Insomnia is one of the teams also locking in that Obeyan. Whether we'll end up seeing those swaps later on, we'll have to wait and see. But wait, we haven't actually seen this yet. Venusaur is coming out onto the field. It has a 1% pick rate here, so I'm guessing, is this the first Venusaur? Well, it's first Venusaur on broadcast, at least.
Well, the question we have now for them is this going to be a Solar Beam, or is this going to be a Petal Dance?
Looking at the build so far, obviously we'll still have to go through those final preparations, but they do have that Buddy Barrier, that Focus Band, which is going to give them that sustain, that brawliness coming into those team fights. So I feel like Petal Dance would be the play.
I think you do need it against Charizard. Especially against Charizard, I feel that would be the better build, because you kind of want to chase them down.
Yes,
because
and
if
they
you
also have the full heal as well.
Yeah.
So I feel like you wouldn't really need that full heal if you're down in the back line with that Solar Beam. So
yeah.
I don't know, we were saying, well, there's one way to describe Insomnia is innovative. Do we think this Venusaur pick could work for Insomnia here against the composition that Aegis Flames are bringing?
Yeah, so I can kind of see the vision here for that Venusaur. But there are a couple of prerequisites that are required before you can really do anything with the Venusaur. Much like that Charizard, right? You need to get those levels in. You've got the full evolution, and of course you want to have access to your Unite moves that you're running at full capacity. Now, I wonder how Insomnia is going to guarantee this lane, because it looks like our 2 starter Pokemon are going to be battling it out in that bottom lane. I do want to have a quick mention. That top lane for Insomnia is going to be a nightmare for Aegis Flames, because not only is that going to be a Buzzwole, you also have an Eldegoss that's going to be poking you left, right, and center. So I hope Aegis Flames has a solution for this, because they are about to lose their Aegis Slash. and basically have him be destroyed in lane unless they can deal with this.
I think this is a really cool, good call from Luna to put that pressure on that cone edge earlier on and shut them down. That is the answer to keeping the mats at bay here, but we do have those birds spawning on shortly as we do have that Eldegoss reaching that level 4.
Yeah. So Aegis Flames, if they leave this in the top lane, they better do the absolute best that they can to really make that Charizard lane work down bottom, because unfortunately up top there's not really going to be any support for the team. Now they are managing to get these Pokemon to evolve. We have a Charmeleon here for Aegis Flames, but Insomnia continuing to add the pressure in that bottom lane. Aegis Flames, you can see they're really struggling in all of their lanes.
Yeah, struggling so far. They are currently at 0 points to 42 in favor of Insomnia. Psyduck's passive with that headache, being able to push back that Swin Up, and Leafeon means they're able to make it back to safety. But so far, this is still early days, and the levels are looking quite even.
Levels are still looking even, but I do have to say Insomnia, they're doing a really great job just pressuring Aegis Flames, really preventing them from making any kind of aggressive plays happen. They are going to be moving into full experience farming mode there as we have the Ivysaur heading into that central area. The rest of the team, though, is going to try and hold the fort down. We do have the Buzzwole there with the Eldegoss. They had to use the portal on the side of Aegis Flames just so that we didn't have any accidents. And that Charizard trying to poke away at the Psyduck. Now, I think he might have gone a little bit too close. They will have to go for that wraparound. Instead, they change their target onto that Piloswine instead. And it looks like we're going to see a big 5-man push here for Insomnia. They want to break that goal zone.
They want to break that goal zone. They want to smash on down as 2 members of Aegis Flames end up getting knocked out. And look at this perfect match, leaving it on 1 point. Eldegoss was the last one to get the dunk. So we'll see how much of an overcap it ended up being, but that does push them back into the lead at 138 to 86.
Oh man, this Venusaur is online. It's level 8. It is basically ready to go. And I really fear now for Aegis Flames, because just looking at the Pokemon available in their composition, they don't really have anyone that can pop a Petal Dance Venusaur. One of the ways teams typically deal with this, if it's Petal Dance, is that you need a lot of burst damage to basically one-hit KO this Pokemon. Now, Aegis Flames, they have a lot of sustain. They've got damage, but it's not something that's going to be able to pop a Venusaur. So really, the only way I can really see Aegis Flames dealing with the Venusaur, you're either just going to have to win these fights outright, or you need to pick up the rest of the team. And Sunsun has been caught out, pushed back into the team. Aegis Flames, though, just not enough damage to really finish them off. Arthur, though, still fighting, will get picked off, as well as the Aegis Slash and Aegis Flames. Now the ones to retreat, taking far too much damage. Another body hits the ground. Liaison trying to get out himself, does get pulled back, and it's just the Charizard, the last standing player here for Aegis Flames. And things are starting to go a little sideways here, Kels.
Yeah, we're starting to get that ball rolling. Insomnia have successfully broken both of those tier 1 pads, and that is really going to hinder the maneuverability that we're relying on from that hyperspace hole of the Hooper. They no longer can teleport as quickly there closer to those objectives.
And you can just see how scared Aegis Flames is to move around the map as well. They're doing their best to collect experience from wild Pokemon, but the moment they get a little bit too close to Insomnia, you can really tell that they just don't want to have anything to do with the enemy team. Just collect that experience and basically survive up until that late game. But is Insomnia going to really let them do that? Because you see S-Slime here, he's challenging Mets, and his health does go down to half, but unfortunately the Aegis Slash, he's run out of damage, he misses there, and now he is going to be chased, slowly whittled down. The rest of the team, though, battling out with that Charizard. They do pick up that Mewtwo, and they get another one as well. The Eldegoss goes down. 2 knockouts there, but at the cost of what? Aegis Flames losing half their team themselves.
Yeah, there's just fights left, right, and center here as we have another member of Aegis Flames getting knocked on down. Buzzwole with that 3 KO streak, picking up a 4th with that Charizard. So definitely taking that point lead and that level lead, because Venusaur is now at level 12 as we've just reached that halfway mark.
He's huge. Some people might just say he's only 1 level ahead of everyone else. No, he's huge. This is a big thick Pokemon. You cannot afford to let that Venusaur literally run away with this game because of it, just how incredibly tanky and how much of a nuisance this Pokemon is, especially once it has access to both of its plus moves. It heals so much. It does so much damage as well. There's very little on the side of Aegis Flames that you can really do against the Venusaur unless you basically 5 versus 1. And this Mamo forced to use its Unite move, otherwise it was going to get picked off. We do have the Regieleki moving in that top lane, and it's going to be a 1-for-1, so they do get that Venusaur. Huge pickoff, especially being a level 12 Pokemon. Mistakes being made.
I think that is the answer. Try and catch that Venusaur all alone and just go and collapse on it. Otherwise, we do have a collapse towards this tier 2, but 2 members of Insomnia are here to defend. Matties isn't giving up. They're going to dive on in, try to slash them down. Are they going to be successful? The answer is no. And now Regieleki is able to be dealt with, but look at this. We have 4 members of Aegis Flames trying to pressure the bottom pad now.
And we already see the Leafeon going down. The chase continues here as they try their best to slow down that Venusaur. And thanks to the Hooper, they are able to keep S-Slime in place. So the damage could have been much worse there. But Aegis Flames, they do walk out with the rest of their team. It's not over yet though, Kels. This game is still close enough for Aegis Flames to be able to still have that victory within grasp. But it does come down to these next couple of fights here. Is it a case of them just basically avoiding fights and waiting for that Rayquaza? Or can they maybe pull off a cheeky play? Can they maybe go for a pickoff here and just try to take over the game? It's going to be 2 versus 4, unfortunately, as the Mamoswine does get caught out. Armthrust trying to lead them away from that bottom goal zone. He will go down, but now they have to deal with 5 players.
Yeah, this seems to be Insomnia's strat here. Just stick together, be protected by that Petal Dance, rely on that stun from Luna on that Mewtwo, and even that hindrance and displacement that Buzzwole is going to bring to the table. But we do have 10 seconds left until this basement Reggie does spawn. 4 members of Insomnia are ready to go. Aegis Flames, it looks like they're pivoting towards that top half for the Regieleki instead.
What's this Reggie going to be? It's just the Regi. So I think if you're Aegis Flames, you have to call this extremely lucky, because if that was the Regirock or Registeel, that buff might have just tilted this game too much in favor of Insomnia. The Regieleki has been picked off though, and it's going to start waltzing in that top lane, so maybe that's going to be something that is going to cause one of Insomnia's players to have to deal with this. But you can see both teams, they are prepping themselves for that Rayquaza battle. Actually, a big wraparound from Insomnia. Aegis Flames can't afford to get caught here, Kels.
This is the play. You were talking about the answers that they could do, the sneaky dunks. The Regieleki going into the goal, allowing Leafeon to dunk in those double points, and they still have that Hooper Unite might move on hand to bring him back.
Oh, they managed to catch the Aegis Slash, but maybe it's going to be a victory for the team instead. No, Mets is the first one to go down, so it's 4 versus 4. Mewtwo on the side also getting caught out. The Hooper has been caught on the side of Aegis Flames. The chase, though, continues. A massive ball of Insomnia chasing after that Mamoswine. Charizard to the side there with the Leafeon. Leafeon maybe trying to see, is there a target that they can go for that Unite move on? But everyone is just far too healthy. Charizard doesn't even have access to the Unite move either, so really, all they can do is just chip away with some fire on the side. The Leafeon, they're getting a steal onto the Rayquaza, and maybe this is where things turn.
Duoset Bomb being able to steal that away from Insomnia. Now 4 members are down, and the goals are going to come on through because Mewtwo is not able to stop every single one of them. Aegis Flames down the lead, 351 to 190 points, and well, there goes another 100, Danalee.
There goes another 100, another 84 as well in that home base. And we do get another little micro dunk from that Charizard. But beautiful stuff coming out from Aegis Flames, pushing that top lane originally with that Leafeon to score them the points to set them in the lead, forcing Insomnia to take that Rayquaza. And the fact that it's now been denied, the only way for Insomnia to come back, you've got to somehow wipe Aegis Flames within the next 5 seconds, and you're going to have to somehow score 500 points, which with 20 seconds left to go, Kel, I just don't see that happening, unfortunately, as you get a huge Leafeon Unite. Aegis Flames about to lock in game number 1 of this best-of-3 series against Insomnia.
That was a surprise attack coming from that Leafeon to go and wipe out of that team. And you know what? This isn't going to stop Aegis Flames. They're just going to go and pad the stat board there with those dunks. But with their backs against the wall, they had that play there with that Regieleki crashing on through. Hyper the Hooper having their Unite move, it looked a little bit dicey heading on into that team fight, but they somehow made it happen with a huge secure on that Rayquaza.
Like, it was, you can clearly tell that there was a plan to this, right? Because the moment they broke that top goal zone, that set them in the lead. And all of a sudden, they realized that, okay, we're in the lead now. Insomnia has to take that Rayquaza.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel like it was such a smart move that they kind of let Insomnia think they were going to be able to take it for free. But then all of a sudden, you have that Leafeon come out of nowhere with the huge Unite move to swipe that away. And basically setting themselves into that very dominant position and just basically taking the game from that moment on. So Insomnia, I think they're probably regretting the fact that they did not deal with that Regieleki originally in that top lane. If they kind of dealt with that and got rid of it, they would have still have had that lead in the game, and they wouldn't have had to feel so pressured to take that Rayquaza.
I think that's the difficult calls that members have to make. Do you go and risk it for the biscuit there? And well, I guess it was a risk that seemed like it faltered, but I mean, timing ended up really coming down as Insomnia, as I mentioned, there was multiple members of Aegis Flames knocked on out from this snowball comp.
The snowball comp, as great as it is, you know, at the end of the day, Rayquaza can really just turn this kind of lineup on its head, because you can spend the whole game snowballing, collecting points, but unless you're 600 points over your opponents, Rayquaza is not going to win you that matchup. So I think if you're Insomnia, you know, their plan, it was solid. It was just until they kind of had to deal with that Regieleki, they just didn't make the right decision there. I think things would have been much different if they didn't put themselves at that point deficit by letting it crash through and letting that Leafeon score.
But we do have our MVP from that match. Do games, they're playing that Charizard, dealing 93k damage. And one thing I want to point out as well, this cursed bangle to go and hinder the healing from Insomnia, and that Eldegoss, I think, really paid dividends.
It did. I actually think it does really pay off for teams that really rely on that healing. But folks, as we are getting ready for that next game, I do believe we have a bit of a quick update here with Soph. Let's head on over to the stage and see what's happening with Soph.
Well, Kelly, what we have here is on the B stage, we saw Santos Laguna and Reject Gaming. And we know that you guys covered a little bit, but I have the updates on how that series actually ended up. And it was a 2-0 dominant really sweep for Santos Laguna. So our Latam North representatives beat the Reject Japanese team. And it was very interesting as well, because the first game, there was a bit of a lead that we saw coming from Reject in the early game, but then just the micro and the way that Santos Laguna were playing in those team fights was definitely spot on. And for game 2, I saw this beautiful play on Rayquaza, final stretch, and just giving the highlight to the defender and the supporter, for me in particular, because we see them as the Snorlax using a beautiful block to get away the Buswell from the pit. On top of that, you had supporter Blissey on the other side of the pit as well, making sure the enemies was completely isolated and separated from where the fight was supposed to be. So beautiful plays from Santos Laguna, and an amazing way to advance into this bracket today. Now, thank you so much, Kelly. Back to you.
Thank you so much, So, for that update on that previous match. But as we can see, Santos Laguna are going to progress on through to the quarterfinals, going to take on Kalok next. But it is single elimination here for day 2 of the World Championships, which means we have to say goodbye to Reject.
Not just Reject, in case people don't know, we also have an update with the brackets. So we've already said goodbye to Reject, Paper Rex, High Five. We're going to be saying goodbye to so many more teams, but so many big names are already out of the running, Kells. And between these two teams, you know, looking at how things currently are, with Insomnia being behind, they might be the next team to be knocked out if they can't win these next 2 games.
Yeah, it is a best of 3 after all, so we'll have to see whether Insomnia can lock on down and take it 2-1 against Aegis Flames. But we do have our 4 bands locked on in. Zeraora, taken away from Mats once again. Too much of a threat. Along with that Ho-Oh, Aegis Flames has decided to knock away that Latios because they are in that second pick position, along with that Mewtwo Y, I believe.
I do like the poach coming in from Matt. So he's got the Buzzwole in his possession this time. Sniping that away from Insomnia, which I think is really great because at least that top lane is going to be a little bit more even. You know, you don't have that Buzzwole and Eldegoss matchup anymore, which is probably one of the worst matchups in that top lane, hands down. But this does mean that Insomnia, they are going to go back for that Blaziken. We didn't see this Pokemon in our first matchup. And this one can be a bit of a nuisance as well, because if you do feed the Blaziken, don't feed the Blaziken. Oh. It is a terrifying Pokemon. But Gengar, S-Slime, really going for the Gengar. Okay.
That is really interesting. We did end up seeing Gengar yesterday, played by Kalok, but it looks like Insomnia are going and trying this one out. I'm really interested to see what they end up bringing to the table with it. Thing that they have to worry about is, yes, they have to make sure this Blaziken gets online, along with this Gengar being those late scalers. But, well, this is another Pokemon we haven't really seen very often, Cerulege.
Yeah, so Cerulege is making a slight comeback, I feel, right? Because there was a time and place where this Pokemon was the in thing. It got hit with a couple of nerfs, kind of fell off in terms of popularity, but it is coming back. I have to say, I feel like this is a Pokemon I see quite a lot in like the Brazil and Latam region. They really like to play this Pokemon. So to have this here, I hope Insomnia is ready to deal with this because Cerulege has just not been played in Japan recently. This is I guess like a forgotten Pokemon after the original Cerulege moment meta. So I hope they're ready to deal with this. But the thing is, like, S-Slime, Gengar. I don't know if you want to be dealing with the Cerulege.
Well, I guess that's a benefit with the Cerulege. If they do end up going with that Phantom Force moveset, they're able to go invulnerable as they dive underground. And even then, with its Unite move, if Aegis Flames are caught on out, Insomnia are caught on out as a bunch, that Revenant Rend can shred on through.
So it kind of counters that group up play that we're so used to seeing on the side of Insomnia. So maybe Insomnia now suddenly have to make a huge adjustment just because this Pokemon has officially hit the field. We are going to be running into our lanes here, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be a central lane Mew on the side of Insomnia. It is not a laning Mew.
No, central lane Mew, it looks like they're only going to take one buff. Actually, never mind, it ended up going to that Gossifleur. As we pivot up to the top half, it is a lane Ghastly. This is quite ghastly indeed.
Very odd, I think, as some people would say. But, I mean, S-Slime is up here by himself, so he's just going to try and soak up as much experience as possible. I am keen to see what is the goal here for S-Slime. Like, is he going to be running around trying to go for those cheeky pickoffs? Is he maybe trying to go for his own little side quest as everyone's going for those 5-on-5 battles? Or in the case of Insomnia, it will be 4 versus 5. Because unfortunately for Gengar, not a Pokemon that thrives in those big team fights. You kind of want to be on the edge and just sort of harass that one person who's a little bit too far from their teammates.
Well, one thing they are running is those special attack specs, so they need to try and get those online first. But we do have Eldegoss getting caught on out as 4 members of Insomnia are looking to push this bottom pad. Charmander ends up getting knocked out, leaving it opening for Insomnia to go and empty out all their pockets and get in those stacks that they need.
I do like that they rotated the Haunter down here to at least get that 1 stack in, so I think this was the right move, especially with only 1 Pokemon being down bottom there for Aegis Flames. But I do think we're going to be going back to our lane rotation. Cerulege has fully evolved in that top lane, though, so they do need to be very mindful of that top lane for Insomnia, just to make sure nobody gets caught, because you don't want to feed the Cerulege. If anything, you kind of want to put a sign in front of it. Do not feed.
A big warning sign there as we can see them going and shredding down that Suicune. The freeze was just not enough, and Duzabomb is on a roll, but they end up getting surfed, T-bone back sideways and get knocked out themselves, which means Insomnia are able to soak up all of those birds for themselves.
Very good collapse coming in from Insomnia. They did group up for those eliminations, and I think Aegis Flames may be getting a little bit too confident in that central area fight because they didn't really have everyone there. They were a little bit scattered. So maybe Aegis Flames getting a little bit too confident in that central area. They do have to remember Insomnia love to play grouped up as that giant snowball. They love to play together. So Aegis Flames, if they can recognize this, if they can group up and try and fight up against what Insomnia have, they should have a pretty decent chance at taking this game back, which that's not how you take the game back, Aegis Flames. You got to get the knockout yourselves.
You got to get the knockout themselves, but they end up losing that bottom pad. Even though it was a massive overdunk, it is still going to create this space for Insomnia to go and secure this basement Reggie. Sun trying to defend, but unable to stop Anthrax, who's able to get in the 30 points. And now Aegis Flames are at that 100-point mark, looking to shred up this Reggie Alecki, which will be heading towards Tier 2 because Insomnia are nowhere in sight.
I have to say, this game is incredibly messy from both teams. We're not seeing these like very crystal clear executed moves. We're seeing a lot of random skirmishes across the map, random knockouts. So I think both teams are kind of testing the waters to see what they can and can't get away with some of these stray rotations. Now, the overheat will not be in the right direction, unfortunately, but they do know roughly where the Cerule Edge and that Buzzwell is heading. And Eldegoss, I might be Elder gone in a second. Nope, able to get out of there. And the freeze, setting things up for the team. This is something we spoke about earlier today, Kels. That freeze from that Suicune. You just need a fraction of a second to turn a game around.
Turn a great game around as we have Blaziken being able to pick up 2 KOs. But that Pile Swine is going to be able to still get in these dunks in that bottom Tier 2 pad. Luna getting themselves a 2 KO streak. Gengar trying to take down this Cerulege, but is unsuccessful to the time being as they escape through that hyperspace hole.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And actually, Mew getting punished by the Hooper there. Fantastic play coming out from Aegis Flames to get that pick off. But yeah, S-Slime, just a slight misclick, unfortunately. Just wasn't able to land that full combo. Would have been fantastic if it did connect, but you know, sometimes it's just, you kind of aim in the wrong direction. You know, you get out-juked. It's just the nature of Pokemon Unite. The game is still very, very close though, Kels. Just 5 points differential between Insomnia and Aegis Flames. Now, Aegis Flames are the ones that are currently behind. If they want to catch up, they just have to score 5 points somehow, some way. But they're holding on to too many points. And the Mamoswine going to go for the Unite, trying to set up, only catching out that Blaziken. But I think the team, after realizing it was just the one Pokemon, they just scatter.
Yeah, they're going to scatter. They're not going to go and commit. But one thing we can see on the mini-map who is committing, that Cerulege getting in a 40 dunk. Zunzun is getting chucked and tossed around by this Buzzwell. But Buzzwell ends up getting frozen on down. Sunsun really trying hard to escape, but there is no escaping the grasp of Mats right there.
Unfortunately for Mats, I think he's about to get collapsed upon by 4 players. A revenge knockout there from Insomnia. They say, you take us Suicune, we're going to take you back. And the transition immediately into Reggie's steal. The stun is there. Hooper wanting to go for the steal, but no, the Gengar with the secure. So S-Slime going to be helping the team pick up the experience and that buff as well. Probably discouraging Aegis Flames from wanting to engage for those next couple of minutes, especially with a buff like that. You don't really want to underestimate the firepower that's going to be coming out of Insomnia for the next couple minutes. Just having a look at the levels though, Kels. Is it still very much winnable here for Aegis Flames?
Oh, well, we'll answer that very shortly as we have a push onto this bottom Tier 1 pad as Hooper has decided to go in with that hyperspace hole, but a good response from Insomnia to retreat Sunsun and leave that Blaziken to go and deal with that Reggie Alecki on their own, which means Aegis Flames weren't able to get any dunks in, and Uzakazu's now going to take the opportunity to go in and get in 41 points in that top half.
Oh, Met's taking some big damage there from the Blaziken. Unfortunately, just didn't have the distance originally to catch the Blaziken. Is going to fight the wild Pokemon, but I think that was the right move there for the Blaziken. Could have gone for the knockout, but would have unfortunately been knocked out himself if he'd done so. Lots of self-restraint. You know, we're at World Tier. You can't really go for those fancy knockouts. Sometimes you just have to let them go. Otherwise, you do get punished. But we still have another minute and 15 seconds to go here, Kels. Last moment to pick up that experience before that Rayquaza is coming up onto the field. Just going off of what we have, who do you feel is going to have the easier time around the Ray pits?
Honestly, it really comes down to anybody's game. It depends on these engages where they decide to position themselves and try and get a catch out. Obviously, we do have these late scalers there. Insomnia looking quite scary with that Gengar hitting that level 14 mark. Blaziken also with that level 13 on the other side. Aegis Flames, well, now they have 2 because Charizard has just ticked on over. So As we mentioned, anything can happen, as we have witnessed so many times in a game of Pokemon Unite. It's really just going to come down to not only these big decisions, but these micro decisions.
Oh, big happy moment here for Aegis Flames. It's just a Regice. No attack buff, no defense buff, especially with the 20 seconds left before we go into that final stretch, folks. But we do have a Regieleki bouncing up in that top lane, so that's probably going to be waltzing in. We don't see any Insomnia players in position to intercept that, so that is going to be going in. Does Aegis Flames maybe want to go for a quick score here? We are at the final stretch, so if they do score, it's going to be double points. It's still going to be that instant point score if they want to go for it, but instead they want to prioritize that battle instead. But here's the difficult part here for Aegis Flames. How do they get that perfect initiation? It might come down to mats here. They do get that score in, so now Aegis Flames, they are the ones in the lead for points.
I feel like we're having deja vu here with Aegis Flames getting that dunk and now taking the lead. Insomnia have decided not to panic just yet. Instead, they are utilizing that Mew to poke on out. We do have Ceremonies caught all alone, which means they end up getting punished. And now this is Insomnia's chance to rip the Rayquaza. But the thing is, are they able to get the secure if they are able to rip it in time?
Well, Insomnia certainly can. They've got two Pokemon that can go for that secure, but on the side of Aegis Flames, with who's left on their lineup, they can't really out-secure Insomnia unless they knock out those key targets, the Blaziken and that Gengar. Already that Charizard going to be throwing that Blaziken in the air. They know they cannot afford to let him use that overheat. Blaziken is gone. It's going to come down to that Gengar if they want to go for the steal, but the Mew secures that Rayquaza for Insomnia, and now it's time to score those points because they are behind. Aegis Flames, though, wanting to chase down that Suicune. They want to minimize as much damage as possible. If they can get that knockout, they can go for the counter score themselves. We have the Cerulege coming in with an 80-point dunk. The gap is closing, but it's not close enough.
Insomnia may have just saved themselves their tournament lives if they are able to defend against this four-person push from Aegis Flames. They still have the lead, but 20 seconds left to go, and two members of Aegis Flames have now been knocked on out. Hooper is going to go in for a reset, but really the chase is on the delay. And, well, Insomnia looks, oh wait, Eltavos getting another 58, which means they have just secured themselves another match against Aegis Flames.
They keep their tournament dream alive here. Insomnia not wanting to fall. They want to continue their tournament journey here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships. Aegis Flames, so close. So close. And they did so many things right as well. They got rid of that Blaziken right around that Rayquaza pit. But unfortunately, Mew, also another fantastic Pokemon that can fall back, that you can fall back to if you need that Secura. So
I think on that note, Luna was a key player during that Rayquaza fight. The way they were poking at the tall grass, chipping away slowly at Aegis Flames really benefited them. Obviously, we ended up having Aegis Flames benefiting from that Regieleki, but Insomnia, they may have made that mistake once in that first match by not securing that Rayquaza, but they weren't going to let that mistake happen again.
I mean, they had multiple Pokemon that they could have fallen back to. But Aegis Flames, I mean, they were so close to making that 2-0, right? Closing out the dream, 2-0, moving on, but Insomnia are now starting to adapt. And now is the question of what's going to be happening in that third matchup. Are we going to be seeing some changes in drafted Pokemon? Are we maybe going to be seeing a different play style happening from these two teams? Because now
tournament lives are on the line.
Tournament lives are on the line. There's another word for this, but it's kind of gone, unfortunately, because my coffee, I think, is starting to run out. It's a moment. That's probably the closest I'm going to get at this point in time. But we do have to give a big mention here for Luna. MVP saved the game for Insomnia with his move.
Yeah, it ended up getting that Secura and that Rayquaza, but as I said, such a pivotal Pokemon to have to get that poke damage and just find out where Aegis Flames were hiding in that tall grass and chip away. So being able to get 73k damage just from all of that poke.
I have to say, Luna did play a really fantastic game, right? He wasn't just playing as the damage dealer, the central laner for the team, but there were multiple times where we did see Luna he was stalling, he was chasing, he was securing, he was basically playing every single role on the team, really trying to just sort of keep them in that running for that matchup. And so I kind of wonder, is this maybe now a Pokemon that has to be banned? Like, is Luna maybe too flexible on the Mew? Like, can they afford to play another game versus his Mew? Because I feel like he just played too many roles too well. Like, Mew is not that classic attacker where you're just there to do damage, you know, you're just there to melt health bars. No, there's a lot of utility that's also tied into Mew's kit.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yes, Solar Beam is such a good move come those Rayquaza fights, but
Surf
it's
is
also
so
the
good.
disruption. We saw it multiple times coming in and T-boning the team and just going and displacing and getting that damage, but also that light screen to go and create some space between them. But I don't know, personally, I don't think it is worthy of a ban. But I guess we'll have to wait and see as we are heading on into our pick ban phase. Aegis Flames are in that first pick position, have decided to lock away that Suicune and Latios once again. And Insomnia, well, they're going to stick with the Zeraora and that Ho-Oh ban.
Okay, and Charizard's still going to be first pick, so lots and lots of love for Charizard in this particular matchup, Kels. But I love how Insomnia, they are just so set on just taking this Eldegoss. And Eldegoss has worked so well for this team. Great for the lanes, that provides healing, and also you've got ways to pivot with this Pokemon depending on what skill build you kind of want. You can play aggressive, you can still have access to heals, but lots of bread and butters coming back for these two teams, right? Aegis Flames, they get that Buzzwole. Again, Matt's really great on that Pokemon, but Insomnia also picking up that Blaziken for themselves. Again, getting themselves a Pokemon that can secure those objectives. And what's missing on Aegis Flames side? A Secura. They need to pick a Pokemon that can compete with that Blaziken.
Well, there is still two more picks to go for Aegis Flames. We'll have to see what it is, but Psyduck. I did see Sun pivoting between either Hooper or Psyduck. Aegis Flames picking that Hooper previously, but looks like they're just going to stick with this yellow duck instead. But, well, we're talking about Secure. How about potentially some Blissey Egg Secures? We always love the supportive Secures.
Well,
Leafeon as well.
You've got two ways to secure, right? You can even team up the Blissey with that Leafeon if you really needed to. Bliss Assist onto that Leafeon. Leafeon goes to the Unite move. You've got two big moves that really work well with each other. So this is a way to kind of play the game, but then now Aegis Flames have kind of pigeonholed themselves into a composition that is going to struggle against Venusaur. And this is not the first time they've seen this. They've already encountered that Venusaur from Insomnia, and that was definitely a monster.
Oh, yeah, the snowball pump, just Insomnia running at them, and I guess for Aegis Flames, they don't really have that range damage to go and poke out that Venusaur. So really, in order to take it down, well, they're going to have to run through that Petal Dance. We saw them successfully take it down by isolating it out, but it really comes down to where a Slime is on the map at that time.
Yeah, there are options here for Aegis Flames, and I kind of feel like this might be the very likely scenario here. So because they picked up a very strong top laner here on the side of Mats, they can kind of leave the Buzzwole to his own devices in the top lane and rotate everybody else into that bottom lane to assist the Charmander lane. You want to do the best that you can to slow down S-Slime's progress on that Venusaur, because the slower this Pokemon comes online, the less effective it becomes the later the game goes. Like, the whole shtick of Venusaur, get as big as fast as you can. And once you're big enough, you basically just roll over everybody like the world's largest marble.
Oh gosh, we are having nightmares there. But otherwise, folks, we are heading on in to this final game between Aegis Flames and Insomnia. It is one apiece. Both of these teams' tournament lives are on the line because it is single elimination here for day 2. We'll have to see, well, how this one fares out as 3 members are heading towards that top half.
Smart play here from Insomnia. So realizing that down bottom, they will have to address that Charmander lane. They say, okay, we're going to slow down Metz's top lane so that he is a much weaker Pokemon in the top lane. And then we're going to be putting pressure in that bottom lane instead. And unfortunately for a Chansey, there's only so much that you can do in this very strong 3-man rotation. But it looks like we do have the Leafeon coming in. If they can get the knockout there, it would be fantastic. But it only would have been onto a Booyah. And with no way to finalize that connection, they won't get that knockout yet. and it's going to be a bit of a stalemate situation in that top lane.
I think that's the benefit of Leafeon, obviously being able to evolve at level 4, but they do want to play it safe for the time being. But it looks like it's going to be a 4v4 up in that top path, as we do have some pushes back and forth. Combustion and Chanty ends up getting traded on off, and now it's only Anthrax trying to defend this, able to grab a berry, but looks like they're just going to have to let this Eos energy into this top path.
I love this play from Insomnia. Instead of actually just leaving the Venusaur in that bottom lane, they said, okay, we're going to have the Psyduck down there. You can grab that experience. Venusaur can help. Venusaur can deal out damage. And they just rolled through that top lane. So not only did their Venusaur score, you got some really good experience as well. And after that, level 6, going to go into the central area. Should be enough to evolve into that Venusaur in just a second. Yeah, after that, sure, things might be going a little bit scary in that top lane. But I mean, Ivysaur not hindered at all. And now a Venusaur with the Petal Dance. And especially with this early in the game, this is a huge problem for Aegis Flames.
Oh, but Combustion ends up getting taken down as Venusaur is just trying to take down all members coming from all corners. Leafeon able to dodge out of the way and is running for their lives there, trying to get back to safety behind that buzz wall. So no KOs for Venusaur with that chase.
Not yet, but this is such an early Venusaur as well. And Aegis Flames, they're going to struggle to deal with this up until they have somebody that actually can stand toe-to-toe with this Pokemon. And the fact that Mets got slowed down in the early game, he would have been in such a good position, but unfortunately will be going down. And this Venusaur is just healing far too much. Still survives! Aegis Flames, they can't down the Venusaur!
Even with a Leafeon Unite move to try and knock them out, just that Giga Drain to go and give them the sustenance that they need to go and get those KOs instead. Being able to clear that top half of that top tier 1 pad allows Insomnia to go and secure this Regieleki, which is going to be a threat for Aegis Flames. But we can see on the mini-map that it's only a Soul Buzzwole up there. Are they going to be able to defend, or are they just going to let this Regieleki walk on through?
I mean, can they really afford to defend it? Because if they just give themselves away, that's experience, that's a top lane as well. I think you forfeit that top lane, you go look for experience elsewhere. Because if you're just going to be giving yourselves away to a Venusaur who is level 10, I just don't see this team being ready to deal with the Venusaur this big yet. And already you're seeing an invade there from the Leafeon, has to teleport back home because, yeah, you can already tell Insomnia, they kind of want their central area back, but it does come at a bit of a cost. They do lose that Eldegoss, and that's going to be some experience there to Mets, but Aegis Flames, it's a tough mid-game. They can come out of this, but they have to be very calculative of how they do this next fight against Insomnia.
Well, calculating that Unite move onto that Venusaur, trying to burn them down, but they're unable to as they are still sustaining. Urbion is there to go and provide those pollen puffs, and now the tables have been turned. Aegis Flames have lost that match, that fight.
They just ran out of gas. We saw just then as well. They tried so hard to melt down S-Slime, but the moment you start to see his health hit critical mass, all of a sudden, it just goes all the way back up. And now level 7 on that Venusaur. There's only so much Anthrax can really do. You can try and slow them down, but they're going to need some more Unite moves if they want to try and deal with this enormous Venusaur. Mets coming in from the sideline. He's hiding in a bush. Maybe going to try and go for a bit of a jump on the back lines there. Learson will go down though, so there's no Blissey for the team. No sustain. So they really want to fight into this. They don't have the sustain. They do have the Snorlax there with the Yawn as well. Buzzwole trying to do the best they can to try and catch out a Booyah, but damage is just not there. They have isolated the Venusaur, but the team is nearby. I don't know if they can take it down. It's up to Harpeld as well. All the stuns in the world is not enough to take down the Venusaur.
Insomnia's game plan here is just to stick together. Keep this Venusaur sustained with this shield from this Eldegoss along with the Pollen Puff, but even it's self-sustained as well, and it's pairing so well with the Mewtwo stuns. Otherwise, Insomnia, they've been able to secure this Regieleki. There's no tier 2 pad there anymore. Aegis Flames are aware, only securing themselves a Reg Ice, but Insomnia, I guess, they're just going to use that Regieleki as a distraction. They do not want to play too aggressively this time around, even though we have seen so much aggression so far.
Uh-oh, down bottom, I think there is a bit of a chase happening. The Charizard is there, forced to use the Unite move at the 4-minute mark. Will do some damage, but already down to half health, and already afraid of that Venusaur, who's basically taken no damage. Leafeon Unite as well with assist to connect onto the Venusaur, and they just don't have the damage again in the back lines. They have lost 2 Pokemon. That Leafeon goes down, and the Blissey went down earlier as well. Oh my gosh, S-Slime, a raid boss in this game. And Aegis Flames, they're just not equipped to deal with this Pokemon yet.
No, Venusaur is super duper scary right now. Being that level 13 has that extra range on that pedal dance. So Aegis Flames, they don't really have the range to deal with it. They need to try and get this Buzzwole to grab them and just collapse on them. But the thing is, they've tried time and time again, but Insomnia, they're just there for the backup.
Look, they realize this is how their lineup works. You just hide behind that Venusaur because the pedal dance radius is enormous. The Venusaur is going to be practically unknockoutable at this point of time because, again, we mentioned this earlier on, I believe in the first matchup that we saw that Venusaur thrives in matches where there is no burst damage that can knock it out in one go. And just looking at what Aegis Flames has, they don't have the damage to do that. They actually need to combine 3 Pokemon to get rid of that Venusaur. But even then, they don't do enough burst damage in a fraction of a second to get rid of the core Pokemon that basically makes up this draft for Insomnia, which is that Venusaur. So, plan B. What is that plan B? Do they maybe, instead of trying to target the Venusaur, try and get the rest of the team? Try, if possible, ignore the Venusaur, clean up the rest of the team, and come back for the Venusaur? But even if we try to do that, do they have the damage to even do that? Like, there are so many problems and not enough solutions to this.
Well, I'll have to see what these solutions are going to be for Aegis Flames as we have 10 seconds left to go until Rayquaza spawns. It's currently 123 to 325, and look at this aggressive positioning from Insomnia coming from the backside. And wait, Regieleki ends up crashing into the home base, and we have Aegis Flames aware of this. They're going to go in for the rip on the Ray, but we don't have the Charizard trying to get a kill. We're talking about Blissey secures. Well, this is Aegis Flames' chance to try and make a comeback.
They have lost a couple of those shields. I believe those Snorlax does not have a shield, but we're getting some counter ducks coming in there from Insomnia, so I guess it's going to be a race here, ladies and gentlemen. Insomnia with 523 points. Aegis Flames up to 349. Do they have enough points in their pockets to take this game back themselves? There's no shield on the Buzzwole. There is a shield on that Snorlax. Charizard has it as well. So does that Blissey. Does Leafeon have the shield? Because what's most important now is who has the shield. Who can quick score? You don't want to burn those shields if possible. Snorlax comes in. The score is there. 427 to 523. They still don't have enough in the home base. 525. They're leading by 2 points. And now Insomnia are the ones to be behind.
Well, that 1 minute mark just popped up on the screen. It is a close battle, so Insomnia are aware of this. 5-person push down in this bottom path. We can see that Venusaur trying to make it across to the finish line, but one thing they have to get through is this obstacle that Snorlax brings.
Another dunk by the Charizard. The gap has widened 581 to 523. 30 seconds to go. Both teams have all of their Pokemon here ready to defend. Bliss assist onto Meth, who catches out that Blaziken. Blaziken trying to juke and drive. Manages to score the points. 581 to 563. 32 points are in. They need to score more. They're still behind. 10 more points to go. 573. Still not enough. 581 is the score. Insomnia, they don't have points. They don't have Pokemon. Aegis Flames will take the match.
Holy macaroni. What a finishing to that set. Aegis Flames putting up a great defense, but credits to Insomnia for not giving it up and giving it their all. And you can see Aegis Flames celebrating 500 to 81 to 575 in the end.
That, you could see at the moment, people are probably wondering why they're not celebrating. They don't know how small that gap was. But the defense from Aegis Flames, the happiness, Surf as well, celebrating with the team. A much-deserved victory for Aegis Flames. And unfortunately for our fans supporting Insomnia, they are out of the tournament.
Well, they made big surprises yesterday for day one, being able to take down Zeta Division, and now they have just taken down another one of the Japan representatives, Insomnia. So, as we mentioned, you just cannot underestimate this team, just bringing so much flair and fire to the match. Honestly, I feel a little bit like Chef yesterday with, what just happened?
We're not even the ones playing the game, Kel. You can't imagine how the players must be feeling in that match as well, because we have to remember, it's a single elimination format today. If you lose your match, you are out. There is no lower bracket. Aegis Flames keeping the dream alive for their region, and the confidence just exuding from this team. Like, you can just see it and how this team is so confident, so ready to go into their next game. I'm pretty sure if you told them, hey, do you want to play your next match now? They'd say yes.
Well, I mean, I guess it's once that ball is rolling, you've just got to keep on going. But I mean, I'm sure we'll end up getting an interview from them, but they are all smiles and bring that really good aura to the field. I mean, I know that they had that Soph-Chan buff yesterday with her casting those matches, but I guess just her sitting in the back line, you could see them celebrating, which was just such a wholesome moment for Soph and the team, being the representatives from Brazil.
But it's not over. They're still in the tournament. They've still got more games to play. Lots more celebrations to be had if they can continue to win their matches. But I think now the question is, who's going to be their opponent? We will find out about this a little bit later on, but we do have an interview with our winners. Let's see what they have to say after such a close victory.
Give it up for Aegis Flames! I'm here with Antares, and I need to ask, are you okay? Tá tudo bem?
Muito bem, eu tô muito feliz de ter conseguido ganhar e representar o Brasil dessa forma. Tipo, não tem sentimento melhor que esse.
He says it's feeling really good. There's nothing that compares to this feeling right now, and he's so happy to be able to represent a Brazilian team like his at Worlds. Right, this last game, we were like down to the wire, everybody on the edge of their seat. Whoa. Can you tell me how were you guys communicating for that last fight and the last push? Because you had Rayquaza, but you still had to score. Como é que foi a comunicação nesses últimos momentos, quando você estava, todos, né, decidindo, vamos puxar porque ainda tem 15 segundos de respawn. Como é que foi a comunicação?
Então, no final, a gente decidiu só flipar o Rayquaza porque não tinha como ganhar a fight. E o time dos caras é muito bom e, nossa, foi muito difícil.
And so he says it was actually a decision to go for the rip immediately on Rayquaza because the enemy team is so strong and they were very worried about the team fight aspect of it. So it's very important to them to go for the Rayquaza immediately. Now, I know there's still much emotion to calm down on your nerves, but you have a whole bracket to play here at Worlds 2025. How are you feeling for the next step in the bracket? Como é que você está em preparação para esse próximo round do bracket de single elimination?
Eu tô na mentalidade de ser campeão, e é isso.
Simple, direct, straight to the point. My mentality is we are gonna be champions. Give it up again for Aegis Flames. Thank you so much, Antares. Back to you guys in the booth.
And as Soph-Chan would say in honor of Brazil, Bora! For Aegis Flames there and all of the fans cheering from them in the crowd and at home. But what a wholesome moment between them two. We are going to get our bracket update to see, well, how is it faring out? Aegis Flames obviously continuing on through. Well, who do they potentially go up against? Oh, there we go. Stamina Esports or Peru have yet still to play their match there with that 0-0. But so far, we do have Team EX, Zeta Division, progressing on through, along with Kalok and Santos Laguna.
I'm just looking at the potential opponents here for Aegis Flames. Who would you like to see make it through? I'll throw my opinion first. I'd love to see Peru make it through.
It's a battle between LATAM North and LATAM South there.
Yep.
And I think they're two very strong contenders when it comes to the top 16. So we'll have to see if that one pairs. Honestly, we did caster predictions, and from the top of my head, I can't actually remember. I think I put down Stamina Esports as my caster prediction.
I think I put Peru.
Okay.
So we're kind of on opposite ends of the spectrum.
I could be
at this
completely
point in
wrong.
time.
I cannot remember there, but we'll have those games updated for you very shortly. But I mean, so far, we have seen some incredible matches. These teams fighting towards that finish line. Obviously, there is still a lot more to go. And like Soph, I think we need to take ourselves a little bit of a breather. So make sure you hydrate. Take those deep breaths, because there is so much more action to come here at the Pokémon World Championships. We'll be back very shortly.
Welcome back to Meet the Casters, everybody. I am Zoinks, joined with Kalok, a fellow Unite commentator, and we're going to be asking a few questions so you can all meet the casters a bit more. So Kalok, first question, as always, what's your favorite Pokemon?
Sylveon is my favorite because she is the cutest.
Yeah, that's a great answer. It's a great answer. It's not Umbreon, which I think is maybe the cutest, but it's still a fantastic answer. My favorite Pokemon, I said the previous one is Banette, but if I had to pick a second one, I'm going to go with Gengar this time. Yeah. Yeah, this time I got to go with it. Okay, so for the next question, Kalok, you've gotten the chance to do a few of these World Championship broadcasts. What is your favorite memory from any Pokemon World Championship?
That is a really tricky question because there is so much to choose from. But I think it's just seeing the stage for the first time. All of the little details. I feel like there's so much to see and pick out. But obviously the matches. I mean, they're always so fire. So, as I said, it's hard to choose just one, okay?
Exactly. No, that's so fair. I think both of us are choosing this World Championship. Might be the best one that we've ever seen. We'll see, we'll see. Now, another question that we wanted to ask every single Pokemon Unite caster is, what Pokemon do we think we want added into Pokemon Unite? There's already 70-some Pokemon. What's another one you want in the game?
I would love to see Totodile. So that is another one of my favorites because we can not just have one, but I would absolutely love to see Totodile just running around, chomping everything.
Yeah, okay, good. Very good, chompy boy. I love that. Last time I said Dusknoir. This time I'm going to go with my favorite Pokemon. I want to see Banette in Pokemon Unite. So bad. Speedster Banette, please. I'll do anything. Okay, final question. Kelly, we got a really fun tournament happening already while you were all watching this. So, what Pokemon do we think is going to be seen the most in the tournament? That's including both bans and picks.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I think Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh is either going to get banned or it's either going to get picked up if it doesn't end up getting banned. So that's my highest encounter right there.
That's a great answer. I'm going with the same one. I also think it's going to be Ho-Oh. I think that it's going to be a very, very common pick this weekend. Hello, we have one more fun thing to do in this segment. We've got a very colorful wheel. Why don't you go ahead and spin that, and we'll decide on one final question. No, I think that was great. Oh, interesting is going to be our favorite Eevee evolution. I'm just kidding. It is going to be do your best Pokemon cry. Kellosaurus, please hit us with your best Pokemon cry.
Slowpoke.
Oh. I like that one a lot. In the great words of another Pokemon Unite commentator, Sofa, go, asha, asha, asha. That's been Meet the Casters, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm Zoink, this is Kello, and I hope you have fun meeting some more casters.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite World Championships. And we are just having a little bit of a wander around the floor, gauging how the audience is doing. And with me, I found this a wild encounter. We have a retro Sylveon cosplay and a Mega Dragonite. This is Evolution cosplay, and this is Serotonin. I hear that you have been doing quite a lot of interesting things this weekend.
It's been so incredible. I had the honor of co-hosting yesterday's cosplay showcase, featuring amazing, spectacular, talented cosplayers, and we had our first Eevee Airbound workshop.
Wow, that's amazing. And you said you're doing something more today as well.
We're going to be having our second Eevee Airbound workshop today, and I can't wait to see all of the incredible creations.
Yeah, make sure to drop by. And now, Serotonin, tell me a little bit about your cosplay.
I'm cosplaying Mega Dragonite because of the new Legends EA game coming out, so I had to represent because Dragonite is my favorite.
And we're so excited as well because there's going to be demo right throughout the week, and I so want to play it. Mine is scheduled for Sunday. But you guys have been here for Pokemon in general. Is there anything that you have enjoyed like the most from the 4 titles?
I was able to actually get to play in the Play Labs and got my hands on trying out the Unite game for the very first time. I got to be able to play Eevee, and at least I got involved into a Leafeon.
Okay, so Leafeon you were wearing the other day, so it's not out of character. I know she's Sylveon today, but Leafeon the other day. How about you? What have you been enjoying the most?
Oh, well, I've been enjoying the most is the Violet and Scarlet game. We got to play it in the Play Labs as well, and it's so fun to play, but also playing the new Legends game as well, seeing the new battle mechanics and all the new encounters is so much fun.
Oh, I love that. Cannot wait to try it for myself. Thank you both so much, and I'm going to toss it back to our casters.
Thank you. So, we're cosplaying as well. I'm cosplaying as a real caster today. Maybe to fool some people. But what's up, everybody? Welcome back. Upsets galore here at Worlds. I feel like we have so much to talk about. Of course, I'm Wonder Chef. This is Zoinks, and today has been ridiculous.
It really has. I mean, we already had a few upsets even yesterday, if you want to consider some of those, and we're starting off the day with some really crazy action. I mean, Santos Laguna moving on in a 2-0 fashion earlier on in the bracket, and then, of course, we had just witnessing Aegis Flames take out Insomnia 2-1. Now, our B-Stage stream is still ongoing, so you can catch some of the action or all of the action if you want to, and Stamina Esports and Peru Unite are facing off right at the top of our bracket there and currently tied 1-1.
Right, and we can actually see the last minute of their game. It's going to be close. Obviously, they're already in game number 3. We get to see it from the featured stage. Oh, and Ray is still up.
Okay, so Peru having a pretty strong lead, over 100 points. Stamina looking for a way in, or maybe a way around. If you see Dodrio on that mini-map on a mission to the enemy home goal zone, as they're going to dunk 100 points in rapidly, giving Stamina a great chance to come back in this.
Oh, they're kind of spacing them out. They're splitting them around. A lot of Unite starting to come out, but so much shielding from the side of Peru that Unite from the Snorlax. I'm sorry, I'm blanking out. They're seeing so much happening right now, and we're going to see the Unite come in from Tempo as well. Is going to be able to pick up a couple members. Peru already with the lead. They're going to be pushing forward.
Yeah, we're at the point of the game now where Rayquaza, we just do not have enough time to KO that wild Pokemon, so it's all hands on deck to try to increase that score lead or to catch up if you're in the favor of Stamina. That Crustle score would get them to 300 points, but it's simply not going to be enough. Peru from Latin America South is going to hold on to their lead in this game number 3 and knock Stamina Esports out of the tournament. So LATAM South also going to be represented in our top 8 today.
Wow, all right. So our top 8 is actually really, really varied right now as far as region. I was just talking about that. You were talking about this was our, I believe, second to last featured match. As far as I know, you know, obviously things can change.
Of the round of 16,
Of the round of
though,
16,
yeah.
the second to last one. The next one is going to be the Nouns match, where it's going to be Nouns going up against Talon. Right. And then, of course, our match that we're going to be watching very soon is going to be, and we can see the updated results right here. Ours is going to be the Luminosity versus QT Dig, but if you just look at regions right now, we can see it. I mean, look, Peru is there with LATAM South, who's Aegis Flames with Brazil, Team EX for Korea, Zeta for Japan, Kalok, I forget which, APEC West, that's what it is. And then Santos Laguna with LATAM North. So we actually have a full split. If theoretically, either one from Nouns will be a different region, and then if Luminosity beats QT Dig, that will be another region. Otherwise, Japan will be our first repeat.
Yeah, and these two matches that are yet to be played out in the top 16 are setting up some last hopes of a few of these regions. And currently, Luminosity Gaming from North America is the last hope for that region. Talon for APAC East is going to be the last hope there. And Nouns Esports, the only EU representative making it into day 2, began this event as the last hope for Europe. So a lot on the line for these teams. Of course, you know, personal pride, team pride, but at the World Championships, there is that added element of your regional representation.
Right, it is huge, and sometimes it's funny because you'll see these teams that fight against each other for an entire season, and suddenly they go to Worlds, and they're like, all right, well, we're going to cheer each other on because now we want our region to do Oh, I can't believe we got this. I cannot believe that.
Okay, so we should fill in a little bit of context here. Yeah, so Japan was feeling pretty confident after that win over Luminosity Gaming the previous night before. Overlord, though, ever confident, was not swayed by this tweet from Pavone, instead responding saying, enjoy your last win. Little did we know, that tweet was a bit more prophetic than I think anybody expected. Is yes, Reject losing 2-0 earlier on today in the bracket means that Luminosity Gaming's Overlord's words did come true.
All right, let's you know, we'll highlight some niceness as well. I believe Slash had a really nice tweet saying, like, yes, Reject, we've always said that that Japan is, in our opinion, the best region in the world, and I can't remember who it was, but I think Slash was saying one of the players he thought was the best player in the world that was on their team, and so...
Sataka.
That's right, that's right. So, you know, there was some love for sure shared between those teams. It's not all, you know, some trash talk.
But that doesn't make good TV.
I know.
That's where we're at.
But, yeah, you know what's good TV? Luminosity Gaming. No matter what happens, something always happens with them. Obviously, they've got some accolades under their belts, but they always find themselves in some pretty fun situations.
Yeah, this is a team, obviously a 2-time world champion. It feels like we don't even need to do the full introduction for this squad for basically anybody watching, but normally, when we see this team on the World Championship stage, it's a much different look. Usually, it's flawless from start to finish. These teams, but this Luminosity Gaming squad is going into day 2 with a much different look of momentum, taking a loss just at the end of our day number 1. They've had to wait to play this matchup for quite some time, but now they get their chance to start our round of 16 against QT Dig. After taking a loss yesterday, the Team Reject from Japan are going to have to go up against yet another squad from that same region.
And QT Dig, a really interesting team in the fact that we've had a chance to see so much of every other Japanese team. So much, or at least the players that comprise them. There have been some shifts over the course of the season, but extremely familiar. And this is a team of players that are considerably more fresh to us, especially in the West. You know, they weren't part of the Asian League, the Japanese League. They weren't at a lot of the open brackets that we got a chance to see, but they obviously have proven their worth 10,000 times more than they needed to, and they're here fighting now against Luminosity.
Yeah, qualifying for this tournament in the 3rd place position at the PJCS, aka the Japanese Regional competition. But let's get into this draft. It will be a Mewtwo Y-band for QT Dig, something that Luminosity has not brought out too often. However, Curious does like those attacker-style Pokemon, specifically those auto attackers. We've seen some interesting picks from that player throughout this event. Even a Lowland Raichu on stream, which is certainly not a common pick. But the only options not available to either team for this draft will be the Mewtwo Y, the Hoopa, Galarian Rapidash, as well as the Latios.
Some really big available first picks. We could see either the Ho-Oh or which is what they're highlighting right now. But that honestly isn't even necessarily the biggest. As we saw win rate earlier, highest in the entire tournament so far is Serena. And that is a Pokemon that for sure Japan has loved for years and years. Suicune as well, which we are going to be seeing most likely here as a first pick on the side of Luminosity. Super high up in the priority. And Charizard was the last one I was going to say, so thank you very much, Overlord.
I would not be shocked if we saw a Snorlax pick very early from QT Dig. I think we were kind of describing those Pokemon as sort of the big 4 that are being sought after in terms of the stat that we love called the encounter rate. The stat that we see Pokemon either seen in ban phase or in pick phase. But at this point, it will be the Zacian as well as the Zarina. So 2 heavy melee damage Pokemon. When you see that on the other side of the draft screen, teams have an interesting choice. You can try to match fire with fire, kind of out-brawl, out-sustain, or you could give the option to kind of outrange these enemy Pokemon and do that poke damage before they get to you. However, with all the supports in the game right now, it could be a difficult thing to task. Curios is going to kind of play this counter melee style of the Armarouge. Fire Spin Psyshock is a very good, don't come after me or you're going to take way too much damage style of game.
Right, so they are going to be flexing their comp on the side of QT Dig with a little bit more range. Inteleon, which we did see work for Orange Juicers earlier in the one game that they were able to get it. And very interesting. I'm actually super surprised at this final pick from Luminosity. Not that it's a pick that I would not expect them to make, but alongside the rest of the comp, having it be just kind of a solo on your own type assassin without really truly any support in this entire comp, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think trainers made a lot of their name known for doing this exact thing, right? They are on this speedster without a whole lot of backpack-esque support that we have seen previously. Ooh, interesting stuff to see from Curios on Luminosity, changing up a few items, actually going with the Assault Vest Cursed Incense Rocky Helmet. So a lot of defense boosting, but specifically opting into that Assault Vest for the special attack reduction damage, or the defense increase, I should say. We're looking at Inteleon. We're going to be trying to reduce that snipe shot damage. One thing for Armarouge is it's great against counter melee, but it will be outranged by Inteleon. So having a little bit of extra defense is going to be a big asset for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess pretty much everything gets outranged by Inteleon technically, but that does, make lots of sense. And we're in such a meta where we see so little of the very, very far-range poke Pokemon, right? We've actually seen a lot more Mew than I expected we were going to see this weekend. But the Inteleon has only appeared, I believe, in one broadcast match. Maybe there was one more, but...
I think we had a little bit of B-stage footage that did include some Inteleon games, but yeah, on the main stage, I believe we've only seen that Pokemon once.
Right, yeah, it's been very, very rare. However, it's still quite strong. It does look like we're going to be making sure that everybody's all set up to go. But, I mean, Inteleon, still a great Pokemon. It did receive some nerfs recently. It's not as...
Pretty heavy-handed ones, too.
Yes, some very, very big ones. But it still brings to the table so many things that really nobody else can, right? I mean, it still has the ability to escape. It still brings the range that only maybe, 2 to 3 other Pokemon in the game can actually bring. Of course, and it still is quite strong in the early game. I believe that was probably the biggest nerf that it got. Was considered one of the strongest, really, path Pokemon, right? It was able to secure so much early on in the game when it was still only a Sobble, and they did weaken it considerably in those early levels.
Yeah, it has made it a little bit more difficult to get up to that power level. Your early game, you do have elements of strength for sure, but with only being able to store up one critical hit at a time, that actually has shifted the clear a little bit, which is really interesting. I know when Inteleon, before these nerfs, it was very interesting how you would play down the initial path of the game, skip
sniping a lot of Pokemon, making sure you could stack up all 3 of those critical hit counters just to have a lot of early game pressure in the contestable wild Pokemon territory. Things are a little different nowadays, but we will still see some incredible play. We get into game number 1, QT Dig versus Luminosity Gaming in our round of 16 single elimination.
Time to see if anybody's going anywhere interesting. The Serena will be in the center area. That is what I believe I expected once we saw the Zacian picked as well. But it's the world where it could have somehow gone top. We could have seen some weird switches. Slash can moving forward pretty far. Curios as well, trying to sneak away one of these Indeedis. I'm not sure if they were able to grab it, but they are getting hurt really bad trying to get out. They are going to go down.
All right, so the Ho-Oh will get the initial knockout of the match. So we see the Armors and the Snorlax actually got a split pushing. Normally we do see those Pokemon combined because of Snorlax's incredible last hitting qualities, but just trying to get a little bit of scoring pressure and maybe punish this early path of the Sobble.
There are a lot of KOs altogether. Well, I should say there's a lot of aggression. More so than I kind of thought there was going to be in... How do I explain this? Like in the path, only in the path, right? I do expect that if we're going to see a little bit more early aggression, it's going to be a lot of people kind of going for big flanks, and seeing this rotation down is going to be pretty big as Bacon is going to be coming down to help on bottom for both sides now as they're all challenging, just leaving their tops up there solo to try and farm. Charmeleon's going to have a little bit of a weakness up there, probably against the Zacian, who's already going to be strong, but a lot of focus here on bottom, although we are seeing a rotation top from that Zoroark.
Yeah, I think that was the big matchup on the bottom side is trainer versus teacher, which is funny. But of course, the level 5 of Zoroark being tremendously more powerful than the level 5 of a Serena because you're still stuck at that middle stage evolution. So trainer, knowing that the Serena will very likely be going towards the bottom path, makes it mandatory that they make that same rotation and try to keep just a leg up at any given time.
Wow, the freeze, actually freezing Zacian right there. Just to let Otter get out a little bit longer, delay them all a little bit more. That was really, really nice. But that's what I expect to see a little bit more at the very, very beginning of the game. Now we're starting to see a little bit more invade as we're going into the middle of the game. And there are just skirmishes all over the place. Teacher will be taking most of that experience from the center area. But I think we're going to start to split up again and kind of regroup before we get to these big objectives.
Yeah, Overlord will get the evolution, though. So a pretty impressive performance to the top path is going to get to level 7, where their opposing Pokemon in the Zacian is only at level 5. So such a good early pace for Luminosity Gaming on the top side, even if bottom side in the early moments of the matchup were in favor of QT Dig. It does look like we have a little bit of a trade in that sense.
Right, they really, ideally, QT Dig would have loved to have shut down the Charizard a little bit more, but wow, look at this forward positioning. They're maybe going to try to go for this goal zone if they can. I don't know if they see full vision. They do, I think, commit now to trying to take this down. 3 members at least. Zacian quite good as Suicune quite good at defending as well, but there's just so much damage altogether from the side of QT Dig. A little bit of a back cap, I believe, from Trainer in this other tier 1 goal zone, so they're going to get actually nearly as many points just from being able to delay longer.
Really good support defense around that goal zone as well. Slash making sure that they are timing their engages, utilizing their HP bar whenever Otter has their moves on cooldown. So Slash jumps in, buys as much time as they can, and Otter is going to double down with the Whirlpool and the Ice Beam immediately after. So buying as much possible time as they can, and that's going to set themselves up for a big push here.
Oh my gosh, they're taking so much damage just from this hole alone, though. Oh, damage still impresses me. I'm still not expecting it to happen. Oh, big snipe shot, but it goes right in between the squishier targets, nearly takes out Slash, and plenty of points, still leaving that tier 1 gold zone up, but only at 4, and that's going to mean that points are almost double for Luminosity at the current moment. We are going to see Regieleki be mostly solo. It looks like nobody's going to be able to get there in time to challenge it. I'm not sure if they're going to choose to try and push down this top tier 1 gold zone. It's already got a lot of points in it, 40, so that should be going down to 20 if it does go in.
Yeah, I think Luminosity Gaming pretty confident in their ability to defend this goal zone, so not favoring the Regieleki as much. If you watch Trainer LGC on the mini-map, they are one of the central area players that so frequently, after winning a team fight or even having a small exchange in one of the paths, is checking their own central area and the opposing team's central area, making sure they're aware of the timers on the spawning of the Acelgor or Escavalier, and always making themselves in an opportune situation to take one of those buffs if they have the option.
This has been a pretty delicate dance of a game, and right there, that was you're almost getting danced upon. Although we're going to see a push really far forward here. The Blissisons coming out just trying to save Hachi on that Inteleon, and once again, Ho-Oh will be the one going down, playing a good job as that kind of sort of forward defender at the moment. Overlord going to be returning, going back, trying to get some health, and LG doing a good job of not quite taking any losses in most of these situations. That's what I was kind of saying about this delicate dance, is that we've seen a lot of LG pushing and then backing up. And obviously they allow a few people to go down, especially with the EXP shares, but they haven't given up this EXP lead by allowing any of their big carries to be taken down.
It's just such a defensible composition. I mean, Snorlax's so good at preventing some of that. And then, of course, you have the Suicune to provide a bit of crowd control, and then that's kind of Armarouge's whole thing. So making a lot of sense there. There'll be a lot of damage from the Ho-Oh to the Charizard, meaning they have to retreat and take both Citrus Berries, but ultimately meaning the Regirock will fall completely in favor of QT Dig.
But once again, they didn't take any full losses right there. It was close, but they backed up exactly perfectly to not get KO'd when Overlord was extremely close. That would have been a huge amount of EXP. They are still going to continue to push, but a great push back so far from LG. They're standing a little bit more north up in this path. They look like they maybe could take a pretty quick rotation up into Regieleki, although it looks like maybe they... Oh, yeah, there's a lot of experience on the way. They don't really need to try anything in the enemy center area quite yet, and that Regieleki's spawning.
Yeah, Luminosity with a sick lead right now, 213 points. QT Dig still have yet to eclipse that 100-point mark. And something you can always try to utilize to help in that fashion will be this Regieleki, but Luminosity Gaming have already started it. Otter playing interference, does get a freeze on Bacon, but QT Dig there in time to contest, but not in time to secure. Trainer picking that up with the Zoroark.
Trainer so low, though, is going to back up. It's actually going back in. You're going to be using the Unite, trying to catch something. Still pretty high health, though, on the side of QT Dig. They are backing up. Regieleki going with the damage assist at the moment. Unite coming out from Starlax. This time I remember the name of that Pokemon, as it's going to try to get this KO. It's actually pretty close. Let's go Slash, trying to take down this Blissey, who was actually, honestly, maybe could have fully run away, but decided to do the smart thing, which is usually leading the enemy team away from your team, making them have to make a decision what they're going to get.
Yeah, I think a lot of those HP bars benefiting from that Regirock buff in a pretty major way.
Yeah.
I think in any other sense, I think Zoroark is getting at least one with that Unite move. But I did like that play of Trainer jumping back in there. You were right, it was on pretty low HP, but gained the benefit of the Buddy Barrier from the Suicune Unite move.
Yeah.
So Otter kind of replenishing a shield on top of the Zoroark, and they find the perfect opportunity to weave in and get some damage. No knockouts, but of course a ton of pressure on that top path.
Still a level lead, just barely for Luminosity. It's a little bit less than it was before, and this Basement Reggie, this final Basement Reggie could mean a lot. If anybody does take it, Overlord kind of the only one sitting down there looking for vision. That's a pretty scary Pokemon to be all alone down in the final moments before the final stretch. Reggie Ice, oh, they actually go for a reset. I don't know if that's intentional, but that's going to slow them down a lot.
Yeah.
That's a kind of a cool strategy. I don't feel like I've ever seen that, just in case you start that reset. Still, it's only going to slow them down. It's not going to stop them, as the Reggie Ice buff will go to the side of QT Dig, who is going to now have a level 13, which will even up at least one of the level 13s of Luminosity, and they've already pre-positioned so far forward. Oh, getting caught out in that tall grass.
Yeah, this is going to be too Rayquaza there for a second as Trainer LGC does decide to use Illusion, just in case they wanted to fake out the enemy squad. It's just really tough for QT Dig. In these Inteleon compositions, it is so tough to play without positioning on the battlefield. Inteleon, a Pokemon that really struggles to make space for itself. Instead, you're kind of just hoping the opposing team makes some kind of positioning mistake. Luminosity Gaming, though, not well known for making that specific error. And right now, they are holding down this Rayquaza pit in a very impressive defensive formation.
One huge thing here, though, is that all the poke damage from the Inteleon will be pretty permanent. There's no true healer on the other side. However, they're not really playing to that strength at the moment. They are kind of waiting, seeing if they can get some vision, I think, before they try these snipe shots. That's going to hit Kyrios really, really hard. Going for a second knockback, able to capture it as Unite's coming out from the Serena. They're burning on this Ray, going down to about half-life. Unite coming out from Overlord as well. Burning down this Serena so low, still with the Bliss Assistant staying alive. 2 members down for QT Dig. One's already coming back up. A Trainer on the side of Luminosity is going to be going down. Rayquaza getting very low. They they've got to deal with this snipe shot before it ends up getting this secure. It's already pre-aiming a great block there from Otter.
Yeah, Otter were just such a fantastic shutdown. Luminosity Gaming putting on a clinic of how to position around this Rayquaza at any given time. And Talon is just caught out exactly where you need it to be. And I don't mean in a position where you can find it to KO it. I mean where you make the snipe shots rather irrelevant at any given time. Slash Otter taking turns, body blocking those shots. Overlord in charge of making sure that Rayquaza is brought down extremely low. Slash with some picture-perfect blocks to make sure anybody who did find a way to enter into that Rayquaza pit did not have enough chance, did not have enough time or the opportunity to secure the Ray away from LG. They're going to be starting this matchup in a very, very strong fashion.
Just great coordination. Every bit about that final fight was well executed. Absolutely perfectly executed. Luminosity, honestly, this entire game looking to play pretty perfectly. I don't think they really allowed anything that looked like a mistake or anything that seemed like any sort of like incorrect positioning.
Yeah.
Every single bit of that just felt like it was in their control. They give up very, very few KOs, and yeah, just beautiful play.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with a lot of aspects of LG. Obviously, I think that final fight was just, I mean, chef's kiss a little bit. However, I think the early game, Overlord walking away with a 2-level advantage before first Reggies in a Charmander versus Zacian early game lane, that is extremely impressive. So, I mean, credit to the amazing play of Otter and Overlord together on that top side to really combine for such an early start to this matchup. I think it's looking like a lot of momentum in their favor. Draft was looking clean. Macro was looking clean. QT Dig might need to kind of re-look at some of these draft phases because that struggling position they were in going into the final stretch looked really difficult.
The thing for me, though, is that I don't feel like they necessarily had a bad draft or there was anything they couldn't answer. Like you said, really, truly, I think if we look at, I don't know, like every match that we've ever seen where it would be a Zacian versus a Charizard, right, or a Charmeleon at that point, it feels like the Charmeleon's going to get shut down from that early pressure. I'm not sure what else you could really do in a situation like that, maybe Buzzwole to be a little bit stronger up top, but altogether, it's still, I think, a matchup that you are kind of advantageous in, and across the board, I felt like most stuff was pretty well chosen.
Yeah, I personally think that Inteleon's got to get swapped, but I guess we'll see what happens when we get into game number 2. MVP award is going to be awarded to Overlord. It certainly has quite the collection of these, I believe, in a case somewhere. And a Luminosity Overlord with a very impressive Charizard game. Running that Curse Bangle, it does seem to be one of the most common items on this Pokemon. I think in days of old, we saw a lot of energy amplifier on Charizard because of how powerful its Unite move is, not only to get it back more frequently, but also that damage boost as soon as you use that move. But these days, it feels like that anti-healing item becoming a little more important throughout this metagame.
Right, which is kind of funny because we are seeing a lot of times like no healer comps, but being able to choose it, of course, after the draft makes it all that much more important, and that was a perfect example there. We saw, oh yeah, wow, interesting first ban on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, I believe they did this last game as well. So the history lesson done on QT Dig. I was curious if they were going to go after any specific member that QT Dig was able to pick up in their drafting phase, but this time just going to be sticking to same old, as QT Dig did pick the same side of the draft going into game number 2, and will be taking the Charizard away from Luminosity.
All right, that's a pretty heavy commitment for a first pick, but the Ho-Oh being gone is going to mean that we are going to have some different drafts overall. We'll see what ends up getting picked second. Ooh, the Blaziken. Blaziken, I feel like always goes under the radar. Always going to be one of the strongest Pokemon, one of the most impactful Pokemon.
Yeah.
But picking up pretty early, and definitely a strong pick that we've seen from Luminosity for years.
It also is kind of giving me the impression that Luminosity Gaming is very okay playing into a potential Zarina. At this point, you have such an incredible Zarina player in Overlord, as well as having a chance to ban that Pokemon away. They still feel confident in their drafting phase. They are going to be leaving that one on the table. Overlord instead choosing Blaziken, Slash, and Trainer, returning to their picks from that game number 1 into Zoroark and Snorlax.
I think the draft is looking great for Luminosity. It's very similar to what they had before, but just, I mean, at least as strong. The other side, though, it's still looking quite good. I still think the Zacian was a totally fine pick.
Yeah, totally.
Now we're going to be giving a little bit different of a matchup, most likely. But overall, I mean, Hoopa's great. Ooh, okay, interesting. The Trevenant on the bottom. That's a defender that we haven't seen, I feel, for a little bit.
Yeah, it has not had a frequent tournament, at the very least. Only a pick rate of 6.8 80% in our event. And now Luminosity is picking their attacker Pokemon, and the Pokemon that I said I would like to be swapped out of QT Dig's hands is now going to be selected by Luminosity Gaming.
Wow.
So, Curios is going to be equipping the Inteleon. There is a few less Pokemon that are more able-bodied to body block this time around. Like the last time they had the Suicune, the Snorlax, etc., and even the Armarouge.
Right.
In this situation, QT Dig do have the Trevenant to absorb some of those hits, but I think the Hoopa portals might be one of the more important factors to try to play around some of these snipe shots.
Right, yeah, I mean, all those Pokemon that were body blocking are still on the side of Luminosity.
Right,
so,
exactly, yeah.
So you don't have to worry about them on the other side. Plus, of course, we just know how strong Heroes can be on, well, on every Pokemon, if I'm being honest. This season, I insert Pokemon name here, but especially on the Inteleon. Yeah. It's kind of cool to see him go back to. On the other side, though, I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a slower game. Obviously, we did see kind of the inverse last time. If you're going to pick something like Charizard, you are going to need to wait until a little bit later in the game for your full team's power, which Luminosity did great. But the problem is, if Luminosity, now has a stronger early game comp against a weaker early game comp, and they still play just as well in the early game, that might be tough to get going.
Yeah, they're going to have a few obstacles to overcome in the early game, of course. I'm looking specifically at Hachi on that Espeon. Could be a strong contender to get maybe even an early KO, or at least some pressure on this bottom side against the Sobble. We're going into game number 2. Reminder, single elimination all day too long, meaning that QT Dig need to run 2 games in a row against Luminosity Gaming if they want to stay in this tournament. LG on match point.
Right, and of course, the North American last hope, so they definitely want to move forward, continuing to represent. Right now, though, it's looking like this is probably not going to be a path that's going to get too much done against each other. There's going to be, especially once we see the evolution of the Eevee, there's going to be some decently high damage, but I just feel like until at least we see some assists, we're probably not going to see some, well, I was going to say super aggression, however, just being able to run forward, help with maybe some of this clear slash actually getting out there pretty cleanly.
Yeah, taking a decent amount of damage, but they are going to stay in the fight. It's only a Phantom to kind of threaten them on the other side, so if they can set up for a big play, they'll do it. Trainer in position, but a couple of Pokemon on Luminosity Gaming side are going to fall, and Hachi picking up that KO streak of 2. That early game monster in Espeon already showing its face. Stored power, so powerful at chasing down these Pokemon no matter where they end up.
And something that we didn't really get a chance to talk about is Teacher going into that center area. Very different strategy than we saw in the last game. That was a little bit scary. That first time that you're pushing down, you're going to be a little bit weaker than a level 5 Zoroark for sure. But they played it pretty safe. They made sure that they did not get caught out.
Yeah, exactly. Now, we do have Suisho going up against Overlord, and this time the levels are much more at parity.
Yes.
Zacian versus the Combuskin at the moment is a lot closer, where they're taking a bunch of damage. Hayatobi getting a stun in. Curios has rotated towards the top path. An exchange of knockouts as both the Blaziken and the Zacian go down. Hayatobi likely also to fall, putting Trainer at even higher KO amounts in this game. Never mind, Otter taking credit.
That took a really long time. That was a weirdly long time. But honestly, if you can hold on before you KO somebody, that just means they're back later, right? If they're not gaining anything. So that is kind of good in its own weird way. Just barely getting out of there. Slash has been very sneaky this entire game. Very slippery.
Yeah.
Hard to catch. Teacher, though, looking pretty scary. Double buff coming down to check on this Tier 1 goal zone. However, again, they just don't really have the pushing power, so it does seem like they're playing a little bit safer on the side of QT Dig. They don't have to worry about basically failing the early game, though. They've done a great job so far of staying pretty much at parity the entire way, and being level 8, higher than anybody else in the game.
Pretty massive. Slash gonna push in, but we'll find a Wood Hammer Trevenant holding them in place. Trainer LGC taking a fight against the Zacian. Suisho defending this goal zone has the chance to portal down, but instead is gonna be receiving backup as QT Dig gets some scores, finally breaks the silence in terms of that on the bottom side, and has the opportunity to rotate to the top side and defend this goal zone.
Oh my gosh, so many Pokemon just appeared out of nowhere. What just happened? I know, of course, that's the Hoopa. But that was certainly a jump scare for the side of Luminosity Gaming, as they are going to lose at least one member. Still, though, it's the EXP share member. Bacon has been defending for 6 years on that pad, goes back through the portal. They're going to continue to survive as Teacher Teacher will be finishing off that Reggie Alecki. So great defense enabled by the Hoopa. LG still pushing back, but immediately Trainer's going to be going down. Slash extremely low, trying to wall everybody back. Overlord low is going to back up. Curious backing up. These Hoopa portals have been everything.
They've been so phenomenal for QT Dig. It's been very, very impressive. They have held Luminosity Gaming to 0 points in this matchup, and the first set of objectives both fall in their favor as well. Reggie Alecki and that basement Reg Ice. So important for this team to be pulling ahead. Luminosity Gaming now in a very rare occasion of playing from behind.
Well, one thing that it has to be worried, has to be taken care of by QT Dig is the fact that there is so much secure on the side of Luminosity. We've seen the ability to kind of rip and flip in the previous game. But, oh my goodness!
Nice shadow.
Wow, that was beautiful timing. But yeah, they have to be careful. Obviously, there's a lot of damage. There's a lot of secure on their side. So when we get later into the game, that could mean a lot. Currently, Otter trying to back up. Snapshot not quite connecting. Still just mostly the poke game coming out from Luminosity. They're starting to do pretty well catching up in levels. We do still see Teacher one level higher than everybody else, but 3 level 10s on the side of LG.
Yeah, they're doing all right in terms of levels and experience. I think they have the opportunity very soon to swing a team fight in their favor. They're starting to get some Unite moves online. But QT Dig already at that pace. Charizard Unite, Hoopa Unite, Trevin Unite, all of these phenomenal team fight opportunities for them to utilize. And Luminosity Gaming is going to have to be so careful and execute extremely well. Here's a Charizard Unite move already in a 1v1 as they found the Inteleon hiding in the tall grass. Curious under this next fight.
It's actually a huge KO for them, but they're going to be pushing all the way into QT Dig's center area. It's going to be a win there in that fight for QT Dig for sure. A few points in, 30. That's not a small amount, but
it's also the first time they scored.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Unfortunately, that's their first 30, as there's an attempt to get more points in up top. Bacon, once again, being this kind of bastion for the team of QT Dig, doing such an amazing job of surviving in all of these fights and really holding down this top path no matter what is happening.
Yeah, looks like these two players on kind of Reggie Alecki duty, a duo fight going on up there, but Suisho gets a ton of damage in. Slash takes so much, does have the Unite move to buy a little bit of time, is trying to get Overlord space for this overheat secure. It's pretty early, but all of that stored power damage landing into the Regirock kind of sets up Overlord perfectly, and Luminosity Gaming finally gets an objective in their favor.
Right, I mean, that's basically what I was saying earlier is once we get later into this game, they're secure. Once everybody's there, the coordination between is going to be very, very strong. So we've got to be careful at Bacon, though. Landing some nice wood hammers as LG's starting to get pretty low. Unite coming out from Hoopa as they get frozen. They're going to be trying to chase Overlord all the way up. They will get that KO. The Teacher's going to hit level 12. Huge win in this team fight, I would say, for them. However, they're still there. It looks like maybe that was a little bit aggressive coming out from Hoopa. No, they're not going to quite go down. It's Trainer will be able to at least pick up one in the trade.
All right, the Phantom Force combination will send them all the way back to base with the portal. So Trainer only able to get one. Zorak not able to find the Hoopa within that exchange, but it does look like Luminosity Gaming is going to be first to the Reggie Alecki as they arrive. Already start getting some damage done, and Slash and Otter there means that QT Dig is going to have a really hard time finding the space to even show up at the objective.
Well, Teacher is creating the space, burning a hole through their wall, quite literally, as the Unite's coming out at the 3-minute mark. Wow, immediate burn down. That's huge.
The Blaziken takes it. I believe that was Overlord's burn damage from the Blaziken that secured the Reggie Alecki as Overlord's Blaziken was all the way on the bottom side of the path. And now Curios is turning this Rumpelstiltskin style into gold, as this will land into the goal zone. Is going to be primed for a very solid overdunk. It's 50 points scored from Overlord, and we're going to be watching the highlight reel of Blaziken's goal scoring animation. Accidentally picked up that 5.
I know.
Was scary.
Yeah. Big mistake there. Terrible play from Overlord. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. If we're going to find something to critique, we'll do it.
Listen, it's been a few years. I need to find something bad to say about him. Accidentally picked up the 5 points. But no, that's actually really, really evening things up. QT Dig doing an amazing job of, despite the fact that they gave up a lot of XP there, they're still ahead. They went and they farmed while we were watching that little score compilation, as we're the only one level 14 in the entire game. It is still going to be Teacher. How they deal with Teacher is going to be the biggest part, I think, of this final team fight. Curios, now is going to have the control of the Poke. Oh my goodness, that was nearly a 1K. Oh my gosh, the entire backline is falling to water. That looks like it was a third hit as well.
I mean, one of the toughest things about playing that Hoopa is if you were incognito a moment ago, if that sniper shot damage lands, you need to create a portal, which does show up on your opposing team's minimap. So all of a sudden, now we have kind of a major focus Pokemon of the other team to try to chase down. Bacon does grab Slash, but block off cooldown is able to walk out of that danger zone.
Bacon going down so quickly, and LG is taking their time to move in. They do have the point advantage. They know they have the point advantage. It doesn't look like they're going for a burn. Like I said, they do have the rip and flip opportunity, and we know that if they see an entire team not present, they will potentially go for it. They have in the past, but at the moment we're really split up as Teacher kind of uncontested alone here in the center area. A nice snipe shot to hit. Kyrios, I really feel like carrying this game on his back, doing an amazing job landing every snipe shot.
And the difference between this Inteleon games 1 and 2 is Inteleon has positioning in this Rayquaza fight. They can play so safe, and any time that QT Dig wants to move into the pit, they have to give the information of where they're located away. But here we go, Bacon with the first engage, but an amazing Espeon Unite trying to set up the rest of the team.
Ooh, and Espeon allows them to go back through the portal. That's a really nice usage of the Unite. Kyrios United trying to get away in the back line. And unfortunately goes kind of back in, gets KO'd. Slash extremely low as well. Rayquaza about to get taken down, and it is going to be LG able to take it. I'm not sure who got that last hit, but probably Overlord. Yes, Overlord. The secure too strong. They forced that fight situation, the flip situation, exactly what they wanted. They had the backup there of Otter as well. And you don't need that many more points when you're already in the lead.
Oh, and that is why you draft a Pokemon like Blaziken, a Pokemon like Suicune. When things get risky, even if they find their way in, a Pokemon like Blaziken, piloted by Overlord, is going to have the unstoppable ability to get that secure North America hometown crowd popping off for an LG win.
Hey, it's the last chance for North America, and that does confirm we have another region in our top 8. One more chance for us. I mean, still great stuff to QT Dig. They played extremely well, but that means we're down to one representative from Japan, one representative from North America, one representative from all of these regions. I mean, I'll list them all out, honestly, before we throw to break, because it's crazy, but amazing stuff from Luminosity. This is looking better than they played yesterday, in my opinion.
It's so much so. I think they weren't pushed too hard in the drafting phase. I think they got a lot of the Pokemon they were looking for, felt very, very comfortable. But I think what looks so much better is just their incredible game plans around the Rayquaza battle. That final stretch in the 2 minutes looked so much cleaner than it did yesterday. I think that's where things kind of went wrong for them. On the other hand, it just today looked flawless. Very, very impressed with their gameplay. QT Dig will exit this tournament in a very impressive top 16 finish, making it out of groups no easy feat, especially out of the one in which they were in. Luminosity Gaming have earned a spot at minimum in top 8.
All right, yeah. I mean, honestly, the biggest strength in my eyes of Luminosity is when they know what their win condition is, they are very good at playing to that exact win condition.
Absolutely.
They always think about it beforehand, and when they get to that spot where they're like, this is what we chose this comp for, let's do exactly that, it works out perfectly. And once again, I mean, I got to give huge shout-outs. You can see a perfect KO snipe shot right there to Kyrios. Has been my favorite player maybe on the team for a while. Just able to really do his own thing no matter what. Yeah. And back up the rest of the team in such amazing ways while being a damage dealer. It's very, very nice to see, and such a big reason why they won this huge fight.
Oh, that last moment of the replay we just witnessed is one of my favorite parts of the defensive ability of Snorlax and Suicune together. You saw that Espeon Unite caught both of the Inteleon and the Blaziken midair. Could be so dangerous in another situation, but an amazing power nap. Gets the crowd control, a Suicune follows up, slows down anyone's chase. Overlord going 2 for 2 on MVP awards. This time, Blaziken with 53,000 damage. Slightly lower on that one, but a very impressive game. You took the big one, you knocked out the big green dragon.
Yeah, maybe the biggest one. But really good stuff. I do have to say, if there was one thing, I do think that LG got really free drafts in that set. There maybe were a few more things that we could have seen QT Dig try to take away from them. But LG looked comfortable.
Yeah.
And they do play a kind of unique set of Pokemon, so a lot of times it is kind of hard to balance everything that you want from them. You know, if you start prioritizing other things like the Zacian could have gone instead to them.
Yeah,
so
totally.
it's really, really tough to actually deal with that. But I mean, hey, great stuff to them once again. And you know, I'll list it out. Sorry, I've got the bracket down here in front of me because there's so many different regions, right? So we've got LATAM South, we've got Brazil. This is just within our top 8. We've got North America, we've got Korea, we've got Japan, we've got APAC West, and we've got LATAM North. I forgot which one I already said. So that is 7 regions out of our top 8, and we are guaranteed an 8th. So a 100% split. 8 for 8 in our top 8. That is amazing.
It's incredible. Yeah, who knows what'll happen. I believe on the B stage, we do have Nouns Esports competing against Talon. So, but you are right, no matter what happens in that matchup, 8 unique regions representing our top 8. Very, very wild. I mean, we have so much action today. These matches are so incredible. We've already got to witness some of the best Pokemon Unite that these World Championships falls have ever seen, and I've been really enjoying it so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, huge upsets today as well. And really today was, obviously we got to see a great showing from pretty much every team yesterday, but today was where we really got to see like where things were going to shake up and how many teams were going to keep on going. Like, for example, Japan, you know, only having one team now, pretty surprising. But we're going to get a chance to talk to the team that now has eliminated one of these Japanese teams with LG, as we're going to go up to the stage with an interview.
Well, we got on stage Overlord for Luminosity Gaming. Give it up for them. You just told me this match felt very close. So how was it at the Rayquaza?
Yeah, it was very nerve-wracking. I think both games, you know, normally Rayquaza spawns in 2 minutes, but, you know, there was 1 minute left before the fight actually started, so everything's just kind of, you know, a little bit more intense because, you know, it's just the absolute final fight. There's no refight, no repush. Yeah, it's definitely pretty intense. So.
Well, I think what's intense as well is that you have found your ticket into quarterfinals already, the top 8. So advancing into the bracket is something that Luminosity is very much acquainted with. So how are you feeling in regards to the other teams that have already qualified into the quarterfinals already?
Yeah, I mean, there's only one team that I really wanted to get revenge on. But at this point, I don't really care who we beat. I just want to win.
You heard it here. He just wants to win, and we know that they can do it. They've done it before. Right, so Overlord, in particular, about your journey in being, you know, former world champions. Last year, we had a Japanese team take it, and you just beat a Japanese team. And the Japanese teams are just becoming scarce and scarce in this bracket. So how is it to be a part of dethroning another one of those teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think Japan is probably the strongest region. So every win definitely feels really good. But I think there's still a very, very strong Japanese team left in this tournament. And hopefully we'll be able to play them. So.
Yeah, we'll see how that's going to be on the bracket coming soon. So thank you so much, Overlord. Congratulations once again. Give it up for Luminosity Gaming, everybody. And back to you, to the Casas.
Thank you so much. Always great to hear from Overlord. Yes, unfortunately, the revenge they so sought after was taken away from them, so maybe Santos Laguna have picked up a curse on that side of the bracket.
Yeah, maybe. Is that how it works? You just inherit it?
It's a monkey's paw situation,
Well,
yeah.
yeah. Well, just like every team that beats that team, or the team that beats them, just slowly picks up the curse until eventually Luminosity fights them, and then
an eye for an eye makes Luminosity mad. I don't know how the saying goes.
I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it.
I'm pretty sure production said we had a bracket to take a look at for how our tournament has been looking so far. Only one more round of 16 match is yet to complete, and then it's Nouns Esports versus Talon, and the team we just watched in Luminosity Gaming is going to be eagerly awaiting the news for what happens in that one, as that will be their next opponent. But our quarterfinals are set. Peru Unite, Aegis Flames, Team EX Zeta Division, and Kalok Santos Laguna. Wondership, which one are you excited for the most?
Oh, I don't know. This is actually really interesting because while it's 8 split regions, right, there are potentially a lot of sort of half region battles, I guess, right? Where we obviously we're having LATAM North versus Brazil. That's both South America. We're going to have there's a potential of having a Europe versus North America, which of course is kind of our brackets that we get to see usually. And then there's Korea versus Japan. So it's all different regions, but there's the potential for a lot of regions that are relatively close to each other. Now, if it ends up being Talon Luminosity, then that's obviously not that close, and Kalok versus Santos Laguna, not that close. But I think if I had to choose one that I'm really excited for, at this point, Team EX has really impressed me, and Zeta Division, obviously one of the best teams in the world, so I'd love to see that one.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think TBX is one of those teams that I was absolutely wrong about going into this tournament. I think last year I was so high on Korea as a region, I pivoted a little bit, and I found out that was an error. So I'm going to stick to my ways of last year. Very excited to watch that team play. Yeah, we got some great ones. Honestly, though, Peru Unite versus Aegis Flames. I mean, Peru Unite, one of the most storied teams. And if they can win this quarterfinals, they will arrive at semis, which is where their tournament run ended last time. So if they can make that benchmark of their performance in Honolulu, that's what they're looking for. I believe Zeta Division also in that same fashion. However, if Zeta gets the win in quarterfinals, they will have surpassed their best performance as they ended top 8 in the previous year. So a few teams, and then of course, we got a lot of new teams who are just running with their best record of all time.
Yeah, and one thing that I will mention, since you brought up who you've underrated, I want to go back. I want to go back
talk about that if you want.
Yeah, we'll talk about it a little bit, okay? Sure. And we won't just talk about this year. We'll talk about who you underrated last year too.
Okay.
But one team was DreamHack last year was your most underrated team from your rankings to their placement. And this year, I think for a lot of people, it is again Brazil. So that's something to really look out for. Now they've been underrated 2 years in a row. Yep. But we'll see if they can continue to push it even further.
Exactly. All right, we'll talk a lot more about what teams I've been wrong on, and maybe we'll even bring up some right ones. But for now, it will be a break. So don't go anywhere. More Pokémon UNITE World Championships for 2025 right after this.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Immortalized. Immortalized.
you guys ready for the Pokemon Center?
Yeah, I'm so excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay! How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many came down. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly-Biggly-Bop.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to day 2 here at the Pokemon UNITE World Championships 2025. We are just about ready to jump into a very exciting matchup and a very spicy one as well, because Team EX, they're back on the stage and they're probably up against maybe the favorites to win the entire tournament.
Ooh, Zeta Division, the last hope for Japan here. And obviously Team EX as well, the last hope for Korea. And I think what's really spicy and interesting about this match, well, we know only one can continue because it's single elimination. But if we look back to 2024, it was Korea versus Japan in the grand finals. So we're actually not going to be able to have a repeat of that. We're going to have a completely different region in the grand finals. We'll have to see whether it ends up being Korea or Japan that ends up making it there, but we're heading straight into that pick ban phase. Team EX on the first pick position, Zeta Division in that second pick.
And I love seeing some of these bans already, Kels, with no Zoroark shenanigans for anybody, especially Zeta Division. This is one of their strongest Pokemon that they can play if they let it through. So we'll have to see what ends up being the priority picks for both of these teams. And for Team EX, it's going to be that first pick, Leafeon, which we've seen several teams running the Leafeon so far, and it has been a pretty solid pick, right? It's a great central laner. It can pivot into lane as well if necessary. And depending on how you want to play that Leafeon, you can pivot between both of the builds. But the main job for Leafeon, you want that burst damage. You want the delete button, and it can delete a fair few Pokemon in this game.
Yeah, well, I guess it depends on whether Zeta Division have anything squishy on their side. They have a Suicune and a Blaziken along with a Buzzwole, so 3 all-rounders so far. And I feel like going with more bulkier Pokemon, knowing they're going up against a Leafeon, is actually a really great answer. But I'm actually really surprised we're seeing this Ho-Oh getting on through as well, which Team EX have decided to prioritize along with the Zarina, the highest win rate in the tournament so far, and Blissey.
I'm just trying to think. Okay, last pick Mewtwo here for Zeta Division. So big fan of the fact that they have a very big composition. There isn't really any Pokemon on their lineup aside from the Mewtwo that's going to be relatively easy pickings for a back lane diving Serena and Leafeon. For Team EX, right, do they have enough damage to sort of pierce through what Zeta Division have? Because not only do they run a lineup with naturally tanky Pokemon, but they're being healed by a Clefable, one of the strongest healers in the entire game.
Yeah, and especially when you do have those 3 bulkier Pokemon surrounding that Moonlight. We'll have to see how that ends up faring out and whether they're able to overcome this first pick Leafeon. But final preparations are underway as we are adjusting these items there. I guess we saw Mew in that previous set that we watched. We talked about this great utility, the ability to go and switch those maneuvers, and looks like Homie has decided to pop on that experience share. So something we've seen on attackers time and time again, especially because they have a Ho-Oh. They're going in for this damage Ho-Oh instead. So that little switcheroo, what do you think about that?
Personally, I'm not really a huge fan of the damage Ho-Oh. Like, there are definitely situations where damage Ho-Oh can really thrive. I don't know about damage Ho-Oh into this lineup supported by Clefable. I kind of feel like they have enough sustain and enough tank to kind of out heal and survive the damage output coming out from a Ho-Oh, but it's not just the Ho-Oh that's doing the damage. They've got the Leafeon that's going to come in hopefully with the finishing blow. You also have the Serena that should be able to dish out some fair damage as well. So I really think it's going to be that combined effort of teammates as to whether they can finish off those elims or if it's going to be them just being brick walled by that Clefable. We do have one knockout though in the game so far. We saw the poor little Chansey being eliminated in that top lane because things are not looking so great up here, it looks like. Buzzball, as we typically see in its matches, a big bully in this lane.
I'll have to see if that slow burn is going to be enough to handle those muscles, but as we mentioned, the Clefable with the Moonlight can be quite impactful going into these team fights. One thing Team EX need to prioritize is also getting their Blissey online, but it looks like it's going to be a 3v4 down in this bottom half with Zeta Division outnumbering Team EX, and they are shredding on through.
Ooh, and they got some big eliminations there as well, both on the Leafeon and on the unevolved Serena, which is huge because the thing with Serena, the longer you delay its evolution, the less impactful this Pokemon can be during that mid-game. So I love this aggression coming out from Zeta Division because they do realize how important this Pokemon will be for Team X as we transition from the early game into that mid-game situation. But for now, we're just going to continue grabbing some experience on some of these supports. Clefable able to slip one out of there in that bottom lane as it was dropping quite low. But are we going to be seeing another big push in that bottom lane here for Zeta Division? Because they have 4 Pokemon grouped up and objectives they will be spawning very, very shortly. What is the priority here for Zeta Division?
Well, it looks like they are prioritizing this wild Pokemon experience in that central area. So Team EX going to take that opportunity to dunk in this Aeos energy, not only in that bottom half, but in that top half as well. But it looks like the push is on as it's a 5v3 up here, and whether Zeta Division are able to take down this tank of a Ho-Oh who's just taken a beating. But I mean, the pad is there, so Team EX, they are still left standing.
They're still left standing, and thankfully they had enough sustain on the Serena to survive that initial onslaught, because I think if it was any other Pokemon, that should have been a knock. And here Comey, though, they was being jumped on by Rom, but Rom with the basic attacks wanting to finish off that Mew, and will get it. And now we do have the Clefable sticking around here, ready to provide those heals with Pistachio, wanting to go back into that lane. Garam is there as well to provide that support, and luckily for that, Leafeon will be able to escape. Thinking about turning around, but we have a Blaziken diving in the back lines as well. Vitopo charging the overheats, hoping to dish out that really big hit if it manages to get the connection. But they back up. Zeta will score some more points, and unfortunately for Team EX, they're not quite ready yet to really threaten Zeta.
Oh, they might not be threatening Zeta down in this bottom half, but I feel like those little dunks up top are threatening up there. But we do have that Registeel down on the field now.
It's a big one.
3v3 currently. I don't know whether Team EX have the burn, but it looks like they're actually going to just leash this Registeel. And once again, prioritize this wild Pokemon, hoping for an isolation. Mysterio does end up getting stunned, but is able to get on out of that and not get caught out.
I love how Vitopo is playing so far forward for the team because he's constantly threatening the opponents with those overheats. And if one big one does land, you know that Tomy, he's going to be there to try and go for the catch. But it looks like Suicune was caught up there and unfortunately was locked out. But down bottom there, there's Registeel very low. Solar Beam a little bit too early, but the Blaziken locks it in there for Zeta Division. So they will get the attack boost. And the Team EX, they are...
I do. on hand, but Team EX, they are currently leading 150 to 78 points as we are almost at that halfway mark.
We're almost at the halfway mark, and you know, Team EX, even though they're not the ones really in the driver's seat for a lot of these plays, they are keeping up in levels. And I think if you're Zeta Division, you have to be very concerned about the state of the game, because with the Serena on the map and how dominating this Pokemon can be, you can't really just let the Serena play whatever game it wants. And so here we go, Zeta Division again deciding when this fight is going to happen, but unfortunately no successful connections yet. It's going to come up to that Buzzball. Oh, the beautiful pushback though. Now it's going to be Zeta Division having to back out themselves. EX doing a fantastic job just zoning out and delaying Zeta.
I really feel it's a bit of a stalemate between these two teams. A very much back and forth down in this bottom half because both those tier ones are standing, but there we go. Looks like Team EX are going in for the dive, being able to take down that Mewtwo. Why? Electro Ball does end up connecting with Tommy on the Buzzball, but they end up slamming on back, taking out the Blissey, and here comes the revival from Ho-Oh to go and bring back their team. Mewtwo also using Unite move to go and get a good stun, but once again, it's a stalemate. Nobody really comes out on top just yet.
They might not come out on top, but I have to say for Team EX, they are very happy with the levels they got out of that. They now have 2 level 11s and they have 12 on that Serena, but Zeta, they are still trailing behind in that experience. And so just because of that level differential, this might be where Team EX are going to tilt this game in their favor. Now with the Registeel buff as well, this is an attack buff. Zeta Division need to get out of there. They can try and delay, but there's a very good chance while they're delaying, they could get knocked out. Thankfully, it's just going to be that tier 1 goal zone that drops, but things are looking to be going all according to plan here for Team EX. And Zeta, I don't know how, but things are starting to collapse.
Well, the thing is, we always know that it isn't over until that big green dragon ends up spawning. But firstly, they need to try and deal with each other. Buzzwell ends up getting taken down once again as Vitopo is trying to get a pick with their Blaze Kick. Future coming out from Mew to go and push them back. And Serum is doing such a good job with this slow burn to go and bring out the damage and keep Zeta Division at bay.
I have to say the light screen that came out from the Mew was a major reason as to why they're doing so well in this fight. Tommy has finally come back, but at what cost? Was he a little bit too late? They do manage to pick up 2 knockouts in the process. Serena, though, wanting to go into the backlines, caught out by this Buzzball now, having to match up and keep up with its teammates. Tomato, though, on that Suicune, thankfully hides in a bush and will teleport back home. Things are looking a little bit scary there. Team EX may be overstaying a little bit too long. And because of that, they've given away some big experience away to keep Pokemon on Zeta Division. So the game is equalized once more.
Yeah, well, if we have a look at the levels currently, we have 2 level 13s on the side of Zeta Division. Team EX have just ticked on over to a level 14 Zarina and a level 13 Leafeon. But really, it's going to come down to this final stretch fight. Regieleki does end up crashing up into that tier 2 pad, but Zeta Division, they're not fussed. They want to make sure that they're here and Team EX cannot go in for the rip.
And unfortunately for Zeta, because they're behind in points, they have to be the ones to either force the Rayquaza fight or hopefully wipe Team EX. But this Ray, it's a major objective, and you can see Vitopo, he is slowly chipping away. And interesting play for Zeta, they're trying to force Team EX to fight into them, not the other way around. And then look at this Ho-Oh flying in the backlines, going for that burn. They can't quite catch out this burn. Serena, though, coming in to try and catch out the supports. The Buzzball is there, though, to prevent Serena from taking over the game. The Solar Beam, though, slowly chipping away at Zeta Division. The game's not over. We've still got a minute 30 to go. They use the Leafeon Unite as well. The Buzzball almost going down, but isn't quite knocked out. They will get the Leafeon in that process. 4 versus 5 now in the backline. They still have Vitopo on that Blaziken ready to go. And Team EX, the revive comes in from the Ho-Oh, but has it come a little bit too late? I think it has, Kels.
Oh, and now the rip is on for Zeta Division, considering 2 members of Team EX are down. The thing is, they do have to be wary of this Ho-Oh and Blissey, who are sticking up in this top half. An egg could end it all here for Zeta Division, but wait, here comes Tommy, the Mew, to get the surf and try and push back Tommy, but they're able to dodge that. 45 seconds left on the clock. Rayquaza below, a quarter HP. They're just waiting for this timing, making sure to deal with Team EX first, and it ends up being Tomato on the Suicune to to get the secure, and now this is Zeta Division's chance to catch up in points.
And they should be able to as well. They have their full roster ready to score those points. And for EX, they only had 3 players, and 2 of them just got knocked out. The Ho-Oh has just come back into the game. And Zeta Division, they managed to hang in through this match, even though there was a Ho-Oh ready to come in with the revive. They timed the fight perfectly to the point where Team EX, because they lost so many players, things were looking a little bit dicey. They were kind of grouped up, and that's what Zeta Division want, especially with that Suicune, the multi-man freezers coming in clutch.
And there we go. First game win for Zeta Division, representing Japan. Thing is, it isn't over just yet because it is a best of 3 set after all, but that is definitely got to feel very, very good for them. I mean, one thing I want to point out as we're getting these highlights prepared, the restraint during that Rayquaza fight from both of those teams. Didn't use those Unite moves, waited for the perfect opportunity. Now, I feel like Team EX, the Ho-Oh, ended up diving in without much backup there, and I think it was a great move from Zeta Division to try and zone that one out. I mean, obviously Ho-Oh did end up making it back in and getting the revival, but Zeta Division, they seem to just collapse on the right members at the right time.
And not just that, right? Like when the revive also kicks in, you know where these Pokemon are going to be. And there are certain situations, I think in the case of Zeta Division, this did apply to them. If you know where players are going to be reviving, you know where to land your moves. Yeah. You know where to land your attack. Yes. So it's not really going to be much of a surprise once the revives do kick in. And so just look at that, right? They immediately collapsed on both the Serena and the Leafeon as soon as that Leafeon came back into the game. So, you know, as amazing as Ho-Oh's Unite is, sometimes I do feel like it's a bit of a trap Unite if you try to keep it for those clutch moments where you're in the middle of the team fight and you're trying to go for that 2 to 3 player revive. Sometimes those revives are how you lose games. Sometimes it really pays off to go for the single player revive. That might be a little bit further away, but at least you still equalize that game with 5 versus 5 team fights.
I guess that's the thing. There is an answer to each of the Pokemon in the roster, but we do need to highlight Rom from Zeta Division receiving that MVP award for this match on that Mewtwo Y, being able to be in that back line and just deal that continuous damage. They were able to reach 100k damage dealt that match.
And it's also quite impressive for Rom because he's in a match against a Serena, and so many times we're going to be seeing Serenas dive right into those back lines to try and chase down the Mewtwo's, but Rom always seems to be in such a great position that, unfortunately for Serena, there's no real safe entry point to try and dive in for that cheeky knockout. And sometimes if it did happen, because we did see 1 or 2 knockouts there, he got punished. The Serena would immediately get counter knocked out. So I have to say, you know, Rom kind of made this game a little bit easier for his teammates, just based on his position. And 100% there has to be some level of communication to say that, hey guys, Serena is on top of me. I think we need to finish him off.
I think that's where the job of the supporter came in. The Clefable going in with that follow me to go and taunt that Zarina, and obviously going and healing up those members as well, allowing those attack damage carries in the back line to do their thing while being able to just sustain all that's coming towards them. That Moonlight was actually so effective during that match.
It's really effective in compositions. I think we mentioned this earlier as well. They had a pretty thick lineup. Lots of health bars, lots of big health bars. But that's what Clefable wants. You want to keep healing, and the more health you have, the more leeway you have in a lot of these team fights. It's not going to be a case of someone jumps in, you get 1 hit KO'd, and that's going to be it. No, you have an opportunity to get healed back up, and you can absorb a little bit more damage before you do potentially get knocked out. But game 2. There's going to be a bit of a change here for Team EX. Now, I don't want them to change too much because I do think what they were doing in game number 1 was the correct play. They kept up in experience. Yes, they did let Zeta Division control the game for a little bit, but I think their response in the mid game is really what saved Team EX and made them so threatening in the late game. But what made it difficult was the late game, right? It was trying to decide, how do you attack Zeta Division? I think that was where the mistake kind of came in. Like, they didn't pick the right moment.
So I guess that's where it really comes down to that Zarina pick, that lockdown maneuver to try and take down those that are a threat. But because Zeta Division, they had such a robust team, whether that Zarina Unite move can really break on through, but you know what? We do have our bands on in. 2 speedsters for Team EX, the Dodrio and the Zoroark. And Zeta Division have decided to go for that Latios and Charizard band this time as well.
I mean, Zeta's got the opening that they want. They still got Blaziken, they still got Suicune. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of EX going for this first pick Leafeon. I kind of feel like you could have left this first pick to a different Pokemon.
You don't feel like it was as effective, or is it just because it's easily countered like we saw last match in terms of just picking more
I feel like
robust Pokemon on the
there
side
are
of
probably other Pokemon I'd consider in that first pick slot. Now, obviously, they're first picking it because they really want it for Liv. Like that's the only logical solution as to why they're going for the first pick. But personally, I kind of feel like you could change Leafeon out to someone different. I would like a proper long-range special attacker, but they are already hovering over that Mewtwo for Call Me, which I think this is a better choice than Mew. Regular Mew, great. But I felt like in that last game, you needed a heavy hitter, which is where Mewtwo kicks in.
That constant damage that Mewtwo brings, where I guess Mew is relying on those skills, that big burst, or even the disruption with that surf that we saw. But I guess because Team EX have locked in their 5-comp here, it'll be interesting to see what Zeta Division answer back with, and it's going to be Galarian Rapidash. Now, yesterday's performance of Galarian Rapidash, it ended up getting banned quite a few times, but I ended up looking at the win rate. It truly wasn't actually looking too hot.
No. A lot of teams picked it up, and I think the issue at the moment with the Galarian Rapidash is that teams are kind of struggling to figure out what is Rapidash's role. Like, what Pokemon are you kind of countering if you're picking that Galarian Rapidash?
I think it's more the nuisance, right? It's just
it's annoying.
Consistent run in, do your damage with the Dazzling Gleam, but also that Smart Strike, that sure hit movement to go and get that slight stun allows that opening. And like, if you think about it, the amount of crowd control that Zeta Division have on their side going up into Team EX, if they collaborate all of those together at the same time, like, this could actually be quite the nuisance to Team EX to go into.
Well, just going off of the Rapidash, because it's Rom playing it.
Okay.
So because
Do elaborate.
I mean, Rom's great. I'm just trying to think, okay, what is Rom really hoping to do with this Rapidash? Who is he looking to focus on? Obviously, clear as day, Mewtwo Y. If you can jump onto the Mewtwo Y, that would be ideal. But I also think you can even target the Leafeon. Because Leafeon is also very, very squishy, and if the Leafeon makes a misstep, that is a huge opening for Galarian Rapidash to just run it down as well. So there are 2 key targets. We'll have to see what Rom decides to do with that Galarian Rapidash, where he kind of wants to go and what role he's really going to be playing for that team. For now, he's going to be a little cute Ponyta, just be super annoying and actually get their first knockout down in that bottom lane.
Yeah, getting that first knockout, getting in those first dunks as well, as we do have that Leafeon only taking that blue buff and going to go and support this Mewtwo because their buddy has been taken down. Otherwise, up in this top path, we do have Garam needing to back on up because the pressure is on from this buff of Buzzwole.
Yeah, Garam really waiting for that berry to come back, but it's going to be a moment. In the meantime, though, Saram just going to poke away at Tommy here. Ho-Oh versus Buzzwole. Now, unfortunately, there's not really much that's going to be happening here. It's quite difficult for Buzzwole to take out the Ho-Oh and vice versa because there's not enough damage from the Ho-Oh to really pressure that Buzzwole. So, again, it's a bit of a checkmate situation in that top lane. It's going to depend on how things play out in that bottom lane. And Dazzling Gleam is going to be the build there on the Galarian Rapidash. So you do have that AoE damage that's going to be kicking in for the team. And Rom going to continue on looking for that experience. Suicune scouting for the team to see if there was a buff available. It wasn't available, but it has just respawned. Suicune still sticking around, maybe giving an opening for the team or just scouting things out. Okay, we're just going to go for a scout. They know where the Ho-Oh is now.
Yeah, they know where the Ho-Oh is. They did end up getting punished, taken on down, but I guess given that opportunity, the distraction, Garama's trying to look for some levels instead. They're going to end up having to retreat as this Chansey using that jump pad, but Rom is there ready to take them down and lock in with that Smart Strike, Dazzling Gleam combo. I feel like that's really bullying the Chansey there. It's only a Chansey.
There's quite surprised that we still have a Chansey in the match, actually. It's quite late, but it looks like they are struggling to get that experience. But down bottom, we do have a 2v2. We've got Blaziken looking to join the fray down here as well. Comey is around as well, so possibly going to be a huge battle in that bottom lane once we do start seeing some major objectives. Up top, though, we did get a knockout on the Buzzball thanks to that Leafeon. And they're going to maybe think about going onto the Clefable, but thankfully Clefable can just outrun this. But Zeta, down bottom, going to go for a big push up against Team EX because this Mewtwo Y not quite threatening yet.
No, not as threatening just yet, but this goal has been left on 1 point as Vitopo is on a roll. They do end up getting themselves a KO and breaking that bottom tier 1 pad, which is going to create some space for Zeta Division to go and look at this objective, but Leafeon goes in with a Unite move, and 2 members of Zeta Division have now been knocked on out. But even with that, Team EX, they're not going to worry about this Registeel, instead pivoting up towards the top half, unless Blissey, no, they're not here in time.
No, they're not there in time at all. I do think it was a good idea just to change objectives because you're competing with a Blaziken for that last hit secure. So unless you can reliably knock that Pokemon out, it just makes sense to take the other objective for yourself. So a bit unfortunate that they had to give it away, but I think Team EX, they are making the most out of the situation that is currently out on hand here. We are getting close to the halfway mark here for both of these teams. Level 10, the highest level on Team EX, and that is going to be on that Leafeon. Although it's been a really hard game for the Leafeon because every time they try to jump on somebody, they either are getting knocked out or they're barely getting those eliminations. You want to have these games where Leafeon just becomes an absolute menace, but the lineup that Zeta have is just made the job really, really difficult for that Leafeon. So can they figure out a way to let this Leafeon be a menace, or are they going to have to pivot and let Serena be the one to take over? Because there's no way Mewtwo is going to be that issue anytime soon.
Well, it's a team game after all, and Zeta Division are sticking together as a team, being able to knock out that Ho-Oh, getting some little dunks down in this bottom path, and now overtake that lead. Boswell goes in, not respecting the Fluxo, looking for some KOs, and now Team EX are missing 2 members. Queenly Ascendant does end up locking onto that Rapidash. They end up getting taken down, and this is Team EX's chance to make a comeback with Zarina picking up 3 KOs for themselves, now reaching that highest level at level 11.
And that was a full team wipe at the end of the day. So that is a huge swing of experience going in favor of Team EX. They do go for the scores. Are they going to be able to break the goal zone? No, it is still there. And EX, maybe they've stuck around a little bit too long. Bliss Assist going to be used on the Saram there, the Ho-Oh. So nobody's going to be knocked out yet, but that does mean there's no Bliss Assist for what could be this upcoming battle. Now, Blaziken is in the top lane, so don't have to worry about those overheats. So Team EX, this is the best time for them to win this team fight, especially with Serena going in for the dive.
They are in for the dive. The freeze is also going to come out from that Suicune to get a massive stun. But 2 members of Team EX are down, but it doesn't matter because they have a Ho-Oh on their side to go and bring those members back. After all of that, Team EX are able to secure themselves that Regirock buff, but it looks like they've taken the prize. They are going to try and run away with it, but Vitopo does try to go in with a poke, but Lip isn't having any of it.
That was such a great play coming out from EX. They managed to get the bottom Regi. They won that fight as well. Big change of experience. And as an added bonus, they actually forced the Blaziken away from the Alecki in the top lane. So they didn't even manage to take that objective. So that's going to be the next thing, the next point of contention for these teams. And you can see EX, they are rotating up. They're looking to take the Alecki themselves. And Zeta, they've just decided that's not a priority for them. Instead, they just want to go into EX's central area to try try and see if they can steal experience or buffs, but there's nothing to take.
There is absolutely nothing left for Zeta to go and take, which means Team EX are able to take this Reggie Alecki absolutely free. But we've got to mention how close of a match this is so far. It's 161 to 168. Zeta Division still are in the driver's seat just yet. However, slowly slipping away. Leafeon does end up diving in onto that Suicune, but once again, their Unite move doesn't come to fruition, not able to pick up a KO.
And they're going to go for the dive yet again, but they went into the bush. Was that actually a mistake on the side of Zeta Division? We're starting to see some health bars drop. That Leafeon is crazy low. Serena using the Unite as well. But we get a first knockout. It's going to be the Galarian Rapidash. Zeta not going to be too happy about that. They are down one player, but they want to continue this fight, looking so incredibly healthy, but they can't finish the Ho-Oh.
They couldn't finish the Ho-Oh. It was able to escape by flying over the walls with the Sacred Fire. They're continuing to fight on back, but Boswell says, I have had enough. Get out of my way. You are too much of a nuisance, picking themselves up a 2 KO streak. And once again, Zeta Division, they're hungry. They're looking for more experience in Team EX's side. I don't know if they end up getting away with that red buff, blue buff, but it doesn't matter because, I mean, Reggie Steele going into a Rayquaza, well, that is pretty tasty indeed.
Perfect timing as well with just 15 seconds to go. So that buff is going to last pretty much forever, especially with how short of a game Pokemon Unite is. So now Team EX, they're in a really interesting pickle because they are behind. They need the Rayquaza, but they're going into a team that has the Registeel attack buff. So a couple of things could possibly happen here. They bait Zeta into a fight that they don't want to do. Alternatively, they maybe try and go for some backcaps and put them at the advantage, forcing Zeta to go for the Rayquaza. Or third, they find the perfect opening, grab the pick, and force that big team fight. And so far, we're seeing a bit of a catch there. Oh, they found one. They've got the support. Team EX, they have lost their supporter. But at the cost of what? A Galarian Rapidash. 1-for-1 so far. We get the Unite there on the Ho-Oh. So Blissey is going to be able to come back, Kels.
1 for none because Ho-Oh is able to go and bring that member back. And now Team EX do have the numbers advantage. Serena coming in and stomping, trying to make a statement. As Serena is trying to get towards this Buzzwole. However, that Mosquito doesn't end up getting taken down because Clefable is right there by their side. Buzzwole finally ends up getting taken out of the mix. But as we're reaching this 1 minute mark, it's going to come up with a close battle. And that is really where the pressure is going to come in. Zeta Division do have the numbers advantage. It looks like they're going in for the rip because Rayquaza's half HP. But Homie, the support Mewtwo, why ends up getting stuck? Can they get the secure? No, they do not lock on in. And Zeta Division run away with the Rayquaza and the chance to go and knock out Team EX because they have this 1-up advantage so far.
Oh, Zeta Division, they are saying this game is ours. The Ray is gone. Where is your way to the rest of the tournament? They say your way is to go home. We will continue to keep the dream alive here for Japan as they do remain as, I do believe, the final team for the region in the entirety of the World Championships. Zeta Division, they're carrying the hopes and dreams of an entire region on their shoulders. And it's tough, it is heavy, but if there's a team that's going to do it for Japan, it's Zeta Division.
Zeta Division with that match win, being able to survive in this tournament. Once again, progressing on through to the next round. But as we mentioned earlier, Chef said this is such a unique top 8 because we have no double regions. So pretty much these are their last hope for their regions. But Japan continuing on through despite 3 of the other Japanese teams being knocked out earlier on in the day.
There's something I'm kind of curious about. I wish we could have seen more teams play up against Team EX because it's really hard to gauge how good this team is. Imagine Team EX considered top 2, top 3. We don't know because we didn't get to see them play up against many other teams. But if, let's say, Team EX were top performers in the tournament here, does that mean Zeta Division might have taken out their toughest opponent yet? I don't want to say that is the case. I do think there are teams here that probably would be able to challenge and even beat Team EX themselves. So, I mean, those matchups, we're going to be seeing them later today. But Zeta Division, I want to say they played clean and crisp, but I kind of feel like there were a couple of loose ends that they failed to tie up in these matches. Like, they did eventually win them, but it did look a little messy at times.
I mean, I guess it really just came down to these decisions. Definitely seeing that aggression coming from Zeta Division, being able to control the map, constantly going into Team EX's central area and taking away those buffs whenever they could. I mean, they weren't even there at one point, but I mean, do have to note just how close of a match this was between these two teams. It was only a 7-point differential going into this final stretch, but I think, as you mentioned, it's the restraint that Zeta Division end up having that ends up paying off, but Blaziken, played by Vitopo there, they did have that note saying that Vitopo ended up having the most KOs so far in the tournament. Well, putting another 11 on there because they got 11 knockouts and that 74k damage dealt as well.
I think you have to include some of the objective knockouts in his knockout list because he's playing Blaziken as well. Not only is he knocking out players, but he's also taking those objectives, but just because how good Blaziken is doing basically to do that job. And moving forward, you know, if I'm one of the teams that are going to potentially go up against Zeta, I think now you kind of have to question, do you need to consider banning Vitopo's Blaziken? Because like, there are definitely other Pokemon out there that deserve bans, but one thing Blaziken does that a lot of other Pokemon really struggle to compete against it is that last hitting game, right? The secure on the Blaziken is so incredibly powerful and reliable in a lot of cases. Like, leaving it in the pool, it's like saying, we're going to potentially forfeit almost all the objectives.
I think it's not just in the objectives. Blaziken has some really great team fights, but that is enough talking from us as we are going to send it over to the stage with Sofchan for an interview.
Well, thank you so much, Kelly. We have from Zeta Division, Vitopo, the player that has the most knockouts of whole Worlds 2025. So that's a very fun stat, isn't it? But how are you feeling in this match in particular, considering that Team EX were very surprising yesterday?
昨日はチーム EX がなんかすごいいい成績出せて、もうこの試合始まる前にどんな気持ちでしたか？
そうですね。これ喋れてます。そうですね。EX まあかなり強敵だったんですけど。今の僕たちは、みんな日本勢や、今までやってきた敵たちの思いを背負っているので、今まで以上に実力を発揮できた結果、勝てたかなと思っています。
We knew that they were very strong going into this match, but we feel we're representing Japan and we have the spirit of the country behind us, so we felt terrific.
That's wonderful. I was even going to segue to something similar like that. You are the last remaining Japanese team of Worlds 2025 of Pokémon UNITE and getting into quarterfinals. Do you feel like that's a pressure on you, or is it just, like you said, something that is driving you into victory?
次のラウンドへ行けて、もうプレッシャー感じてるか、もうこのままでいいか、なんかそういう質問なんだけど。
プレッシャーは全く感じてないですね。やっぱ背負っているものが大きいほど、強くなれるというか、楽しめるので、やっぱこれまで以上に楽しめるようにやっていきたいと思います。
We're actually not feeling too much pressure, and we're really excited about this next round.
Wonderful. So I look forward to see you play this next round. Thank you so much. Congratulations for making to quarterfinals. Once again, give it up for Zeta Division. Right, thank you so much. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Soph, and congratulations to Zeta Division because they get to continue along in the tournament and they're now waiting to figure out who their opponent is going to be. And it's going to be one of two teams. It's either going to be Kalok or Santos Laguna. That matchup has not happened yet. We are going to find out later on today who will be winning and who will be playing up against Zeta Division, but very exciting times for them. One thing that we are going to be looking at, though, is another matchup. It is Nouns versus Luminosity, because I do believe that game is currently happening. And we need to see what is actually happening in that matchup. And actually, oh, excuse me, it is Nouns versus Talon. I saw the wrong bracket. We have the last minute and a half, I believe, for this matchup, Kels.
Yeah, and you can see that Galu has just gone in and taken that lead by dunking some AS energy up in this top path. So putting Talons back up against the wall. They do have a Ho-Oh over on their side. All Unite moves still available, but Talon, well, are they going to be able to make a move and get an isolation here?
They're going to try and go for the dive there with the Buzzwall, but immediately just getting knocked out. So numbers disadvantage for Talon. And for Nouns, all they have to do is play defense. It's up to Talon to either go for the Rayquaza rip or to go for the punish. Oh no, we've got a number player down there. The Snorlax gone on the side of Nouns. We have that Zacian trying to go onto that Rapidash, who does manage to escape in just the nick of time. The Zacian's still okay, but Talon, they're losing players. They're slowly falling. It's just the Rapidash and the Hooper.
They're losing players, they're losing hope as they are outnumbered by Nouns here, and they are the ones that are behind in points. With only 30 seconds left to go, we can see on the mini-map, the Umbreon is looking to go and balloon this lead even further, make it more difficult for Talon to make a comeback, even if they are to shred the Rayquaza, but it doesn't really matter because 4 members are down. Wait, Ho-Oh does end up getting the res, but time's a ticking, and I don't think time is in their favor.
It doesn't seem to be the case here, so Nouns, it looks like they've scored enough points to advance in the competition here at the Pokémon UNITE World Championships. 20-25, taking out Talon 2-0 and moving themselves to their toughest opponent yet, Luminosity in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, so we do have Nouns Esports from EU going up against Luminosity Gaming up next from North America. That is going to be one very exciting match, but Zeta Division, they get to sit comfortably for the time being, setting themselves the first team in that semi-final. So lots of fire matches so far here today, and the action is not going to stop at all with all of these teams that we have seen progressed on through. And well, next up we can see Kalok versus Santos Laguna.
So we're settling the score. We're going to find out who is going to be advancing to the next stage and playing up against Zeta Division, which, if I was either of those teams, I don't know if I'd be looking forward to that matchup yet, but let's focus at the task at hand, folks. Who's going to be making it through? We will find out, but only after this commercial break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are on top of the big stage. We control it like they're marionettes. No, but seriously, I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeet to the ha, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Doob Snacks, what a match we have in store for him.
Yes, we do. Can't wait. Kalok making it pretty far. Santos Laguna also making it pretty far. Two teams that I think were a little off the radar. Well, you better know who they are now because they are fighting in our quarterfinal.
Yeah, one of these is going to be heading to the semifinals here, and obviously so many amazing matches, so many upsets, so many surprise games today. We had 4 teams out of Japan at the start of our bracket here, but all of these single elimination matches means that a stellar team can go down to some crazy plays. We saw that earlier, some of those Aegis Flames games. Let's take a look at our bracket here, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, Zeta Division is the first team to qualify for our semifinals, so there is a Japanese representative there. Peru Unite Aegis Flames squaring off. Nouns Esports and Luminosity Gaming, I think, is right around the corner.
Wow.
And we are right here with Kalok, Santos Laguna.
Santos Laguna on an absolute run here. Kalok having some really good games as well, especially yesterday. I'm excited to see how this shakes out. So many different regions represented as we move through this tournament. Each member of our top 8 from a different region, which is awesome. It just shows the level of competitiveness this game has worldwide, which is really impressive. Again, the only one qualified for the semifinals right now, Zeta Division out of Japan, but we're about to find out what the rest of the semifinals look like.
Yeah, and the team, I believe, if I quick snapshot of the bracket reminded is correct, the team winning here is who is going to face off against them in the next round.
Yeah, that's right. So they're going to know their opponents very, very soon. And then again, we have those exciting matches coming up in just a little bit. NA versus EU. We've got Peru versus Brazil. I mean, just so many good games. And any team, any region could still be your champion.
Yeah, especially some of these upstart teams that, like I said, we're a little bit off the radar when we started maybe even this tournament, less so throughout the day yesterday as these teams started really establishing themselves going into today. Santos Laguna, perfect example. I talked to them on my way over to the booth before they went up and got ready to get up on stage. And Enisa's been playing a Scyther, got 17 knockouts over your Japanese region champions playing Scyther. And that is a Pokemon I don't believe in. So I can't wait to be proven wrong by Enisa's, apparently the only Scyther player on the planet.
That's the only one that you can really trust. Production's telling me they're going to throw something up here for us to take a look at. Let's see. Oh, perfect.
Yeah, you love to see this. This is objectively a hilarious tweet for what it's worth. Watching my lane partner skip the first 2 bunnies. We're, of course, talking about in solo queue when you're carrying that experience share and your bot path attacker or your top laner is worried about you taking the last hit and getting all the experience. That's not how experience share works, my friends.
Immediately after this, by the way, they have to ping, please let me level up first, and then you just know this is going to be one of the most chaotic matches of all time.
But not
by one of the
way.
most, I mean a normal solo queue match where they don't understand the best item in the game. But that's how it goes sometimes. You know what? These pros don't have to worry about that. No. They're playing with a lot of people who understand how that EXP share works.
Correct. And they are not too stressed about skipping the last 2 bunnies in path because that's also a little strategy that they like to employ. Everybody on the same page, you'd like to think. However, today is the day that if you solo queue, you are learning about the wonderful item that is experience share.
Such an important item, and of course, it's important.
It's
the best item in the game by far. It's so good. Obviously, you see every pro team running 2 EXP shares. Lots of different Pokemon can use that item in some cool ways. We've seen a lot of Pokemon that sort of move into a support role, even though their natural, characteristics lend them to be an all-rounder or a speedster or even, a defender, but they play that support role so well with that item. This matchup coming up here, Doob Snacks, I'm wondering, I feel like, and I could be wrong here, I could be caster cursing Santos Laguna right now, but I feel like they are on a real hot streak and they're going to be the tough team to beat.
They really are. They were playing well yesterday. They did 2-1, but in their one loss. The games looked particularly were close, which is good going into today. So they kept that momentum going, had a great first set, finding themselves here in our top 8 to quarterfinals. Kalok, on the other hand, you and I got to cast them. Cast them. We were watching in the back, and they were taking some very clever engagements and really playing the game with purpose and strategy, which allowed them to punch their ticket into the top 8 as well.
Yeah, and now that we're here, moving through our top 8, every single match that you see is going to be up on that main stage. We had games earlier that were on our B stage while we had games on our main stage, and I'm sure you were watching us cut back and forth to those to let you know what was going on. But now every single game is on broadcast. And again, every single game matters. It is a single elimination. We're taking a look at top Pokemon by win rate. Shocking to see Zoroark there. I wonder how that happened.
Yeah, you know, when you see teams, you know, or players like Vitopo, Trainer, taking the Zoroark mantle for today, yeah, they're going to win some games. They're going to win some games.
Suicune, not surprised to see it. It's obviously at only 54%, but it's so powerful that it's picked up by both sides if it's ever available. So that's why you're seeing it has 28 wins on it, right? Because this thing is just getting picked in so many games. Zarina, another Pokemon that specific players are amazing with. And of course, back to encounter rate here, just talking about it. There's Suicune. 94% of the games today have this Pokemon either picked or banned.
Yeah, down the line here, Charizard and Ho-Oh both performing well when they are in the lobby. You were talking to Flareons with Orange Juicers about Latios a little bit. Can you share some inside baseball for the folks at home about that conversation?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, and I'm kind of with Flareons on this. He was talking to me after their matches on their B stage with Team EX, and he was talking about how he thought Latios was kind of bait for some of these squads, and they felt like they shouldn't have been picking it in some of the games that they did. It's a great Pokemon, but it needs a lot of investment. It needs so many resources to get online. Things have to be going well. It's kind of a win harder Pokemon. When things are going great for Latios, it's amazing, but it takes so much time to get there. We've seen some really impressive ones throughout this weekend, but we've also seen times where it just really doesn't show up. And I think a newer Pokemon like that is incredibly powerful, but requires a lot of strategy and a lot of focus to get it online can be tough in a situation like this. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see less and less of it as the tournament goes on.
That makes sense. Something we kind of talked about at the start of yesterday when we were opening the show is the metagame that changes throughout the life cycle of a tournament, and it kind of seems like we're on that Latios downswing, right? We still have quite a few games left today, but there is a world where I kind of think it would be fun, just for the nature of this tournament, for as the fall off happens, teams start picking it late in the draft, where all of a sudden they understand exactly everything that the other team is doing, everything that they're trying to do, and then it's like a huge like gut punch where it's like, and last pick Latios type situation. It's like, oh no, like now this is a problem because we don't have the tools we need to really smother it early.
Yeah, you absolutely can get there, and you do see it happen. Once it starts losing all of that priority, you can pick it in some really interesting spots as it's no longer getting banned. We're going to find out what that looks like here as we head into our first game between Kalok and Santos Laguna. This is our draft. First ban for Kalok is the Blissey right over to the Latios, so still getting some priority here. And wow, this would be a targeted ban, and it is. Scizor, not what they planned on playing. The Scyther version of it getting banned, so Santos Laguna cannot play it. Charizard back the other way.
Just want to point out, poor Hitman. They couldn't have grabbed a picture with the kid's eyes open here. Come on, help him out one time. Blacklight locking up Ho-Oh real quick. And that's a great pick based on the stats we've seen and the performance we've seen it have when actually in the Thea Sky Ruins.
I think Ho-Oh's unbelievable. It's one of the best things going in the game right now. Next couple picks over to Santos Laguna here. Locking in that Zacian. We've seen a lot of it today. We've seen both Metal Claw and Sacred Sword, so I'm not sure which version we're going to see. Both have some real strong possibilities. Suicune also picked up. Again, this is the most popular Pokemon by pick and or ban throughout the entire tournament. Shocking no one, probably. I think Suicune is just ridiculous.
It's crazy. You and I haven't actually seen any Miraidon games, I don't believe, this weekend, but it has been played for about 15% pick rate there. We need to see where Santos Laguna is going to go now. Of course, Scyther, a key part of their success this weekend, not going to be available to them. But Eldegoss is quickly being hovered, and a Pokemon that has a great win rate this weekend at around 70%.
Yeah, Eldegoss is having an amazing weekend here. And it's one of the... What?
You said, you know it's not Lucario.
Right. Yeah.
It's been a travesty.
There are some moments that Lucario is obviously winning some games, and
Sure.
it's a comfort pick for a lot of these players. They're extremely skilled on the Pokemon, so they can outplay their opponents. But it might be that Lucario's power level just isn't there right now. Interestingly enough, Dragonite, 1% pick rate. I haven't seen it all weekend, so whatever games it was played in, I didn't get to watch them. Finally moving over to Absol, kind of a decent substitute if you like Scyther. There's a lot of similarities there.
Yep.
You've got some great mobility. The Unite move is very devastating. Obviously, it doesn't perform the exact same way, but I could definitely see a player flexing into that.
Yeah, we've actually talked about it. It's like, man, it kind of feels like we would have seen a little bit more Absol. We would have seen a little bit more things like Talon Flame.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see such little Talon, but Talon really thrives in a meta where these attackers there are a lot of squishy attackers, and they get to dive into the backline, and we haven't seen a lot. I feel like the attackers are not doing well in this meta. A lot of attackers are just not crushing it. The only one we see over here for Kalok is the Miraidon. No attacker for Santos Laguna.
If you take a look at this last Mimikyu that Kalok locked in, what do you think they're seeing on the Santos Laguna side that says, you know what, Mimikyu can do some work here?
Well, anything that wants to dive in, right, you get to have that opportunity to get them with your Unite move.
Sure.
So Lucario's moving through the battle. Absol decides to jump in. There are a couple good opportunities for that. And Mimikyu is a Zarina, right? Mimikyu is... if you're great on it, this thing is unbelievable. And we're going to see if Kalok has that. We head into our first game here of our quarterfinals between these two squads. Kalok, your purple team. Santos Laguna, your orange team. This best of three will decide who moves on to the semifinals. And again, these are all single elimination games. So the team that does not win this, heading home.
And I really like Santos Laguna. I really like Kalok, two teams that are, I think, outperforming their expectations and looking to keep that ride continuing here at the World Championships.
Nice secures here from Kalok, able to get all of that, even though they are being pressured. However, Kira able to take a little bit on the other side. Any sus right here with the Zacian, so difficult to fight early. It just attacks so quickly, looking for a KO, and they get it.
That's a great pickup here. SCG coming through. Santos Laguna season recap. After playing 46 games during the UCS 2025 season, Santos Laguna has almost a 60% win rate.
Pretty impressive when you're playing against some of the best teams in the world all season. Getting ready for our fight here between the lanes here for these birds, and they go down immediately.
Yeah, not even giving the chance for Kalok to sniff them here. Kira quickly going for a stack, and now we've got a little bit of posturing. 3v2 in the top.
Yeah, here we go. Anysus looking to see if they're going to actually move in for this fight. They've got the Metal Claw on Zacian. I was wondering which version we would see. Metal Claw seems to be having a weekend also. Like, I've seen a couple Sacred Swords, but mostly it's Metal Claw.
Yeah, it's been having good, like Zacian's, like you said, having a great weekend just alongside Buzzle, you know? A little bit underrepresented going into this event, but looking great this weekend. Mark G, tons of pressure. They are gone. Anysus peeling back, going to pick up a Pollen Puff, going to top them off. And now we've got a 4v2. SCG has to rotate back just to make sure the pressure is relieved a little bit.
Yeah, Dragonite's a tough Pokemon, right? It takes a long time for this to get online. Moving around as a level 6 Dragonair really does not have the impact that some of these other central area Pokemon might have. We have Absol almost level 8. We have the Zacian level 7 right there. It's a tough spot to be in for Kalok.
Great efficiency throughout the map by Santos Laguna, right? Every time a wild Pokemon populates, they have multiple people there to make sure that they are the ones getting the experience so they can stay ahead, which they are right now. And now they're looking for an opportunity to leverage that advantage.
And we see, I mean, some real aggressive positioning here from Santos Laguna. We have Blacklight just trying to deal some damage and frustrate the side of Santos as they're continuing to push towards them with this flamethrower, something that Ho-Oh can do and really not get punished for it at all.
No, up top here, Anisus is really trying to put the screws to Nadiza. They do get a knockout with Mufasa following up. Mark G has to peel back, which means this goal zone is get some points put into it.
Yeah, right now Santos Laguna just feels like they're winning every exchange they run into. Level-wise, they're doing great. We finally do have the Dragonite online, however, for the side of Kalok, so we're going to see if the investment in that was worth it.
Heavy slam on Mufasa. Can't quite get the Hyper Beam up in time to get a knockout, and it is a Charge Beam Miraidon as well. So they might be looking for a rip strategy here with the Hyper Beam secure in the days of your big Absol Unite. Can they leverage it? They're pushing forward. Nadiza does go down. They're chasing Blacklight. Blacklight is going to be knocked out as well as Mufasa is on the hunt for another target. They see SCG right now. Can they close the gap? They would love to knock out this Dragonite as Anisus, the Zacian, is up top getting points in a Regieleki that just hit. And now, finally, SCG goes down. Their target is acquired.
Wow, I mean, this is just devastating for Kalok right now. They're losing every single fight. They've lost every moment throughout this match almost, except for a few secures early. They need to get their Pokemon online. They finally do have Dragonite. They've got the Mimikyu now level 9. It did pick up a double KO, so obviously things are swinging back the other way for Kalok, but 11 to 220, losing both objectives.
All the way back to their pad with the E-Speed Lucario is Santos Laguna. They're going to sit on pad 3v2 up top. How are they going to adjust? Going straight in, taking some of those birds for themselves is Hitman, who pivots back off the Bone Rush. Minotaur peeling back. Great Suicune Unite for a couple targets, but nobody in Santos Laguna really wants to fall right now. Anisus decides to dive in. They want SCG. Can they get after it?
Whoa.
Big Aura Cannon from right field gets them done. And all of a sudden, Blacklight finds themselves in the face of 3. Mark G goes down. Santos Laguna is going to beat the brakes off Kalok right now. They're getting the cake, and they threw it on the ground.
Unbelievable. 11-284. Santos Laguna absolutely dominating here in game number 1. Kalok needs to get this under control. They need to pick up a few KOs. Outside of a Mimikyu moment where they picked up a couple, it feels like everything has been going Santos Laguna's way. Even when they got those KOs and pivot towards the top path, Laguna able to defend and push back. No tier 2 goal zone in the top path for Kalok. Zacian has free reign up there as 4 members of Santos move down for this fight.
Rolling back through, Hitman's on the chase. Blacklight sees them, they're gonna try to burn down the Lucario. Nadiza not willing to get too far ahead now. Their half HP, Heavy Slam is there into the Power Nap. That's enough for the Regieleki to be taken by Kalok, and let's see if they can use it. They're moving forward. Meanwhile, Anisus gets the Regieleki up top. Cotton Cloud Crash is gonna land on top of Santos Laguna, and the Mimikyu Unite has been used on the Elgatos. Unfortunately, SCG's on the backside. Big Absol Unite is gonna deal a ton of damage, and the pressure continues. Mark G is so low. Mark G is gone, and now Kalok is looking to reset, but they catch the Miraidon, and it's dusted by Eldegoss. Blacklight just does nothing but press their buttons on the controller, and the Absol wants another one. Can they actually get this knockout? Now you're seeing the pressure that a Ho-Oh can actually put on, stemming that tide.
Wow, I mean, unbelievably strong plays there by Santos. They allowed Kalok to push in. Hiding in the tall grass there was Mufasa on the Absol, just setting up a huge play. 331 right now, 211. Santos Laguna absolutely dominating this match. This is going to be a really tough one for Kalok to come back from. They have some options, of course. They have a Ho-Oh Unite move for some of the big fights later on. But I mean, look at this level swing right here. They have a level 11 Dragonite and a level 11 Mimikyu. On the other side, that's a 14 Absol, 13 Lucario, 13 Zacian. This is a stomp so far.
Yeah, I'm unimpressed by Lucarios, but if you're this many levels ahead, anything looks good. And that Lucario is E-speeding through the team. Hitman is getting the job done with it. Santos Laguna, with a little bit of an old school draft, saved the Suicune, and I'll tell you what, it's looking solid.
Yeah, Santos Laguna is having an amazing game, and they felt like they were going to have some really solid games. Of course, we're heading into, you know, the quarterfinals here, so all of these teams are insanely good. But right now, Santos Laguna just feels like they have Kalok's number. They're going for a score here. They know that Kalok is forced to look at this objective in the top path because it creates a game-winning play. But look at this. Zacian able to rip by themselves, and 4 members of Santos going to put the pressure on this goal zone immediately. Even if Kalok scores up here, which they will,
is that a clean break?
Have points scoring in the bottom path, 80 to 412.
Yeah, I mean, well read by Santos Laguna. Kalok getting some points in. And really what Kalok needs now, and the way their team is built, is for a full flip, hyper beam, and then everybody needs to get their points in. Let's see how it shakes out.
Yeah, and here we go. Lucario just kind of figuring out where they are right now. Kalok obviously has to be the team to make a play right here. If they can get a couple down, then a revive by Ho-Oh, they can turn on Rayquaza and go for that flip.
Oh,
they move in, looking for the Suicune, they get
down.
it!
Okay, the Mimikyu is in there. It gets a knockout on the Suicune. Eldegoss is still standing, but the pressure continues. Dragonite takes to the sky. Where are they going to land? SCG is looking for more targets here. The Suicune's almost back. Mufasa is getting boxed out. Nadiza's right there for a block separation. Minotaur gets split from the Anysus. Now Minotaur gets taken out. Mark G's looking for a new target. Hitman's low on HP. Anysus is low on HP. Kira's Field finally pulling back. Mark G just misses the Shadow Sneak. The revive is coming back. Can they get more targets in? Rayquaza's getting worked on. SCG need to get in there, but the Unite move catches the Dragonite, and they're down. They don't have their secure tool. Here comes the big charged up Unite move by the Zacian, but it's too early. Rayquaza's on a sliver of HP. Who's gonna take it? It looks like it's gonna be Santos Laguna getting it done with the entire team wiped on the Zeta side of Kalok. Like I said, that cake absolutely thrown on the ground.
Amazing stuff from Santos Laguna, controlling that fight from top to bottom. A quadra KO from the EXP share Suicune as they had to manage a few of their players going down. I love the pivot, throwing Lucario back in, trying to take down Dragonite. As soon as Dragonite thought maybe they could have gotten away from that situation, we had Zacian move in to finish them off. Beautiful play. Even if Kalok was able to secure that Rayquaza with just the Ho-Oh, it would not have made a difference with how many points Santos Laguna had already put on the board. Incredibly dominant performance from Santos Laguna here in game number 1.
Oh yeah, from beginning to end, this was the Santos Laguna show. There's no doubt about it. And they were just more efficient throughout the map, right? They were making sure and guaranteeing that free farm early, and they were able to easily use that advantage to build and build and build and build till finally they became inevitable.
Yeah, incredible stuff there. I mean, what a game win. Obviously, if you're Santos Laguna, you feel fantastic. You can use that composition again, but with that kind of wind in your sails, I don't think you need to stress about too much. Kalok is in a lot of trouble right now. Sometimes I think teams bounce back from a stomp pretty well because it's a situation of every single thing going wrong in a match. It's hard to worry too much when not a single thing went right. You know, sure. You can get back in there, you can have a much better game. I don't know if that means their strategy will change or not, but one thing is for sure, they are going to need to look very different in game number 2.
Yeah, if you thought just taking the Scyther out of the hands of Santos Laguna was going to be the end-all be-all, you just learned a tough lesson, Kalok, because they have more in the tank. That Aura Cannon from Jupiter was awesome.
So unbelievably mean. And you don't know exactly what you're aiming for, but you're hoping that you can grab them. You've got the vision there, but it's always tough to make a play like that work. And they were just putting that pressure on after they saw them heading back to base. Nice fight here from Kalok, but the Lucario moving in, Zacian moving in to try to pick up some KOs. Nice big Unite move there. Again, even if Blacklight's able to get this secure, it wouldn't have been the difference maker at that point.
No, not at all. Not at all. Staying in the pocket very well were the rest of the team there. As we take a look at our 2 MVPs, we've got Kira, the most valuable player, and we've got Pelipper, the most valuable Pokemon.
That's right. And right below Pelipper, of course, we have Suicune that Kira used in this match. This thing is just so good. It's absolutely bannable, but it's tough. There are a lot of Pokemon that you want to take away from your opponents. Now I think the question is, does it matter whether or not they got Scyther? Doesn't seem to have made really much of a difference there as they got absolutely dominated in game 1. Maybe you'd rather have taken away the Suicune from them instead of that Scyther.
That's a good point. I think it's still fine to ban the Scyther.
Sure. I love targeted bans myself.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
I think that's okay. I didn't really, I think the bans were fine. I think the draft strategy on Kalok's side left something to be desired. You know, you can kind of argue that they're going for a type of rip strategy.
Yep.
But that doesn't work if the score line is tilted in the direction of Santos Laguna by 300+ points, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't work if you're so far behind on levels that you can't actually get into any fights to secure an objective. So Kalok has got some work to do here in Game 2.
They absolutely do. As we head back into our draft here, again, they are down 1 game. They're going to take the first pick right now. Blissey banned, Latios banned. It looks like we are peeling out of that draft screen here for just a moment. A real tough one for Kalok. They picked a couple of those Pokemon that when it goes right, it looks fantastic. You're a genius because you picked Dragonite. When it goes wrong, everyone thinks, why Dragonite? Why Gengar? Why Venusaur? And on and on and on. These things that are not necessarily meta, but sort of on the periphery that some of these teams want to bring in. We've seen some incredible Dragonites throughout the history of the UCS, but it is one of those picks where it's slow to get online. And if it doesn't get there fast and you don't kind of start snowballing with it early, it's really tough to have a great fight with a Dragonite that's under-leveled, which means it's less likely that you're going to be in a good position to rip, which means it's less likely that your Hyper Beam is going to find great value around some of these objectives. It's just tough.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about historically solid Dragonites. How about Kalok from, like, Japan? Remember when they had a pretty deep run because they just kept running back?
Are you thinking of Kabi-chans?
No. That was at AOS. But it was SCG on the Dragonite. Remember when that crazy Dragonite like Dragon Dance to score the points? You and I were casting that game. It was absolutely wild.
Yes, you're right.
So maybe they're trying to like spark some of that life back into him, going to old reliable there. But again, the difference between this game and how well they were performing in Yokohama a few years ago with this Pokemon was that point gap differential.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if you flip and you get it if everybody needs to score 100 points just to give yourself a chance.
Yeah. Now it's time to regroup. It's time to figure this out.
And I mean, we haven't really seen the Dragonite out of Kalok, right? When we've been watching this weekend.
No, it has
and
a
they've
1% pick rate, so maybe they played it in one other game.
Yeah,
you know?
And it's like, why was this the moment? What did they see? And I'm afraid I can't quite dissect what they saw on the other side and said, yes, this is the Dragonite game.
Well, I do think every once in a while, if you throw a curveball at your opponent, something they don't expect, something they haven't maybe prepped for, and you can kind of get an early surprising lead with it, you can get yourself in a great position, right?
Okay,
you can get yourself in a great position, and your opponents are off balance. They might not know how to fight it. They don't deal with a Dragonite. They don't deal with a team that just zones for it, lets it rip an objective, right? But when the other team kind of gets an early advantage and just keeps running it down on you, picking up KO after KO after KO, you're in a lot of trouble with sort of a cheesy strategy, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, understood. In my heart of hearts, as I mentioned, I would like to see Kalok, I don't want to say go somewhere standard, because a lot of teams have been finding success using their own identity here. And I don't want them to lose themselves after that game. But they need to do what you and I have talked about a lot. After a tough loss like that, you just got to leave it behind you. You almost have to kind of discount it and just say, okay, whatever that was is behind us now. Let's focus on the next thing and not let it jar us too bad. Because there's so many things that went wrong. It's easy to pin it on the Dragonite, like you said, because it's kind of like, the big red flag in front of you. But there were so many other aspects of that game that didn't go right for them.
Fully agree. It's one of those tough things. You know, we saw some crazy matches earlier, High Five versus Zeta division, that had an extremely difficult game 1. Didn't seem to adjust much into game 2, right? They had some adjustments, but Zeta able to kind of play the exact same strategy. So this may be a situation where you either say, look, either as Kalok, we're not going to play the same stuff, or we're not going to allow Santos to play some of the same stuff. We'll have to see how they want to adjust heading in here to game number 2. Always a tough place to be. You know, your back's against the ropes. One more game could be the difference between you heading home and moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, and Santos Laguna getting a lot of targeted bans. Like, don't forget, that Blissey was banned against them as well. It looked like that's where Kalok wanted to go again with their bans, with the quick, brief draft screen we saw. And that's a nod to the players on Santos Laguna that, you know, we'd almost rather contend with the Suicunes of the world than let them have these absolute beast of Pokemon when they're in specific players' hands.
Looks like our players are getting ready to head into this next game. Obviously in a single elim bracket, small choices. If things get chaotic in another game that you're doing well in, you could have lost it all previously, right? So that Dragonite game, it could be, you know, the beginning of the end from them, but we've seen teams come back from worse. We've seen teams have worse game ones and go on to win their series.
Absolutely. I mean, you can talk about Aegis Flames yesterday. You know what I mean? They were having a heck of a time in that first game against Zeta, right? And then all of a sudden, they had a huge Zeraora game, and then they had kind of a dismantling of Zeta in that third game using that Charizard. So this is a down, definitely not out yet situation, but they need to win 2 on the hop here.
And here we are, heading into our draft. We have the Blissey and we have the Scyther banned out over to Santos Laguna, Latios, and Charizard. First pick is going over to Kalok.
So everything's the same in terms of bans right now.
Yes.
The draft is where I really need to see Kalok come alive because that draft kind of went sideways early. They are grabbing the Ho-Oh again. And again, that's not where I think the draft went sideways.
Agreed.
I think that's a fine pick. And there's really no incentive for Santos Laguna to change anything yet as they quickly lock in any Sus's Zacian and quickly grab a Suicune as well.
I think all of these picks are great 1-2-3s, right? Ho-Oh's incredible, looked fantastic in that last game. Zacian was amazing, Suicune was amazing. Some of the other picks as they went on got a little trickier. We've got Mewtwo instead of what we had before, and now we also have a Blastoise coming into this game. So definitely a different look from Kalok, which I think they absolutely need right now.
Yeah, we did see some really clever engagements out of this Blastoise when we were watching Kalok and the Green Rune here. So this feels a little bit more identity-driven to Kalok with what they've been successful with this weekend as Minotaur easily grabs Eldegoss, Hitman snagging up the Mew.
Interesting pick. Mew has been one of those Pokemon that feels like it either has one of the best games ever, and you feel like the player is on another level, or it just doesn't feel like it had much of an impact in a match. We'll have to see how it looks here from Santos Laguna. As we head over to our final 2 picks from Kalok, we've got Garchomp, and they're bringing Dragonite back, so they like this strategy.
I mean, it was picked last game, and its pick rate went up 1 entire %.
Yeah.
So it's easy to see that Kalok is the reason that Dragonite is seeing the game at all right now. And a sword pick. You and I haven't cast the sword yet, but we've talked about how we would like to see more sword throughout the weekend because we think it just fills a decent role on some of these teams when instead they're grasping at straws somewhere else.
I actually really like Aegislash. I think it's a little underrated in this meta. It plays well into tankier Pokemon, that big boosted, able to rip through some of it with some of that max HP shred that it's able to get. I like the pick here for Aegislash, and I like the adjustments from Kalok. If they came back with the same draft, I think they would be in trouble. They still have a few things that I don't know if they're going to be the winning factor for them, but they bring in the Mewtwo wide, they bring in the Blastoise, they have some different options here.
Here's something that stresses me out about Kalok's draft right now. Zacian, great early. Suicune, great early. Mew, great early. You look on the side of Kalok, Blastoise, woo.
Yeah.
And then you got to go on down line. Garchomp, not bad early, but still needs to scale.
Yep.
And then you have a Dragonite, which is another woof. So
yeah, Dragonite is, I mean, it's really rough early. You're right. I mean, all dog stuff. Woof, rough. It's just bow wow, this Dragonite.
All the dog stuff.
All the dog things. It's a tough one because it needs so much experience to get online as we head here to game number 2 in our quarterfinals. Kalok, your purple team. Santos Laguna, your orange team, up 1 game. If they win here, they move on. Kalok will be heading home here at the World Championships.
Looking early here is the pressure, and you're already seeing how good Suicune and Mew are early. I mean, they hit Nadiza so hard on that skirmish over that contestable farm that they had to run all the way back to pad and pretty much just give up. On the other hand, though, Mark G, Blacklight putting on good pressure. Anysus and Minotaur trying to hold it down. Poor little Gossifleur just stepping up and catching shots on behalf of the legendary dog.
You know, it's a tricky one here with this Garchomp. Both of these have great rip early, right? Their auto attacks go very, very quick. They were both trying to see if they could sort of limit test their opponents and pick up a KO in that moment. We have the Dragonair on the top path. We also have the Doublade heading up there to the top path as well. We're watching the Mewtwo make their way up to the top path, seeing if they can join this fight and make something happen here.
Okay, I mean,
moving
all the
on in.
Eviscerated. We're moving forward. Pressure on. That's a quick knockout there on the Gibble. Can they get one back the other way? They do. The Doublades are shattered. They're broken swords right here as Santos Laguna is looking to get some points on the pad.
Huge.
Poor Minotaur is trying to get these points in so they can evolve, and they are successful. So now we have an Eldegoss. Blacklight is incredibly low. Mark G back in the action, and Anysus is being relentless. Finally, we have the Mewtwo Sun Sage looking for a target, is able to have Kira step up and eke that shot on behalf of Minotaur. Not really necessary, but just showing each other, hey, I'm here for you.
That was a great fight on behalf of Santos Laguna, and the real difference between them was Doublade, while not incredible, does outpace that Dragonair a little bit. I think they were able to do a bit more with it, and then Zacian moving in for those clean up KOs. On average, Santos Laguna outperforms Kalok with 371 points per game compared to 354.
So if we're just looking at that stat line, still going in the favor of Santos Laguna, and that number certainly boosted after a pretty lopsided game one.
Oof, SCG making their way up to the top path, but here we are once again at about the same point of the match, looking at a level 6 Dragonair. Maybe they're getting too confident right now.
Okay.
If they go down, this could be big for Kalok, but no, they peel back. Very careful play there, even though they went in for some intense aggression in the enemy central area. Did not work out, but they didn't get punished for it.
The confidence that Santos Laguna has to go after the farm on the side of Kalok's side is unprecedented. Big wide guard. We're moving forward now. The Suicune freeze is devastating as Santos Laguna is chopping through them. Everyone goes down. That's 4 straight up as the Mewtwo Y doesn't catch a receipt because it's not there at the party.
We're doing some math right here with some beautiful overcaps in that top path as the goal zone does go down. They are now ripping that top objective. Santos Laguna once again in total control here.
They're attacking the Gabite in the central areas. Anysus rips the Regieleki up top. They are keeping these late stage Pokemon down. They are smothering them so they can't scale up. And this is just spelling disaster for Kalok early as Minotaur has got eyes on him, just A-pressing Nadiza. And here comes Kira as well. The light bulb putting in work against 3.
Yeah, and here we go, taking 5 members now. Kalok up into the top path. Anysus deciding whether or not they want to fight here. 2 members of Santos able to easily secure the objective in the bottom path. It takes a village sometimes, but it shouldn't take a village to take down a Regieleki. But when you're this far behind in a match and it's this dangerous, they had to commit all of their resources on the side of Kalok to that objective. Santos Laguna, I mean, second verse, same as the first here, Doob Snacks. This is looking like a repeat of game 1.
It really is. It really is. And you're seeing how devastating the Suicune is now in these engagements. Anysus and Mufasa are looking to get active. And when everybody's frozen down, it makes easy work for those two. Nadiza half HP, just trying to contest this Altaria here. And I'm not too sure who got it, but Santos Laguna is showing up in numbers here. As look in the central area. Kalok is getting pressured by Santos Laguna as the sword and the dog are just hanging out.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in for Kalok, right? You just have these over-leveled Pokemon hanging out in your central area, punishing you every time you go somewhere to get some experience. Unite move for nothing. I don't think they're going to miss it, really. They just kind of accidentally threw it, it seems like, and now they're moving towards the tier 2 as we have a little fight here on the bottom path as well. Garchomp with the Unite, not able to get any value yet. Dragon combo right here. Here comes Dragonite.
Nice wide guard. Okay, crash landing by the Dragonite. SCG sees the pressure and peels back. They need to get Anysus, at least get something. Hyper Beam's a little shy. Anysus goes back in. The Pollen Puff is there, top them off. Suicune Unite cover. And now Santos Laguna is turning the tides. They're getting on top of the Ho-Oh. They're certainly on top of that Garchomp. Mark G has the eject button out. The Sorter's relentless. They're poached back to the T2 pad, and they still can't get the sword down. Great coverage by Minotaur as this team is somehow standing, and they're all making the retreat. The surf is in by Nadiza, and they can't close the door. Santos Laguna is just wild right now.
Kalok getting absolutely nothing in that exchange. I mean, the amazing plays there, the support core of Santos Laguna between that Suicune and the Eldegoss, which is having an insane run this weekend. The level lead just padding the HP and defenses enough to make sure that they can make plays like that unpunished for being in the central area of Kalok the entire game as Santos Laguna. 10 to 202. Level-wise, this is crazy. Fight-wise, Santos Laguna is in control. Points-wise, this looks horrible for Kalok.
Now they're putting pressure on Blacklight. There's 3 players there. Minotaur is doing such a great job frontlining and getting vision with this Eldegoss and really setting up plays. And look, SCG, if they step out, they are going to be in an absolute blender between Mufasa and Anysus.
Yeah, they're just waiting, right? They're just trying to bring someone into some of these fights. If they can find them, that would be great. SCG would love to get some experience. They'd love to venture out and find a way to get some levels here, but every time they pop their head out, Santos Laguna is there to chop it down as they start to peel back. Able to grab that buff, which is really nice for Kalok, trying to get some of this XP right here, but so much of it's being taken by Santos Laguna.
Yeah, Santos Laguna, you can kind of see they're hiding out kind of in the left side middle of that central area, and they're waiting for the wild Pokemon in the central area of Kalok to spawn, and when Kalok goes to get it, they just jump on them. We saw Ho-Oh knockout in the top path if you're taking a look at the mini-map there. And now Santos Laguna finally decides to go take their free farm on the side of the map as they're also taking the Swablu and Altaria in the middle.
I mean, look at this here. This is just obviously theirs. No one is here to contest it. You've seen Santos Laguna essentially push the dividing line of this map all the way over to the central area of Kalok. And right now, with 30 seconds until Rayquaza, Kalok is in a very difficult position. They have to make a play. They have to have a heroic fight. They have to make something happen here, or their tournament life is done. Blastoise right now getting some information here as they're trying to bait in a fight, possibly moving forward here. They catch them with the Sacred Fire, but no, they decide to not engage here. They're probably going to have one more engagement in this match. It could be the last team fight they have of the Unite Championship Series. They need to find their moment. We have Anysus moving in, ripping through Blastoise, but they are going to peel back from this. Santos Laguna does not need to start this fight. Kalok has to be the one to make a decision. Santos Laguna looking to punish whatever they choose to do. We have the Ho-Oh, we have the Flamethrower, we have a Side Strike, but they're still not moving in on this fight. Time is ticking down. 10 points, 202. Santos Laguna in complete control. Kalok has to make a decision. They have to pick their moment. They have to decide to fight.
They're going to have to go in here. Time is running thin, as you said. They're down by a bucket load of points, and the pressure's on Kalok to make a move. They're finding a hard way in. Here comes Nadiza. It almost looks like Santos Laguna let them into the middle area. We'll see how we can get engaged. Anysus on the backside. Sun Sage is there. A little bit of pressure on, but we fade for a moment.
Yeah, Mewtwo's Unite move does nothing. Caught there, and now they're moving in for a fight. Here comes Garchomp, but they're very low, and they get taken down immediately.
Santos Laguna is going to jump on top of Nadiza. We've got the Suicune still sitting there. Rayquaza is getting chipped up, forcing out the Hydro Typhoon. Does hit 3 targets. Can they convert? SCG is sitting there. Blacklight is trying to burn down, and we see the Unstoppable pop up, and they're continuing to rage on. Anysus is low. Anysus is low, but it's Kalok that is losing members. Blacklight's the last thing standing in front of Santos Laguna. They are so low on HP. The chase is going on. They pick up a berry. They are knocked out. Somebody get the Baja Men on the phone and let them know that it's Santos Laguna that let the dogs out.
Unbelievable from Santos Laguna, making this look easy in this best of 3, completely dominating game 1 and 2, heading to put some more points on the board. They don't need it, however, as they sit in the middle of the map. They are heading to the semifinals, and they are on fire.
And what a convincing win, too.
I mean,
what
it's
a
impressive.
convincing win. too. It kind of seems like that's the aura you and I are bringing to the booth today, is just these lopsided 2-0s. You got one team that seems like they're ready to take on the world, and one team that's just rolling out of bed. Santos Laguna, I'll tell you what, Enisus is looking really good. Holy, that Zacian, that sword combination just wreaking havoc.
You know, what you saw right there was a clinic in what to do with a lead, right?
Yes.
They took their lead, they kept the pressure on the entire time, and the way they played around each other, making sure that every time they moved in to sort of punish Kalok for being behind, they didn't give up any experience, they didn't give up any big KOs. So impressive. Santos Laguna just looking absolutely dominant in this match against a top team.
I mentioned Enisus, right? You have to give flowers to Kira. Kira and Minotaur.
I mean, that's sweet.
They
dude.
played crazy. Those Eldegoss, Enisus on was operating on 15% HP. It almost felt like especially in that big central area catch where Enisus almost went down, and we were following, and all of a sudden that big Suicune Unite, nice pollen puffs, and are able to turn the tide there. I mean, that to me was a difference maker, and here we just kind of see the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, a great Hydro Typhoon, really nice revival right there by the Ho-Oh, but it's not enough. The level lead makes it really tough in some of these moments, and they're even trying to get this Zacian. It takes a long time. Ho-Oh has to get them with the Sacred Fire. At that point, everyone else is down. We now finally see Blacklight get taken down. Ho-Oh trying their best, but they are gone. Just such an impressive match from Santos Laguna. It was, I mean, just dominant, top to bottom. MVP, Mufasa on the Aegis.
Great tip of the cap to Mufasa on this Aegis. I think they were moving around the map incredibly well. They were using the advantages they had, not necessarily in levels, but like you said, the power level of some of these Pokemon in the early stages of the game, right? Able to get on top of that Dragonair. They were both level 6, but Mufasa coming out ahead in the early stages. So really understanding their Pokemon and the relationship it has to what the opponent is trying to do. Well done, not only by Mufasa, but by Santos Laguna.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't much you can say negative about what they did at all. It was pretty dominant top to bottom, very impressive, extremely impressive level of aggression, and never giving up knockouts in key moments is just a masterclass. They looked fantastic.
They really did. They really did. You know, they were aggressive, but I felt like controlled aggression. Controlled aggression. I think the only time it looked suspect, ironically enough, was when any suspect was ironically enough when Enisus was incredibly low on HP, about 20%, and he was getting chased through Kalok Central, and then all of a sudden, Enisus just turned around and just dove in, and it was just Minotaur immediately following up, and then that gargantuan Suicune Unite, which quite literally put everyone on Kalok on ice, and all of Santos Laguna followed through on that and was able to convert, save Enisus, prevent the experience from going to Kalok and getting themselves a big-time win. But I believe we have an interview on the stage with Santos Laguna. Take it away.
Right, everybody, give it up for Santos Laguna! Our Latam North representatives, and we have Kira for this lovely interview. You just beat Kalok, and it was, to be fair, a very dominant 2-0. So, do you want to talk a little bit about it?
Durante la partida habéis estado dominando constantemente. Parece que ha sido una victoria aplastante. ¿Quieres comentar algo sobre la partida?
La verdad veníamos súper confiados después de vencer al top 1 de Japón. Sabíamos que podíamos contra ellos y vamos por más.
We were very confident after winning in the number 1 of Japan, and we knew we could win, and we won more.
Yeah, and I know that wanting more means that you're going to have to really accomplish that on the semifinals, because you are going to be facing Japan once again in Zeta division. So how are you feeling towards that one?
Para conseguir eso vais a tener que volver en la semifinal y vais a volver a enfrentaros a Japón de nuevo. ¿Cómo os sentís sobre ese reto?
Me siento muy emocionado y lo vamos a tomar de la mejor manera posible.
I'm very happy, and we are going to do it in the best way possible.
Lovely, and to be fair, you did it today already, defeating Reject on the V stage. That was lovely to watch. And I think your performance was amazing. And my favorite point for your team is the macro. So I'd love for you to talk a little bit about how do you guys navigate the late game?
Ella te está preguntando ahora por la estrategia, le ha disfrutado mucho viendo la parte del macro. ¿Puedes hablarles un poco sobre cómo lo habéis hecho, cómo lo habéis preparado?
Lo teníamos ya trabajado de tiempo, la verdad que nos han ayudado a las screens bastante para poder llegar a este nivel y la verdad que los resultados se ven reflejados. Y también gracias a nuestros analistas y coach, a Rixo y a Dioiva, les mandamos un fuerte saludo de parte de Santa Laguna.
We have been working for a while, we have been preparing, we have also had some help, our coach, he mentioned an analyst, data analyst, you mentioned two names? Dioiva and Rixo. I want to thank them.
All right, congratulations for making it into the semifinals of Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Give it up for Santos Laguna. Thank you so much for this interview. Thank you as well. And back to you, casters.
That's us. That's us. We're the casters.
Yeah, thank you very much, Soph. I mean, wow, that was just incredible. The games really weren't too close. They look phenomenal. They have taken down the #1 seed out of Japan. They just took down Kalok. They're going to be moving forward to face off against Zeta Division, a team that is just on a run as well. We're taking a look at our quarterfinals right here. Still to come, Peru Unite, Aegis Flames, Nouns Esports, Luminosity. Unbelievable. I can't wait. Team EX goes down to Zeta Division. Kalok goes down to Santos Laguna. The first two teams heading to our semifinals, Zeta versus Santos. I truly do not know how that's going to turn out. Both of them are playing incredible. Those matches, however, make it look like Santos is going to walk away with this. But Zeta Division is a powerhouse team, the only team left here from Japan.
Yeah, and they've been 2-0 sweeping everyone today here on day 2 on quite a run. However, we still have our other semifinals to get set, and you highlighted them, Peru Unite and Aegis Flames. Peru Unite, a known quantity, trying to find themselves back into their old glory from the last couple years, and Aegis Flames quite literally lighting up the stage and lighting up our hearts because they are playing like monsters, and it's been amazing to watch.
And then, of course, we have Nouns Esports out of EU having an incredible tournament run.
Yeah.
Some of these live events, they've been a little shaky, but we have not seen that this weekend. They're going up against LG. Obviously, I love this matchup. Yeah. It's going to be unbelievably good. I mean, you got kind of Ender against Slash once again. There's that little TTV rivalry from a few years ago. I just cannot wait to see that match on the main stage.
Absolutely. I think you and I might have to slink out into the crowd here and catch that one because we will not be casting it. We will be returning for a semifinals best of 5, which is a courtesy reminder to you at home that our semifinals will be best of 5s. But before we can tackle those, we need to figure out who is forming the other semifinals match. And to get that going, we need to take a break.
We're going to take a break. You don't go anywhere. We actually do
we
go
have
somewhere.
to go somewhere.
We'll be right back, everybody.
Love you. Bye.
action, thrills, upset, Pokemon Unite. What more could you want from the Pokemon World Championships 2025 here in Anaheim, California? We are narrowing down our impressive field of competitors, and we're getting closer and closer to that top 4 semifinal range. What's up, everyone? I am Zoinks, and this is Wonder Chef.
This is Wonder Chef. Absolutely accurate. You know, I cannot believe how close to the end we are. I was just talking about it. I feel like we very quickly went from anything can happen at the start of the day to only a few things can happen.
Yeah.
And
a lot of things to happen.
Yes. The end is within sight, and I cannot believe that it has played out like this. I feel pretty confident that nobody has a correct fantasy bracket at this point in the day, but look at the 2 matches we have left in the quarterfinals. Peru versus Aegis Flames and Nouns versus Luminosity. What bangers.
I mean, just storied history in that second quarterfinal. In this first one, though, some new additions to the scene as well as some age-old favorites in Peru Unite. And then, of course, Aegis Flames kind of taken center stage of the spotlight of the story of our tournament. A bunch of brand new players to the scene mixed in with a few Brazil favorites to form a team that has taken down Titans throughout this matchup and is now in a position to become top 4 in the World Championships? Are you kidding me? What a story from this squad.
I know. And of course, that's going to match what we're going to be watching very, very soon. I'm so excited. I got to catch their first game on broadcast of the weekend, and it was amazing. We got to watch their second match of the weekend. It was amazing. And the third, if it's not amazing, I would be very, very surprised.
So you got to witness the Zero Aura masterclass from Aegis Flames.
Yes.
Well, not many other people did, because that has been almost a permanent ban against this team from every other squad leading up to it. I'm extremely curious if Peru Unite is going to follow suit. I mean, it's a big swing, but this target ban might pay off.
Right, as far as all of our matches on broadcast, after that game, every single game was a Zero Aura ban after that. They said, no, we're never letting that happen ever again. But despite that, it still has, I mean, they've played around it in really, really great ways. They haven't even needed it at all.
Exactly. Now, we're obviously excited about the booth. I know the players on the stage are as well, but we also got people and players in the crowd. So let's hear something from the floor here in the venue.
So Zoinks and Chef, we have here Ollie Cosplays, a lovely content creator for Pokemon that has been enjoying Pokemon Worlds quite a bit. Do you want to talk a little bit about your experience?
Yeah, I've been having the time of my life here, seeing all the cosplays, the amazing community, the TCG, the VGC. I'm totally just in awe of everyone, and it's just a beautiful community being a part of it, Pokemon.
And how about your journey with Pokemon? Because it feels like, I mean, you are literally in character, and I love that for you. Why did you choose Bug? Is it your style, or is it just something that you chose for this event?
They're a little quirky, they're different, they're underrated. I love the weird ones, you know? We got Volcarona, we got Beautifly, Masquerain. I'm repping the Bugs always.
That's wonderful. And how about Pokemon Unite? Do you rock anything in particular?
Well, I'm a little bit of a Serena main, but Goocher's my boy. Goocher is my boy. Those are my favorites.
I love that. So we have a defender and an all-rounder. Quite different styles.
Yeah, totally. I like to change it up. And sometimes I'll do support. I love my girl Blissey. She's cool. You know, gotta help the team. Be a team player.
Can I be your Blissey?
Please. Will you? Can we play right now?
Yes.
A match made in heaven?
Yes.
We're gonna slay.
Oh, we're so gonna slay. Just like Aegis Flames and Peru Unite in his next match. Back to you, Costas.
This is definitely going to slay. And you know, the quirky ones, the different ones, that's, I think, Unite in a nutshell.
Yeah, no, if you were into those style of Pokemon, I think pick it up. Bug types, I think we all were requesting a few more.
Hey,
however, one that has been making a name for
Great
itself.
segue.
Yeah,
Great
so
segue.
much. Thank you. I'll be here, well, not for too much longer, just for 2 more days. I can't believe the World Championship was over. But a Pokemon like Scyther has also been tearing it up, is where I was eventually getting to with that one.
Should have pretended you were going to talk about Buzzword.
Yeah, that's true. But one thing we did talk about right before we cut to that interview was where is the Zero Aura ban? It is absent from this draft. However, Aegis Flames have thrown in the Blaziken, a Pokemon with less than 1% ban rate on our tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty surprising that it's been that low, considering it's been doing really well across the entire weekend. That secure has been super key to a lot of teams winning. We saw LG use it extremely, extremely well. But actually looking at the picks, it's a lot of common picks that we've been seeing. One that I think we've talked about a little bit less this weekend is the Mamoswine, which has gone through a whole lot. There's a lot of options for the defenders right now, but we've been seeing it. You can see 20%, which is relatively high for that kind of like second-tier defender.
I think it's also going to be showcasing why maybe we didn't see the Zera Aura ban outside of Peru United. I think Mamoswine is actually an incredible matchup into that particular, and yeah, Aegis Flames, all of their damage is going to be coming from these melee all-rounders, and of course a speedster in the case of Zera Aura. So we're going to have a lot of up-close personal damage. That's going to be really tough for them to kind of avoid Draken's terrifying Ice Fang. I mean, I talked about how Peru Unite is a story team. That's one way to do it, and yeah, why not just throw in the Armorers? We got the Char Cadet Bros on opposite sides.
I was gonna say, I don't know if I've ever seen in a tournament match both of them on the opposite sides. They're actually also on their own perfect like purple and orange side.
Wow,
it's pretty perfect. This is accurate, lore accurate match.
Production, the script is getting a little too easy to tell that it's scripted. If we could, could just throw in a few twists maybe. But yeah, no, it's some really, really interesting stuff in this draft. I think Peru Unite really doing their homework on what Aegis Flames likes to play, and specifically how their strategies play out on the map, and trying to counter that. So a strong focus on anti-melee fights. We got the Mamoswine for the Ice Fang, Clefable just for that big pocket healing, and then Armourouge is basically this great counter pick that's starting to see not a lot of play, only an 11% pick rate on our tournament, but we have seen the evidence of it doing extremely well into these brawl-style compositions.
Right. One thing as well that I think needs to be watched out for, though, and kind of like the opposite direction, is the Clefable being so dependent on everybody being around you means that there are some huge AoE plays that could be made from the side of Aegis Flames. Specifically, I would say maybe some of the Unites could be gigantic. We've seen, I'd say this weekend, a few plays. Oh, wow, they went right into it. That was extremely fast. But we've seen some plays so far this weekend that have just torn entire teams apart.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, you're talking about that Sarah-led Unite move that has this huge hitbox hitting multiple targets at a time. One of those kind of soft answers is a cleanse, some kind of full heal or something. However, there's no other support Pokemon on the side that could do that. Clefairy having amazing healing, or sorry, Clefable once again, but has amazing healing, but will not be able to cleanse that Sarah-led kind of timed damage mark.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there are a few other things as well. I mean, the Sarah-led would be the scariest, of course, if it does fully land. We've seen that literally wipe entire teams. But Hoopa can, of course, stun big, gigantic circles of people. Zera Aura itself can do just a lot of normal damage. And then Snorlax, honestly, you usually use it a little bit more defensively, but if everybody's stacked up, it can launch an entire team.
Yeah, we have seen some really proactive offensive Unite moves from Snorlax in the past. It's kind of a do-it-all Unite move sometimes when you just flop on the ground and get that big shield. So we're going to be looking forward to seeing what Atharas can pull off with this Pokemon, especially against such a world-class defender in Draken. I know Spriggles and Doob Snacks have gotten the chance to cast over Peru Unite matches a lot, and they love talking about the support of Kea and the tank of Draken. Nemo going in for the offensive pressure, but we're also pushing here on bot side.
Yeah, pushes from both sides, or I should say in both paths from Peru. However, they're getting pushed back up top. Anemo just trying to escape. A great counter engage from Tempo, who, oh my goodness, is barely escaping. Tries to get chased down using the Bumblebee for a little bit of mobility, but not going to be able to catch. And that healing, like you said, it is huge. It is some of the most, I guess, concentrated healing in the game. It is so incredibly fast at pulling you back up. You just got to be close.
Yeah, and not to mention when you get that plus upgrade of it, it's just AoE becomes gigantic.
Yes.
It's covering just entire areas of where team fights are going to be going on. I like Tempo's play on the Lucario there. We are going to power up punch. We don't have access to our second move yet on Lucario, so we find a way to weave in that damage. I think they were kind of hoping the boosted auto after would get themselves the KO. Comes up a little bit short, but they do make it safely back. Lucario's passive in Steadfast really helping it out of the early game, and I think one of the major reasons why this matchup with Buzzwole versus Lucario is actually going so well for Peru Unite right now on the top side. Problem is, Aegis Flames
Aegis has a big successful push as Anemo goes down. Leafeon KO'd. Aegis Flames dumping in points into tier 1 on bot side.
That's a lot of points, and especially with Hoopa, they've got to be careful of that. You get a little sad on the bottom. Both Peru and Aegis sit at 71%, but Peru with 31 more games played. We have a hat count coming next game.
Okay,
are we getting spoilers?
Okay, all right. Well, I do love that we have incoming warning of these lower thirds. I love that a lot. But wow, what impressive win percentage for both these squads.
Yeah.
Aegis Flames having quite the tournament run, but Peru Unite a bit longer of a chance to be playing in these events, clearly. These Hoopa portals from the Ocean are going to be pretty important, specifically around the basement and Reggie Alecki battlefields. You see Snorlax already trying to take up space. Peru Unite taking this one a little bit slower, as Anemo is actually going on a bit of a central area invade for experience instead of trying to fight over the red steel.
I like that idea a lot. The rotation ability from Aegis is so strong from Aegis Flames. Ooh, but they are gonna all rotate down to the side of Peru Unite, trying to push down this tier 1. Tons of damage here, just all on top of this pad. They're gonna have to back up. Even with the potential of maybe getting some players down, it seems like they timed it really perfectly, as Aegis Flames are actually pushing down the top tier 1 on the other side. So not enough members to come down and help. They will be breaking this pretty exactly, I think, right there. Like 5-point overdone, something like that.
Yeah, I was honestly shocked that they didn't do it earlier. I saw Santos sitting there with 7 points, but against the Hoopa team, you want to do that as early as possible. Shatter that tier 1 goal zone. But I saw there Anemo wanting to get just a couple more attack weight stacks on that Leafeon, wanted to knock out one more ball toy before you break, and they were able to do so and rally back for the Reggie Alecki defense. Aegis Flames not going to take that line down, though, as they're pushing towards this tier 1.
Ooh, I like this thought. They're going to go in really, really far. Buzzwole starting the initiation. Big Unite coming out. And that's going to be 1 KO already on the Swinub. Double altogether, and that should be a third with, oh, well, I was going to say with Zyna's going down, but hold on. They're actually managing to escape really, really well. Then, especially the extra damage of the birds is actually starting to add up. Finally manages to catch all the way down, but that was a pretty good delay as far as things go. One more target with tempo on that Lucario, who most likely won't be able to escape yet. Finally getting KO'd, but delayed long enough that we are going to get some revenge KOs as Anemo comes back into the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Nemo stacking up his attack point. Oh, what an eject button earthquake combo from Draken to finish things off. And Nemo going to be stacking up the Excel Bracer by 1 point with that assist. But either way, clean little comeback from Peru Unite, but certainly the major win in that team fight going over to Aegis Flames. A lot of big knockouts. Tempo on this Lucario really trying to kind of push the limits of this Pokemon, find these KOs in pretty dire situations. I think so far it hasn't worked out in their favor, but they are keeping pace on levels, at least with their roster, slightly behind Aegis Flames right now.
Oh my goodness, just exploded right there. That's going to be a double for Matt, maybe going for a triple. Yep, 3 altogether. Actually, maybe a 4th up there as there's a 1v1 happening as this Regirock is going down very quickly. And oh, finally a little bit of an assist. Oh, the Unite, I think, maybe connecting. I'm not sure if that connector barely missed, but regardless, they're both going to get out of that. Oh, maybe a little bit too risky. Some damage coming in the other direction. The Armor Rouge definitely could melt both of those melee Pokemon just by standing close to them.
Yeah, and Matt's just getting this discharge shield, becoming such an important factor in a lot of these engagements, allowing them to just barely escape getting KO'd, and then of course get some of that return damage. And yet again, Lucario getting punished. Ceremonies Unite hits 3 targets, sets themselves up for a KO streak of 2, but that's just so far. Making a triple as Draken and Anemo trying to create a little bit of space, looking for the last hit of the Reggie Alecki, but it comes via the Ceremonies.
Wow, they do manage to get it, but then once more we're going back to the chase game. It feels like there's been a lot of just chasing within this game, especially maybe like right after some of these team fights, but Anemo doing a great job. Being able to kite using Razor Leaf is such a strong, nice skill to have is what I was going to say for playing that Pokemon, but they do finally catch, and things just seem to be going the way of Aegis Flames altogether. It's not like it's a one-sided game, but they're ahead in most areas.
Yeah, they are. I think right now Peru Unite has been relying, though, a lot on Draken's Mamoswine to achieve anything in these team fights. It feels like it has been an uncharacteristically quiet game from both Anemo and Tempo, who have not found a way to get a good shutdown on what Aegis Flames is trying to pull off. I think this Zero Aura Cerelege I have to imagine it's Brazil's squad is kind of surprised they got it in the draft.
Yeah.
And they have the chance to play it. And so far, it's been looking amazing. Big Unite, like you called out.
Yeah,
Sarah Aura having some clean plays. So exciting so far.
Yeah, couple huge Sarah Ledge Unites.
Yeah.
They've been looking really good. Another thing that I was talking about, I talk about this at every tournament, I feel like. I don't fully understand still why we see so much priority on Lucario from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, yeah, we've been talking about that a lot today.
Yes, but I talk about literally every tournament. I feel like we have this discussion. But I was just talking about it to some of the other casters too. I feel like, that's not, I mean, Tempo's an amazing player, we know that, but I always feel like the impact of Lucario is a little bit low compared to a lot of the other picks you can see around it. I mean, obviously Blaziken was banned, but that's an option. Serena does some similar things, that's an option. Buzzwole obviously on the other side. But we'll see if maybe I eat my words here as we're getting down to the final stretch. Relatively close in score. Level 15 already on Aegis Flames, though. That's 2 levels above anyone else in the game.
And a latent Regirock buff on Aegis Flames as well. So a bit of damage reduction due to those bonus defenses. Twistbomb at level 15 on this Sarah Ledge, by the way. He's going to try to threaten her. And then here's a pull. They actually grab the Clefairy first. And the Buzzwole gets the first KO.
Oh, already one down. We are going to be uniting from Drake, and in the middle of the pit, everybody just on top of everybody. I don't even know what got that last hit. It was the Armor Rouge of all things. Peru managing to grab it, but only 3 members up. And certainly Draken's shield is already down. A few members low on the side of Aegis Flames. 1 member running up to score in the northwest side, and it looks like they're getting stopped. That shield is so close to being broken. Oh, an inch away. They got it in. The lead now going to Peru's side.
Yeah, 2 games is able to kind of crowd control Santos for a little bit, but can't break that final piece of shield. There's still over a minute left on the clock. Aegis Flames with a very remarkable team fight. Maybe they lose the Rayquaza, but not a lot of Peru Unite walking out of that fight with Rayquaza's shields. There is still room for Aegis Flames to rally back and take the point lead.
The biggest thing here is they've got a decent amount of time to build back the Unite move for the Hoopa. Hoopa, as far as Unite moves, is one of the biggest comeback scoring Unites in the entire game. And they don't need that many points. If they actually keep small points in their pockets, that would be beneficial. It's almost unfortunate that they've got 50 in pockets for 3 of their members.
Yeah, they at least have a little bit of time on the clock, so a team fight is still available. 10 seconds on the respawn timer for Zynus for this Armor Rouge. Draken going to be first one to rally up. Kea there as well. The support core, the first line of defense. Sarah Ledge Unite hits every single defender at the exact same time. Unstoppable for the Snorlax, looking to get that push as Mamoswine is already down. Make that Kea as well. All 3 down. Just the Armor Rouge, just the Leafeon left to defend. But still, Aegis Flames has not found an angle to get these scores in. Hoopa too low. Anthoras needs to make it back to the portal, but all they can do is run.
Hoopa's running to the top path. There's 5 seconds left. They need to get it in. There's somebody on pet. No, they're not going to be able to make it. And Peru with the comeback taking game number 1 just barely.
Zynus with 2 hero plays on that Armor Rouge, not only securing the Rayquaza with what I have to imagine was that Psy Kaboom Unite move right on top of the Rayquaza pit, just out of the melee range, charging up with a huge explosive psychic attack to knock that one out, but then respawning just in time, being patient enough to stand on that jump pad and land and stop the Hoopa score. Really close call for Peru. I think Aegis Flames having the advantage in that final fight, surely, since they were able to catch out Kea with the Zera Aura pull, but still, Peru Unite finding a way to push past that.
Oh, I feel like, honestly, Aegis were ahead the entire game in every single situation, but that Rayquaza fight was one of the most chaotic, unpredictable Rayquaza fights I've ever seen. I believe I just said it just every player was on top of everybody else, and there were just a bunch of AoEs going, which is exactly what it was. I don't think anybody really had a read on what exactly was going to happen in that situation, because there honestly is a similarity, or was a similarity, in both of the comps that we just saw, where there was a lot of AoE damage and a lot of melee and a lot of punishing people sticking together. Unfortunately, when everybody's all sticking together all in one place that happens to be on top of the main objective, something's going to hit it, whether you want it to or not.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're all focused on that, you're not focusing on the outside threat, which is that Armor Rouge, right? Who is outside of that melee, is a little bit out of danger, which normally this build of Armor Rouge loves to be in the thick of it. That Armor Rouge loves to be playing in the mix, but Zynus very smartly knowing that their Unite move is a gigantic burst of damage, can play around that, or even their Psy Shock, whatever they need to throw at the Ray, to ensure their team getting that Pokemon. I mean, what a play. Things got real dangerous, and the fact they were able to make it to the goal zone and Buzzwole couldn't break the shield. I mean, we're talking about this match being won in millimeters, not miles.
Literally the startup of the move happened, and it looked like they were getting the dunk off. It just didn't quite happen. But as close as that one was, I feel like this could go to a game 3 for sure. But I'm sure Peru doesn't want that. We're going to be starting off with a very same bans, it looks like, from both sides.
All right, we're going to be running it back. I do think that Zeraora was phenomenal for Aegis Flames again in game number 1. So Peru Unite, I guess we're all hoping they're not going to be punished by the hubris a little bit in this situation, but they do have the 1-0 score lead. There is the Buzzwole on the other side yet again. Dragon could try to steal away the Snorlax and pick it up for their own side. However, the Mamoswine, being the on-paper counter for the future Zeraora pick, does feel like the wise decision here.
We may actually not even get the Zeraora pick, though. Matt's already picking up this Buzzwole. Obviously, they can switch, but we did see Matt's go to Buzzwole in a lot of the games where Zeraora was banned. So it may be one of those decisions where it's like, okay, let's go for something else. And honestly, the Zeraora, while it didn't look bad, it certainly didn't look quite as dominant as it did in a lot of the other games that we've seen so far this weekend. So maybe they're just going for a different idea.
Yeah, they could be. I mean, I was pretty, my jaw hit the floor when they pulled Kea in with that crazy pull right at the start of that Ray fight. So, I mean, I guess I don't need a whole lot of evidence to cheer for the Zeraora. I'm a bit of an easy laugh in that way, I suppose, but it looks like Aegis Flame is going to be hovering almost the exact same, the exact same 5 Pokemon will be locked in place. Peru Unite kind of doing the same thing. So this has been a really fun screen where we're just kind of doing the exact identical thing. Tempo was Lucario in a match previous. This is going to be their one chance to change up the composition from the former 5. Currently, they're hovering the Zarina, and they did not change anything. It is Lucario. This is not a replay. It is not a pre-record. This is game number 2.
That was an opportunity for them to make me look smart by going... Unfortunately, they instead made me look stupid, which I usually do to myself, but we'll take it here. No, honestly, I still do feel like Serena would be really, really strong in this comp as opposed to the Lucario, but they feel comfortable, and I mean... If you feel comfortable, that means a whole lot. You know, if there's stuff you don't have to worry about, if you don't have to worry about changing up your strategy, that can leave you able to kind of adapt more and talk about different ideas more. There's only so much time you have to actually think in a game. But the full repeat is really interesting.
Yeah, and listen, Lucario does have some solid counterplay into Buzzwole. Buzzwole's best part of its kit is kind of that full combo it can extend on you. Lucario, one of those unique all-rounders that does have very easy access to an unstoppable in that power-up punch, right? So you're able to just trigger the charge of that move, kind of avoid a lot of Buzzwole's charge attacks, potentially even the Ceremonies, but like still, some big moments there that we're looking for, as well as Lucario, I think uniquely does have a stronger pace to that level 5 than Buzzwole will.
Yeah, that certainly is the biggest advantage, I think. And that's actually, you know, I was just speaking to some of the other casters in the green room, and we came to that decision as well, that the big advantage for Lucario is the very, very early game. But here we go. Aegis Flames on their last life. They were ahead last game, but they've got to make it now 2 in a row. Peru Unite looking to move into the top 4.
Yeah, I can already hear the crowd losing their minds for this Aegis Flame squad, the heroes of this team. But here we go, that promised fact. This UCS 25-5 season, we have seen a total of 5,862 games on and off stream. And in those, over 23,000 hats have been witnessed. So shout out to the Hollowware with hats. We know it's a certain content Cowboys favorite, and good to see it's a favorite of the players as well.
Of course, hats, most important thing in this game. But
absolutely.
Right now, I don't know if we have any hats in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Zeraora has a cowboy hat on one of its Hollowware, so crazy work from Matt Z to not be equipping that one. So far, so good for them. They got 10 points in pocket for both the Pokemon and Path, mostly because we do have an absent attacker, as we do have a split of the central area from Peru Unite, and then we'll be carrying the red buff, and I believe that will be Zainus with the blue buff.
The direction that they're going to choose to go is going to be mostly top this time. We've seen a lot of teams really crashing bottom. Right now, Onemo getting hurt really bad. Has been really good at escaping, but imagine even with the eject button to escape, or I guess you'd say against an eject button. Great support from the team, but hey, you know, you've got a lot of help right there with that little Clefairy. And on the other side, wow, we had a really, really far push from the side of Peru Unite. Draken maybe being punished a little bit for it, and Matt's already getting that KO.
Yeah, I mean, now is the time. If you're looking looking for any kind of stacks push forward. We don't have access to hyperspace hold quite yet. I think Hoopa just getting to that level 4 previously, so you don't have that quick defense you're worried about. You have to rotate down the old-fashioned way. Zyno's doing a great job of defending this goal zone fire spin with that huge area of effect. Makes it very easy to prevent enemy teams from scoring even small amounts of points. So solid work from Peru Unite. They hold on to a very tiny lead. We're really going to start seeing the game shift around this 8-minute mark here as the middle birds being dominated by Peru Unite.
Yeah, looks like they're already gone. Matt's going a little bit far right there in that last engagement, by the way. Really wanted to find that KO, but unfortunately we saw the rotation down, and it was a lot of experience for a lot of people who really wanted experience. And so that's going to be a nice little early boost for the side of Peru Unite. You can see they've already got a couple level 7s, only one level 7 on the side of Aegis Flames. Looks like an attempt here maybe for an ambush. Yeah. That is a scary set of Pokemon to try and ambush you. Still a Clefairy right now. Tempo only has a little bit of help, not nearly enough. Finally, though, Anemo coming up with the Leafeon. That's going to be a huge chunk of damage on everybody. But, oh, not if you're the one who gets dunked there. Again, managed to sneak out just barely, picking up both berries in a row, finally getting KO'd. A ton of points in this top tier 1. Draken coming back to push, but probably going to get KO'd themselves. Yeah, not that much damage to support them. And I think eventually we're going to have to see Peru give this up. Well, I think they're taking relatively uncontested the basic red.
Yeah, that as well as Kea, I think, on the other tier 1 in the same path, going worthy sacrifice, as I will stack up my special attack specs. So I may not be able to save you now, but my Moonlight Healing will save you truly later.
yeah, eventually. And wow, okay, they do manage to take this. There was a little bit of a turnaround here as Peru sent a lot of members up top for that Reggie Alecki. It seemed like it could have been pretty easy for Aegis Flames to take it, but they are now on bottom. There was a big like rotation around from both sides.
And just now we witnessed kind of that Cerelege soft counter with the Armourouge. So Zynos does have the full heal equipped. So the Cerelege Unite does cut through the Armourouge, leaves that huge mark that'll explode momentarily after, but it was cleansed with Armourouge as a full heal as they just kind of walk back to their base. So it's a long cooldown on that battle item though, so you gotta watch out. Maybe they can find a way to expose the, lack of battle item from Zynos a little bit later.
Yeah, there are a good amount of things that you could potentially want to try and use full heal on the Aegis Flames team. Yeah. A little bit of crowd control from pretty much everybody. Nobody's really all that pure damage, so we'll see if they end up making it come into play. The pull attempted, not going to land this time. Zyna's safe for the moment. That certainly would have been a situation you could not have gotten out of.
Yeah, a nasty Volt Switch angle as well, so far and right on the enemy goal zone. Like, even if there is a Unite move to contend with, I don't think Zynos is walking out of that one scot-free. They are posturing for a fight here on the bottom side, and there is that pull. Heavy slam to follow immediately after. Zynos is able to walk away, though, with that unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean, Clefable Healing is now at a hugely significant power level, so you can see how fast that managed to heal them back up. I believe that we probably need a combo of something like the Buzzwole to land another crowd control. They really wanted that to happen. Oh no, an attempt at a pull, but they get caught out, and Matt's gonna go down. Maybe another follow-up KO here onto Snorlax. This is gonna be a tough situation. This is also opening the door for them to push down this tier 1 goal zone, and yeah, they're certainly gonna break this as soon as possible. They managed to get a big overdunk this time as well, but with the Hoopa on board, that is a big win for them.
Follow Me repositioning Zeraora for its ult, which is actually diabolical. Kea setting up some really nasty situations for Aegis Flames to have to play around. It seems like in this one, though, all they're going to be doing is setting up for a retreat, as everyone's got to bail and rally for this goal zone defense. 48 remaining. Draken take it away. Unite move to try to respond. They have a lot of HP, but that's absolutely blown up by the Cerelege.
Yeah, the Cerelege Unites have been landing extremely well. They're going to continue the push. We're going to see Anemo very, very low, but standing in the back line, able to still pick off Zeraora, and there's just not enough damage left. I mean, we do see Games here trying to follow up as many as possibly can, but there's just too many. That's going to be a full team wipe for Peru Unite. They are now the ones that are way far ahead in this game, almost about as much as their opponents were in the last game. I feel like the levels are similar, the points are similar. Yeah. We'll see if Aegis Flames can make it 100% similar and make a comeback.
Yeah. Not to mention the drafts being exactly similar. So truly mirror images in this game number 2. Peru Unite going to land on this Regieleki, a very cheeky steal attempt via the hyperspace hole, which does do a little bit of damage, but will not knock out the Regieleki, instead walking down towards that tier 2. Peru Unite now with a little bit of information on their screens. They will be able to see that 3 members of Aegis Flames are fighting that Regieleki, which of course means they're absent from every other part of the map. You see Draken and Kea playing all over the place, trying to find the other 2 missing Brazil players.
Yeah, on the bottom, we just see again a little bit of vision as they were able to see a few members of Aegis Flames down, again, farming these last-minute birds. The only thing that's really going to be spawning, I believe, in time, that Regieleki certainly won't come back, but this basement Regi could be a big target. It's going to have about 30 seconds left when we get to it spawning, and everybody is down here. You can see, look how far forward this positioning is from Peru Unite. They're standing in this tall grass, but they're visible. You know, you can see them, and they're actually going to initiate. They're going to move in already and just get ambushed. But the thing is, the target is a defender, so they do manage to take on the Ceremonies. It's a pretty good win for them. They're all backed up. They've taken a KO each, but this Regirock is almost being ignored from Aegis Flames. They're like, okay, that was enough for us.
Right. Yeah, I think Peru Unite is so happy with that trade. They'll take the Mammo Swine for the Ceremonies any day of the week.
Yeah.
However, they won't have their defender for this initial positioning skirmish, right? So Rayquaza spawning in about 10 seconds. Aegis Flames does have map positioning, but I think the Armor Rouge and the Lucario, enough of a disincentive. They actually feel like they have to retreat back to their side of the map. Mondaras, with this block, has been pretty proficient at trying to steal away an enemy target, but this time just trying to defend that Buzzwole.
Hope Unite coming out. Everybody once again jumping on the south. Who knows what's going to actually hit it? But once again, it looks like it's Peru. Exact same way that it happened last time. Impossible to tell, but we can see the result, and Peru confident in their secure ability. That's a triple for Armor Rouge. Armor Rouge certainly was an amazing pick, almost a quadra in this set. This is going to be nearly impossible to come back from. They've got a 350-ish point lead on the side of Peru. There's still 1 minute and 17 seconds left, though.
Yeah. You can ban Blaziken, but unfortunately Peru Unite has Blaziken at home, which is power-up punch Lucario in the middle of the Rayquaza pit, and it still succeeds. But like you mentioned, Wonder Chef, a minute left. Kay gonna make that a whole lot harder, though, adding yet another Hundo Burger to the final bill. Peru Unite defending against this one very far forward. Zydus and Draken not retreating to their tier 2 for the healing and safety, instead trying to pull single targets away and let Anemo and Draken get to work. Anemo in particular has 2 KOs in a row.
There's an attempt to push here, but 2 members down, 3 members down, and in the meantime, Clefable is going all the way to back cap in the home base. A lot of damage here coming out from who's left of Aegis Flames, but unfortunately it's going to be down to 1, another Hundo Burger. That's going to certainly seal the deal. 26 seconds left. Nobody from Aegis Flames still up on the map. Peru Unite have ended one of the most legendary runs that we have ever seen in UCS, any UCS tournament, but especially a World Championship tournament. So great stuff to Aegis Flames, but Peru are monsters this weekend.
Peru Unite finding yet another way to level up. I think drafting into this Sarah or a Sarah Ledge composition so extremely well and celebrating alongside the crowd who is here to support this squad. Peru Unite have now hit the same benchmark they have laid for themselves in Honolulu. Yet again, a top 4 spot for them, but different from that one, their potential still unlimited, having a chance to push even farther in this tournament.
Without a doubt, one of our most consistent teams of all time.
Yeah.
They're a team that not only has shown up to Worlds and placed extremely well multiple times, they have shown up to a lot of different international championships and placed well. They really take every opportunity that they can to prove themselves on an international stage at offline events, and it shows. Their level of experience is nearly unparalleled.
Yeah, I love what this team has been able to accomplish this year. Maybe it has been kind of a, a tougher year for them than years prior, right? I mean, it's tough to compare to the year prior. They were just unbelievably dominant in so many events. But now, finding a time to truly return to form at the World Championships here in Anaheim in 2025. I mean, what a time to do so, reaching top 4 2 years in a row. I mean, so few teams can actually brag about that.
Right, and we set up some very interesting matches in what could be our next set. It's going to be them playing up against the winner of Luminosity and Nouns, which is another exciting match. Obviously, we're going to see that in a bit, but
maybe not if you're Peru.
Well, yeah, or maybe if you're Peru, you know, if it's Nouns, we'll see what actually happens, or maybe they just want to prove it themselves. But we did get to see some wonderful replays here of specifically, honestly, I gotta say, the Ceremonies Unites were hitting. They were absolutely on target, and it wasn't quite enough. It's just the chaos of these final moments were ridiculous.
And in those moments, there is a Pokemon that thrives. Please watch Clefable in the situation. We got self-destruct. Follow Me absorbs so much of the priority attacks right there. You watch KO's Follow Me right when the Rayquaza is about to be KO'd. Oh my word, what a player. KO has just proved time and time again that they are an important part of this team. They are not going to be awarded the MVP this time. Instead, it is going to be a Nemo on this Leafeon. 72,000 damage, 11 knockouts. Very impressive showcase.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we've seen every member of this team be an MVP at points, at many different points.
True.
They're a team that has stuck together for a long time and played together and synergized so well together. But Anemo, great to see, although, are we going to see the Scythe back?
Oh, maybe. Well, hey, if we have an all Latin America Grand Finals on Sunday, only one of those teams will be able to get Scyther at a time.
Wow, what a possibility that we have.
That'd be so crazy.
I mean, we could have seen it from Insomnia as well. But we've got an interview. Maybe we can have Soph ask them if we're going to see some Scyther. Maybe not, though. We'll see what she's got to say as we head up on the stage.
All right, thank you so much, Chef, and I'm so excited to have Anemo here with you from Peru Unite. Well, you find yourself already qualified for a top 4, just like last year, huh? So how does it feel to beat Aegis Flames in a very, very convincing fashion?
Bueno, ya estáis en el top 4 como el año pasado. ¿Cómo te sientes después de ganar a Aegis Flames en una partida tan interesante?
Me siento muy contento de estar en la misma posición del año pasado porque ahora sí podemos corregir nuestros errores y también quiero agradecer mucho a nuestros hermanos de Aegis Flames porque ellos siempre han sido nuestros compañeros de sprint desde el primer año y es gracias a ellos que mutuamente hemos mejorado. Así que lo agradezco mucho y estoy muy feliz de estar aquí de nuevo.
I'm very happy to be back here at top 4 like last year, and I'm very grateful to our brothers, Aegis Flames, because they've been our partners at the scrims, and we've been always together, so I'm very, very grateful.
Of course, last year you were still Fusion, this year back to Peru, so it's always a back and forth in your team name, but not in the roster. So how's the confidence of the team as a whole going into the semifinals?
El año pasado estabas en el equipo Team Fusion, ahora has cambiado a otro nombre de equipo, Peru United, pero la lista de jugadores es la misma. ¿Cómo te sientes
Can you bump them up, please?
participando de esa manera?
La verdad es que seré un poco repetitivo, pero es que me da mucha alegría de poder estar aquí de nuevo con mi mismo equipo, con mis mismos compañeros, con mi misma familia. Y ahora sí vamos a dar lo que no pudimos dar el año pasado, por lo menos vamos a quemar hasta el último cartucho.
I don't want to be repetitive, but I'm very grateful to be here with my same partners, my same family, and this year we're really going to go for what we couldn't get last year.
All right, just looking for an even better result with your friends and the team that you call family. So, your next matchup, how is the preparation getting into this top 4? Because we know that because you were top 4 last year, having an even greater challenge now to advance into that grand finals. What does it mean to you to get there?
Ahora este año tenéis un desafío aún mayor porque volvéis al top 4, pero tenéis
Can you
la
bump
intención
up
de llegar a la
interpreter,
gran
please?
final. ¿Cómo lo habéis preparado para eso?
La verdad ha sido un trabajo muy duro, nadie me va a dejar mentir. Yo y mi equipo hemos pasado por muchas adversidades, pero los hemos superado y por eso es que seguimos aquí, parados justo aquí, y vamos a seguir haciendo nuestro mejor esfuerzo.
So I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be very challenging. Yes, sorry. I'm not gonna lie, it's been very challenging, it's been very tough, it's been a lot of hard work, but we are gonna fight till the end.
Okay, so confidence, a lot of hard work that you have put in and that you will keep on putting into getting into grand final. So give it up again for Peru Unite and Anemo. Thank you so much, you both, for the interview. Back to the casters.
Thank you, Soph. Wow, it's such a cool storyline, honestly. We were talking about how, I guess they've been together for such a long time, and then Anemo said the exact same thing. We didn't know that they were training partners.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Yeah, also, I mean, I really like Anemo's interview there. A lot of honesty. Like, it's been a hard year. This team has had a hard year, both in just accomplishments, but just it sounds like it's been a journey for this team. So awesome to see that the work is paying off for this Peru squad. And now they're going to be moving to our top 4 for the semifinals, eagerly awaiting their opponent that will be the next match played on stage. Nouns Esports from EU versus Luminosity Gaming from North America. The Inder versus LG rematch on stage here in NA.
And we got to see some cinematic foreshadowing there. We got to see a few familiar faces in the background setting up. We got to see some square glasses in the crowd. And I know that this is going to be a loud one from them for sure. Nouns versus Luminosity. I'm so excited for that. Like you said, some storied history with Inder in particular up against.
And even just the general Nouns team, if we want to go back to the first ever World Championship on that London stage, we did have this squad competing against Nouns Esports. That three-player core from LG versus that three-player core from Nouns Esports. This is going to be, I mean, such an amazing matchup. I cannot wait. I love seeing the Noggles in crowd. I know LG's got their fair amount of fans out there as well. This is going to be an exciting one.
I know, and of course to see who's going to make it as our final member of the top 4.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness, we are getting so close, and of course 2 teams that are both kind of the, you know, they're like our teams in a way. You know, we get a chance to do Europe a lot, we get a chance to do North America a lot, so for sure we're going to be excited to be watching that one from behind the stage. But so cool to see these top teams from both of these regions, and especially seeing them make it so far. I think that there were some question marks, especially around Nouns, who had to kind of build themselves a little bit within this season, but they're here, Luminosity's here. We're not going to be here for a moment. It's going to be a few other casters, but you got to go do whatever you got to do to get ready for this next match, because when we come back, we are going to have Nouns versus Luminosity Gaming here at the World Championships.
Hey there, trainers. Welcome back to another Meet Your Casters segment. This time with Danily and Soph-chan, your Pokemon Unite casters. And we're going to be asking each other some questions so that you guys get to learn a little bit more about us. So first question, Soph-chan, what is your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, it has to be the legendary Jigglypuff, and I'm just so happy that there's a world's exclusive plushie for Jigglypuff, and the bird just looks amazing. So yes, I feel very privileged. What about yours?
So my favorite Pokemon is Mandibuzz, a little bit out there, but I don't know, it's just something about Mandibuzz. It looks cool, but it also looks odd, and I like odd things, so Mandibuzz has been a huge favorite of mine for a very long time. I know both of us would love to have these Pokemon added to Pokemon Unite, but if you could pick another Pokemon to add into the Pokemon Unite game, who would you like added?
So I am a very big fan of round Pokemon, as you could tell, for the Jigglypuff and Denali. I think that the rodent types of Pokemon are also in my heart. We love the Pikachus, but to me, it's the Dedenne. I love the Dedenne. It's round, it holds its own tail, it's the most adorable little thing, and I kind of look like it a little bit if I do like this.
So sweet. I could totally see it. I hope it's a support, because we need more support Pokemon. So I think if I wanted to add somebody, we're adding all the evolutions into the game, right? I want to see support Vaporeon. I really do think we need to have one evolution in that support role, and I think Vaporeon would be perfect for that.
I agree. And Denali, tell me all about Worlds, because this is my first time here. So I want to know, what is your favorite memory of Pokemon Worlds?
I think for every world, it's always seeing who winds up being the world champions. So it has to be the crowning last year. And though this year it's going to be the exact same thing, I want to find out, are we going to be seeing a brand new face, maybe an underdog becoming a world champion? You know, I don't think we've had one of those yet. So I would love to see an underdog being crowned as a champion.
Well, for me, I think my favorite has to be the opening ceremony for last year's Honolulu. It was beautiful. I love the way the Pokemon can adapt to whichever place the Worlds is taking place. So I loved it. The music was beautiful. The dancing and all the Hawaiian spirit was lovely. But you said, Denali, that you are thinking of potential underdogs or other teams that you would love to see being crowned champions of 2025 Pokemon Unite. So who is your pick for the champions this year?
Okay, I don't think this is an underdog. I mean, everyone probably knows who they are. I would love to see Paper Rex win World because I think for the past 2 years, they've played fantastic and I think as a team, everyone's very familiar with, but they haven't been able to go very deep into the competition yet. So I would love to see them make it into that grand final. And obviously if they can win it, that would be perfect.
I love the storylines, and it's just something very nice that we know about Worlds, how everything builds up throughout the season, and it comes this like lovely pinnacle of best performances of Pokemon trainers. To me, I think I am biased towards Luminosity Gaming. You cannot win every single IC in a year and not be one of the highest contenders for champions. So that's going to be my pick. And Denley, it's been so nice meeting you a little bit more, but I think we still have something else that we could do around here. Let's have a look which is going to be our last question of the day. We're getting close.
Hang on, what do we get?
What do we? I think we need a little bit more calibration on this. Hold on. Yeah, just more energy, more footwork. Hey! Do your best Pokemon cry.
I'm going first? Okay. This one's for my old school girlies and guys out there. I hope you guys are ready. I want you to guess what it is, okay?
Oh, it's PG.
No. Oh my gosh, it must have been that bad.
It's PG, it's not PG? What is it?
It was supposed to be Bulbasaur.
It was supposed to be Bulbasaur. Tell us, everybody, was that Bulbasaur? That sounded like a bird to me. I don't think Bulbasaur is a flying type yet.
Okay, wait, what's your cry?
All right, so my cry is going to be more towards what the Pokemon says more than the cry in the game. So this is my impression. Oh, sha sha! Oh, sha 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 sha! Oh, sha wa wa!
I'm pretty sure you guys can guess what that is. Oh my gosh. Well, Soph, it was amazing doing this with you. It was so fun to meet you. I mean, we're going to spend a lot of time this weekend together, so it's going to be super fun. But that's going to be it for the Meet Your Casters segment, guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of Worlds 2025. But it's Soph, Chan, and Danny out for now. See you guys later.
We are almost at the end of the road here for the Pokemon World Championships 2025 here in Anaheim, California. It has been a banger of a day so far. Dana Lee, I'm Calosaurus for those of you that are just joining in. But this next match, I feel like it has been one that a lot of Pokemon Unite fans have been waiting for.
But I think it's a matchup that's too soon. We did not want this matchup to happen so soon. Grand finals? Sure, you know, perfect rematch situation, but it's kind of sad, right? Because I think this is a matchup that people get a little bit heartbroken over because we have two teams that so many people love. It's so near and dear to a lot of us, and unfortunately, one of these teams is going to have to go home and the other one will advance to the next stage of the competition. And so now it's a case of who is the better team.
Well, there we go. This is the next match that we have lined up for you. The quarterfinals. It's going to be Nouns Esports from EU versus Luminosity from NA. And we can already see some of the Nouns fans in the crew with their glasses, along with some Luminosity tags there as well. So definitely a mixture in terms of fans in the crowd, but also back home. But yes, you were mentioning, is it too soon? Because I guess in terms of the history with these teams, for those folks that aren't familiar, Nouns Esports went back against Luminosity back in 2022 in the grand finals, and that was where Luminosity ended up coming out on top. And well, I was actually chatting to Gatlu a bit before this. They haven't actually had a chance to go into Luminosity ever since then. So, as I said, it's just a match that a lot of folks have been waiting for, but we are gonna go throw it to an interview with our host, Sofchan, and see what they have to say.
All right, so we have Zara here with me, a Now supporter, as you can see. So how are you feeling for this next match against Luminosity nonetheless?
I'm really, really excited. I've been waiting for this rematch to happen for years and years after I watched Nouns and LG play against each other in the first year, in the first final.
I know, that was so hype, and I remember everybody just wanting for this matchup to happen again, and it is happening here in Anaheim, California for Pokémon Worlds 2025. So in this game, what are you thinking? 2-0 Nouns, is that your feeling?
I'm feeling the 2-0, it's coming.
The sweep is coming, okay. And is it coming with the Raichu?
Hopefully with a Raichu, but we'll accept it without a Raichu as well.
So if it's not a Raichu, what's like your favorite player with a pick on Nouns?
I love seeing Adesu Zacian a lot. I think he really popped off with it on the B stage, and I would really, really like to see it again. But whatever they're comfortable with, they know best. I really trust Nouns, so they can definitely do it.
That's amazing, just getting a little bit more information on the B stage as well. Adesu, I'm counting on you on that Zacian, okay? Right, thank you so much, Zara, and back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Sofchan and Raichu. We'll have to see whether Raichu's wish comes true and Nouns are able to take down LG 2-0. But we are already going into our pick ban phase. The 4 bans for this match are going to be Ho-Oh and Snorlax, 2 defenders knocked out by Nouns Esports, and Luminosity have taken away that Zacian and that Galarian Rapidash.
So maybe a bit of a different plan here for both of these teams. You know, you can't really go for the usual stuff because Nouns and Luminosity, I do feel like they're very familiar with each other, and especially in such a high stakes game. Maybe today's the day where you kind of have to bring out a little bit of that craziness, that funky, different kind of strat to kind of give you that
crazy.
edge.
I mean, it is
Hey, we're
World
at
Championship,
Worlds.
so maybe you could.
Best time to go
Okay.
crazy is at Worlds, but we'll have to see if that does end up being the case though. But so far, pretty solid Pokemon across the board here. Nothing too crazy. I mean, Charizard, very, very strong pick. Mewtwo has been a popular choice for attacker for a lot of teams. I'm glad to see the Crustle. We have seen some of this on the main stage yesterday, and it has done really, really well. But it's Crustle and Umbreon.
Yeah, so I guess they're going for a little bit more bulky, and to round off Nouns Esports composition, Gatlu is going to be running that Dodrio. So part of their strats there is just to let Gatlu do what Gatlu does best and do his thing, which we actually saw yesterday. But last pick for Luminosity. What are they going to round it out with? Ooh, a Zoroark. What do you think about this speedster here, Danalee?
So I think everyone is very familiar with the Zoro on the side of Luminosity. So this is a Pokemon that they love to run, and I think Nouns, to a certain degree, I kind of feel like they drafted a lineup in anticipation for a Zoro potential last pick. So even though this is a signature Pokemon appearing here on the side of Luminosity, Nouns clearly has a plan to deal with this, because I think it would be ridiculous to say they didn't anticipate it.
Well,
because it's left in the pool.
Yeah, well, you look at their composition, they have an Umbreon to shut down that Zoroark, even a Rock Down Crustle, but we are actually going to throw it to another interview here with Luminosity before we do get into this first match of the quarterfinals.
Okay, we have Nouns Chance, now we have Luminosity, we have Sneaky Seal here with me, and Luminosity is definitely a fan favorite as well. So what are your thoughts for this match in particular? Like we mentioned, we had that matchup in the first season for Grand Finals of Worlds. What are you feeling?
It's been 3 years since LG dominated Nouns in the finals, and they're going to do it again, baby. Let's go, Billy. Let's go, everyone else on LG, all right?
Quick prediction, what's the scoreline?
I want to say 3-0, but I love my guys over there, Toon, Ender, but 3-0.
Okay, let's go. Thank you so much, Seal. And back to the casters.
All right, Kels, we are jumping into game number 1 here for the quarterfinals of this best of 3 series. And unfortunately, only Nouns or Luminosity will be making it through. The other one will be going home. Lanes are set, and at the moment, nothing has gone sideways. Everything is going according to plan. Nothing crazy, no central area invades, but that might change for game number 2 and 3 once things do start to settle. Toon, unfortunately, is kind of holding the fort on his own as that Charmander, so, you know, not really able to really do anything, but the stacks are going to work in favor for Inda here because he hasn't really been pressured by Luminosity as of yet, although he might be knocked out if he's not too lucky. He's going to go for the berry steals, so going to continue with those stacks. Kels, I think we've got to talk about Inda. Inda has been such a pivotal member ever since he's joined Nouns. He is a fantastic player. Somehow can always get experience and somehow steals objectives.
Well, to bring up Inda has joined Nouns this year, and they are the player that has defeated Luminosity previously. So is this going to be their secret tech coming up into this set? But so far, those birds end up getting soaked on up. Looking at the levels, it's still very early days, but looking very even. It is 7 to 10 points, just getting in those early stacks where you can. But here comes Gatlu over the wall to go and knock down Latios. So that is massive in shutting down their potential. But look at this. This UCS 2025 season, Nouns holds 108 wins at a 72% win rate, whereas Luminosity leads with the 82.
Oh.
87? I don't know what that was. 80-something.
So Luminosity, they currently hold a slightly higher win rate, but I kind of feel like you got to reset things here, right? It's a brand new series, it's a brand new day, and it's Worlds 2025 as well. We do have the Altaria and Sparkblues in that central area, but most of them do get swiped up here. And, oh, hang on a minute, we do see a bit of a skirmish here. Both of our speedsters going for a little bit of a dance, but no knockouts as of yet. And these lanes still looking rather stable aside from those couple pickoffs here and there, although hang on, we still have that battle, and oh, the Zoro does go down, does not take the Dodrio down, so Gatlu is going to be the last one to be laughing there.
Yeah, they're going to go and retreat back to home base, recalibrate, fill up that HP pool, as we do have another set of Swablues and Altaria spawning in shortly. Otherwise, no real pushes towards a singular lane just as of yet, but Nouns Esports, they're right on top of those birds, and Bruv is going to go and deny Kyrios any experience at all by getting that knockout.
Yeah, beautiful rock tomb set up there by Bruv. If that didn't connect, they wouldn't have been able to grab that knockout. So this is the beauty of Crustal. We very rarely see this Pokemon in a lot of regions, but when it does appear, I think just the shock value, knowing that a Crustal is in your game, it really can catch you off guard with the range of that rock tomb, especially if it does land that connection. Up top though, it looks like the Regieleki has been secured by Luminosity, so they will be pushing alongside that, whereas down bottom, we have our Charizard picking up that defense buff and experience buff there for Nouns. So if a fight does break up, we do have a little bit of extra defense working in Nouns' favor.
Well, you can see Nouns just making sure to cover all bases. Going up the top side, unfortunately, they didn't end up losing that Regieleki, but 2 members are going and dealing with that. Bruv isn't needed. Instead, they're going to try and contest these birds with Toon, who has locked in that level 9, does have that Unite move on hand. Over on the other side, we do have that Zoroark that has that yellow dot above their head, so they also have their Unite move come this next fight.
But it looks like no one really wants to engage in a fight yet. It seems to be a case of just trying to get as much experience as possible, and if you can, try and accumulate that level lead, because we've seen in games sometimes just having that extra 1 or 2 levels is enough to help you win some of those fights. And it looks like we're going to be seeing a fight here over some of those birds, and it looks like we do get the pullback there by Inda, but Nouns, it looks like they weren't quite ready for this battle, even forcing out the Unite. Luminosity, I think it was a good thing they had that restraint there. They could have tried to go for the dive, but the Moonlight Prance could have caused them quite a few issues. But because there's no more Prance, they're thinking of diving. But Kels, this looks very, very dangerous, especially with the Mewtwo Unite.
Well, there goes a dive with the Seismic Slam to go and knock out that Blaziken. Next to fall is that Zoroark. Bruv, at such low HP, is able to go and finish the job on the Latios. And now we do have Nouns that have the numbers advantage, being able to knock out multiple members and overtake this top tier 1 pad.
I have to say, that was such an aggressive play coming out from Luminosity, and especially to dive onto Nouns' goal zone of all things. Sure, there was no more Moonlight Prance, but you're still fighting on the enemy goal zone, and with Unites available and the fact that Luminosity were so grouped up, I'm not sure if they maybe forgot that Edesu had access to his Unite, so that little mini stun was just enough for Nouns to set themselves up to end up winning that team fight overall. So big victory there, though even though they did win that battle, they didn't accumulate much of a level lead yet. They have a level 12 there on Gatlu, so maybe this Dodrio is going to start snowballing for the team. We'll have to see, but Regieleki will be secured here by Luminosity. They're going to try and push with this so they can break that tier 1 goal zone. It's going to be tough though, especially with Bravo on that Crustle.
Crustle has popped out their Rubble Rouser to just go ruffle the feathers of Overlord, trying to knock them out. However, they are unsuccessful. Regieleki is still healthy, as we do have some backup coming in from Nouns, but Brav ends up collapsing, and Regieleki ends up crashing on in. And now this is Luminosity's chance to get in some points of their own, because we're looking at the scoreboard so far. They are falling quite behind at 256 to 86, but there we go. They've at least bridged that gap even closer, and because of those KOs, we now have that Zoroark at a level 12.
Yeah, so that slight lead that Nouns had, they have given that back to Luminosity, and things are now tied back up to even once again. That top fight, they were so close to being able to defend that. Gatlu just really missing out on a tiny bit more damage, and just because they had one fewer Pokemon, the freeze on the Charizard locks them in, and that's going to set up for 1 KO. Moonlight Prance gets committed here by Inter, but is it going to be enough though? The goal zone is still standing. They do get the Zoro in the process, but it's just going to be 2 Pokemon left for Nouns. It's the Mewtwo, White, and Gatlu. Oh boy, Luminosity, this aggression, it might not have worked earlier on, but their persistence is really starting to pay off now.
I think that's the thing. They do have that Latios on their side. So early game, they need to focus on getting that Eon energy by just passively being in the back line to get those hits, secure those wild Pokemon. But now that they are online, they're able to go in and rely on that damage to hopefully chip away at Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports, though, they are going to play it safe. They did make an attempt at trying to steal away some of the experience, but so close to this Rayquaza, about to spawn in 30 seconds, they want to focus on all the experience that's on their side instead.
Yeah, you really want to try and get those plus moves as early as possible, especially on your core set of Pokemon as well. But we do have 5 seconds left on that bottom Reggie. I would be keen to see if Nouns wants to try and go for a quick rip onto this. They are there, they are grouped up, but it looks like they're just kind of looking at it. They don't want to be falling into a potential trap of trying to take that Reggie steal. The buff would have been nice, but positioning going into that Rayquaza, far more important, Kalok. And now it's going to be the last 2 minutes. The final stretch has finally arrived. And, well, the game is incredibly close. Luminosity are the ones behind right now. They are behind just by a few points. So either they go for those micro scores, or they're going to have to go for that Rayquaza. And because they have that Blaziken, Rayquaza is looking incredibly tempting right now.
Well, that's the thing. We got the notification that it is a close battle between these two teams. It's just a matter of who's going to make the engage. Gatlu trying to poke out at Overlord with their triple trample, able to get the knockout. And yes, the hit. And now we have Charizard also diving in, trying to breathe fire and wreak havoc on Luminosity. However, because of that Bliss assistance, Latios is managing to survive this fight for a little long. But now, Luminosity, they're 3 members down. Only 1 member of Nouns Esports is down. This is their chance to go in for the rip, unless the threat Slash here on the Suicune can bring and maybe get a steal. Otter here comes with the egg. Did they get the secure? Was it the egg secure from Otter? Oh my goodness, Otter has done it. That is insane.
And with the shields as well, and with only 2 Pokemon that can even defend these goal zones, Nouns are in such a desperate situation now, because they are behind by a little under 200 points, 300 points now. And with no Pokemon on the field, they're going to have to think, what do we need to do in game number 2? Because I think this match, unsalvageable. You've got to think what changes in the draft, what Pokemon need to be banned. Do they have to get rid of that Zoro in game number 2? Because I don't think Zoro itself was an issue. There were multiple other facets, I feel, to Luminosity's draft that really caused Nouns problems. But obviously the biggest one, letting a Blissey steal a Rayquaza, that's a crime.
Oh, but there we go. The fans go wild for Luminosity, who have just taken that first game win. 1 step closer towards getting that spot, that final spot in the semi-finals and to go up against Peru Unite. But it isn't over just yet for Nouns Esports. It is a best of 3, but so many questions that you just asked there. I mean, I guess all of these will soon be answered. Well, how do they actually go back and recalibrate? Like, honestly, if I think about Nouns' play style there,
they played pretty well.
I think they played incredibly well that match, but you mentioned the Zorok. I think this Latios, Kyrios, they managed to shut it down earlier on, but just later on, Kyrios just wreaked havoc once they gained that Eon energy and was able to chip out a lot of damage from Nouns Esports during those fights.
Yeah, I mean, Latios could be the Pokemon they decide to ban instead, but the thing is, if you're banning Latios, what are you going to let through instead? Are you going to be letting through, assuming they're going to continue with the current bans, are they going to let the Ho-Oh through, or are they going to let the Snorlax through?
Oh, look, when it comes down to these two teams, after all, they are two of the longest withstanding teams that we have had in the Unite Championship Series. So they have a lot of experience, not just playing year to year, but also playing on the world stage, playing at international events and everything. So really, I'd say in terms of their Pokemon pool, it would be quite large, and I feel like both teams would be able to make those adaptabilities where necessary.
Yeah. I'm thinking, just a thought here, Kalok, on the side of Nouns, I kind of feel like you can't give Suicune away to Luminosity. I do feel that Suicune probably played too much of a role in Luminosity being able to really survive and turn some of those fights around. I mean, we have Slash on the screen right now on the Suicune, so we do have a bit of a highlight, but we spoke about this not even just in this matchup, but in a couple of matchups ago when we were casting together. Suicune has been it's a silent hero for a lot of teams because Suicune might not be there to do damage, it's not there to do the secure, but the free support, the stuns, the disables, we've seen time and time again, all it takes is for one multi-stun to land on a team to set up for a sweep. And this is Slash we're talking about.
Yes.
He's one of the kings of defenders, of stuns, of annoyances. He knows his role, so I kind of feel like giving him a Pokemon such as Suicune is a crime. That should not be happening.
I was going to mention Slash also wearing his champion jumper as well. You know, you just got to flex that off. Maybe just trying to bring that energy from when they ended up winning that to get that jacket. Otherwise, we are heading on into our second pick ban phase. Nouns Esports are still in that first pick position, have decided to lock out Ho-Oh and Latios, and Luminosity are going to stick with that Galarian Rapidash. So wonder what they're going to knock on out this time.
I think Suicune, because then you'd be denying... Okay, no, I think they had to also get rid of the Zacian. Okay, that makes sense. I do feel like you can't really give a Desu the Zacian either, since he plays it so well. So Charizard, again, going to be the first pick here for Toon. Thoughts on Toon's Charizard last game? Like, do you feel like the Charizard pick is really working out for Nouns, or do you think it's something that they're kind of using more for utility rather than late game scaling?
Look, its Unite move is quite incredible. Obviously, being able to get that isolation and that slam down on an opponent that is just too much of a threat, but just that constant damage as long as they are supported by their team. It really comes down to that timing of when to actually go and use it and be able to get maximum output from it.
Maybe. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'd like to see Toon on a different Pokemon, but maybe this game he's going to prove me wrong. Suicune, love to see this. It's going to be on Nouns' side this time, and they're also going to get the Lapras. So interesting choice of Pokemon here for Nouns. Luminosity, on the other hand, though, they get themselves that Mewtwo, and they get the Snorlax because that was banned in that previous round. And Blissey and Dodrio are going to be the next two choices here for Luminosity. So Gatlu's going to have to play a different Pokemon if he had the Dodrio in mind. And what Pokemon could that possibly be? Because at the moment, they have a great Pokemon in Charizard with a lot of utility, damage, Blaziken for Gatlu.
you know what? I think this could work because you've also denied this from Luminosity. You now have an advantage when it comes to secure. And Blaziken, if snowballing, can dish out a lot of damage as well.
Well, it has to get online first, but Trainer LGC, are you hovering over that Urshifu there? I don't think we've seen Urshifu on the broadcast, and you can see that 1% hit rate. So bringing out this wild card of an all-rounder, you're talking about secures. Urshifu is one of those trusty secures back in the day.
It was like the matchup
as well. I think it is a great answer back to that Blaziken. I'm guessing this is going to be that Wicked Blow over Surging Strikes Urshifu, which we have seen Luminosity play previously, but they do have that Razor Claw, the Yacel Bracer, along with that Muscle Band equipped for them.
Yeah, so I wouldn't disagree with the Wicked Blow at all. I kind of feel like that would be a really good move too, because you also have Slash there for the setup. Because you've got Snorlax, assuming that Slash is going to go for block into Wicked Blow is nasty. So we'll have to see if that combo does come out from Luminosity at the end of the day, but really interesting draft so far for Luminosity. Very fast paced because you've got the Dodrio that's going to be running around. You also have the Snorlax that maybe, I kind of wonder here if I'm Slash, do I want to maybe go for a bit of an invade into Nouns' central area? Because Snorlax is so good at stealing those central lane Pokemon.
You look at their build, they do have the X-Speed along with the experience share to go and give them that extra movement speed if they do decide to go in for an invade. But really, when I think about the matches so far, we haven't really seen any invades. But folks, we are heading on into our second game of the quarterfinals, best of 3. This is Nouns Esports' last tournament lifeline here, because Luminosity do have that one-up advantage against them. Well, let's see how this one fares out, Danalee.
Yep, Nouns are going to have to go for a reverse sweep if they want to keep their tournament dreams alive, and Slash getting a little bit too low and actually gets knocked out in that bottom lane, unfortunately, to the Lapras and that Suicune, leaving the Mewtwo all alone. Otto, though, going to be jumped on by Gatlu, but the return is there from Overlord. They do manage to get the heal off, and for the moment, we're going to have a bit of a peace treaty signed between these two Pokemon in that top lane. But down bottom, though, we are seeing a little bit more pressure again being applied by that Suicune. Adesu just sort of coming in and stealing that blue buff, but the Lapras returning, wanting to fight into Slash, who is going to take a little bit of a power nap and heal back up. They will leave that though, instead prioritizing experience, which this early on in the game, if you can, grab all the experience in the world. But they're going to go for a wraparound this time onto the Lapras yet again, but Lapras is very tanky. Now, unfortunately, they don't have that finishing move to finish off the Lapras, so again, just a lot of fighting down in that bottom lane, but lots of barking, not a lot of biting.
No, we did say yesterday, no barking, no biting, only pats so far for these dogs. But otherwise, up in that top half, we do have Overlord looking to dunk in their 10, but they do end up getting denied by that Torchic. I mean, you know, we're talking about close games so far. Obviously, only 2 minutes or so have passed. It's 2-4 currently.
2-4. I think it's just
those stacks.
No stacks. I think it's respect from both teams. Like, they know if they try to go for those stacks, you're putting yourself at such high risk of just giving away some easy knockout experience as well. So the game might seem a little bit slow with none of these certain knockouts. I do believe it might be close to getting one. Nope, unfortunately, looks like Toon was able to get away there from Trainer, but they will steal away that Altario. So very nice big chunk of experience going in favor of Luminosity for now. We are seeing some dunks though. Dodrio finally coming in and increasing the score, but then again, we see some counter scores happening. So the gap not too wide for now, but we may see a bit of a change here because we're seeing the Combuskin being stalked here by that Urshifu. Trainer really wanting to jump on top of them, but again, both teams really struggling to latch onto each other for these chases.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. They don't want to risk too much diving on in without that backup. Gatlu does need that level 7 in order to get that evolution to Blaziken, going in for a reset through that hyperspace hole, but Luminosity have taken what they needed, the experience from those Swablu's and Altaria. 5 seconds left to go until this basement Reggie does spawn. Both of the defenders on either side are taking their position. It's just a matter of who's going to go in for the engage. And I mean, if we look at their shred, Curious does have the shred on the Mewtwo. No backup for Nouns Esports though.
Oh, down bottom, we are having a bit of a skirmish here, and I have to say, I love this pairing coming out from Nouns, this Lapras Suicune fighting combination. They have slows, they have freezes. They are going to have to try and fight for this Regirock, though. It's a defense buff and experience on the line, and it's going to go in favor of Nouns. It looks like they will be trying to go for that pick off there, and they do finally get the Lapras, but then again, it may just be a Lapras. If they can find more, they'll be perfect, but Urshifu getting a little bit too close there and losing quite a bit of health. But, I mean, you get a Lapras, but you gave away the Reggie. So, I mean, it's a small trade, it seems. Up top, though, we did unfortunately lose that Blissey, thanks to Toon, who was able to secure that final hit. And we're still seeing a bit of a skirmish happening up there. Dodrio trying to fight his way through, but there comes the Seismic Slam, and I think we see some fried chicken here, Kels.
Yes, a fried chicken, fried Reggie Alecki as Nouns Esports successfully take that towards Luminosity's Tier 1 goal. But 3 members are here to defend, considering there's still 52 points on this goal. They do not want to let any more dunks go on through. Can they successfully defend it? Otter ends up going down, and it looks like Trainer, LGC, and Curious are needing to retreat back to the Flux Zone. That is no longer.
And by the way, Kels, this is actually Surging Strikes. Urshifu is not the Wicked Blow. So Trainer, instead of trying to go for the Wicked Blow hits, he's decided he wants to try and fight in this match. And the one thing that Urshifu with the Surging Strikes is really good at is really piercing through all those shields and being extremely elusive. Because on the side of Nouns, they don't really have a lot of disable aside from the Seismic Slam and the freezes coming out from that Suicune. So Trainer might have a lot of freedom of movement in these fights, and that might cause a lot of problems here for Nouns unless they can catch him with one of their major moves. Toon getting caught there by Luminosity, so he's going to be off the field for 10 seconds, which means that's 10 seconds where Luminosity, they can choose to do whatever they want here. If they want to go for an invade or if they want to try and find some more wild Pokemon. And it looks like they will restrain themselves. They're not going to get too ahead of themselves. Just back up, make that lead, and keep the lead.
Yeah, well, considering it just ticked over that halfway point, Nouns Esports do have those jump pads available. So Luminosity not wanting to commit, instead just playing it safe and looking to go and secure some wild Pokemon. But Nouns Esports, they've gathered the majority of those birds, but Galu's looking at getting caught on out, but they're able to save themselves with some kicks and some punches against those 3 members, and they have been wiped by Toon Slim there. Inda does end up popping their Unite move. As we can see on the minimap, that 2 members from Nouns Esports were able to go and empty out their Eos energy in that top tier 2 pad. And are looking for the next goal, which is this Reggie Steal.
They're going to get it unless someone can try and go for the steal, but it's a Blaziken of all things, so they do get the Reggie Steal buff, but they're very, very low, so maybe this is where Luminosity can try and turn things around, but because there's a Hooper on the field, oh, they've actually decided to come on back, and the Blaziken's gone.
Blaziken's gone, but there comes a big freeze from Adesu to get the stuns. We do have LG trying to push back. Adesu knock them out before going and getting some dunks of their own. Bruv on cooldown isn't able to go and defend that, but even then, with that push, this goal is still quite healthy at 51 out of 80 points. Slash going in for another invade and block, despite Luminosity not being behind them, which means they get punished and sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, and there's going to be no Snorlax as well, so if they really need a frontliner, they do have to wait for their defender to come back, and, well, the heals are there, and Nouns are looking to go for a very big push here, scoring all those points into the goal zone. It's 32 points left there, but here comes Slash, is coming with that heavy slam, managing to catch up 2 Pokemon in the air, and there's no more Suicune, so no more freezes for Nouns. They're going to keep on chasing their trainer, doing all that he can, but he goes down, but maybe the Mewtwo is able to pull it through for the team, will go down as Toon is going to go back to base, heal back up, and now he wants Slash as well. He wants that roasted Snorlax, and he's going to get it on that Charizard.
It is so back and forth between these 2 teams, but as we look at the points board, 216 to 109 with 30 seconds left to go until that Rayquaza. It could still be anybody's match at this point, but I mean, we're looking at these levels. 3 level 13s on the side of Luminosity, but we have that level 14 Charizard on Nouns Esports. So really, it's going to come down to the wire to see if Nouns Esports can take this to a game 3 and a step closer towards securing that semi-final spot. Or Luminosity going to be able to do this 2-0 for those fans in the crowd.
There we go. Slash is going to start things off for the team, using that block to sort of force out Nouns from that bush, but we still see the Dodrio trying to find that entry point into the central area. Unfortunately, has been scouted out by Toon, who just throws some fire his way, so losing quite a bit of health. Far forward, though, we have that Lapras trying to chip away at the health here for Luminosity. Oh, the Urshifu not looking too good here. Trainer slowly losing his health. Again, the Snorlax just being an absolute nuisance here. Both teams on the Rayquaza, but who's going to be able to get the final hit here? It's going to be Nouns.
Nouns Esports able to get the takedown on Luminosity and the Rayquaza, and now they are going to push towards these pads, balloon these points, and have a chance at securing a spot in that semi-final. But the thing is, there's still a minute left on the clock. 652 to 109. Luminosity going to be able to push on back. I mean, getting the knockout on Bruv is a great first step towards that.
It is a great first step, and it's quite difficult for Luminosity to be able to pull the comeback because, yes, there's a tier 1 goal zone down bottom, but there's only so many points you can dunk in there. And then after that, you have to try and go a little bit deeper into Nouns territory. And they still have shields, meaning they're also going to have that attack buff from the Rayquaza shield. So if Luminosity can somehow pull a comeback from here, it'll be an absolute miracle. But Nouns, they're going to sacrifice their early tier 2 goal zone potentially. Nope, they are going to slowly push them away. 25 seconds left to go here for Luminosity, though. They need to score these points somehow, but I think the gap is just too big now, Kels.
There. Luminosity looking for that miracle. Unfortunately, it's not going to go their way. Instead, Nouns Esports are going to get the miracle that they needed to go and take this game win and take it to a game 3. I mean, look, we want to see more action from Nouns Esports and Luminosity, but there we go. Nouns winning that. Nouns fans going wild in the crowd and at home.
But we're not done yet, Kels. We still have one more game to go. And whoever wins this match will continue on through the Pokémon UNITE World Championships. And unfortunately for the team that does not take this next victory, they will be joining us in the spectator stands as we find out who's going to be going to the finals tomorrow. It's such a tense moment now for Nouns and Luminosity because they've already shown some cards in their hands. And they're also probably starting to identify, okay, what are the problem Pokemon that we've encountered in these past 2 games? And on the side of Nouns, they already identified that Suicune, too good of a Pokemon. You cannot give that away to Luminosity. Giving away the Snorlax, in this game in particular, I think was a really great idea just because of the fact that Adesu, I feel, really played the Suicune so well in this round, really finding those crucial stuns. And also, I think he kind of trapped some of the Luminosity players, making them think that he was an easy knockout, but then all of a sudden, he'd turn around, he'd set you up for his teammates and say, haha, you fell for my trap card.
Do not fall for Adesu's sweet face there.
No.
Because we know that behind that there is fierceness out on that battlefield, no matter what Pokemon they bring to the table. But, I mean, just to recap, for those folks that do not know, these are the top 2 teams from their regions. Nouns Esports had an incredible season, being able to come first in the majority of those monthly cups. Luminosity, on the other hand, well, they made Pokemon history at NAIC a couple of months ago, and they actually are 3 IC champions this year. LAIC, EUIC, NAIC. The thing is, can they get a step closer towards also securing that final international championship and getting, well, world championship for not the first time, not the second time, but the third time.
Yep.
Right? But now, this is the hurdle that they need to try and overcome. And I think just watching this game, especially because it has been such a long time coming, it really shows the evolution that Nouns has brought this season. They haven't really performed very well themselves at the IC. So if they end up progressing on through the semi-finals, this is the furthest that they would have ever come in an international championship so far.
Well, it's going to come down to the draft, whether or not they're going to be able to make that deep tournament run, Kel. So let's see what is going to be the priority bands for all of our teams. And already we're seeing some more adaptations here. Ho-Oh and Suicune removed from the pool by Nouns Esports, and Charizard and the Galarian Rapidash is going to be banned by Luminosity, which means we're going to be seeing Latios this game on Toon.
Yeah, Luminosity was curious that ended up playing it in that first game, but I guess when given that opportunity, no Charizard for Toon, they're going to lock in that Latios, but Trainer LGC, they're going to lock in this Dodrio once again, and Slash is opting for this Snorlax.
I'm just trying to think, do I want Slash on the Snorlax? I mean, he's a great player. He's a great Snorlax, but I just, after that last round, I kind of think Nouns wants him on the Snorlax.
Really?
Yeah, I think they want him on the Snorlax because as great as Slash is on the Snorlax, he becomes a purely utility player once he's playing the Snorlax. I feel like there are certain other Pokemon he can play where he provides more than utility. He can actually really get those steals on those objectives, and he can really dish out some damage as well. But I mean, if this is the play for Slash, you know, go for it.
You're talking about wild cards earlier, Dana.
I know.
We have a wild card here. We are getting a Sableye pick, but the double bird, the double speed spot for Luminosity. This
and
is
the Zoro.
final triple speedsters.
I can't.
One speedster for each of the ICs here, okay? And then plus a Sableye and Snorlax, but what on earth is happening?
I said I wanted Slash on a different Pokemon. Give me Sableye. I am down. I am down. That is very, very fun.
Wait, look at these builds.
Yep.
Goal getter, Zoroark, goal getter, Talonflame, goal getter, Snort. They're going in for Scorecon. Look at these score shields. Look at the Eos Cookie. Luminosity, they're pulling out all of the stops this match. I don't know if this is too risky here, Donnelly.
I want to see Nouns' POV right now on the camera. I just want to see their faces. I want to see if there's confusion, if there is shock, if there is fear. Like what's going through their mind? I know you're confused. We can see your face, Kels. Don't worry. I want to see Nouns. Oh my gosh. I mean, look, I'm down for a bit of chaos. I didn't think the chaos would happen at Worlds of all places. Like maybe at IC, sure, you can go a little ham, but I mean, go this ham at Worlds, like, yes, please.
World Championships. That is where the most eyes that you have on you. You know what I mean? You got to make a statement. These are some very bold plays from Luminosity Gaming. I don't know if we've really seen this play style from them either, so I'm wondering how it's going to pan out for them. But folks, this is going to be the last game, the last chance for both of these teams to land that final spot in the semi-finals against Peru Unite. One step closer towards that World Championship title. Nouns Esports on the purple side, Luminosity on the orange.
And I just noticed there's been a bit of a steal. Slash is applying a lot of pressure to Gatlu in that central area, so it's gonna slow down Gatlu's progress in that central area. We'll have to see if he comes out of it rather safely. And looks like Gatlu was able to get the knockout there. So Slash, he did try to slow down the progress of Leafeon, but he got the knockout. I know Kel's getting a little excited here.
I was so distracted by Luminosity's chaos they were bringing. We have a Wigglytuff on the field.
Yep.
Bruv is playing Wigglytuff. I love this, except I don't love where he's getting himself poured into. Using the Sync to get the three-person stun. Doesn't end up escaping, though, but still, very bold movements.
Yeah, really bold movements, but it also gives a lot of space for the Latios to actually get that experience. So, you know, I kind of like this play, the fact that he's using the Wigglytuff just to be as a bait, as a trap, and also the Sync, you are going to be buffing up the attack from that Latios. It's going to be hitting harder. So I love the synergy of this pick, of this draft, but we have to see how this really pans out, because for Bruv, right, he really is going to be pivoting into that utility role, because Wigglytuff doesn't deal a lot of damage, but you are going to be amplifying damage. Yeah, your job is to amplify damage. You got to make sure your teammates are the ones doing it for you.
Well, we do have 10 seconds until these birds do spawn. Trainer LGC does end up getting caught on out and taken by that Leafeon. Slash trying to fight back as the Sableye. However, they're incredibly squishy and get cut down by those Razor Leaves, which means those two members from Nouns are able to soak up all of the experience from those Swabbers and Altire for themselves, leading Gatlu at level 8, now has the Unite move on hand.
Yeah, this early game is looking a little bit rough here for Luminosity, because we're seeing multiple knockouts across the board all over the map. As Nouns, they're the ones that are successfully grabbing these KOs, which means they're also grabbing experience and stealing away any Eos points that Luminosity are keeping in their pockets. And we're going to be seeing another knockout, even the Leafeon committing the Unite move. That's 3 KOs on the side of Luminosity.
Luminosity, they're trying to play aggressive. They're trying to steal these Eos points away so they can go for the dunks, but they're being punished for the 3rd time in a row.
Yeah, I guess that's the risk. It really comes down to these points. But the thing is, are they able to sustain these fights considering how incredibly squishy they are? But, I mean, despite this, Luminosity are managing to keep up because it's 65 to 62 in favor of Nouns Esports. We have both of those first objectives now on the map.
Well, it looks like it's very crowded in that top lane here. Curls with Luminosity grouping up, getting ready to go for an objective that Regieleki will be a perfect objective to grab themselves if they can get it. Slash going to be slowing down some of these Nouns players, but unfortunately only for a little bit. And because the Sableye is gone, you can tell that Luminosity no longer feeling confident trying to take that Regieleki up top, and instead will be pivoting towards that bottom lane instead. We're going to be seeing the goal-getter being used, but what was it used for? I guess they scored the points, but they get knocked out as well, so you're giving experience away. I love the fact that they're trying to go for the scoring comp, but if you are constantly being knocked out at the same time, I don't know how much of a lead you're going to be able to accumulate in this particular match.
Oh, honestly, I'm not really sure what to expect, but so far, Luminosity have managed to keep up. That goal-getter ticking is sending nightmares, not to my ears, but I think many members in the crowd. But Luminosity, they successfully broken that top tier 2 pad, but at what cost? Because Latios just got 2 KOs. Once again, stacking that Eon energy for that later game.
Yeah, and you got 2 level 10s and a level 11 on the side of Nouns, whereas for Luminosity, they only have a level 10 Dodrio. Everyone else hasn't even broken out into those double digits, so the experience lead set by Nouns, it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger unless somehow Luminosity is able to stabilize this mid game. And sure, they can keep scoring points, but there's only so much points are going to be able to do for you. Like, I think at a point, you kind of need to do something else aside from just scoring. They're in the enemy central area. Overlord is so low. Thankfully, no one can finish him off, though, so he's going to be able to run away. But Luminosity, when they're not scoring, the team looks a little bit lost.
Well, I guess that is their whole name of the game. They've just got to get the Eos energy from the wild Pokemon, maybe a few KOs, and get these dunks. However, some really risky positioning and plays here, considering Nouns Esports have those jump pads available as we have passed that halfway mark. But at the moment, it's just a game of chess. Who's going to make this first move as everybody is waiting in the tall grass, Slash trying to bait out the members by hitting their Swabblers at Altaria, but you're talking about traps. Nobody from Nouns is falling for that trap.
No, they're not. I have to say, this is probably the quietest game of Pokemon Unite we've seen so far at Worlds, but we're going to be seeing some more scores being thrown out here by Luminosity, but they still can't overtake the point lead by Nouns. I mean, they're so desperate to try and break that point lead, and maybe the plan here, I remember this was something that happened a long time ago in Japan. I think some of you guys may remember Mame's team when they went for this score comp. Maybe the plan here for Luminosity, okay, things are looking a little bit whack now, but when they hit that end game, they're just going to try and grab those 50 points, and they're all just going to go dunk in the enemy goal zone. They've still got 2 more minutes before they can even attempt a strategy like that, but I mean, Nouns, they've got to be expecting this, especially after seeing all the Pokemon and the items being selected by Luminosity. Looks like a big team fight is about to break out, and if Luminosity don't win this, I think things may just go really, really bad for them. Talonflame is able to get a quick score off, will be able to escape with the fly, but not flying far enough, it seems.
Not flying far enough to escape the havoc that Latios does bring, which does bring them up to level 13, but goal-getter ends up being popped. Their score shield also ends up bursting, which means they're not able to successfully get that dunk. However, Slash did end up getting 19 points, and we're looking at this scoreboard, Danalee. Luminosity have finally broken through at 240 points to 186.
They need far more points than this. This is not enough points to make you feel confident that you're going to be able to take the rest of that game. So I think now is the time you start hoarding those points. Hoard those wild Pokemon, collect all that Eos energy, and get ready to absolutely rush one of these 2 side lanes down Nouns' lanes, because they've got to figure out a way to quickly score those points. Because Rayquaza, you know, I think Nouns, they either have 2 options or 3 options. Option 1, the most preferable, just knock Luminosity out, because if they're not on the map, they can't score a point. If that doesn't work, defend your goal zones. Hope you do enough damage to break through their score shield, but some Pokemon can't quite do that. So what is the third alternative? Maybe they take the Rayquaza themselves and they say, well, if you want to try and play a score game versus us, I think we can outcompete you.
Honestly, I have no idea what stops both of these teams are going to bring. All I know is that my heart is beating really fast. I don't know if anybody else's heart is beating really fast as we are creeping ever so closer towards that Rayquaza spawning. And, well, Luminosity looks like they're taking this positioning up in the central area, so they're not going for the play of those backhands, but an early triple trap. Are they going? They're going to rush the Rayquaza. They are! Night moves are flying. Rayquaza is getting shredded on down, and Desu charges up their sword. They are successful. Don't get the steal, and this is Luminosity's chance to make some miracles happen for them.
Oh boy, Luminosity, they're going to be able to score their points. Oh no! They couldn't break, they broke the shield! The Talon didn't get to score. We only have a slight lead here on the side of Luminosity, and 3 Pokemon are down. I mean, is the play here for Nouns just to run down these side lanes because they have so many points, and if a team fight happens, I think Nouns wins every single team fight from here on out. They've just got to be careful when these Pokemon start to stagger their way as they jump onto this goal zone. They're going to send Brawl first. That's going to force the first jump there by the Snorlax. They're going to start scoring again. They're going to throw another body there in just a second. There comes the Talon Flame. They're taking turns. They really want to make sure they can try and catch up one of these Nouns Pokemon, but so far they're not able to latch. And Luminosity, you can tell how afraid they are because they can't directly engage. They're running speedsters, but look on the map, they've got the Zora and the Talon deciding they're going to rush that bottom lane instead.
But look at that, Bruv going and knocking Luminosity out like a lullaby, leaving this goal on 2 points. That is going to be a 98 overcap. 40 seconds left on the clock, 384 to 418. But we have this Talon Flame Curios getting in another 94 points, making it ever so difficult for Nouns Esports to come on back. But the Sing from that Wigglytuff to go and give them that shield that they ever so need. Do they have enough Chaos Energy on hand because of those backcaps? I don't think so.
After Turn went down, I don't think they have enough anymore, pals. I think Luminosity may have been able to pull the defense successfully here with 10 seconds to go. Nouns have been cleared, and Luminosity, they have done it. They have broken through with a score comp.
Match wins to Luminosity Gaming from the North America region. One step closer towards the World Championship title, but there's still more hurdles. But there we go. They've seen the score. They are celebrating just like the crowd. But honestly, I've got to say, one word, absolute ridiculousness. How did they pull that off?
I think this is an ace up their sleeve. This is not something that you just suddenly decide to bring onto the world stage. This is one of those crazy ideas where the team gets together for a couple of drinks and they say, guys, we need to have a crazy strike. We need to have a wild night. And somehow during that session, this is how the strat was born.
Oh, well, they're definitely taking some inspiration, as you mentioned earlier. We have seen that strat before, but you know what? Luminosity Gaming, they were managing to do it once back in 2022 in that grand finals, and they have done it a second time against Nouns Esports, even after all of these years. But you know what? I've got to say, that was probably one of the best sets I have enjoyed casting with you this weekend.
This is memorable, I'll say that. Definitely difficult to forget a game like this. So, congratulations, Luminosity. I mean, this is just another step for this team up the run. They're not done yet. We're not even at grand finals. This was just the quarterfinals. They still have to win their semifinal match. And then the next stage with this team, obviously, if they can win the semifinals, you gotta win that grand final match as well. But it's not over. I think they've revealed, if this is not their craziest strat, I don't know what to say about this team anymore.
The thing is, they run it once. Would you be bold enough to run it twice? I'm not sure. It ended up working this time, but yes, there is still another hurdle to come that is waiting for Luminosity Gaming. Peru Unite, and I feel like these two teams, they have squabbled so much this season at those international championships. I am really looking forward to how that one ends up panning out, but All I know is all those LG fans at home and in the crowd, take those deep breaths. That must be a massive sigh of relief for them.
Massive sigh of relief, and if you need to go do anything, I think this is the best time for you just to kind of unwind and get ready for this next matchup, because we're not done today, folks. We still have plenty more Pokemon Unite coming your way, and these games, they just get better and better, because these games, they're aging like wine. We're getting the better teams, and every round is just going to continue to get better and better. The next round, speaking of, is Zeta Division going up against Santos Laguna. And I think this one is going to be an interesting one, because there hasn't been a lot of spotlight on Santos Laguna all tournament, unfortunately. I kind of feel like this team has been overlooked thus far. They have made it here for a reason, and we will be seeing how they fare up against Zeta later on. But before that, though, it looks like we are ready for our winners interview. So let's see what LG have to say after securing their win against Nouns.
Ladies and gentlemen, Luminosity Gaming! Slash, this game really tested anybody's heart rate, and I believe that we do need to go backstage and just take a breather, drink some water. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, really happy that we won, especially in the way that we did.
Because it was game 3. It was not an easy game 3. It was really close. It felt like Nouns had good control during the mid game, but that last Rayquaza fight was something else. How were you guys planning for that late game?
Yeah, I mean, the early game was really rough with our comp, so we had the plan to basically flip the Ray on spawn. I managed to stop the Latios from coming in and killing my whole team.
It was really good. I really enjoyed that myself. And how's the feeling like overall? Because it is a match of history, right? Luminosity and Nouns Esports. Was that something that played on your mind before you went into these quarterfinals?
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time like both teams kind of in their peak form have faced since 2022. Especially Toon was actually our sub in 2022, so we never faced him at Worlds. So I was really happy to be able to face them once again.
That's wonderful. And as well, getting ready for semifinals, I believe you're facing Peru. Do you have any, of course, no secrets to be spilled, but how are the thoughts going into the semifinals?
I mean, we scrimmed them a lot. They were good friends of ours, so we're pretty confident that we know what we're doing there.
Okay, wonderful. Again, give it up for Luminosity Gaming and Slash. Thank you so much, Slash, and back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Sochan and Slash. What an incredible spot. Slash has said he's really, really happy to make it on through to that next round, but we need to see ourselves an update. Obviously, Peru going up against Luminosity, and then over on that other side, Zeta Division going up against Santos Laguna. I mean, we mentioned earlier, it's 4 unique regions that we are continue to see on through.
Yeah, so here's the update scoreboard. As you said, Kels, very quickly, just a quick recap of the journey for these teams that made it through. So, starting from the very top here, Peru eliminating Stamina Esports 2-1, pushing them into that quarterfinal match where they beat Aegis Flames 2-0. And after that victory, that is how they secured their semi-final spot. As for Luminosity, we just saw them beat Nouns, but before that, though, they had to eliminate QT Dig, and that was a match where they were able to secure that 2-0. So 2-0 against QT Dig, 2-1 against Nouns. And now for Luminosity, we're going to have to find out how they're going to do up against Peru in that match later tonight. But I think there's going to be so many mixed feelings in the audience because there are so many Peru fans here and there are so many Luminosity fans. And I would love to see, when we do have this match, I would love to hear a competition of cheers between the two fans. Not yet. I don't want to hear the cheers yet, folks. When we get into that matchup, we want to hear who are the louder fans. But I've heard so many of them so far. So many passionate people making their way here to support their favorite teams. And I think you guys deserve to have a little bit of fun too. So you hold tight. We will have that ready for you soon. But let's shift the attention here to Zeta Division and Santos because they're up next. These guys, they're ready to go. Everything is on the line. Kels, I think we're going to give everyone a quick break. Best time for a break, folks. If you need to do anything, do it now. Toilets, snacks, call your friends, but make sure you're back in 5 minutes because coming up next, we have Zeta Division going up against Santos Laguna.
Hello, everybody. I'm here at the Pokemon Center with Chanel, Wolf, and then Meliodas and Calypso, who are here shopping for their favorite Pokemon and some goodies. So I have to ask you, let's start with you, Calypso. What has been the most favorite thing you've put in your bag so far?
I don't know.
All right, you don't know. They're all good, right?
Yes.
Well, all right. Well, so how about you show us one thing you've put in your bag so far?
Clefairy.
All right, very nice. We have a Nurse Joy with her helper Clefairy. Gotta love that. How about you, Meliodas? What do you have in your bag?
This one.
All right, we have a Clamperl. Very, very nice. A very strong Pokemon trainer there. Now, Chanel and Wolf, have you been shopping as well?
We have been, yes.
What do you have in your bags?
Right now I've got the teal Pokemon World Champions and zipper, the sweater.
Nice, nice. Now, it's your family's first time here at Worlds. I'm just going to scoot right in the middle here. I have to ask, is there anything y'all are looking forward to seeing this weekend?
Yes, actually the cosplay. That'll be neat.
I mean, you all look absolutely fabulous, and you have your own Professor Oak. Is this the first time you all have cosplayed together?
Yeah, it is. This is actually our first time being here as a family, so it's actually a great experience.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for your time. I don't want to keep you from your adventures over in Pallet Town. Have fun here at the Pokemon Center and at the World Championships. Thank you so much. I am here with Mike and Cassie at the Pokemon Center, and I have to ask y'all, what is in your shopping bag?
Oh man, so we got the Machamp plush, incredible. A1 stuff, right? And then we also grabbed, oh yeah, got the, I guess we got the Anaheim Pikachu statue. That's super fun. And we've also got a Destined Rivals ETB. Yeah, good stuff. Happened to get lucky on it.
It's the ornament.
Oh yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah.
We've also got the Anaheim 2025 ornament, so we can remember this moment. We'll put it on our tree, so that'll be good.
I got one of those too, so it's going straight on the tree. What about your bag, Cassie?
My bag, I got the Pikachu with the Letterman jacket. He's just so cute, I had to get it. The Oshawott Soda Pop plush. I live in New Mexico, so I was really excited to see this here. I came all the way here just for this. The Jigglypuff hat, and then I think there's one more thing, the shopping bag. The packable tote bag, because you never know when you need a bag. So, yeah.
Very nice. Now, you came all the way from New Mexico after seeing Worlds last year. What is on your list to see here this weekend?
Oh man, we were really excited about the creators zone.
Scarlet and Violet too. Scarlet and Violet, and then also the Arceus demo. We're really excited to go see that too. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I don't want to keep you from shopping or from all the fun to be had. So thank you so much for joining me. And yeah, go get to it.
See, we have Ditto Vaporeon plushie. We have the Pikachu Anaheim plushie. Destined Rivals Pokemon Center UTB. This is my favorite thing I've gotten here thus far. And some cool socks.
You always need a pair of cool socks.
Socks, for sure.
And then I have to ask, what very obviously is not in your shopping bag?
The bodyboard. I don't bodyboard, but I think this is really cool.
Is that going to go up on the wall somewhere in your house or apartment?
I reckon if I can find a way to mount it.
I think with enough duct tape, you can accomplish anything.
Most definitely. Do they have any Pokemon duct tape here?
I'll ask my people. So Eric, this is your first time at Worlds. What are you looking forward to seeing here?
VGC finals for sure. I like to play the VGC, so that's like what I'm most looking forward to.
So you'll be seated in the arena nice and early for that finals.
Yes, ma'am, you know it.
All right, well, Eric, I don't want to keep you here. Enjoy your time at the World Championships, and thanks for letting us interview you.
We've gone from hundreds of teams down to only 4 over the course of this year. Our top 4 here at the World Championships in Anaheim is about to begin. Zeta Division and Santos Laguna have earned their spot without a doubt. I am Wonder Chef, and Zoinks is here with me, and we are the cool guys.
2 cool guys, 2 great plushes as well, joining us in the booth today. And we are entering, like you said, top 4 territory. Our semifinals are going to be transitioning into best of 5s now, as we are down to the final 4 teams. 2 more matches on broadcast today, as we are going to conclude those semifinals, and grand finals happening on Sunday. We'll be opening the day in the arena here at the Anaheim Convention Center.
Making history. And I would be remiss to not say to you at this moment, my friend, what did we just watch?
What did we just watch is absolutely correct. We were losing our minds. The crowd was losing their minds. I think everywhere around the world watching Pokemon Unite came to the realization that yes, Score Comp might just qualify a team for top 4. And now Luminosity Gaming has done just that.
Yes, no longer a question, now simply a fact that will be written in the history books of Pokemon Unite forever.
Yes.
I don't know how it happened, but we're not even close to done yet. Like you mentioned, we are going to be moving into longer sets for the last 2 matches of today. It is the semifinals, it is the top 4, so it will be 3 out of 5, which I know we are both a big fan of seeing the 3 out of 5s, the level of adaptation that you can make while having that many more games. It means that you just get to show off so much more of like how smart of a team you are.
Yeah, and I think our top 4 teams, and specifically these next 2 matching up against each other in Zeta Division and Santos Laguna, are very stylistically similar. We have some extremely aggressive teams qualified for our top 4. I think you could put Peru in that category, but those other 3 teams, I think, have made it a defining point of their gameplay strategy. If they're getting 1 KO, I think that is not up to snuff for them. They're looking for 3, 4 KO streaks, and they're trying to score in your tier 2. We are going to be looking at an absolute smashing of a best of 5.
Yes, this is going to be really, really interesting after seeing the set that we just saw. Because one thing that you've been mentioning the entire weekend is that, which I agree with you, I feel like Zeta and Luminosity do have a lot of really big similarities. So we'll see if Zeta also pulls out the score comp.
Right, yeah, maybe we see 5 goal getters coming out of Zeta Division.
You never know. At this point, I've stopped trying to predict what's going to happen. I think I tweeted just a bunch of question marks was what my reaction was in the last match.
Summed up a lot of our emotions, so I think that is totally correct to do. But for this next one, I have to admit, this is one of my most anticipated matches, not only of the tournament, but I'm going to be totally honest, maybe of my casting career of Pokemon Unite. One, casting Zeta Division is such an honor. A storied team for these last 2 years are so remarkable, and this Santos Laguna squad has made such a splash here at the World Championships. By far the best performance of a Latin America North team at any of these World Championships in years prior, and now they are going for even higher heights, having the chance to play against truly one of the world's best to qualify for that exact spot.
Right, and we're down to, I mean, the last of the specific regions for every single team. I mean, we were down to the last one in top 8, but now in top 4, we're going to see more and more eliminated. I know, of course, all the Japanese fans are very excited for this one. We actually have a ton of Japanese fans out there this weekend. Also, of course, shout outs to our Japanese co-casters who are here doing their own broadcast, which we always love them so freaking much.
Yeah, they're the best. We always get to feel their energy and their passion for the teams that they are going to be rooting for, which of course is those at-home squads for them. And I got to admit, there's going to be a little bit of that passion for me sometimes too with some of these North American squads, but I'm so excited to be commentating for this next matchup. We talked about how their styles are similar. When I want to get into the nitty-gritty, I want to start talking about some players. We're talking about kind of the players that can make that style happen, make that magic happen in terms of the knockout streaks. I think it's going to be Zeta Vision's Vitopo versus Anisus on Santos Laguna. Like, I mean, what a lights-out fireworks show. And you mentioned how similar similar Zeta can seem to Luminosity Gaming in terms of style. That is so true. It also shows up in Pokemon selection. I mean, Vidopo and Trainer both really like the Leafeon play. We see a lot of Zoroark Comfey from both those squads. But Santos Laguna does kind of delve into other Pokemon selections for those heavy damage carries. We talked a lot about their Scyther play in particular, but then of course the backup with things like Asia Slash being a very important part of this team's kit. We're going to see a spectacular showcase, and I think the aggression will be found even with their own team being able to protect their style during the drafting phase.
Right, and I think one of the biggest differences between these teams that we've seen so far is that Zeta has had a really unique draft history this weekend, where we've seen them really only need to go to one like strategy to dominate a lot of different opponents, and they've only really been put on that back foot a few times.
True,
and
that's so true.
At that point, we get to see like a little bit of an adjustment, but it hasn't necessarily always worked. Now on the other side, I feel like we've seen from Santos Laguna quite a lot, right?
Yeah.
They've flexed around a whole lot. They do have a really wide pool, but obviously we know Zeta as players. We've seen them for a very long time, and we know that they do have a wide pool as well, but in the current meta, we just haven't had a chance to see, I think, quite as much of it. So I am going to be interested to see how they're going to deal with potentially the Zoroark strategy being countered. But we do have an interview out on the floor with Soph, so let's see who she's talking to.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Pokémon UNITE World Championships in Anaheim, California! This is our first semifinals. We have, on your orange side, Santos Laguna! And in the purple, coming from Japan, Zeta Division! Latin America Norte, Nihon. Stare down, pose. Thank you so much.
Worlds, amazing, and great stuff from Soph. I'm glad that we get to see a little bit of head-to-head from these teams. We haven't had a chance to do that quite as much, as there have been so many matches just in a row this weekend.
Right, and the stare down to posing as a heart pipeline is pretty impressive. I really do love that. These teams obviously excited to play against one another and excited to style on stage a little bit. I'm pumped about that. One of those players that was up on stage being the team captain for their squad is one I wanted to talk about, and that is Kira in that defender role. Has been phenomenal for years and years, and it feels like has just been missing a chance to have a full roster of 5 they just click with and are going to have a great tournament run. They've already achieved that. But they're going to be going up against, in the defender matchup, against Tomato. I mean, I really do think Tomato was the first player to truly put Zeta Division on the map. I'm thinking back to that Asia Champions League run, the very inaugural one, in which they were able to take down. I mean, internationally, people could not stop talking about how amazing this tank player was in Tomato. This is going to be a fabulous matchup between these two. I can't wait.
Yeah, when we had a chance to, well, when Soph and I had a chance to commentate the match yesterday of Zeta, I was saying the same exact thing about Tomato. Also, great hair, perfect hair for the name Tomato. But what a star player. And honestly, we've always had a really strong star players on defenders. This was one of the first, I think, that people really looked at as like, okay, maybe like they can carry the entire team throughout like certain situations. It was also just kind of where the meta was, but ever since then, I mean, he has been just so incredibly good. You can see him all the way on the end. No question as to which one is named Tomato. You were talking about Vitopo earlier, though, and I want to go back a little bit. There was a really nice tweet Vitopo made about saying that he was going to carry everybody that, you know, who was with him, into this match. Essentially all of the other Japanese teams, maybe even like High Five, who I know that they're friends with.
They are the last Asia representative.
Which is so, I mean, so heavy a burden to carry, if I'm being honest. The amount of Asian fans it's ridiculous out there. It is absolutely ridiculous, and the Japanese fans are some of the most dedicated, so it's great to be able to see them willing to represent all of them.
All right, Anaheim, let's get into draft number 1 between Zeta Division and Santos Laguna. Our bans are already locked in, and I have to admit, not a single defender Pokemon being banned is a bit of a shock to me. I really did think that Ho-Oh would likely be one of those Pokemon considered by both of these squads, but in game number 1, not going to be the case, and Tomato going to lock in that Suicune.
That has been a great pick for them the entire weekend. I mean, it's been a great pick for everybody the entire weekend, but Tomato in particular has been doing extremely well with it. So on the other side, we'll see what they end up picking up. We are going to see the Snorlax in the same role. I think those are two of the kind of tanks, one could say, that have been most common throughout the weekend, but the Galarian Rapidash is going to be really interesting. Obviously banned out a lot in that last set, and missing in a lot of games this weekend.
I was going to say, and in this tournament in general. I feel like Galarian Rapidash, certainly a Pokemon on a lot of people's radar. So we are going to see it finally locked in by Santos Laguna, and Zeta Division going to bring this Clefable to the forefront. I think one of the most pivotal Pokemon in that matchup with Peru that you and I got to cast over a little bit earlier on in the day. And Rom going to be locking in the Zarina. Feels like it's been a minute since we watched that player on the ranged attackers. They kind of made their name on, like the Inteleon, but they have been doing a great job on Zarina and even Leafeon within this tournament.
This has been a season of a lot of role changes for a lot of players. The Serena, I'm glad we see it. Super high win rate. We saw it earlier today, but we'll see if they can continue. We're going to see the Aegis Slash, which is a really interesting pick, alongside another of the highest win rate Pokemon in this entire tournament, which is going to be Eldegoss. So clearly the stats are maybe being weighted toward these teams that are winning a whole lot.
Oh, and there it is. Anisus going to lock in their iconic Pokemon for this tournament. Of course, they always have the option for Scizor or Scyther, but we're looking at the track record of this event specifically. That is going to be a green bug-type Pokemon.
So that's pretty interesting as far as matches that we've seen, because as far as I remember, so, I mean, of course we do know, Zeta lost to Insomnia at ACL. We were there. We got a chance to cast that match, which was awesome. But I do believe within that set, S-Slime from Insomnia chose the Scyther and did very well against Zeta. So it kind of goes two ways. Obviously, Santos Laguna can be like, oh, well, it's worked against them. They can work against them again. But also, Zeta Division has experience against a good Scyther, which very few teams, I think, really get that opportunity to practice against. So it's kind of like a two-way street there.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we're in comfort pick territory already in game number 1. I think that's a really cool spot to be. Leave the more flexible options a little bit later on in this best-of-5 set. I think starting with something you're well known for already is a very safe bet, even if the team has maybe convened some strategies to try to shut you down. One thing I think is going to stretch Tomato a little bit on this Suicune. Obviously, amazing crowd control Pokemon, but with mobile Pokemon like Galarian Rapidash and Scyther, having the opportunity to avoid those stuns could be one of the very important points of this match number 1.
We'll see what happens. Here we go. Top 4 semifinals. We're in a best-of-5 Zeta Division on the purple side, and the orange side, Santos Laguna. Both teams fighting for their spot in the grand finals.
Japan versus Latin America North. Japan hunting for another World Championship. Latin America North already with their best placement of all time, looking to see if they can top even that. Our central area will be a Blaziken clearing for the first time, and then Scyther going to be catching up as well. So much stronger early game for Santos Laguna, and Anisus will rotate towards the top side to assist Mufasa, who might not need it.
Yeah, apparently not. I do think this is going to be a relatively slow early game. I mean, it's a lot of melee Pokemon, so we are going to see some fights exactly like this, trying to catch it. They will be catching Hitman. Kira getting very, very low. There's going to be a berry, especially with that passive. They should be able to escape if they want to. I say that, and immediately they get KO'd as they do not retreat, and immediately there are a ton of fights, so everything that I said about the game being slow at the start was completely incorrect. There's just a lot of evolutions that need to be had, and really a lot of them are the ones that are doing the fighting. Like this top path, I thought was going to be way slower. They're just running it down.
Yeah, I mean, Anisus there backing them up, even pushing Wajiro all the way off of that first gold zone. Buzzwole and just a Clefairy at the time are Pokemon that maybe even a Scyther can handle while being defended on that defensible gold zone. Either way, they are going to retreat back into their central area, get another clear, and make sure they're as high as level as possible for that first 8-minute battle in mid.
Quadruped battle down on this tier 1 gold zone. They're still trying to get that score, and they finally get it, but at what cost? lost. They are getting chased down by Suicune. No, going to be able to escape. Not even going to try to follow that up here, though. Getting very, very low. They tried to get some points in, probably get one more score before they got KO'd, but unfortunately was not going to happen. And now the 8-minute spawn, quite a big challenge here. I like that check in the tall grass. It looks like it's mostly going to be Zeta Division taking control of the center.
Yeah, not having Kira Snorlax there to kind of assist in that team is going to be tough, but oh my word, Rom with just a chase down of the site there, pushed out of position by the Blaziken, and the Serena catches the escape route. Impressive stuff from Rom, gets a KO and is actually chasing down the Eldegoss in the enemy central area at the same time. Vidopo trying to find Kira. That Flux Zone is now gone, getting a better opportunity to do so, but even a level 5 Snorlax has got enough HP to make it back to tier 2.
And with Zero still chasing all the way, well not chasing, pushing all the way towards this tier 2 gold zone, the entire team is not stopping at 1. They're gonna pick up 2 KOs. Zeta Division is ruthless. This tier 2 gold zone on bottom is already down to about half of its HP. In the meantime, up top, we are gonna have a little bit of the 1v1. We finally got the full evolution for the Aegis Slash, so we are kind of chilling up there for a little bit. We don't see a huge level lead on either side, so they stayed up pretty even, but as the Aegis Slash, I feel like you gotta be pretty happy with that because you had to take a little bit more time to evolve.
Yeah, exactly. You are out-leveling your path opponent in Tommy, which is fantastic, but you gotta be scared about this level 10 Blaziken from Vidopo. That is worrisome indeed. You have Kira focusing on that Regieleki, make sure to knock it out. Certainly Wajiro not in danger of stealing it from you. Follow me, we'll track a little bit of that damage, but now it's all in on this tier 1.
Not being used to trap them there, but still managing to barely try and escape. No, going to be hunted down. And once again, Zeta Division is going to pick at least a few KOs up, although everybody's really, really low. They just need to find a few more final hits, and it is going to be Rom probably cleaning up a whole lot of this, and they're going to actually equal up to level 10 as well. So they've been out maybe not quite as much in most of these fights, but they're going to be very, very scary later on, especially that Unite is going to have a really great target in that site there. They're going to continue to push. One more KO on the Eldegoss. One more target for them. They're going to probably try to score. I'm not sure if you can fully push them away here. Kira all alone. Will pick up one berry. Will escape. This tier 1 gold zone, though, I think this is gonzo.
Yeah, interestingly, not a lot of urgency to defend that tier 1. We actually see 2 of the main damage-dealing Pokemon in Anisas and Mufasa moving down towards the bottom side of the map to get a few scores. At this point in the game, they are playing from behind, not only in that scoring front, but also the stacking front. They need to get some EXP. Rom in danger with the Suicune backup. Tomato with a devastating Unite move. Kira a little too late on that heavy slam yawn combo.
That was a beautiful Unite, landing on 3 members that completely turned that fight around. I really, truly do not think you can give Tomato Suicune. That's something that I said yesterday, I actually believe. But hey, any of these great Suicune players, it is an absolute game changer Pokemon. Right now, this tier 2 gold zone once again getting pushed all the way down. How rare is it to see the tier 2 gold zone on bottom broken, especially before the 5-minute mark? That is a level of aggression that is almost unparalleled here.
Yeah, Santos Laguna just so experience hungry at this given moment. Scyther and Aegis Slash will show up for a fight, but if it goes south, they need to go anywhere else and catch up a little bit on experience. I know Spraggles and Duke Snacks have some pretty strong opinions on that Pokemon in particular. One of the outlying ones, though, I think one of the very, very general consensus opinions is that Pokemon has a really tough time playing from behind. We're starting to see that right now.
Yeah, this is in general a team that's pretty tough to play when you are this far behind. I believe they're in Rapidash as well, especially when you're not playing it as a support and you need to actually get some damage off of it. It needs to put itself in some pretty vulnerable situations, and while you can, of course, resist some of the crowd control, you're still taking damage, you're still taking some of the crowd control. It's pretty scary when you're up there against members 3 levels higher than you, which is what we're seeing right here from the Blaziken, 2 levels higher from their other damage dealers. Not a very happy look, I think, for Santos Laguna, but we're only at the 4-minute mark, so they've got some time to come back.
Yeah, still a level 13 Blaziken is an absolutely terrifying raid boss to have to deal with. A very bold jump pad from Hitman, gonna end up in the midst of 4 enemy Pokemon. They get pulled back in. Buzzwole Unite from Tommy will get the KO.
Unite coming out from Eldegoss to try and bring everybody back up. It does, but they just immediately get burned all the way back down. They just have such little life compared to the other side, and especially all of this Blaziken damage is just unstoppable. Vitopo just pushing, literally pushing everybody around, getting that triple KO. They're continuing on into their center area, and for a team that is hungry on experience, stealing away their very lifeblood here is the best thing that a team could possibly do. Zeta Division, not only do they want the lead, they want to hold on to the lead as strongly as possible, and they're doing exactly that. A minute and 10 seconds left until the final stretch. Levels hugely in Zeta Division's advantage, points in their advantage, but if they can, maybe get a little bit careless, give up a KO, Santos Laguna could find an opportunity.
Right, but in that same vein, you could also take even more. That will be the Galarian Rapidash Unite move to hold Vidopo in place, but it seems like they're only doing it for the time being. Mufasa does need to wide guard. They are so low, and they will get the KO onto the Blaziken, so a lot of resources spent to get that knockout. You will likely not have the Aegis Slash or the Rapidash Unite move for this final fight, but that's a whole lot of experience as Aegis Slash goes down.
Ooh, they are managing to fight pretty well on the side of Santos Laguna despite everything, especially with this chase down here from the Galarian Rapidash. They're chasing all the way into the center area. A lot of resources being used.
Okay, that yawn just buys a little bit of time. It stops Tommy's combo on the Buzzwole, and now they have an opportunity to knock them out as well. It'll be a Unite move from the Snorlax, and Santos Laguna are pushing all the way to the enemy central as Enisus has now achieved level 14.5, and 3 members of Zeta Division are waiting on respawn timers.
Oh, some great scores to try and even things up. They're just going to position pretty far forward. There's still 3 members that are just respawning right now from the side of Zeta Division. Will Santos Laguna go for the immediate burn? Will they try to get maybe another pick? No, they're going for it. They're ripping it. Rayquaza down to already 1/3 HP. What's the securing attempt to be? No, the Unite was used but not caught, and it's going to be Buzzwole of all things. The coup de grace was not timed right.
I can't believe that. Buzzwole secures the Rayquaza. Vidopo was charging overheat on the outside of the Rayquaza pit, facing the opposite direction. Didn't even need to eject button into the midst of things because Tommy on this Buzzwole had the opportunity to lock it down. Santos Laguna now will need to respawn and score seemingly countless points to try to turn this game one around. The likely scenario, though, Zeta Division leading 1-0.
What a turnaround into what a turnaround. I feel like I could have just said the same thing twice in a row and it would have made perfect sense. That was an amazing chase down from Santos Laguna, but that was one of the weirdest fights that I have ever seen. From 3 minutes to 2 minutes. It was a chase from the top path all the way down to like southwest of the map. I truly do not understand that fight really, but it made sense, right? It's not like any of it didn't necessarily make sense. It was just, none of us ever see a fight that goes on that long right before the final stretch.
I got to admit, I feel for Santos Laguna a little bit in this moment because I fell for the Blaziken bait as well. I was watching how Kiro was basically playing this man-to-man defense, Snorlax versus the Blaziken, trying to make sure they shut down an opportunity to secure the Rayquaza with overheat. But the whole time, that wasn't even the main threat to be dealing with. Obviously, Tomato Suicune had respawned as well. There was a whole lot that Zeta Division was able to throw at the Rayquaza, even despite that early team fight win. Timing awkward, Santos Laguna's positioning just too uncomfortable, and Zeta Division, I mean, all the merrier.
Oh, they've got to be very merry right there. That was looking a little bit scary, but going from scary to merry is going to make them very happy. Zeta Division is going to take game number 1 of the semifinals, best of 5 sets, so there's more to come. But wow, that was looking very scary for both sides.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, Santos Laguna behind that entire matchup finally find a way to claw back into that one, really make a winning opportunity out of seemingly nothing. And Zeta Division, well, they didn't have much time to do it, but they did the exact same thing back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, if we just want to like talk about the moments where things started to shift, of course, everything started to shift the moment that they got the Aegis Slash KO on the Blaziken. That was a huge EXP shift, and that is one thing that you really always have to fear about Aegis Slash, is that it has so many tools that somewhat bypass, I guess you could just say like raw stats, right?
Sure,
like
yeah,
the ways to essentially become somewhat invincible, the ways to kind of get your crowd control, the ways that you can, melt people with like, not necessarily true damage, damage, but percentage damage.
Well, reduce defense damage with
Yes.
Sacred Sword, right? You're really enabling yourself in a lot of ways.
Exactly. So when you've got things that are statted above you, it's not like it's going to be easy, but Aegis Slash always kind of has a chance, and that's something that we got, I think, a chance to see right there, which it did start that big turnaround, and I think it was honestly really, really well played from them to try and push all the way into that victory. But boy, that clutch moment at Rayquaza was just simply too good from Zeta.
Way too good. I mean, and we got to admit also, the first 7 minutes of the match or so, it did feel like Zeta Division was handling it. Obviously, that top path victory going in the favor of Santos Laguna, but bottom path having a bit of a tough time against how powerful Zeta Division is. And all right, while we are waiting for these players to get set, we got one more interview, so we're going to throw it to that. And while we wait for game number 2.
Okay, wonderful. All right, everybody, we have Zeta Division beating Santos Laguna in this first game of the best of 5, and I'm here with Zeta Division fans. So give it up for Zeta Division, everybody! All right, getting ready for this next game of the best of 5, and we'll see how Santos Laguna is gonna respond. Back to you.
So much so. All right, cool. We got a look at some of the fans hanging out in the crowd. We know if you want to cheer on your favorite team at some of these events, you got to get here early. If you want to be front row for some of these events, it can be challenging. I can't imagine. Tomorrow Sunday Arena. If you want to watch Pokemon Unite in Championship Sunday, you got to get there early, everybody. You don't want to miss the arena show.
Oh yeah, we all have to get there early. Everybody watching on the broadcast, everybody in the
We're
arena,
saying that in two
players.
very different energies, though. I'm excited. You're maybe not.
Listen, I don't have a broken sleep schedule. I certainly don't go to sleep at that time usually. But no. I am so excited. Now, it is true, especially, for example, we got to see the Zeta fans right there. A lot of the Japanese fans, first of all, best sign game in the game. Yeah. Right? We got a chance to see that ACL. It's one of the best signs. I mean, look at that. I wish I had, anime character signs drawn of me. That's awesome. Yeah. But they are such a dedicated fan base, and I always do love seeing them. They're very early, as you can see. If you can get that seat in the front like that, I mean, okay, you were here probably before we were.
Exactly. And all right, like I said, we are squared up for game number 2. Santos Laguna taking that first loss. You gotta start to ask, some of these pocket picks that these players have been utilizing, maybe like the Galarian Rapidash, Aegis Slash, and Scyther, have been the mainstays of this team so far in the tournament run. They ran into the first major obstacle of Zeta Division. That early game was extremely tough for these Pokemon. Do we see a change-up from this Latin America North team?
I think, look at the tomato. Look at that, all the tomatoes. I do love tomatoes, but I also love this tomato. Amazing player. Tomato! I was in the middle of a thought. Yes. Okay. So this video game that we're playing, in case anybody didn't know, we are playing a video game at the moment, Pokemon Unite. And yes, that early game was really, really brutal from the side of Zeta. They were so aggressive. That is some of the most aggression that I've seen from anybody. And the interesting thing is, again, when we see this early game aggression, a lot of times it's like invades or like attempts to kind of rotate around. Yep. This was just like, people were just sending it. And honestly, from both sides, we saw a whole lot of like, just send it. But I do think that we need to be a little bit more careful on the side of Santos Laguna this time, and we could get a few picks that are a little bit more early-centric, and especially early defense-centric, because they were getting their goal zones pushed down pretty quickly, and they would have really liked to, I think, had those a little bit healthier later on. So anything that does big AoE damage, anything that's strong early, I think would be great.
Okay. So you're the angel on the shoulder of Santos Laguna. Let me be the devil. It's time. Run it down, Santos Laguna. Don't allow Zeta Division even any room, because that is what they were doing to you as well. This again, I love how aggressive both these teams are, and I think if they want to play to their strengths. But of course, I think your advice is correct. This is a dangerous spot to be in, especially being down one game. You get a bit more flexibility in this best of 5, but still, even if you got more rooms to give, you have to take a lot as well.
Sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the anvil. Sometimes you're the angel, sometimes you're the devil. I don't know. We'll see if they want to be the hammer or the anvil. Right now, they are going to be starting off with a pretty aggressive first pick.
Oh, look at that damage dealt stat, by the way, from Rom with Serena in that last game. Oh my word, 115,000 damage on this Stomp Grassy Glide Serena. I mean, so like we mentioned, we're switching from these ranged attackers to these melee brawlers for this meta specifically. It's already paying off.
Yeah, and also win rate went up from the already highest win rate Pokemon in the game off that, and it just got banned more, so encounter rate went up as well. Makes a whole bunch of sense. Ho-Oh, though, is going to be let out of jail, and Tomato on the Ho-Oh is going to be a very, very scary thing to behold for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Ho-Oh, Belissi, that is so much HP to work with. It'll be very interesting to see what Santos Laguna want to go, and so far, it looks like they kind of want to enter the mix, enter the brawl. Clefable and Snorlax, two Pokemon that love the longevity of some of these bigger team fights, and they can provide a lot of resources for that. Of course, I feel like Snorlax is one of our biggest mainstays, but Zeta Division going to be locking in the Garchomp. Obviously, they did have a roster change, so the normal Garchomp player has been switched out. That is Tommy, and they are going to be locking it in.
I do think that's a great pick against what they're potentially picking here. Yep. Like you said, with their second and third picks, they are going to be looking towards staying a little bit closer together, being a little bit tankier, and that's exactly what Garchomp likes. Just like
Exactly.
Exactly that.
Yeah, so not too many changes, right? Galarian Rapidash not here anymore. We're going to go with Latios, and now we don't have the Eldegoss any longer. It will be Clefable. So a much more group-centric team fight. Also, Anisauce has changed up their items slightly, I believe. Weakness policy being equipped. There is a non-zero chance that this won't be inside there. I'm saying non-zero. I'm saying non-zero.
I know.
I'm not saying for sure.
I will say in the past, there have been a lot of Scythers that have used weakness policy.
For sure.
I don't actually really fully understand why. That's like my own problem, I guess, but I have seen that for a few years. So not 100% guaranteed, but that would be kind of cool to see. That would be a very, very defensive team. Maybe just kind of playing Protect the President with the Latios as kind of their main damage. But on the other side, the Dodrio, another Pokemon that's really high up in the win rate at the moment, but an interesting pick to go up against this comp. I would have to assume that this is going to be Tri-Attack. I feel like that's the only way that it makes sense.
Yeah, I really enjoy Vidopo locking something new, but they kind of had to. These banning phase focus a lot on those two damage dealers from Zeta Division previously, Serena and Blaziken, so important to Vidopo and Rom respectively in that last matchup. We got to shake things up somehow. Santos Laguna doing that in a few ways, taking first pick in our draft, not to mention finding some new bans being heavily targeted.
I'm also quite happy, both this game and last game, they didn't immediately go to that Zoroark Comfey strategy. Yeah. They showed off what else they had, and honestly, I'm like loving it even more considerably. But here we go, game number 2, Zeta Division up 1-0, but it's not match point quite yet, as we're a best of 5.
All right, Santos Laguna gonna be sending Latios into the path. This is really tough for this Pokemon. Latios needs its level 5 as rapidly as you possibly can. Putting it in tandem with the Snorlax could be working, but Tomato and Rom striking very early, leaving a lot of their own wild Pokemon in path just to favor these contestables. Kira doing a great job of out-securing 2 contestable Pokemon, though.
I am annoyed thinking of fighting against that path. Yeah. That looks so incredibly annoying. A little bit more of like a brawler path up top, and I do love seeing both the huge pink blobs and not evolved quite yet, just trying to help out their little friends. But bottom, it's pure evil right now.
Right, exactly. Yeah, nefarious, evil, whatever you'd like to say. It is very, very scary at the moment. So for Hitman, not hitting that level 5 at the very least, Anisauce has, but so has Vidopo. I think these players very aware of who's hiding in which crashes and Tri-Attack strikes first. Vidopo forcing Anisauce out of that bottom L bush.
You said it was going to be a match between them. They almost had a little bit of a 1v1 right there. They are both going to be helping that bottom path, and it does seem like they're not going to be pushing for all that much extra on top of the experience, but oh my gosh, you move so fast in that it's so easy for Tomato to just kind of move forward, harass a little bit, just be annoying, which is exactly what you need to do, especially because you want to kind of get that Snorlax a little bit lower so it can't just run around and be the body blocker that it wants to be.
Wow, okay, Tommy on the top side, we saw a little bit there with our picture-in-picture, getting 2 KOs in a row. So absolutely dominating the top side. Mufasa struggling a little bit more in this game, potentially without the pocket of that Eldegoss to support them, and Minato really needed to get their levels up as well. They finally have access to Moonlight, though, so we'll be a bit better in tandem with that Aegis Slash. the time being, though, Tommy is really throwing out the damage. Oh, but there's the counter KO. Minato shows, yeah, you don't touch my all-rounder.
This is the most ridiculous stat we've seen all week. Santos Laguna's average feints per match, 6. Zeta Division's is 19. You're one of the best teams in the world, and your average feints per match is 19. That is a very, very interesting stat. I would love to dig deeper into that, but we've got a match that we've got to watch, and I think that's going to take me a few hours. Tomato, right now, kind of 1v2ing this path because it's Tomato.
Yeah.
And that's how scary. That's how scary this Pokemon is right now.
Now, the interesting thing about Tomato staying in these aggressive positions is it does allow Hitman to stack up more of that Aeon energy. Okay, already a knockout Kira down. Vitobo finds 2. Is about to get up to that level 9, and of course, Unite move will be accessible. Triple Trample is here well before the first set of Reggies. On the other hand, Santos Laguna are even searching for a level 8. Mufasa finally hitting that breakpoint. No Unite move to the next level, though.
So everything we were talking about the very early aggression, especially crashes onto these top tier gold zones, or these tier 1 gold zones, I should say. It's just all happening again. Zeta Division is running a very, very similar concept. They've already taken on the tier 1 gold zone on bottom. This Regieleki is going to be going to Santos Laguna. That's got to be pretty good for them. They really want to control at least one of their tier 1s for the rest of this match, and they've got to get some points back. They're not going to be pushing this one in, but at least it's not getting pushed into their goal.
Right. Mufasa gets a couple attacks into that Mewtwo, but Rom still having teleport off cooldown means they're able to jump over that wall and escape any bit of mobility that Mufasa could throw. Those boosted auto attacks can both be a hammer and an anvil, if you will, for these Aegis Slash. Can bring you into really dangerous territories with that far dash. However, when you're striking in a Tomato, I don't think you're too worried about where you're going. That's a full burst damage with the green illusion dive from Anysash. Tommy is able to grab them and get that support with the Unite move. The Garchomp absolutely reigning terror here in the middle of the map.
Rom doing so much damage from the back line, but a try to get Dove, unfortunately, was not able to quite get the KO. So Rom is going to be able to clean that up while we get a little bit of a 2v1 in middle. We're just kind of playing leapfrog here with KOs. It's just like I'm KOing you, somebody else comes KOs me, then somebody KOs that person over and over. A lot of trades, but it kind of felt like it was even trades. However, the overall experience was in the favor of Zeta Division before that fight. So if you had to look at an overall resource winner, it's probably Santos Laguna.
Yeah, I think it's sliding slightly in their favor with those scales. And of course, they're going to be looking for a whole lot more soon. They are struggling in the points attempt. This top side's been so fantastic from Tommy and Wajiro that goal zone is left only at 7. They are kidnapping this Garchomp, but little do they know, Tomato and Vitobo are there for the back cap from that top L bush.
They're like, wait, no, push them in the other direction. Get away from us, help! And right now, they're just like, thank you for pushing me all the way to this goal zone. This tier 1's going down. Half your team is going down. Your tier 2 goal zone is nearly going down. They're leaving it at 21 after this, and we're still so early in the game. That would be perfect for a huge Regieleki into an overdunk. I do like this return takedown on the bottom tier 1. Vitobo, though, getting KO'd, that's going to be huge. Hitman going to get a lot of experience for that.
Picking up a couple, also able to knock out the Blissey with that latent damage from that passive from the Latios. Minato healing up the squad, see if they could chase down Tommy. However, with that full range extension, I think they're going to be able to have a very safe recall. Never mind, we'll just heal up off the Swablu Walterias. Thank you, Garchomp basic attacks.
That was so fast, that amount of healing. That is a little bit ridiculous. Regice, though, as well, is going to be absolutely melted, and could have healed back up on that if I'm being 100% honest. There's an attempt to steal here. We do have the coup de grace up, so you don't really want to try to get it that low. It doesn't feel like you have that secure unless, you go first for the Aegis Slash. Going to go into the Anvil mode and then back into the Hammer mode as it's going to try to get a little bit more damage here. Oh, going to just ignore them and continue into the back line, trying to chase down Hitman. They're doing an okay job of it, but the Bliss Assist is not going to be enough to help them get all the way there. Regice still sitting there like somebody's going to try to finish this, but in the end, wow, his sights are not what I expected.
Yeah, Mufasa playing a really passive, patient team fight in that way, leaving a couple of boosted auto attacks even while in sword form so they can wait for Wide Guard to come back up off cooldown to get access to those shield boosted auto attacks. They get a KO streak of 3, ultimately felled by Rom's Mewtwo Y, who returns in fashion. I mean, what an answer in terms of momentum, and take a look at this. Zeta Division, never once have they been satisfied with a team fight win. They always got to push for more. They're looking for blue buff.
Oh no, they might have got a little bit too greedy. Losing Tomato there is okay, but I feel like you really don't want to lose this Mewtwo. That's going to be a lot of points going to the other side, a lot of experience going to the other side. That may be one of the first moments that I've seen and said, okay, just too greedy. Especially early. We saw Tomato so low. Obviously, you have their generator, so you are going to get a lot of it back, but they were still going a little bit deep for that moment. Mufasa fighting Tomi up top, and looks like there's going to be a little bit of a retreat from both sides. We are getting really close to this final stretch. They don't want a repeat of fighting from 3 minutes to 2 minutes.
Exactly. Mito still wanting to get a few of those special attack specs stacks in that tier 2 if they can. So we're seeing these really small scores. And at this point, they will likely be getting KO'd. But Follow Me and Moonlight can certainly buy you a whole lot of time. But how about hero backup? As Snorlax, well, they look, they watch, they decide not.
Honestly, getting yourself KO'd right there might not have been the worst choice in the world. Like, maybe they should have just turned around, let themselves get KO, changed their respawn timer. But nice, that's actually a huge one. I mean, they only got KOs on the experience share Pokemon from the side of Zeta Division. Santos Laguna getting some better targets, but they are going to use a lot of their resources. Whoa. 2 of their damage dealers going down on the side of Santos Laguna. This is huge. They're really committing to this. Nowhere even close to the Ray Pit.
All right, and that's the Clefable down as well. They did roll Hyper Beam off their Unite move, but unfortunately, we're not able to land it on anybody. This is up to Anysus. They got to change this around. It's the second instance of Power Nap to get it. Rayquaza already down below half HP. Dimiduwai is gone. Can Anysus make it there in time? No! Vito Pusto Trio is going to take that last hit.
Oh, they played that so incredibly smart, but there's still a few members left up of Santos Laguna. It's not 100% over yet. I mean, this is going to be a great way to hunt this down, but this is not the hugest shield in the world. Aegislash is going to come through. They should be able to jump over, but no, not going to be able to stop it in time. Had to make the read beforehand maybe, and especially with these points up top, it's going to be even more and more difficult. However, because that was such a quick Ray rip, we still have 1 minute and 20 seconds left. That was a gigantic KO. You can see how many points were actually just picked up. 50 now in the pockets of Latios, 26 in the pockets of Aegislash. This is not over.
It is not. They do have some incredible burst damage Pokemon. Scyther, Aegislash, potentially even this poke damage from Latios can take some team fight wins on this tier 2. Zeta Division are now going to be caught in that weird space where their lead is okay, but they could push for some back caps as well. Tomatoes Ho-Oh does have almost 50 points and is looking to take the exact route all the way to the home goal zone.
Oh yeah, that one's almost certainly going in. This is going to have to be a really far push all the way from Santos Laguna. That's going to be an unstoppable. Oh, they even have the shield left 100%. I didn't even realize that. They're going to be rotating all the way down to this bottom tier 2, it looks like, seeing if they can catch anybody out. You're not coming out from Mewtwo. That's actually going to collect on a lot right there. The Bliss assistance onto this Garchomp is going to help them get double KOs. Going to go for 3rd and a 4th. Everybody pinned together. This is not looking like a great position for Santos Laguna at the moment. No KOs on their side quite yet. They need everybody to go down, but they're the ones going down. Only 1 member up. And that is certainly not going to be enough. All the way back at base. 10 seconds left. Zeta Division is controlling this one to go to a 2-0 lead.
Wow, yet another Rayquaza fight that starts just a few moments before the Pokemon actually spawns in and hits the map. And Zeta Division this time coming out on top, both in terms of that first fight as well as capitalizing and knocking out that Rayquaza. Massive play from this team. Things did look a little scary, but a few Pokemon holding onto shields really made that one inevitable.
And one thing that we talked about earlier is how close in playstyle Zeta and Luminosity can be. And one thing that I said about Luminosity earlier is that they're really strong when they get a chance to understand what their win condition is beforehand. What are we looking at? Oh, the damage.
Yeah, the torch in terms of damage has been passed from Rom to Tommy for this game number 2 as this Garchomp setting themselves up for a 2-0 lead. Has 133,000 damage on this Garchomp, 12 knockouts as well. The newest member of this Zeta Division team, and what a debut from them.
That is certainly a statement of I belong here. I deserve to be here.
For sure.
Okay, so what I was saying was the way that they played around having their win condition, which is a team that can rip Ray faster than almost any other team that we've seen this weekend, having just so much damage. They knew that if they won that fight and even left a few members up, they had the vision to be able to retreat back and burn down that Rayquaza before there was any opportunity for Santos Laguna to do anything.
Right, yeah, great decision making at that moment. Obviously, it gets a little scary, a little risky because Anysus is able to put in some work, but Mewtwo escaping, I think, is the most pivotal moment of that. Blissey very impressive, giving up kind of their own life in exchange for the Mewtwo Y to escape, where Bliss assistancing into the backline. Anisus just has to focus all their damage onto this Blissey, and Mewtwo Y able to roam all the way to the middle point of the map and knock out the Rayquaza. So just a lot of expenditure of resources, great work from Zeta Division, really all across the map that last game.
Yeah, now they're setting themselves up into a huge lead. I mean, for anybody who maybe hasn't been following along for years, our last world champions, our previous world champions, were from Japan, and now we don't have them here as a team any longer, but Japan would love to return to Grand Finals for the second year in a row, earn a spot to fight for their repeat win, and they are now just one step away. Zeta win, you can see right there, look at that, the Japanese fans.
And more tomato!
And more tomato, one of the most popular, you know, we gotta get everybody to eat healthy. Tomato's gonna do a great job of that.
My job on this commentary booth is to go, tomato! And I am enjoying it. Thank you, camera zoom. That's awesome. Yeah, this has been a really fun match so far. Obviously, Zeta Division, the pace car in this best of 5. We are going into game number 3. Santos Laguna have brought a very, very similar strategy into both games. I do think Hitman's Latios impressed me a lot more than the Galarian Rapidash. Still was not enough to turn things around. And I mean, you lose 2 very important members before the Rayquaza fight. Zeta Division really takes advantage of that. The tough spot to be, it's micro calls, it could be macro calls. It's a lot to work on, and you're running out of time.
Well, still, I think one of the biggest problems has been that early game where it's just been an absolute, I don't know, landslide, basically, from Zeta. And, you know, I was saying earlier, maybe they should choose some more defensive options. Maybe they should play the Anvil. Maybe it is time for them to play the Hammer. Maybe what you do is you start saying, oh, they're focusing for bottom. Let's focus for top. Let's just take exactly what they're taking, the opposite direction. And that's a strategy we've seen so many strong teams use. It's just we haven't seen really either direction fully committed to yet from Santos Laguna. I think that if they want to make this comeback in this set 3 games straight, it's going to have to be some sort of huge answer.
All right, well, we are starting with the exact same Bantus Game 2 for Santos Laguna, and I believe Zeta Division as well. We're going to be jumping back into this draft. A Pokemon like Suicune is still available. It has been such an important Pokemon. Well, we are going to be first picking that Latios. Zeta Division picked Suicune, but only when they were in the first pick position on the purple side. So instead, Wajiro going for the Blissey yet again. Such a powerful Pokemon. I think was a part of a major moment. And Tomato will go onto the defender. I would say the most Tomato-like of all defenders available in Pokemon Unite.
Maybe like the very Hollowware Snorlax. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's Tomato-like. Yeah, it's such a tough situation where both Suicune and Ho-Oh being available early on, it means that there's no really great way to take them both away from Tomato.
Yeah,
and Tomato hasn't had
ban phase, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you would have to really change your entire ban strategy, and that's just not something that Santos Laguna clearly feels comfortable doing. So we are going to go to some pretty similar picks. It looks like overall, maybe from both sides.
Yeah, we're going to see the Garchomp yet again. I love the coordination between Washiro and Tommy, not only in the early game pathing phase, but I think we saw some really great stuff, especially around the defense of that tier 2 goal zone. Even a Dragon Rush across the wall into their own central, backing it up with some Bliss assistance has been impressive. Santos Laguna running back the exact same composition from Game 2. Zeta Division, the only switch will be made is in the Dodrio slot. Vidopo going to return to the Leafeon, which has a 43% pick rate on the tournament.
I think that's a great choice. I think that they are going to play some pretty similar roles. I mean, if you're playing the Tri-Attack Dodrio, you're a little bit more of like these like ranged speedsters where you can play a little bit more safe range. You're going to potentially get some AoE damage, and your AoE damage is going to be a little bit more significant here with the Leafeon. And I think that with how everybody groups up on that side, it's going to be really strong. But also, you are going to be able to maybe solo out that Latios with your Unite move if you can find yourself in the correct situation, and sandwiching yourself with a good flank behind them while there is a very scary either defender or Garchomp in front of them is a great way to do that.
That's true. You just got to be careful. You don't get hit by a wide guard. Don't get hit by a block. Don't get follow me. There's a lot of dangerous stuff out there. But I know right now both of these teams are so excited, but probably nervous. I'm nervous and excited. It's a bit of a combination on this main stage. Santos Laguna backs against the wall. Truly a historic tournament run for not only this team, for this region, a few of these players. This is their first year competing in the UNITE Championship Series. Zeta Division, old hats at this point, as they have played now 2 years in a row and are looking to achieve an even better result than they have in previous years. But they've already done now by making it into the top 4 territory. But they would love to play in Championship Sunday.
Yeah, the pressure on them is higher than maybe almost any other team. You know, just their entire region wanting that repeat so bad. I was just talking about it, but it's such a different feeling than a region that has never won Worlds. And of course, their entire region is behind them as well, but the expectation isn't, of course, we have to win again. You know, it's if you can win again, you are the greatest of all time, or if you can win for our first time. But when you have, you know, just legends behind you, it is a lot of pressure on your shoulders, and Zeta have absolutely lived up to it so far.
True.
Not only, of course, wanting to repeat, but wanting to do better themselves than they have before. And also, to be honest, they're one of the best teams that has been around and not been able to take a Worlds, right? I mean, obviously there's only been 2 Worlds winners, but it's one of those teams where it's like, if you were to say within the next 3 years, you know, this year included, what are some of the teams that you think could win Worlds? They would be right at the top of the list.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, yeah, looking forward to the future. It's a really fun thing, too. I like that a lot. All right, sorry, everybody, we're going to be getting back into game very, very soon. We do not want to hold this one back anymore. And oh my word, we have had so many incredible cosplays, outfits, costumes throughout this entire tournament. So thank you everyone so much for showcasing your passion, not only for Pokemon Unite, but for these competitors, for the competition as a whole. It has been so fun to see you and have you join us for Anaheim Worlds 2025. We're in one of the best sets we've ever seen here yet today.
Oh yeah, it just keeps getting better throughout the entire day. The things that we've seen this weekend are unbelievable. From the very first game of day 1 until the very last game that we just saw where Score Comp won, every single thing that we've been seeing is unbelievable. This has been one of the best I guess, one of the best front-to-back Worlds that we've had. Like, there have been no games that have just been filler games. This has been all the way through. There have been games that we had to have on the feature match station that have been incredible matches. They're just as absolutely, I don't know, the competition has leveled up.
Yeah, totally. And hey, shout out Feature Station that we now have 2 streams during this event. I really hope everybody enjoyed that, not missing a moment of the action, or at least as much as we possibly could have. It has been so much fun. Like you mentioned, the tournament matches throughout the entire weekend have been elite, and getting our chance to see as many of them as possible. I know it's been a major request of the community and also us, because seeing these teams play on the main stage is just so fun.
Oh, yes. All these teams have earned their spot, and I love that they all get a chance to be seen, and those matches get to stay in the history books forever. I mean, especially for, you know, kind of like competitive nerds like you and I. Yeah. I want every match to be recorded for history ever. Yes. I want it to be like, you know, 20 years from now, 15 years from now, and I'm like, okay, do you remember that moment that was in, you know, Worlds 2025 where this particular thing happened? And I want to be able to go back and click on a video and be like, yes, we get to see that exact moment. And then we look at ourselves and like, we were so young then. That's wild.
Yeah, well, to the surprise of no one, we're pretty big nerds up here, casting Pokemon Unite. But I know there's a whole lot more of you down there who are also in love with the game and in love with this competitive scene and all of its crazy shenanigans that we see things getting up to. This is going to be such a fun one. Game number 3 is going to be almost an identical draft. We're going to get to see Anisus versus Vidopo, potentially for the last time, a Scyther versus a Leafeon. It does feel like we finally have the iconic matchup between these 2 players.
Which is so great to see. I mean, honestly, there's so many good roll-to-roll matchups within both of these teams. And honestly, I do feel like we get to see that more and more as we get towards the end of the bracket, where every member of all of these teams are star players. And we can see right there on the big screen that we're getting started with game number 3. Last chance here for Santos Santos Laguna. They've got to win 3 in a row. If they don't, then Zeta Division will move on to the grand finals, for Japan moving there for the 2nd year in a row.
Zeta Division on the edge of victory. Santos Laguna just hunting for it like you just mentioned, Wonder Chef. Now, we do have that Leafeon clearing the central area at the beginning. This will be 2 Pokemon that will be at a very similar pace. The Leafeon and Scyther are both having extremely fast clears, even in the early game, will hit that level 5 power spike right on time.
Truly, that path from Zeta Division still is like giving me anxiety. Just seeing them just stand there and just hold A, and the entire other path just like, help me. But they're continuing on with the aggression. A 3rd member coming down, as Vitopo is going to be coming down to help them. Might run into any sus up in the center area. Got to be careful. That's a really far flank. We usually don't see them go all the way that far back, so I would love to see what any sus's plans are. Trying to catch up Vitopo. They are going to find them immediately. Gets a ton of damage, does not quite get the KO, manages to get out of the way of the Razor Leaf. A great play, and that's going to delay them long enough to stop them from getting as much of the farm in the bird spawns, but oh my goodness, so much damage!
Yeah, this is scary because now Kira's going to have to try to defend this goal zone with no citrus berries to retreat to, and Isus is there with half an HP bar. Mewtwo Y goes down, even mid-side strike aim, and Isus with a 1 HP in a dream shenanigans, as Vitopo doesn't even want to take that fight after that.
That was very risky. Everything that Anisas pulled right there was very risky and paid off very well. I mean, that was just confidence. The fact that you're down, yes. No, but the fact that you were down 2 games and you're willing to go for that far of a flank, be willing to defend with that little life, and then it actually pays off, shows that Santos Laguna, they're on the back foot, but they have not crumbled at all.
Yeah, now the one scary thing is Mufasa has had a tough time against Tomi and Vitopo and Wajiro in this last exchange. Tomato also coming for the backup, leaving the 2 attackers in the bottom side to duel alone. These new Swablu Altarias will be Zetas alone, as no one from Santos Laguna has the opportunity to try to steal that EXP. Mufasa just desperately looking for any experience, trying to get that Aegis/evolution.
Tomato playing a great forward position, just playing for vision. Every single movement that is being made from Santos Laguna is being seen at the moment, and now Tomato finally backing up once they realize, okay, we know where they are, we know where they've rotated to, now we can split up accordingly. Most of them kind of in the center.
Wow, Tommy actually catching that double in the tall grass with the Dragon Rush and the Dragon Claw combination. Big heavy slam from Kira, giving them a little bit more time as Tomato with this Assault Vest so tanky, not too worried about the Latios poke damage at the time being with that special defense, not to mention the self-healing and Blissey healing they have access to.
Still just a lot of bullying on this bottom path. It's kind of like we're going back to like the pathing phase, but they're not able to get too many KOs, which is pretty nice. I mean, you are a late game scaler for Latios, so as long as you're holding on, as long as you're getting some farm, things are going to kind of go okay. Unfortunately, they are pretty low level at the moment. Hitting level 8 while everybody else is hitting level 9 on the side of Zeta Division. That's pretty scary. Also the defense up top. I mean, you can stop a 35-point score, but you got to be careful about getting KO'd yourself when you already have a Garchomp and, of course, Vitopo on this Leafeon.
All right, Minato just doing as much as they can to buy time. Vitopo might be getting a little frustrated, but they still got damage to work with. We're going to cut down to the Reg Ice on the bottom side. Kira will fall, will not have the chance to block the objective, but that's okay. Anisas picks it up anyways. They do have the Green Illusion dive, give up on chasing the Mewtwo Y, and instead decide to execute the Ho-Oh.
That is a great little jump ahead for Santos Laguna. I shouldn't say jump ahead, kind of jump back up to even, but it's a great boost for them. And Anisas has really been leading the charge this time around. This play on the Scyther has been amazing. They've been enabling a lot of what's making things work. Look at this huge wide invade into the center area from Zeta Division, and they're going in to try and flank and push in this Regieleki.
Mewtwo already down. No Moonlight healing is going to be really difficult to play around this objective. Garchomp throwing the members of the enemy team both to the top side and back to the tier 2. Regieleki will land. Zeta Division is going to build this score lead to 230 to a donut in game number 3.
This is looking even scarier than game number 1. Zeta Division just holding full control. The fact that they have had in every single game a tier 2 goal zone down before the 5-minute mark, and alternating paths, by the way, top, bottom, top, is absolutely incredible. Oh, nice. Okay, Anisas once again picking up a KO. It is going to be on Tomato. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but almost almost a second. A great Unite to stop that from happening from Vitopo. It does look like they probably should be able to pick up Wajiro. But again, any little trades like that are going to be quite good for Santos Laguna.
I'm honestly shocked Vitopo was able to just kind of face tank all of the green illusions with that final hit onto the Leafeon. But Unite move doing a lot of work in that exchange. It is a Clefable Unite move and a Snorlax, which will also outlast the Garchomp. And Anisus will get their revenge onto a member of Zeta Division. They're going to try to chase down Rom and the Mewtwo Y. Meanwhile, a mid-battle inside of this mid part of the map as the Swablu and Altaria is the next to go down.
Oh, they're all so low. Moonlight just barely coming back up to bring them to any sort of life. It's 4 members, though, but Tomato is going to do so much damage. I can chase you across a wall. You can't fly away from me. But they didn't actually get a good amount of that experience on the side of Santos Laguna. Things are not looking that well. Okay, that's not looking super great as Vitopo gets a great flank into the Unite, but other things are looking pretty good altogether for Santos Laguna compared to the first few minutes of this match. They're starting to get score. Another Unite coming out from Scyther, but Scyther goes down as it's happening. That's going to be unfortunate. They're losing all their strong members on Santos Laguna's side. This might be another tier 1 goal zone going down, only 12-6. Yep, they're breaking that quick.
Yeah, Wajiro's Blitz Assistance has just proved too powerful. It's one of the best answers to this Scyther dive. As soon as they try to explode, Scyther does have to, after they first do a wing beat, jump into melee range. Blitzy not only having the knockup, but also the ability to KO Scyther themselves if they need to, has made it really difficult to find knockouts onto this Garchomp, onto this Leafeon, and Zeta Division has been able to push this lead further and further. Regieleki will go down for free. Zenithus gets a lot of payback off that. It probably will not be landing in this tier 1 as Zeta Division rallies to defend.
That is surprising that, to me, that Zeta Division didn't try to prioritize that at all. Oh, an attempt to at least get something in before we get to this final stretch. Probably reset your KO timer as well. But this Regieleki obviously could have been heading towards the base goal zone, the home goal zone of Santos Laguna. But instead, Zeta Division, they're preparing for more of a fight.
Yeah, and they're going to actually take that fight right now. The best way to prepare for a fight, I find, is taking it. Also, having Vitopo at level 15 is where that Leafeon is right about to achieve. Mufasa does get a Sacred Sword, but now they're at the Wide Guard in the midst of 4 enemy Pokemon. Wide Guard is off cooldown, so they do get pulled by the Garchomp. When this battle's actually raining on, that is the Garchomp Unite move needed to KO that Aegis Slash. Kira there for the defense, try to peel for Hitman, who's getting the poke damage. But Mewtwo Unite cascades onto all of them. Anisus, the only member left up for Santos Laguna, and they go down! The side strike found the target!
No members up, but there's 8 seconds left. The coup de grace is available. If we can sneak in with Mufasa, that might be one of the only ways that you live. Or, I mean, honestly, you just don't even burn it. Maybe on the side of Zeta Division. No, they're going for it. They're going 100%. Aegis Slash is down. They're going to have to find a miracle secure. Snorlax jumping in. What's the final hit going to be? It's Tomato. Everybody with the Tomato shirts out there living their best life as Zeta Division, with already a 200-point lead, will take a lot of shields moving forward to score.
Kira leaps in with the Snorlax to buy some space. Heavy Slam block opens it up. Clefable uses their Unite move and attempts to Hydro Pump the Rayquaza. A tough turn of events. A few options would have been a little better, but Zeta Division really covered for all of their outs. Yet another match defined by a team fight preemptively around the Rayquaza, and Zeta Division 3 for 3 when it comes down to an aggressive battle near the end of the match.
This set has been nearly full repeats for every single game. The comps were similar. The kind of back and forth was similar. The leads that Zeta got were similar. The way they dealt with Rayquaza was similar. Everything just felt like it was in their control. They're ahead by over 500 points, so even Hundo Burgers in everybody's pockets are not quite going to be enough. A KO onto, at least, Tommy, that's going to be one big KO. 40 seconds left. This is going to have to be nearly a miracle if we want to see Santos Laguna make this back.
Yeah, Vitopo on the run right now, but this Speedster will be able to easily retreat to the rest of their team as Wajiro says, where have you been? I have eggs for you, please. Heal on up. Santos Laguna with one final push. Latin America North final chance at getting to Championship Sunday. Zeta Division holding strong so far. Tomato from the outside. Vitopo always there for the backup. A resurrect from Tomato brings back Wajiro. And Zeta Division holding strong. Hitman down. Garchomp sweep. And Zeta Division are going to Championship Sunday!
Japan for 2 years in a row. They've made it back, the final hope of the region. And they have made it all the way. Look at that immediately. The team, you can see how happy they are and well deserved. Our first semifinal match of the day and a clean sweep, fully in control.
3-0 fashion over one of the hottest teams in the World Championships this year. Santos Laguna, first our flowers to that team. An amazing run, the best run this region has ever seen. And what a showing from this team, not only regional near the end of the year, but now internationally here at the World Championships.
You can see some mixed emotions definitely from Santos Laguna. They should be proud of themselves. I mean, 4th place in the world is an absolutely amazing placement. Obviously, you always want to do better, but you can see some smiles, you can see some disappointed faces. But certainly, we know with those players, they'll be back, as we've seen them years and years again. Zeta, though, this might be their year.
Zeta Division, the last representative of Japan in this tournament. They entered Day 2 and top 16 with 4 teams from their region. That changed very quickly, but Zeta Division holding strong and able to defeat this Latin America North squad. Moving on to the finals of the World Championships in 2025.
The first team ever to qualify for an arena finals at Worlds here. That is very, very cool to see. But of course, we get to see a little bit back at this match where Zeta Division just played so solid an entire 3-game set. I love the confidence from Santos Laguna. They stuck with their comfortable strategy every single game.
Yeah.
There were lots of moments that did feel like they could fight back, but I mean, honestly, especially in these last 2 games, Tommy on that Garchomp. I don't even know what more I can say.
I easily think Tommy is the MVP award for me during this entire set. I thought they had such a phenomenal showing, and I actually think it might be one of the first matches of our tournament where we can truly see this player is elite and belongs on this roster. 142,000 damage for this Garchomp with 8 knockouts. I mean, not only does this Pokemon have damage, not only does it have KO potential, crowd control potential as well. Now, like you said, Zeta Division moving on and are going to be waiting their next opponent, which is very interesting. Obviously, longtime rivals in Luminosity Gaming are one of the available options, but the other is a team that they have matched up against in a finals of an in-person tournament. Peru versus Zeta Division was a very incredible finals at EUIC years and years ago already. So one of Zeta Division's first ever showings. So I think Zeta Division are going to be very happy about whatever opponent they have on Championship Sunday.
You know, as much of a history nerd as I'd like to be, I forgot that happened.
Push his glasses up further.
Okay, all right. Good job,
Adjusts bow tie. Enters peak nerd.
Because they went by their original name back then. So if it wasn't even in my brain, right? I mean, obviously a lot of the matches did, but it was just so far back then. That is true. That could be an excellent rematch. I mean, regardless, it's an excellent rematch, right?
No matter what.
And regardless, it's 3 amazing regions that are all now still in the running for the World Championship. But Zeta, a team that, by the way, lost their first match on broadcast.
Remember that?
They lost their very first match on broadcast and now have come all the way back and earned their spot in the top 2 of the entire world.
And flawless in a semifinal. Like, that is so tough to do. Yeah, maybe sure your preparation worked out. I guess we'll get a little bit of intel as we do have an interview on stage with Zeta Division.
There's no sound on that. Well, Anaheim, California. This is your 2025 World's Pokémon UNITE Grand Finalist, Zeta Division! It's such a pleasure to have you again here with me, Bitopo. Your performance has been absolutely incredible. I want to throw in a different question just because, you know, on the fly. Are you proud of your performance today?
今日のパフォーマンスについてどうですか？誇りに思っています？
もちろん、自分のプレーには結構今回は満足できたんですけど、ちょっと味方のトミーさんのプレーがあまりにもでかすぎて、もう本当にこちらとしてはなんか感激ですね。
Okay. So my friend Johnny,
We're very close.
Okay.
Very close.
Yeah. So I was Yeah.
Would you like me to
there.
be next to you?
Okay. Yeah,
The
yeah,
mic?
yeah, yeah.
Would you like to trade the mic?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can.
This is louder. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hello? Okay. Go ahead. This one, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm very proud. And but my friend Johnny was very, very big the whole time, and I thought it was amazing.
Well, I'm so glad that you. Whoa, that's loud. I'm very glad that you feel proud of yourself because honestly, Japan must be very proud of you as well. So I need to ask you, how are you feeling? I know that you're proud, but what is the feeling after finishing this best of 5 in such a dominant 3-0 fashion?
ちょっと一方的な対戦だったんですけれども、このように勝ってどう思います？
まあ3-0っていう、結果的に見たら結構一方的なのかもしれないですけど、結構ラストヒットレックーザを取ったのが、自分たちだったっていうだけの試合もあったので、一方的に見えても、実は接戦だったので敵もとても強かったですね。
Yeah, so it may have been a landslide victory, but my team was actually come in and we were able to take out Rayquaza, and so I think they did a really great job.
Okay, so we had a great performance from you, but you still have grand finals tomorrow. What are the expectations for the pinnacle of Pokemon Worlds 2025?
じゃあ次が最終戦ですけれども、どのような試合になると予想されてますでしょうか？
それはもう WCS2025 で一番熱い戦いをしてこようと思うので、皆さんよろしくお願いします。
He's looking for the most heated battle of an opponent that an opponent will give him, so he's really looking forward to it. Yeah, so he's looking for the most heated, looking forward to the most heated battle from his opponent, so he's looking really forward to it. Yeah.
Okay, so really looking forward to it, and especially because, of course, they're going to be facing a mighty opponent. We're still going to have their semifinals to round out the day 2 of 2025 Pokemon UNITE World Championships. But do you have a couple of words for these lovely fans of yours here?
ファンの皆様にはおメッセージを伝えたことでありますでしょうか？ファンの皆様に伝えたいことってありますか？
いや、世界一になる姿を見届けてください。
Watch me become number 1 in the world. He says he wants to say to his fans that watch me become number 1 in the world.
Watch me become the number 1 in the world! Vitopa from Zeta Division, everybody! Congratulations once again. Thank you so much, you both, for the interview. Back to our casters.
All right, becoming number 1 in the world, looking for the most heated opponent for a finals matchup. And I think we got 2 great candidates for just that coming up in our next best of 5.
Oh, I cannot wait. I mean, these 2 teams were amazing. This next set is going to be legendary. Of course, when we get back, we're going to see Luminosity versus Peru. We're going to see which of these teams will make it to our grand finals. We're going to take one short break, but we'll decide our final grand finalist right after this.
Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with Ryan from Honolulu at his 2nd World Championships. How has it been so far?
Oh, it's been really fun. I mean, we only got here earlier today, but everyone's been super friendly. The staff's been super, helpful, and just really like the vibe.
What has been the favorite thing you've seen so far?
Definitely just this area over here. I always love seeing the TCG art. It's always super cool to see how hard everyone's worked, and then me and all my friends are always looking at the museums and stuff. It's always awesome.
Yeah, we have the Past Worlds Museum behind us in this shot, which is very appropriate as you mentioned you're a fan of the Video Game Championship series. So I have a trivia question for you about VGC. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
All right, so in 2014, there was a Pokemon trainer who won the World Championships with a Pachirisu on his team. do you know the name of that Pokemon trainer?
Oh, it's very difficult, but everybody knows Seijun Park.
Very difficult, but everybody knows it's Seijun Park, who's actually competing in Pokemon Go this weekend. So,
Wow, that you don't expect it, but I guess if he conquered one frontier, might as well go for another.
I don't think he has a Pachirisu though, but congratulations. You have gotten 2 packs of Pokemon cards. I hope you get some good pulls.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and thank you so much for joining us, Ryan. So let's go ask some more trivia questions. Hello, Pokemon trainers. I'm here with Cinna from LA at her first ever World Championships. How does it feel to be here?
Honestly, it's really colorful, so they did a great job.
I know, there's colors everywhere. So what has been your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Seriously, I think it's the fact that people are coming here with the most genuine joy, like really embracing everything and not being like shy. They feel more like they're at home. It's like the best feeling. Yeah.
It's contagious, isn't it?
No, for sure, for sure. I'm like, every time.
So what got you interested in Pokemon?
Oh my God, jeez. It's funny because it came out when I was born, but yet like, I guess they always played it to when I was growing. It just kind of grew on to me. And then just one day I was like, Pikachu. And my dad's like, I know what she wants. And that just kind of took off from there, yeah.
All right, well, Cinna, I have a trivia question for you about the Pokemon video games. If you get this trivia question right, I have a pack of Pokemon cards for you. All right, so my question for you is, can you name 3 Pokemon that have appeared on the box art of the mainline games?
Pikachu, Blastoise, Charizard, Lugia, Ho-Oh. You said 3?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's way more than 3, but we accept that. Congratulations. Here's your pack. So, do you collect cards?
I do, yes. We actually just bought the Leafeon EX and Glaceon EX from Prismatic. Expensive, but beautiful. So I'm obsessed, yeah.
All right, well, here's one more pack to add to your polls. Best of luck. Thank you so much for your time. Let's go do some more trivia. I am here with Adonis, also from LA. Welcome, welcome. This is your first time at Worlds. How's it going?
Going pretty good. I'm excited. I'm on the little pin hunt. I don't know if other people are doing that as well. Yeah.
How many pins have you gotten so far?
Ooh, I'll tell you my real answer. I need 2 more. 2 more.
What's your fake answer?
Fake answer is I have 0 because I want people to give me all of them. Yeah.
All right, so if you see Adonis later, make sure to hit him up with some pins. And then also hit me up with some pins because I haven't done that yet.
I'll tell you exactly where to go. We'll go on a whole little ride to show you exactly where they are.
Adonis, I like you. You're a cool guy. All right, so Adonis, you are a fan of Pokemon. What is your favorite Pokemon game?
Ooh, favorite Pokemon game, Ruby. I've played it over 40 times, and I got the same starter every time, Torchic.
So you've played it over 40 times. I think you probably know it fairly well, right?
Yes, I should, hopefully, yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you a trivia question about Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, or Emerald. And if you get it right, I have a pack of Pokemon cards for you. And if you get it wrong, you may get the pack anyways, because I see Pikachu and Eevee off in the distance, and they just make me feel happy. Are you ready?
Yeah, born ready.
All right. Where can you catch Rayquaza in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald?
No, don't tell me it's a name.
You can describe it.
It's a cave that you have to go into, and that's all I got. I don't.
It's a very tall cave.
Oh, is it Mount Cornet or something like that?
It's a building that's very tall. It might be a tower in the sky.
Sky Tower?
Sky Tower, you got it right! Yeah! Here's your pack.
I may have reset it 40 times, but I think I got Rayquaza once. I just beat the Elite Four.
Rayquaza's overrated. You heard it here first.
Yeah. It's all about Torchic.
All right, so I'll be looking forward to seeing your Torchic-only run later on, eventually. Adonis, thank you so much for joining me here.
Thank you so much, and if you need the pins, just look for me around. Yeah.
Will do, will do. And we'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships real soon.
Welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are, Anaheim, California, for the 2025 World Championships, and we are almost there. We are this close to our grand finals. Hello, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here, aka Spreggles, Yee to the Ha, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks, and we have a matchup that we have seen multiple times this season. One of these two squads heading to grands.
Yeah, Luminosity versus Peru. Luminosity has to feel comfortable in this because they've gotten the better end of this matchup time and time again. And I'm not gonna lie to you when I've said I've heard a story that Peru was asking other teams to beat LG so they didn't have to deal with them later in the tournament. That didn't come true for them, and now they have to take care of the trash themselves.
Well, we just saw one of the most legendary matches between Nouns and LG moments ago on stream. So I can't wait to see what happens when they go up against Peru right here. I mean, those games were incredible. Now we're heading into a best of 5. Peru has a lot to prove. They have been one of the best teams in the world for years now, but they have not gotten that world champion title, and Luminosity is trying to take it once more. We're gonna throw it up to the big stage right now. We're gonna talk to our teams. Take it away, so.
Thank you so much, Spreggles, and everybody. Welcome to the last semifinals of the 2025 Pokemon UNITE World Championships. For our matchup, we have Latam South, North America, Peru Unite! And for North America, Luminosity Gaming! So, can you please say a couple of words to your opponent?
¿Qué quieres decirle a tu oponente?
Buena suerte. Buena suerte.
Good luck.
Good luck. I mean, Overlord, come on. What are you going to say after this heartfelt moment? I'm scared. Are you going to disappoint me?
Well, I'd say if history proves to be true, then I think we should be pretty good for this matchup. If history proves to be true, I think we'll be pretty good with this matchup.
Okay, they're going to be pretty good for the matchup. So, getting ready for this last semifinals. A stare down with the pose. The boxing pose, let's go. Thank you so much. Back to our casters.
Nope, talk. Is that us?
All right, there we have it. We have LG and Peru once again facing off. And I mean, Overlord said it right there. Of course, we had the good luck coming from Peru, but let's be clear, they have beaten Peru many a times. Peru is playing great today. I thought they had kind of a rocky day one, but they're looking pretty fantastic as they move.
They're in the top 4 of the World
tournament.
Championships. I mean, they're having a good event. That can't be understated.
Yes.
They've made the finals before. They've won a finals before. This is not new territory for them. What is new to them is trying to beat LG in these moments, which they've been unsuccessful. Overlord said it. Good luck was sent to Luminosity, but like you said, it actually should have been kicked back the other way. Like everybody, give me your energy type stuff out here. They need all the help they can get because, like they said, history is not on our side, and history tends to repeat itself. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I feel like LG is probably very happy with this matchup heading into semis. They may have had a harder time against Nouns, but Peru is the stronger team over the course of many seasons. Peru has gotten deeper into the World Championships. They're running into their kryptonite a little bit. We saw them face off at NAIC. We've seen them face. Did we see them at EUIC as well? I feel like we've seen them a couple times this season run into Peru. And one thing is for sure, Luminosity knows how to play into this squad.
Absolutely. I mean, Peru plays incredibly strong into the things they know. I haven't seen like a lot of, we'll say, I don't know, Game 3 score comp tournament life on the line type changes out of Peru. They play more of a straight up style, and Luminosity specifically this year over past years has really had the advantage against teams that play traditional Pokemon Unite. Because they're doing so much stuff off the reservation that they really understand the basic core of the game and trying to beat you in all the perimeter, if you will.
Yeah, you also have to recognize that at some point, I mean, Luminosity has an incredible plot armor on their squad.
It's wild.
By the name of Otter, by the way. I mean, what an insane steal that we saw in the Nouns game. We've seen multiple moments from Otter that made plays like that. Otter has saved LG multiple times this season in some crazy ways. Of course, there are many members of Luminosity who have also had moments like that. The Komai game where Overlord is able to take Rayquaza somehow with the sneaky Blaziken maneuver through the tall grass. There have been many moments where LG went to the brink and came back, and they're going to need to do it again here against Peru. Peru is looking to prove something as we head into this game. Luminosity, Peru, here is your draft for our semifinals. This is a best of 5.
Peru needs to take Luminosity to the brink if they're going to want to win. Because Luminosity right there, like we said, I think they believe that they're pretty comfortable. Charizard, Latios banned, Suicune, Snorlax on the side of LG, and they get the first pick to kick off our semifinals.
Yeah, I'm curious what they want to pick here. Banning the, Suicune means they're not able to grab it themselves, but the whole plan there was to get Slash on the Ho-Oh. Yep. Makes a lot of sense. We've seen how powerful this Pokemon is and how good he is on it. Over to the side of Peru, the next 2 picks now up.
Kea and Drakid, who have honestly had an amazing tournament, who have been the lifeline for Peru without a doubt. The 2 players that you hear me talk about ad nauseum when I'm talking about Peru, now they're pivoting and letting Anemo get their Leafeon early because honestly, it's a good thing. They're great with it, and it also takes it out of the hands of Trainer and a quick Mamoswine pick.
Yeah, interesting pick right here. I mean, an early defender, obviously you can still hide some of your picks later here as we have the Mewtwo Y being picked up by Curios and Trainer grabbing the Scyther or Scizor. One thing for sure, they stole that from Peru. This is a Pokemon that they are very at home with. So this is one of those times, Dupsnax, where I think both of us actually probably like this pick because not only is it a decent Pokemon, especially in the hands of a very skilled player like Trainer or Overlord who might be running it, it also is something that they have stolen from their opponents, which is one of the most powerful things you can do in draft.
Yeah, to me, there's actually more value of it not being on the side of Peru than Luminosity actually having it on their team. I think Trainer would rather play any other speedster type character, if I'm being completely honest. But in this situation, they're not hemorrhaging too much value by grabbing it in the place of something else. And now rounding out something that you and I have talked about a little bit today and yesterday is this Lucario.
For me, Lucario has become the I don't have anything else to pick all-rounder Pokemon, and I don't think it's performed particularly well in that spot. Yes, these players are cracked with it. They've been playing it since the game released, so they are very seasoned on this. They can make some big plays. It just doesn't feel particularly amazing in this meta. Now, of course, we have cursed the broadcast by bringing this up at all. It's about to have the best game of the entire tournament and carry the whole thing. And honestly, Dupsnax, I would love to see it because I don't see much out of this Pokemon. Now, on the other side, I'm really interested to see Trainer on Scyther or Scizor, but I have to assume they're going the Scyther variety.
Yeah, my gut tells me Scyther, but the thing that I've keyed in on is Overlord grabbing Buzzwole. Again, incredible weekend, does a great job snatching things up by the ankles like a Leafeon, right? Repositioning, putting it and dragging it away from something like Clefable and putting it into the pocket of the rest of your team to knock it out. Now, what does this do for Peru? It puts so much stress on Draken and Kea to do their job. Fortunately for Peru, they are 2 of the best players at it.
Here we go. The first game of our best of 5 semifinals. Luminosity, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. Let's get this thing underway.
We're taking a look, and we've got 2 Pokemon that do very well early for Luminosity here. Gonna put some work in against Peru, who has 2 Pokemon that kind of struggle in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Mamoswine has its moments, but Armarouge specifically is definitely not your favorite pick early until it ends up evolving here. You can see Slash just continuing to try to get towards that goal zone so that they are able to score and they are able to stack. Up the top path here, and Nemo puts some pressure on. Obviously, that's what you can do with Leafeon, one of the best level 4s in the entire game. But here comes Trainer, and it is the dual wing beat. That's a Scyther.
Yep. Trainer coming up, running cover, and of course forcing Peru Unite to kick back. Nemo there as the Leafeon was the first one from the central to go up top, and Trainer LGC just hiding out, see if they can get a pick here as we have the 850 birds about to pop. Oh, good little shield by Otter to reposition Kea, and they're actually able to get a piece of experience there and evolve.
Yeah, it looks pretty good even for Peru right there, as both teams are just going to move away from this experience in the top and bottom path. Slash looking for another score to continue stacking, not able to make it happen, but Ho-Oh so unbelievably difficult to take down in a moment like this. Trainer trying to see if they can make a KO happen, but no, they're too far away.
And of course, Overlord putting more pressure on. There's the reposition on Kea. There's the knockout with the E-ball from Otter. A real comfort pick for them here on this Mew. They get knocked out by Anemo, who's rotating back up. See the Razor Leaf shooting back to the Leafeon here. And Overlord just keeping an eye as Curious with the big time over rotate.
Yeah, they gave up a support for a support in a moment like that, and that's fine, I think, for both squads here, as LG has the pick of the litter when it comes to all this experience, sending it on over to Trainer, almost level 7. Slash down here in the bottom path, doing okay just by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, keeping parity with the levels here. Nice inject by Trainer to try and get a knockout. Tempo's gone,
Nice.
Kea's gone, and this goal zone's gonna get scored on as Luminosity is just picking up steam.
Yeah, Luminosity is starting to have that snowball roll downhill here as they are picking up big wins. And when you have a Leafeon on the side of one of these squads here, you're expecting that it is going to be out-leveling your opponents, at least putting insane pressure on, but it's down 2 levels to the enemy central area here, which is never where you want Leafeon to be.
Nope, Slash putting pressure, gets almost Ice Fang down, but able to get out here as it's 4v2. Luminosity needs to hold it down with the player advantage. Here comes Trainer to try and balance the score sheet a little bit in terms of personnel. And now it's a 5-player rotation. Peru fully committing, and Overlord looking for a backdoors. Now they know all 5 players are there. We go to big time engage and a quick knockout on Ho-Oh, but we get one back the other way. Tempo's getting pressure put on. They dart through the red ice, and it's Lucario that takes it. And now Mew's running low on HP. They get knocked out. Peru showing signs of life as they're finally able to get some knockouts, and now they just want to get some points in. But the fight from Luminosity is brought right to the doorstep here as Peru finally is able to break parity and get some points in.
I mean,
not quite.
Peru is like really doing well in this fight. They did not have the Unite move advantage at first. We had Trainer move in with that Scyther, but they weren't able to get much done. Wonderful stuff from Peru right back in this game. In fact, taking the level lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Tempo going straight in. I believe that's a close combat Lucario we've got there from them. Gonna sit by this Clefable, get topped off on HP, and Peru, although down on the scoreboard, finds themselves back into the action here with a good scrap.
Yeah, now we have Luminosity deciding how they want to handle this Regieleki with multiple members of Peru looking for a possible fight here. Here comes Trainer right into a close combat, gonna have to peel back, but it looks like Tempo's in some trouble right now. Big time Leafeon Unite move as they push forward and pick up 3.
That was an amazing Emerald 2-step out of that Leafeon, and despite a decent smackdown on Tempo to try to get them away from the rest of the Peru Unite Peru squad, Luminosity is unable to convert, and it's Peru getting the best of it. Now they snag themselves a Regieleki, and they're going to see if they can do something.
You know, they took away this Scyther, but it doesn't seem like Peru minds too much. They might have actually gotten some better picks instead. Here comes the Unite move from Overlord as they move in for a fight.
Wow, 3 back the other way, and the chase continues. Trainer finally feeling this Scyther a little bit, and now Draken is forced to start flopping around and going on a rampage themselves as a Trainer goes straight to score, and Slash is going to try and run cover, and they're able to get the quick knockout and more points in.
Look at this here. I mean, LG just keeping the pressure on score-wise. 216 to 33. Even though Peru's had some good fights, LG just continues to take over the map. Level-wise, this is closer than it was earlier in the match. However, Luminosity, 216 points, and they can start pushing towards some of these tier 2s. Peru, on the other hand, at least has some nice scoring opportunities and a lot of experience on their side of the map.
Yeah, Luminosity's taken a lot of, Peru's taken a lot of good fights. However, they've been on Luminosity's goal zones, which means as the players rotate back in, they've been able to stand there and defend it with the support of the goal zones that they have. Luminosity, on their hand, when they win their fights, they're kind of out in the open, which allows them to collapse on goal zones and get points in. We're starting to score, we're getting attacks in. That's a big Buzzwole Unite right in the middle. Overlord with the carry, 4 players down, dusted instantly off the back of this Scyther, and a nice Overlord Unite move.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. And in the top path, they're trying to score, but you can see the Mew able to stop it right there. 295 to 33. Unite move to try to take down an ML right here. And look at that with the eject button tech. Otter picks them up. That's how you support by KO and everyone.
That's shades of the old school. That solar beam, Q up, eject button, get the knockout anyways on the reposition. Luminosity doing a great job all over this map and really snuffing out the flame that Peru Unite tried to start.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, look at the levels here. That Scyther, after those multiple KOs, the huge scoring in the bottom path, is now a level 14 as they are heading, looking for a fight here.
Huge surf reposition. That, unfortunately, does not convert into anything, but at least slows down Peru a little bit. Instead of having a big-time win, they get 1 knockout, and they're kind of bullied back. Draken with the reposition on Slash gets them another knockout. Not that bad of a look, considering the situation that they're in at the start.
Yeah, you know, it's not terrible when it comes to the knockouts, but all the while, we still have Luminosity scoring. Now they're up by over 200 points as we're a minute out from Rayquaza. We also have Curios able to check the bush right there. Really beautiful surf, and look at the combination from this crew. Just absolutely ripping through Peru. Trainer level 15.
Draken can do nothing but run away. Mammoth Swine is chunky, but not in the face of 5. So they peel back after 3 players have been done and dusted. We got 30 seconds to array. Luminosity in full control.
Yeah, Luminosity controlling this thing way up on the scoreboard as we've talked about. And with a Registeel buff giving them extra damage as we move towards Rayquaza, a level 15 Scyther is devastating for Peru.
Yeah, Otter actually taking a look at their tier 1, just seeing if they can get some vision. Slash checking the front bush. Gonna, again, just try and figure out where Peru is, because the onus is on Peru to make a move.
Yeah, Peru needs to make a move here, but it looks like Luminosity wants to force them into a fight. They're gonna start tapping this with the Buzzwole right here, charging up that muscle gauge, asking them to come in and fight.
Right in, the fight is engaged. Buzzwole Unite is out. Mewtwo wide follow-up, tons of damage down. Rayquaza taken by Luminosity in the blink of an eye, and now Draken's getting shredded here by the players remaining of LG. Ice Fang reposition. The back half scores are starting for Peru to try and get themselves into this. Quick revive there from Slash the Ho-Oh as we are stomping towards the goal zones with at least a shield, question mark? Does Overlord still have theirs? No. Actually, all the shield's broken, so a counter push is in the cards here.
Yeah, it's possible they can make a push right here, especially if Luminosity overcommits on this goal zone, but they definitely don't need this. 436 to 233 as we have Peru trying to stop them, but LG just continuing to fight on their tier 2, and they're picking up KO after KO after KO. They do have 1 shield. It's on Otter.
Yeah, Otter going to go to the middle, maybe pick up some AOS energy here, find their way, and really cement this thing into a Game 1 win. As you have Slash getting vision, counting the players on the other side of the map. And Peru, if I were them, I would just start talking about Game 2 and what their strategy is going to be.
Yeah, I think that's probably where they are. Of course, they would love to make a push happen here, but they have to score so much while also forcing Luminosity to score nothing at all. Down by over 200 points thanks to that early, strong score lead. Moving towards the goal zone here with 30 seconds left, Duke Snacks.
Yep, we're just going to start A-pressing, using all our abilities, using all our Unite moves. Overlord with another pop there as we went for an Emerald 2-step as well. Leafeon is going to be gone. Tempo getting a knockout, at least on Overlord for now. The Razor Leaf gets pulled back, and the push continues, but is it going to be enough? We're running out of time. 10 seconds left, and it continues. A good little surf reposition. That's 4 players down instantly, and guess what? Clefable can't hang. They're out of here.
Beautiful stuff from Luminosity, and you know, as they said, history just tends to repeat itself here against Peru. It feels like Peru is behind. Luminosity keeps pushing. There's really just no way for them to climb out of that water that Luminosity drags them deep into. A beautiful game from LG, who is looking to move towards your grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Let's focus on the positives here for Peru. They had a good kind of early mid game, right? From like let's say 6 minutes to 4.5. They were doing all right. They found some good fights. They brought that experience parity back, and it really looked like they had a chance. However, Luminosity, Kings of Counterpunch, this is one of them.
Yeah.
They just lost the fight, stayed on pad, and were able to rally back together, and all of a sudden you find yourself on the side of Peru getting dusted.
Yeah, I mean, Trainer really started to kick it into another gear as the match went on, right? Early on, didn't get a lot done with their Unite move, but as it went on, they hit that level 15, you know, before Rayquaza, just absolutely shredding through Peru. You could tell this was a wonderful, not only counter pick, but a great pick for Trainer who can handle this Pokemon very well.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually see that right there. I believe it was Otter with the E-ball, right?
Looked like
they
it.
started the fight in the middle, forced all of Peru to go in, and the only job that Otter had was to hit their Unite move so they can go invis into the smoke and use the E-ball to secure. They did exactly that.
MVP of the game, Trainer, 12 KOs, 70,000 damage. You know, we talk a lot about all of the members of Luminosity. Each one is a bit of a superstar. Trainer, you know, I think Overlord gets a lot of the lion's share of the conversation when it comes to carrying, but Trainer is right there as one of the absolute best carries in the game. Unbelievably good, and you saw how powerful it was to be able to take away a strong pick from the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, they might have preferred a different speedster in that position, but the strength of that pick didn't come from what Trainer can do with it, but what they take away from the other team. And of course, Trainer, being no slouch and an absolute all-star himself, had no problem adjusting and using the Scyther to great success in game one. Talk to me about Peru. How can we adjust here, Cowboy?
You know, that's what I wonder, right? Because I do think that Peru, it feels like they have already recognized that they can't beat LG. It feels like every time they run into LG, they feel like this, which leads me to believe they would need to try something that LG has not played against. They would need to play something, not even that's wholly Peru. Maybe that's something they've, you know, tried a few times in a few practices. Maybe they've played it together on ladder and have figured something out. I don't know if the tried and true Peru that absolutely dominates some teams in the UCS can take down LG. It certainly hasn't yet.
Yeah, again, they kind of, I don't want to say cookie cutter in a negative sense, but they're so good at the strategy that they have that it's really hard to peel yourself away when every time you do it, you're like, oh, we're getting second in the world. We're getting, second at this tournament, third at this tournament, finals here. But the thing is the team they can't overcome is the one that is uniquely great against what they try and do.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the next pick here. We have an early lock-in for the Leafeon and Mamoswine once again. Two powerful picks, obviously. That Leafeon was real slow to get online for Peru. It just felt like they didn't get the value out of it they would have wanted, which would be to, early get in there, tons of damage with Leafeon, put the pressure on at level 4. They just weren't able to make much happen.
Yeah, I mean, right now, everything is the exact same it was from game one. So Peru, they either need to switch up or do a strategy switch up, and we'll see what that actually looks like here. We'll find out in these next two picks, and we already have this Armor Rouge selected. Buzzwole is a decent changeup because Buzzwole has been good all weekend, and Overlord now grabbing Lucario back the other way with Mew rounded out by Otter. I'd like to see Lucario do something at this point.
Yeah, same. In fact, I even thought Lucario was all right on the side of Peru, but it just doesn't seem to win games. Now, given how well LG has been playing all day and given how well they play into Peru, I think they could have a pretty wonderful game in front of them. Almost everything the same for both of these squads, but we're switching some things up. Of course, the biggest being the Buzzwole steal from the side of Peru.
Yeah, so we literally just swapped these all-rounders here. Buzzwole for Peru, Luminosity on Lucario. Is that going to be enough? Could it be theoretically? We have seen Buzzwole take over some games, Cowboy.
It really does.
So, I mean, maybe that is part of this success. Is Luminosity really that concerned? I don't know. I honestly don't.
I'm not sure. They don't seem like it. I mean, we get to see them, obviously, right below us here on screen. We are looking at the players, and while Peru is very locked in, ready for this next match, they know they have a tough game in front of them. It's all smiles on the side of Luminosity. I don't think there's another opponent they would rather have in semifinals, honestly.
I think we got a nice view of Team Skull, I believe, is who that is, from the Alola region. that correct?
You know what? I'm going to take your word for it. I didn't ask
Listen,
them what their
if I
team
didn't
was.
ask, I could have said that with all the confidence in the world. I would have been right.
I bet you were right.
I mean,
I'm hearing from production you're wrong about everything.
that was wrong.
Everything you said?
That can't be
all
everything.
show.
All right.
Heading into game number 2 here, Luminosity, your purple team, Peru, your orange team. Down 1 game right here to LG. The winner of this Doob Snacks makes it to the grand finals tomorrow in the arena for Championship Sunday.
Well, after they win this one, they need another one if you're LG. And if
Yeah,
you're Peru,
good
you
point.
need to get
The
3.
winner of this best of 5 is what I
baby. We're going all the way to end out the day. Slash quickly getting some points in. Why not? Curios is there, and they're going to see if they can bully this path again. They did a decent job last time, and why flip the script now? I mean, you used the players to your advantage. Is Overlord going to make Lucario work? That's my question.
Yeah, that is a question right here, and it actually looks like Anemo is going to get that early advantage, right? Leafeon amazing at level 4. Lucario needs that level 5. So they were actually able to make something happen right there. Production said nothing.
Right by proxy.
I don't even know what that means.
I was correct by proxy then.
That just means that once again, we're casting productions on break.
Per usual.
Yep.
Per usual. 850 birds about to populate. Curios rolling through, and we've got a 4v4 up top. Good punch by Overlord. Immediately eviscerated by Anemo. Slash, half their HP is gone. Dual wing beat creates space, but not allowed to follow up his trainer because of the Razor Leaf.
Really great stuff from Peru, right?
Yeah.
This is what you want to see from Leafeon. You want to be able to get that early advantage. You want to make sure that you can use that to slow your opponents down, and they have. Overlord, however, coming in, trying to make something happen here with the extreme speed. They do pick up a KO on the support.
So we've got a bit of a difference here. Obviously, Overlord using that extreme speed. That's not the direction that Peru Unite went with Lucario. We need to see if that's the difference maker. Otter using those light screens, trying to get away from tempo, and picks up the Bunnelby and just beats you down with the hair.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here. And once again, Leafeon continues to push forward. This is what Peru needs. This is what they were missing from game number 1. If you're picking Leafeon and you're behind, everything has gone horribly wrong. But that is not the case here for game number 2. Leafeon much more in control of that top path, already level 8, which means they have that early Unite move.
Yeah, I mean, outpacing Trainer, right? And Trainer, the other game, again, was ahead in this moment. And you have to wonder, is the strength of Buzzwole what facilitates or keeps from facilitating Anemo from taking over? And it seems to be kind of the song we're singing here in game 2.
Well, the question is it the strength of Buzzwole or the weakness of Lucario? We won't know until this game is over, as we have the birds here for 720. We have Leafeon deciding when they want to come in, not able to take them back with the Ice Fang. Really nice full heal right there, but they are going to continue this push.
Slash able to pick up a couple berries. Ice Fang reposition. Here comes Trainer. They're trying to get Draken down, popping their Unite move. Scoring in the background is Zainus. Anemo running away. Dual wing beat there. Razor Leaf is down. Tons of power through that Pokemon, and now it's a KO streak of 3 for Anemo.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Peru. This is exactly what they need to be doing right now. Overlord moving in, using that extreme speed to make their way through this fight. They're looking to pick up the KO, and they do. Regice getting very low right here, and Slash gets a KO. Regice now going down to Luminosity.
Draken on the backside, Kea there as well. They easily take the basement Reggie because Peru is no longer willing to commit to it. Meanwhile, we do have the Buzzwole working on Reggie Alecki up top. Kea goes down, can't get a berry despite walking towards it. And now that might be the turning of the times Luminosity needs, because they have now taken the experience advantage despite being down 100 on the score.
Yeah, they're down on the scoreboard. They had a rough early game right there, but with Lucario making their way down to this bottom path and picking up the objective, LG is right back in this thing. Overlord with the Unite move. We have a Unite move on Trainer as well as Mew for the side of Luminosity. Peru, 3 Unites, and we're going to see if they're going to use them in this next fight.
Draken.
Obviously the Pillars one. Yeah.
Draken just turned the wrong corner there. 3 players waiting for him. Now it's a 3v2. Kea needs to pick up Zainus. Zainus needs to run away and try to get some spacing here as they're going straight for them, putting the pressure on. Nice Moonlight out of Clefable, going to top off Zainus a little bit, and it's enough to bully out Luminosity, so not a bad defense as Draken is now back in the mix.
Yeah, this was great. I mean, just 2 members of Peru able to hold off that push there from Luminosity. Still up on the scoreboard. Luminosity with only 38 points. Game 2 looking a lot better for Peru.
Absolutely. We're trying to take that contestable farm. Is slashed in the face of 3. Unsuccessful here as we have a big rotation by LG.
Yeah, LG heading to the top path right here, looking to start a fight. Trainer deciding whether or not they want to move in, and it looks like Tempo able to get a good defense right there before going down.
Yeah, I mean, Otter sacrificing themselves to bet space. Kia is trying to get to the team, but now they find out everybody's already knocked out, and Moonlight on a body is not worth anything here as that goal zone is closed out. That score lead has shrunk, and what separates these two teams is a merely 8 points.
Yeah, 133-141. Luminosity right back in it after a beautiful push here. Level-wise, they are now starting to outpace Peru, so the early advantage that Peru has shrunk almost entirely, and these two teams are about dead even as Luminosity heads towards Registeel here in the bottom path. Slash trying to zone them out before they move in.
Looks like Overlord might try to drop on top of their heads here. Earthquake engaged by Draken. Attempt doesn't find anybody. 2-step on top of Overlord, but now Trainer gets the follow-up, and they're actually boxing them out on the chase and in the backline. Hurricane out of Overlord, and they're looking to E-speed through the team. The gravity is down, which just shuts that down for just a minute, but the rage continues. Buzzwole tries to pop their Unite move, but it's 4 players down, and there's just too much strength in the unit that is Luminosity when they're just collapsing on top of your head.
Yeah, and Nemo gonna run away from this here. Otter trying to keep track of them to make sure that they are not able to score, steal some of that experience. Nice play right here. Are we able to pick up the KO though? They do. Curios now moving in. Might get 2 for the price of 1 right here if they're not careful. The Nemo waiting here in the tall grass, but here comes Trainer to help.
Yeah, exactly what they're trying to do. Just bait, bait, bait. Now, Anemo's in a tough spot here. This is a decent KO for Trainer if they can close the door on it. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. They're pinned in the corner. 2-step doesn't get anybody, and that resource is expended, but it's fine. They'll get it back in time for Ray.
Yeah, they were waiting as long as they could in that moment, right? They were praying they were able to get that Unite move back and maybe pick up a huge KO, but their HP was already too low with 3 members of Luminosity chasing them there. Reggie Alecki is walking towards the side of LG, but they're going to clean this up pretty quickly right here. Level 14 on the Scyther, once again running away with this match. Might be 15 by Rayquaza.
Otter does go down, but something special out of Otter's Mew is the way that they rotate through all those different attacks. That big surf creating space so Overlord and Slash could get out of there was pivotal. Yeah, give up Otter. Make sure that you save those two.
Yeah, Otter, I mean, their Mew is so incredible. They kind of created an entire new Mew for players to use, which was support Mew. Able to play in still as potent of a way as a Mew that would be carrying normally. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Everyone here towards Rayquaza a lot earlier than you might expect. Overlord is trying to see exactly where Peru is.
Okay, Slash kind of caught out, chipped up, knocked up. They're low on HP. Flamethrowers down, but they get knocked out. Tempo repositioned on Overlord. Mewtwo Y Unite. The damage is out. Is the follow-up there? Trainer ripping through them, and Nemo goes down. And now the firepower for Peru has been exhausted.
Yeah, it has, but they're looking towards this Rayquaza. It looks like they want to make a fight happen here, but look at Mewtwo Y just absolutely ruining them with those auto attacks.
Using that Mega Stone at the right time, pressing them down. And of course, that bought enough time for Overlord to get out, who's caught in a Clefable gravity. They're able to walk away and reset. Now they're getting back into the fight, and Peru needs to figure this out.
Yeah, Peru has to figure something out. Rayquaza actually did not end up resetting. The HP is still about at half as Kaya's in some trouble right here. We have Luminosity pushing them forward, but Rayquaza still being chipped enough to not reset on HP. It looks like Peru's trying to find a steal.
Now they're coming back through. Knocked out is the Mewtwo Y, and now they have to push back forward. The res is there. Peru took it. Peru took it out from under the nose of Luminosity. Peru has a great opportunity to score, and it's looking good.
It looks amazing for them as only 2 members of LG remain standing after that fight. Beautiful play from Peru right there to constantly chip at Rayquaza. Make sure that it did not leash and regain all of its HP. Once it starts doing that, it's going to be really hard for them to get it low enough. However, keeping it low that entire time allowed them to go for a great race secure, which they were able to do. Minutes still on the clock though, Dupes. Next 2:23, 5:76. 1 member of Peru now down.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically still possible, but it's looking grim here for Luminosity Gaming. They need to fill their pockets up, hopefully grab a couple Unite moves on their way, and they need to start crashing gold pads. I see a Clefable hanging out up top, and the Emerald two-step doesn't get a knockout, but it does force out the Aura Cannon. The pressure's on, and Nemo's taking a ton of damage. Draken, are they going to Earthquake in? They do. They don't get anybody, but at least they're on pad to defend. Tempo steps into the flow, pops their Unite move, looking for a new target. Scyther Unite move back the other way. There is not enough in the tank. There's not enough time left, I don't believe, as we are still cruising through. Clefable back half is going to be just the icing on the cake here for Peru in game 2.
Now, Peru has not given up yet. They still want to head to those grand finals. They want to prove that they are the best in the world as they take down Luminosity in game number 2.
Talk to me about that Ray fight, Spraggles. What did you see there? How did Peru navigate that?
I loved it. Peru continuously chipped at Ray, making sure the HP never recovered on it, opening up an opportunity for them to move in. They ran in with the Armor Rouge Fire Spin. They threw everything they could at it after Rayquaza was already under half. Really great play. And, as always, Lucario loses.
Yeah. You know, where's Blaziken?
Yeah, great question.
You know, we're talking about if there, I think the theory is Lucario is on paper better than Buzzwole early.
Yeah, and way better than Blaziken early.
Totally fair. But if you're gonna let a Nemo crash and get a big time knockout anyways, wouldn't you rather end the game with a Blaziken than Lucario? I don't know, Spraggles, that's why I'm in the booth.
I gotta say, I mean, Trainer looked pretty amazing once again on this Scyther, but things went a lot better for Peru this game. I think their Leafeon was absolutely on point in game number 2, giving them the advantage that they needed, which actually let them keep pace with LG for so long. And here's that moment where Ray still is ended up, getting chipped. They move right in, Armor Rouge with the Fire Spin, making their way in, Buzzwole with the secure, multiple members of Luminosity down.
Yeah, and that's a bit unfortunate, when you're looking.
All right, thank you so much, Spraggles. And welcome to these lovely people here to the Analyst Lounge. We have Tiddlywomp, Draco-san, and Steel Agent Kyle. We're going to be having a look at this next draft because the series is 1-1. And I think Tiddlywomp here was very excited about that win, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Big fan of Peru, so really happy to see that win. Especially that Ray fight was really interesting to watch, especially the refight where we were going over it. It was nice to see the damage layering to make sure that they were able to secure it and force Luminosity into a scramble. It was really cool. I liked it.
Yeah, me too. I also did because having a best of 5 just makes it so much more exciting, especially you both knowing as casters as well as Draco. I know that you are supporting Luminosity right now, but it's still a best of 5. There's plenty to be played, isn't it?
Yeah, Luminosity is just have been and will always be one of the best teams North America has ever produced. And one thing about Luminosity is they've always been very good at adapting to their opponent. And well, like Overlord was saying during his interview, if history tells itself, they should be on top of the set.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Kyle, do you have any pick in particular that you think this is going to happen, either for Peru or Luminosity?
I mean, Armor Rouge looked really fantastic for Peru in the last match. I like seeing LG utilize it at NAIC. They worked it to perfection. I think if they were to go with it again, I think it works really well into those brawly compositions. But also, we have to say hi to Husky, too.
Yeah, it's true. She's on the broadcast. And it's on your screen, the draft as well. Luminosity on the purple side, Peru Unite on the orange. The bands have come through. Suicune, nothing new under the sun. Snorlax with a Charizard and a Latios. First pick is a Ho-Oh. It's just so powerful, right, Tiddly?
Yeah, it's a very powerful defender. It really just... It's that one and Snorlax that I always see, and they always come through no matter what team is playing them. It's just been consistent throughout the entire event.
One pick that has been shining quite a bit, there was a little bit of an underdog, Draco. It was the Mamoswine, now picked for Peru.
Yeah, Mamoswine has just been a really strong defender. I think a lot of the defenders over the most recent balance patches have been tuned down, which allowed Pokemon or defenders like for example, Suicune or Mamoswine to really shine in that defender role position. And right now we also have fairly high dive in terms of the Pokemon that are being selected. So like this Scyther or this Leafeon on the side of Peru and Mamoswine, if they are able to get an Ice Fang on any one of those Pokemon, that can literally change the game.
Yeah, and I was listening to Sprago saying, and Juice Next as well, we have, Kyle, a Buzzwole on this team. No Lucario. What are your thoughts?
I mean, Buzzwole is really good in the early game. It does kind of fall off a little bit on the later side, but if you get off to that early start that a lot of teams are really desperately going for, it's the perfect pick in that top lane. Plus, it's really good into Charizard. Obviously, Charizard banned, but I really do like Buzzwole on that top half.
Right, me too. Right, take it away, Casas, to finish up this draft, and we're getting ready for that game 3.
Thank you very much. Always cool seeing some of the casters that, of course, been on broadcast, members of the community, run through this draft. You and I were just talking about it a little bit. So happy to see the Blaziken instead of that Lucario. Very similar look, obviously, here from Peru. And I'm interested to see Crustle, because I have not really seen this Pokemon too much from LG.
No, but we have seen teams like Nouns use it. It had a very solid showing day 1 as well to just kind of harass the other team. Another Pokemon that Slash kind of likes to defer to in this slot is like a Mr. Mime, right? With the walls, and you're just creating roadblocks all over the map. But the thing I'm most excited about is the change by LG from Cheeks Lucario to this Blaziken, because at least at the end of the day, you have an overheat. At least.
Yeah, I mean, I think Blaziken obviously does a lot better than Lucario as the match goes on. We've talked about some good reasons that you might want to run it early, and I do think for a lot of these players, it's a comfort pick going a long ways back. And into most all teams out there, it would be totally fine, and you dominate them. But you're running into one of the best teams in the world right now, and it just doesn't look like it's up to snuff as we get ready for game number 3. All tied up between our two squads here. Luminosity, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. This is a best of 5, so you're going to need to win 2 more of these to head to our grand finals, no matter which team you are.
I don't know if there's any merit to this, but I think I kind of would have liked to see Overlord swap with Curios and take it into the bottom path here. And because you're kind of squaring up against a Char Cadet, and you might have an opportunity to feel less pressure than when Anemo crashes in the top path and you have to play a little bit more safe. Now the switch that we did get, of course, is Otter is on the Ho-Oh now.
Yeah, and we can see Anemo trying to put some pressure on here in the top path. Obviously, they have a much better shot at securing a lot of this with that Leafeon up there. Trainer, however, making their way to the top path, already level 5, ready to fight. Overlord's going to need some help to get there.
Yeah, and you know, once it hits Combustion, at least it has the opportunity to drag members of the other team back across the map and help Trainer clean up the trash here.
Luminosity with an 81% win rate against Peru as everyone's crashing on this fight right now.
Now Slash is low on HP as they have a hyper over rotation. Whoever gets the KOs here is going to come out ahead.
Whoa.
Trainer gets one. Everyone's low. Dragon's trying to get out. They're on a sliver of HP. Otter's on the chase. They want this knockout. Overlord would have loved it too, but I think the damage has been done. Trainer getting the big time knockout is something they are ecstatic over.
Great fight from Luminosity right there, but I have to give it up to Peru. You know, obviously they could have lost so much more in that moment with that incredibly strong rotation from LG. As we head down to the bottom path right here, we can see Zainus now on the Armarouge, so they do have the level 5.
Otter's low on HP, going to try and drag Tempo's attention away from the Combustion here. But look at the window of opportunity that was opened up downstairs. The pressure of the Mega Mewtwo-Y allows them to bully out and get some points in. Peru, seeing this as an opportunity, gets points in up top, and these score lines are staying static.
Yeah, not only are they getting some points in, right? These are 2 stacking Pokemon that are charging up that attack weight in an extreme way right now. Gonna make them very powerful for the next fight. Plus, I know we're really close to Leafeon hitting level 8, so they'll have a Unite move very soon. One of the greatest things about Leafeon is how it just gets everything 1 level earlier than most all of the Pokemon in the game.
Absolutely. We've got 7:25 on the clock. Rolling through is Overlord. We've got a 4v4. These teams really feel like they know each other as we have Zainus popping the fire wheel around them. Emerald two-step gets 2. A huge read out of Peru, and LG has to sit on pad and look at themselves saying, what just happened? Draken with a decent engage there as well.
I think LG needs to wake up right now.
Yep.
Because they thought this was going to be an easy matchup with Team Peru, especially after game number 1. But they are here to play, Doomsnacks. They are reacting, changing what they're doing based on LG, and having better games each time. Looking fantastic here as they're going to put the pressure on this goal zone trainer in the top path right here. Just having a 1v1 with the Reggie Alecki as the scores are going in bottom.
I mean, it looks like Draken able to get past the Rock Tomb. Kea not so fortunate. However, the delay was not really worth much here as Slash is still trying to babysit this bottom path. But look at Anemo is sitting in the central area of Luminosity as Luminosity has the Reggie Alecki hit, and they really need to whittle down this goal zone straight in. Here's Draken with a deep engage. Buzzwole Unite is out as well. They're on the backside. Otter is getting beat down, and now we just popped the Emerald two-step. Didn't really catch anyone, but it gives them enough sustain to keep pushing. Overlord goes down, Chaos Streak a 2 for Anemo, and now Trainer has to dual win beat 4 players. Are you kidding me?
Wow. Beautiful follow me, by the way, from Kea right there. That was perfect. Catching Overlord. They caught them in the tall grass, made sure they were not able to get out and pick up another KO. Peru in a powerful position right here. Zionist in some trouble, having to peel away from this fight, but they might not be able to catch them.
That was just a win. Popping the Unite move, kind of that Mega Man-like shot, and able to run away without getting knocked out is just another ounce of value Peru was able to squeeze out of LG.
And we can see Clefable here in the tall grass, hanging out with an Nemo. They move it with a massive Emerald two-step, pick it up 2, continuing to run through Luminosity. The Mewtwo Y Unite back the other way. They get another one, the Hyper Beam.
Golly, Tempo beating up Slash with Draken in tow. They're putting tons of damage on, and now we're Rebel rousing. Slash trying to X-Scissor through, replaces 2. Trainer is trying to get in there and cause some damage. The goal zone stays at 2. The Razor Leaf is pulled back in. Rock Tomb is down, actually boxing out Trainer. The pressure continues. Otter's flamethrowering down, and now we've got 5-ish seconds till a basement Reggie.
Yeah, we do have the Unite move from the Ho-Oh, right? Otter has that rekindling flame, able to bring the team back here in this fight. Peru is looking to make them use it as they push towards this Reg Ice, actually just allowing Anemo to score and not engaging.
Valuing the 26 over cap and the score lead here, over 100 for Peru, and I like that call. Safely get your Leafeon's pockets empty and get yourself in a strong lead.
And here we have Anemo just seeing if they could steal away any of this right here, continuing to put some pressure on. Tempo getting X-Scissored into the wall right there by Slash. Nice little catch, Kea in the Rock Tomb as they peel up towards Reggie Alecki. No one from either team starting it just yet.
Yeah, we can't have Overlord and Otter walk into another ambush by Anemo, right? They have the two-step again. They've done it twice already for 2 2-packs. Bang, Slash repositioned, and that draws the attention away, which means the flank for the two-step is there. They're finally able to dodge one, but the Buzzwole Unite is out, and it does get a knockout on Slash. Now Otter's got to get into the mix. Maybe it's time for that rekindling flame, but no, they go down before it's used.
Wow, I mean, Peru is so in this series, it's incredible.
Love seeing it.
Up against Luminosity right here. 115-222 as they take another objective. This is going to walk towards LG, but it looks like Peru recognizes there's a lot that they need to do on the map. Luminosity trying to make a counter push in the bottom path here, but it looks like Peru has snuffed that out. They're pushing them back away from this goal zone.
Nice little box out position here. Just their presence is enough for Luminosity to leave. They have so much wild Pokemon on their side of the map. I'd go farm that up.
Yeah, there's a lot that they need to get right now. Overlord doing well, level-wise, almost level 13. Same thing on the other side, we've got the level 13 from the Leafeon here. Level-wise, this match is quite close, but Peru with a positional advantage, a goal zone advantage, and they have a great setup here for this bottom Reggie if they decide to fight near. But it actually looks like they're going to make a sneaky play and possibly score top.
Yeah, if LG is taking quick inventory of who's here, they kind of know that there's a presence for Peru. They're trying to suss it out. Big time back cap here. So now they know that they get this Regirock for free. You immediately see LG pivoting to try and get these points in because nobody's going to be there to stop them. And although they are still behind, at least they're trying to keep that gap as small as possible.
The Regirock buff is going to be really nice heading into Rayquaza right here, but you got to give it up to Peru, putting more points on the scoreboard, basically taking a play out of LG's Ray's book. This is what Luminosity loves to do, is walk into Ray with enough of a lead where your opponents need to make a decision. That allows them to make some big mistakes that you can capitalize on. Now Peru is in that spot. With this massive score lead right here, Luminosity is going to need to find a good fight instead of the other way around. 3 seconds until Rayquaza. We have Peru just trying to figure out where Luminosity is. Anemo running around the side, seeing if they can move in for a fight, while we have Overlord chipping at Rayquaza. No one's starting the engagement just yet. Leafeon waiting for the perfect moment.
I think they know where Overlord is, but the call hasn't been made just yet. We're trying to get somebody to focus in the wrong way so they can pounce. They still don't know where, and Otter just found an Nemo. That's actually a big sight. Now they have full information right now, Sprague.
Beautiful information here. Slash up into the air. They decide not to move forward with this fight here, but Mewtwo Y is mega.
Big rumble round, huge X Scissor into the Rock 2 follow-up. Scissor or Unite is out, and immediately Dragon is dealt with. 4 players in an instant. LG took the fight. Anemo's the only one left standing. Emerald 2-step does catch one, but the chase is on. Rekindling Flame pops up and gets back Trainer. Rayquaza's gonna be LG's, but they still need to close that score gap. However, plate full of burgers right in front of them.
Look at that delete button from Luminosity. The Crustal Unite with the eject button, pushing them forward into the team, stunning them, then into that X Scissor, and that was it for them. Luminosity just ran through the entirety of Peru. Peru in a beautiful position before that fight, but LG played Rayquaza incredibly. Still though, 433, 324, but with multiple members of Peru still down, it looks like LG is going to be able to continue scoring.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the shields are looking like. Crustle certainly has theirs as well. Getting more points in 601, 324, 25 seconds left. I think this one's done for as Peru is rinsed here in game 3. Again, Otter Slash coming through. You talked about the Rock Tomb X Scissor, Gargantuan, but something that doesn't show up on any stat sheet anywhere was the Otter flamethrowering into the bush and finding an Emo, which gives their whole team every ounce of information they need. That allows Slash to go in because the delete button for Peru was so far away. That was a clean engagement. I mean, these two teams are fun to watch.
This is probably the best series we've seen between these two squads. Peru putting LG through their paces right here. LG behind in that game, needing to make a massive play, but this is why they have won every international event they have been to this season. When they are together, under, the big lights on the big stage, they play better than basically any team in the game. They are now 1 game away from your grand finals.
Again. Don't forget, grand finals at the World Championships again. Looking for that three-peat here as we take a look at replays from game 3.
Yeah, beautiful game here from Peru. A lot of huge moments for them, and it really felt like this was their game to lose, and unfortunately for them, they did. This was that nice moment where the follow me found Overlord in the bush. A lot of big fights out of Peru, using Leafeon exactly how it needs to be, which is to put insane amounts of pressure on early and give the team a nice advantage. Unfortunately, as we head towards the end of the match right here, you can see this is the moment where they caught them with that Unite move with the eject button. Mewtwo Unite, by the way, right on top of it, just to make sure that they were continually stunned in that moment. Unfortunately, Leafeon at level 14 really doesn't compare to some of the other speedsters at that level. MVP, once again, Trainer on the Scyther.
Trainer on the Scyther, of course. I mean, if you want a masterclass of how to operate in a Ray fight and seeing the opportunity and seizing it, you have it right there. Otter gets the last piece of information that LG was missing. Where is Anemo, who had been honestly laying traps and exploding them over and over again? And then they have that monster Rock Tomb X Scissor, Scyther Unite, Mewtwo Y Unite, everybody's gone, and what can Anemo do at that point? Not much.
And here we go, heading into our next game. They are banning out the Leafeon. I think that makes a lot of sense here. They do not want to see Peru with this Pokemon. They have clearly gotten it online. They are ready. They don't want to see Anemo put that pressure on anymore, put them too far behind in the last match. We've got Charizard, Latios banned on the other side, Snorlax, and Leafeon. First pick over here to Luminosity, and Peru lost that last game, so they could have taken the opportunity for the first pick, but they didn't want to. They're going to take the next 2 picks. Luminosity locking in Suicune.
I love this for LG. I think that's a great reaction and a good read on what Peru is trying to limit, what they're trying to do. Luminosity taking the pole position here, up a game in our semifinals to try and qualify for the grand finals. However, this was Peru in a unique situation. Draken has to nab the Ho-Oh now, otherwise they know what's going on the side of Luminosity, and we have the Scyther in play.
I mean, this is pretty great for Peru. They were able to take Ho-Oh and Scyther. These are two picks that Luminosity has been doing very well with. However, we have a steal back the other way, saying, all right, fine, you get the Scyther, you get the Ho-Oh. Yep. We are going to take this Armarouge away because it is so dang difficult for us to deal with, and Curios wants to keep using Mewtwo. Why? Curios feels like silently just continuing to carry through the matches, all of the auto attacks, all of the damage from Mewtwo. I don't know what to say about this. I gotta say I love to see it. I can't wait to see what happens with Cram. 14% pick rate? Where have I been?
Not watching these games, just like me apparently. Zainu's grabbing Cran with confidence, by the way. That was just boom, it's on, it's locked in. Let's press A on these guys. Tempo rounding out this draft with a potential gutter pick Blaziken. And then we have to assess what we got going on in this draft, brother. And I can't say that I only have my eyes on Cramorant right now.
Yeah, I mean, Cram is the most interesting thing in this draft, obviously. The other interesting thing about this is their tournament is on the line. The World Championships are on the line right now, and they are putting their energy behind the bird. I don't know what to say about it. I want to see it do well. I want to see us go to a Game 5 right here. This is very unexpected.
Listen, fortune favors the bold. LG, with their tournament life on the line, queued up a score comp and managed to muscle out Nouns from this tournament. Peru, kind of doing this, not to that extreme, obviously, but like trying something new, or at least maybe going into a pocket pick, going into a unique strategy that maybe Luminosity isn't too familiar with, and trying to create some of their own magic here.
Interestingly enough, we've got a focus band on the Cramorant. Okay, we're moving some items around right here. We had a focus band. We moved that around for a buddy barrier to give you a little more sustain during that Unite move. Really powerful Unite from Cram, especially if you're able to use it aggressively. I think people often use Cramorant's Unite move in a defensive way when you're defending a goal zone or something like that. But I love seeing some early damage go into an enemy team. Cram getting really aggressive and zoning out an entire area and picking up some KOs at the same time. I cannot wait to see how they play it. And obviously for them, it needs to be great because this could be their final game. Luminosity, your purple team, up 2 games in our best of 5 to 1 game from Peru, your orange team. The winner of this match, if it is LG, moves on to the grand finals once again.
The bottom path, we've got 2 good early Pokemon on each side of the board here as they're jockeying for position and trying to get some contestable farm and get that early advantage.
Yeah, and here we go. Zainu's just trying to bully out Slash, push them away from some of this so that they can get a secure right here, and they do. They are able to secure that. Obviously, they have a much easier job than securing on the other side. We see Otter and Overlord in the top path, trying to get all of their experience, get Overlord to that 5. Anemo not able to make a KO happen as Trainer's actually playing that Armarouge in the central area.
Yeah, I mean, get past Charcadet into Armarouge, and maybe we'll see something else spin into the middle. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't necessarily matter. What they were able to do, though, is react well to a changeup from Peru. And now, well, those birds didn't last but a moment here, but it's enough. 3v2, they're putting the pressure on. Zainu's has to fade backwards. Draken is trying to get some space, but at least some points are going to go in for Luminosity. The counter punch on top, though, for Peru, not successful.
Yeah, Peru not able to make much happen in the top path. LG, the only point scored is Scyther's coming down here to the bottom path. Looks like they were trying to catch it, but they're caught.
That was, they had no idea. They absolutely walked into the guillotine that is Luminosity Gaming, hiding out in that L bush.
And here we have the top path. Tempo continuing to score. Level 6 now, outpacing the Buzzwole in the top path. So they're still doing well up there. You know, Zacian obviously able to put a lot of pressure on your opponents early, and the Buzzwole is behind because of that. However, level 5 is extremely powerful on Buzz.
Without a doubt. rolling back up top. Otter trying to get some vision, contesting over the 8-minute birds in the middle. Over-pressurized is Peru here with more players. Tempo on the backside, good damage on Otter, but not enough for a KO quite yet.
Yeah, Otter obviously able to use that light screen in a really impressive way, create some distance right there and peel away from that fight. Tempo, if they were left to their devices, would just be able to rip through them with that damage from Zacian. As we are getting ready for another fight in the top path, again, Buzzwell's still only level 5, so they have been able to take a lot of experience away from the all-rounder in the top path.
Yeah, that's terrific, and you can't forget that Peru is trying to get, okay, going right back in. Overlord is low, light screen creates separation and space, and now Tempo can't convert on the knockout. Tempo's low on HP, but we're back under the birds. Reposition is a Nemo and knocked out by the E-Ball from Otter. Zynus is getting low. The Cramorant doesn't have enough in the tank. E-Ball right after they step on pad, so they survive.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to send Cramorant back, get some HP. As we have Luminosity looking to take this objective, Peru is planning to either fight or defend it right here. Zynus moving forward, trying to get a KO on Kyrios.
Yeah, I mean, good damage on Kyrios. Regieleki kind of going uncontested. E-Ball secure. We'll see if the follow-up is actually real. Meanwhile, we have Suicune downstairs just keeping an eye out, seeing what's going on with Peru. Regieleki hits pretty easily, and it's, I mean, that goal zone's gone, right? They didn't care what the overcap was. They're going to keep this push continuing, at least showing signs that they might.
Yeah, and they were able to take a good fight in the bottom path, take that objective. Now they have that Regirock buff, so they didn't give up everything in the top path there, but the goal zone is gone as Luminosity is looking to pounce on Peru.
Oh, they set the trap, and it can't quite get triggered there. Peru sensing something's up, just fade away and aren't willing to play ball. Nemo, though, lurking in the shadows, looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, as we only have one member of Luminosity down here, and we are moving forward right now, trying to take this goal zone. Here comes Kyrios to try to defend.
Perfect timing, Mega Mewtwo Y. They're going to lay in a ton of damage. Nemo's at half HP. Here comes Trainer, clean up the trash, popping the Scyther Unite, but it's not enough. And now we continue. Zynus is beat down, just picking up the rubber chicken by the legs and smacking it to the earth. Yeah. Scoring points, 146 to 43. They're up by 100, and they are humming, my boy.
Yeah, here we go. Nice 2 points, getting that goal as close as it possibly can be for a big overcap, 181-43. We have the Unite move from Cramorant. We did have it in that last fight, but they weren't able to use it before they were KO'd. One difficult thing that Peru has to deal with is Suicune. Unbelievably powerful, setting up moments where they just can't seem to fight them. And Trainer now getting a massive level lead here with the Armarouge. Almost level 11 right now, and the higher and higher this thing gets, the more difficult it's going to be for Peru to take it down.
Decent attempt there by Peru, but it's not enough, as Otter does a decent job with the Surf, setting up Overlord for a 2-piece.
Yeah, Otter's Mew is unbelievable. I mean, he's playing it in such a fantastic way. He just sets up so many plays for the team. So difficult to take this thing down. Overlord maybe overextending here, but being saved by the squad.
I mean, great Mewtwo Y Unite, good reaction time by Luminosity, and the fact that Overlord gets out of that is just cherry on top of the sundae. Otter just keeping an eye. I don't think they're going to contest too hard. Just do their best with the light screens and everything that Mew has in their kit. Buys some time, but not quite enough, as Luminosity gives it up and starts pushing top.
Nice score here from Peru in that bottom path, though, and they're going to get this objective. However, this Regieleki, no. Beautiful defense here in this top path. Looks like everything is good for Peru. They might be able to get the secure of this Regirock. However, Slash down in that bottom path, really trying to stop this Scyther right here. We're going to see if they are able to get it. Unite move from Slash in that bottom path right there, but no, it is secured by Peru.
Yeah, and Nemo taking a ton of damage. Here comes Kyrios to try and help them out. They are successful. Meanwhile, Otter was sitting on top, preventing that Hoopa from getting any points in. Everybody bases, take a deep breath. We're in the mid-game.
We are 181-144. Again, Peru is on the ropes right now. They need this, or they are going to be going home. Their chance of winning World Championship once again will be stopped at that 5-yard line. They just can't seem to make it all the way to the grand finals. Luminosity, however, this is not, unfamiliar for them. They take a lot of teams to moments like this. They're able to take them down throughout this entire season. They have had the best run that any team in the Unite Championship Series has ever had. And they want to cement that with their World Championship victory. In front of them is Peru, ahead here in this game. In the next 3 minutes, they could be locking in their grand finals appearance.
I'll tell you what, there's two people, or two groups of people that have won NAIC, LAIC, and EUIC, but no one has won those three and the World Championships in one season. Luminosity trying to set the record straight one more time this year.
Yeah, and of course they would have to run into what looks like the unstoppable Zeta division out of Japan. But before we get to all that, before Championship Sunday, we still have another match of Pokemon Unite to finish right here. Maybe two if Peru can pull out a victory. Yep. Hopefully they can make something happen with this Cramorant. I feel like it's been a bit of a non-factor in this match compared to maybe some of the other picks they could have brought in. But we're heading towards a Rayquaza fight. Peru is behind, but they have a lot of ways to win this thing.
A lot of great tools, you know, Zacian can secure. So does Luminosity, however. And we've got 10 seconds. Overlord's just marching forward. They know where Zynews is. It looks like it's kind of a bait for a reposition.
Yeah, and here we go. We actually have Peru looking to score here in this bottom path. Luminosity is up, but by under 100 points. And I don't think LG wants to rip Ray right now, but they are moving forward, trying to find Peru.
That was huge. Mewtwo Unite to stop the Scyther score and delay them being able to get back into the mix. They might be able to pick up Zynews. Zynews is low on HP. You wanted to pick up a target there. The portal is down. The reset is still existing. Hoopa has their Unite as well.
I don't know. I think this play was great for Peru, actually, as we have a member of Luminosity going down as well. Whoa. So LG is just waiting right now while Peru is up 257-201. Here comes the Hoopa Unite move, and they're going for Ray.
Rayquaza is getting shredded. We've got Cram just gulping the missiles and shooting them out in the side. And Peru takes it, and they're going to push this thing to a Game 5. What a play by Peru. Luminosity thought they had the angles covered, but alas, they did not. And Peru is pushing this Luminosity team for the limit for the first time that these two teams have squared off.
We are heading to a game number 5. You know, Cramorant with the triple KO right there. Beautiful plays from Peru after they got that catch in the Rayquaza pit. But a lot of this, Doobsnack, is because of Hoopa. Hoopa allowing multiple members of Peru to peel off. They were allowing the Scyther to go score. They were allowing Cramorant to head back to base. At any time, they could all be brought back through because of that Unite move. 40 seconds left on the clock. LG is going to try to make something happen right here, but they are so far behind on the scoreboard, they would need to wipe the entirety of Peru off the map. All Peru really needs to do right now is not get KO'd by not have every single member of their team KO'd.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy box to check here, especially when you're getting knockouts on the fly. Peru Unite rebounding well against the two-time world champions in Luminosity Gaming, and now we are going to a Game 5.
That's right. This is a Game 5. One more match between these two squads. One of them will head to our grand finals. The Cramorant pick, this crazy, chaotic attacker pick that you don't see much in the tournaments these days, all of a sudden pulls off a huge victory here and takes us to the closest series between these two squads all year.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen great value out of the Cram Unite, right? It was kind of being used, scattershot here and there, setting it up right in the middle of the Ray pit when your team's going straight for it, forcing Luminosity could then, because you just put a bunch of points in. Great look.
Yeah, this was pretty incredible here. Luminosity had a really strong game throughout most of this. In fact, it really wasn't until sort of that final 2 minutes, 30 seconds that things started to come together for Peru.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking back, I thought the Unite was clever. The Mewtwo Unite was clever to stop the score, and I think what Kyrios was thinking is that as soon as they went to score, the rings would go unbound, so they would be able to stop them and have them either have to decide to come through or score. But the Hoopa Unite was sandbagged just long enough so they could get the value, and Anemo getting the nod as MVP. Scizor has never been on our screen this much, ever.
It's true. You know, it was stolen away by LG, and it looks like that was actually a pretty huge steal, right? Because this is a comfort pick for the side of Peru, and they play very well with it. I think the one Pokemon I did not expect to see at all, of course, Cramorant making its way into this match, having an incredible fight at Rayquaza. It did do a lot of damage. It had a beautiful knock-up on that Hurricane right into its Unite move as we are heading in to our final draft. First ban from Luminosity is going to be the Ho-Oh. Over to Peru, it's the Charizard. Now Suicune banned out by LG. Final ban here for Peru. A lot can be decided in our draft. These drafts have actually looked pretty similar to each other, but we've seen some evolution as we've gone on. Peru getting better and better and better as this series has continued.
Snorlax pick early here out of Slash, trying to force Peru into making some weird and unique picks. We see Ho-Oh ban, Suicune ban, both of those are out. Charizard and Latios. Peru has not changed up their bans at all so far. They are very comfortable with where they're at, or at least they're pretending to be. What is Peru Unite going to do in this moment? We wait with bated breath.
Yeah, it's really the question here. How do they want to play it? And they do end up taking the Scyther, as well as we're cycling through, seeing what they want. They take the Crustle. Okay. Interesting pick right here. Man, this is something that they knew Luminosity was going to try to bring out in this game. However, with the Snorlax already chosen, I kind of doubt it. Maybe hiding a few picks for later in the draft.
Yeah, I believe so. Blissey, Mewtwo Y. We're just seeing just high octane picks. However, there is, I'm taking a quick inventory, no, we wouldn't go that direction. So Tempo and Zainus is really where this thing is given texture here, which way they go. Quickly grabbed is the Zacian, and Zainus switching with Kea to give them the Hoopa, which honestly, like you said last game, difference maker.
I love this draft so far from Peru. It feels like the strongest that they have had. I think the Crustle is a great pick. I think their Hoopa play was pretty fantastic. Deciding to take the Leafeon here for Luminosity, that could be really interesting. Trainer's Leafeon is unbelievable. Overlord back on the Blaziken, which feels like a really strong choice for him. Final pick now over to Peru.
Zainus hovering the Blastoise here. Buzzwole nowhere to be found, let it be known. Before it was hotly contested. Now it's on the sideline. Blastoise rounds out this draft. And Luminosity going with just pure power. I don't know if there's any collective synergy here, right? They're just going best kind of in class almost.
Yeah.
On the other side of Peru, lots of comfort, a lot of things we've seen success with. You know, you're talking about the Scyther, you're talking about the Hoopa. Of course, the Crustle from Draken is a unique look here for at least our semifinals. We're in game 5. This could go tit for tat here, back and forth without a doubt.
I'm really excited about this draft. I mean, we're seeing some really interesting changes between these two squads. It's interesting that earlier Luminosity in their game against Nouns was ready to throw a score comp at them, but against Peru, I think they want to take these fights. They feel pretty confident against this squad, and outside of kind of how wild Rayquaza went for them last match, I think they had a great game against them. But Peru is throwing some different looks here in our final game. Game number 5 between these two squads.
This is the closest Peru has ever been to beating Luminosity on the big stage. Is today their day? Is Anaheim their place?
Game number 5. Luminosity, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. One game separates these two teams from the grand finals at Championship Sunday tomorrow. Can Peru break the curse? Can they take down the giants that are LG? Or will Luminosity be one step closer to their perfect season?
Trainer needs to hold it down in the top path versus 2. Yes, Leafeon is good early, but it's tough in the face of these two Pokemon. Quick little engagement by Tempo, backs right back out. Knocked out is Kyrios.
Yeah, here we go. Nice little KO right there. As we see them moving forward, Anemo looking for another KO right here. The Combuskin coming online for Luminosity.
They needed that one early, right? They committed that rotation. If Overlord doesn't get that, they're in a very difficult spot here in the early stages.
We can see Trainer hiding in the tall grass, but they're going to be found by the Hoopa. Hoopa right now. A lot of information over to the side of Peru, a lot of experience here over to the side of Peru, as well as they pick up the KO on Combustion.
Oh boy, the Rock Tomb trap sets up 2 more to get knocked down. Draken looking good on that Crustle early.
Here we go, just continuing this push right here, looking for another one on Curious, but Trainer punishing them for that moment. Overextension there by Peru and giving up a lot of XP.
I like that bait out of Curious, playing a little bit what looked like too far forward, and immediately as soon as Anemo goes in, you see the Leafeon engage, clean up that knockout, and exactly what they were looking for here.
Slash here in this bottom path, just putting some pressure towards their opponents. 8 seconds now until we have a fight here in the center. Still Combustion, not exactly where they want to be, right? As we see nice Slash trying to push them away from this portal. They head back, Anemo looking for the KO. Meanwhile, all the experience over to Luminosity.
That was really well done. If they can get out without getting knocked out, that's going to be huge. The chase continues, and there you see the strength of the Rock Tomb. They're going to get a BOGO deal, 2 for 1. The Rock Tomb is getting full. Lots of bodies in that mausoleum.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there as Peru moves forward for this fight. Nice heavy slam there by Slash, trying to slow them down from scoring long enough for Curious to get there, but it did not work. Anemo now picking up some points, missing with the dual wing beat, having to peel away from this goal. Zyno's still level 6, not yet a Blastoise, still a War Turtle here in the bottom path.
Yeah, Curious right there. If they would have overstepped, Draken ready to set the trap, screening off from those birds. So Luminosity's going to take the ones up top.
And we can see Otter here with the Egg Bomb. We saw how potent that was earlier in the match against Nouns. Obviously, this is a soft-boiled Egg Bomb. Blissey able to provide a lot of healing to the squad, as well as some huge, secure, disruptive moments.
Yeah, and a Blissey kind of a strong pick in Hoopa, right? We've seen Egg Bomb prevent portal resets over and over and over again, and that might be a critical component here in this Game 5. Stepping up, overheat, taken by the Zacian out from under the nose of Luminosity.
Beautiful play there from Peru as they're able to get that steal, and now they're looking for a fight in this goal zone. Nice red ice buff as well as they possibly move in here. This being ripped apart very quickly by LG.
Trying to trap Trainer again, and now Overlord kind of gets sawed out with the spin pump coming out from the Blastoise, and that's 3 players down again. Luminosity is looking in dire straits right now.
Yeah, Luminosity having some trouble right here, but they do stop them from scoring. 34 points, 145 for Peru, as they're scoring on the tier 2 goal zone with Scyther. Things going pretty well for them, but Luminosity does have some strong scaling Pokemon that are now online. It takes a while for that Blaziken to get good. Now it's level 9. It is well within range of being able to carry in some huge ways. However, on the other side, a level 11 Zacian and a level 9 Blastoise. Blastoise finally here.
I mean, Blastoise is going to be a problem, right? A good Hydro Typhoon is going to spell disaster for Luminosity. They need to play this very smart moving forward. A little bit of scaling in Blaziken, but I think the better end boss is Blastoise.
Yeah, level-wise, things are good for Peru. They've got the pressure on their opponents right here. Luminosity absolutely on the back foot as we are about halfway through our final match of our semifinals. I don't think a lot of people would have guessed that we would be heading to a Game 5 right now between these two squads, especially, as Overlord mentioned, if history were to repeat itself, it'd probably take them down in 3 or 4, but Peru is here to fight. Peru is here to prove something.
Yeah, Peru, though, in uncharted waters. Let's see if they can close the door with this lead that they've built so far in the first 5 minutes.
We got 2 objectives spawning, right? The top and bottom path right here at about the same time. The nice thing for Peru, with Hoopa at level 9, they can always bring the team up as soon as they need them, using this portal to bring the team down to the bottom path right here. Actually send 2 up to take Reggie Alecki.
The big time hot swap. Kea goes down, the rest of the team goes up. Registeel is going to be down, and you have the Rings Unbound to protect the goal zone. What is LG going to do? Are they going to collapse and let Curious defend up top by themselves? They are. Rings are in fact unbound. You can't pretend like you aren't surprised that that's happening. And finally, 2 players roll through. Curious A pressing down the other way and dealing good damage, but not finding a knockout.
Nice plays here by Peru, right? They were able to get the scores they wanted in the top path. They weren't able to get the objective in the bottom path, but they're way up right now, and they knew that at any moment they could bring the team down using Hoopa, so Luminosity was not able to push this goal zone. However, now that Hoopa Unite is gone, it looks like they are mobilizing.
Yeah, well, okay, Rock Tomb is out, blocked back the other way. KO opening up the hyperspace highway between the top and bottom path here as players are rolling through. Back up is Draken, trying to figure out what's going on here as Luminosity is laying some traps.
Yeah, Luminosity looking to spring a trap right here as they're moving towards this Blastoise. Trainer waiting to see if anyone is moving through the tall grass, but with that hyperspace highway, they don't really need to. Right. And it looks like Luminosity is just going to have to peel away. A lot of experience on their side of the map that they are going to need for some later fights. Down right now by almost 200 points. Luminosity in some trouble right here, but all of this XP is going to be great for them.
Yeah, 199 points separate these two squads. Experience is critical, but that score line's got to make you nervous.
Yeah, very much so. Even if they're able to get Rayquaza, if they're only able to put a couple of full dunks in there, they'd be up by a single point, which means Peru could peel off and score and make a lot of different plays. And we've seen them be very aggressive with these at Ray, especially with Hoopa on their side. It gives them this ability, so they might be up by more than 200 when you really think about the math there.
That's without a doubt. Already staging, already gathering information are these two squads, and it looks like Luminosity sees their route to victory through the basement Reggie. Heavy slam by Slash on the backside. A Trainer using the Emerald two-step and finding a KO. How are they going to adjust off this? Running his Trainer to try and flank to see who they can catch. Registeel's getting worked on. Slash with the heavy slam block combo right on the backside of a Rock Tomb. We've got 20 seconds till Ray with the Leafy on Unite missing.
Wow, Leafy on Unite is gone, but they're scoring in the top path, bringing them up to 86 points. They will not have their Unite move, but they do have this massive Registeel buff as they are gathering around this central area here. And Nemo coming back, huge heavy slam by Slash, pushing them forward with the block. However, they're going to head back through the hyperspace hole and reset.
The portal being down early is big. Can they find a KO before it comes off respawn? Rayquaza is getting worked on. Straight into the middle. Hydro Typhoon kicks up, and Nemo's low. U2Y Unite, Rayquaza's on a slip. Peru Unite takes it! Peru Unite takes it! This is Peru's moment! They're going to score! They're up by 150 points, and it's going to get even bigger as Luminosity Gaming is going to get bucked out of this competition. Three-peat is no longer a reality for them. Peru Unite looking to wear the crown for the first time as they march on down to Sunday's competition.
Peru finally able to vanquish Luminosity here where it matters most. At Worlds in the semifinals, game number 5 of this best of 5. Peru never out of this thing, continuing to push forward throughout this competition. And Luminosity, the dream of the perfect season, is gone. They were not able to stop the team that they have stopped multiple times throughout this season. With 1 minute left, they are trying to push the final push towards this goal zone, but it looks like there just aren't enough points. LG knocked out of this competition.
A heroic season out of LG, but every hero must be replaced, and Peru Unite is more than happy to wear that mantle as they run to the middle to start doing their reset stylization, take the picture, make a pose for the camera. You did it, my friends, you did it.
Peru makes their way to the center of the map, a moment that has been a long time coming. Since they won AOS Cup seasons ago and set themselves up for Worlds, they were looked at as one of the best teams to play Unite, and they have never been this close to getting that victory and that Grand Finals championship. They are heading tomorrow to Grands.
Well done. You know, for kind of what seemed to be their Achilles heel in Luminosity Gaming, they finally figured it out. They stayed true to themselves. They played straight up, heads up Pokemon Unite, small adjustments to find their way to win in their own style. Tip of the cap to one of the best.
Peru on the precipice of becoming the first winner from LATAM. So close, taking down Luminosity, the favorite to win this entire competition. LG, one of their hardest adversaries throughout the entire season. I know this team plays against each other a lot as well. They know each other very well. I think a lot of people would have expected LG to be in this position, but what a moment for Peru. Finally able to take on Grands and going up against the incredible Zeta division from Japan.
As we see clips of our Game 5 between these two amazing squads, and really this one felt like Peru was in control the entire time.
I mean, imagine the guts it took to move towards Rayquaza so aggressively right here. Beautiful Hydro Typhoon. The Mewtwo Unite not able to stun the enemy team long enough, and it's that Scyther, that Pokemon that Zoink seems to like for some reason. Well, you know what? I guess he's right, finally. It's the first time for everything, apparently, here on broadcast. As Peru goes to Grands, I can't believe it, Doob Snacks. What a victory.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall, and Luminosity has just been felled. Anemo, MVP. Scyther again, MVP. 4 times? 4 times in this semifinals, best of 5. 4 times has Scissor been shown on screen. You have to give it credit. I have to be a believer now. It keeps showing up, and it's performing and just getting results.
Hey, we'll always have Lucario, okay? we'll always know.
You're at least right about something.
Tomorrow
it's gonna be. It's gonna be on that card.
I'm so happy for Peru here. They are such a they are such a great team. This is such a long time coming. Of course. They have put in the work season after season, staying together as a squad, getting better and better. I thought they kind of had a rocky year heading towards Worlds, but when it mattered, they locked in. I cannot wait to see them in the grand finals. It's going to be a wild, wild match, and we have a possibility of a repeat region winner in Japan and a first-time winner for LATAM.
Going to be propping up their regions, the flags of their representing areas on their backs, and really going to try and show out for the first time ever. Tomorrow, Championship Sunday, we will be there in an arena, and these players are going to be battling in the middle of that arena for the World Championship.
You are not going to want to miss it. These are the best matches of Pokemon Unite that you will see. But before that, we need to talk to Peru. Let's send it up to the big stage.
Well, get in, Pokemon trainers, because we're headed to Grand Finals! Beep, beep, there's no horn. Right, Peru, what a moment! Game 5 against Luminosity Gaming. Are you guys prepared for Championship Sunday?
Llegaron al 5º juego, ¿cómo se sienten? ¿Se sienten preparados?
Creo que hemos demostrado, en base a consistencia y mucho esfuerzo, que estamos muy preparados.
I think we have shown our consistency and we have shown that we are very well prepared.
And are you prepared for Zeta division? Because that is definitely one of the favorite teams that we've had all throughout the tournament alongside you guys for grand finals. And Japan is very, very strong. Is there a specific player on Zeta division that you are maybe focusing a little bit on the study front?
¿Hay algún jugador de Zeta division al que están estudiando un poco más?
Yo creo que si estaríamos teniendo un jugador de Zeta Division sería Tomato, porque la verdad desde que jugamos contra ellos en la gran final en la Lados Cup siempre ha resaltado de ser un defender muy bueno.
Tomato has always stood out, so I would say that we're aiming at him.
Okay, and going into grand finals, it's Championship Sunday on the arena as well, so everybody watching, make sure that you head there tomorrow for grand finals of 2025 Pokémon UNITE World Championships in Anaheim, California. And I'm gonna ask a prediction, Anemo. How is it going to be on the best of 5? Are you guaranteed on a 3-0?
Y bueno, Anemo, ¿vas a ganar 3-0?
Lo haremos.
Lo haremos!
Yes, we will.
Gracias, thank you so much. Congratulations to Peru and Zeta Division for making the grand finals on the Pokémon UNITE World Championships. Thank you all so much. Back to our casters.
What an incredible victory from Peru. Again, they have been fighting for it all season. They've been fighting for this for years. I remember them winning Aegis Cup and the story around them being, can any team stop them at Worlds? And they kept coming up just short. And now here they are, one step away from being a world champion.
Is my memory this bad? Is Peru kind of who they beat at EUIC Aegis Cup to win?
I think yes. That's
they
exactly
beat down
right.
like Tomato and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Don't check that, but it seems like we've got a storyline building here going into tomorrow. Why don't we talk about where we've been so we can talk about where we're going?
What a day. We had Peru Unite make their way through this bracket, taking down Stamina Esports, taking down Aegis Flames out of Brazil that had an insane run, and then running into Luminosity in this best of 5 to head towards our grand finals. On the other side of the coin, we had Zeta Division take down High Five to start our day, taking down Team EX, and then Santos Laguna not dropping a single game, heading towards our grand finals. We also saw insane competition from Nouns Esports, Talon, Insomnia, the Juicers, Kalok, Paper Rex, and Reject. The Luminosity Nouns game, one of, in my opinion, the legendary matches of Unite. But this best of 5 has to be up there with Peru finally usurping the Kings. And now they have to see if they can take down Zeta. What a day it has been.
Zeta Division on their best LG impression there from year 2. Undefeated in day 2. 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. And you want to talk about if history repeats itself, is this going to be our 4th consecutive World Championship Grand Finals that ends in a 3-0 from our best of 5? I sure as heck hope not, because I want to see miles and miles of these two teams.
Yeah, and make sure you tune in to our Championship Sunday tomorrow. We will be on the main Pokemon stream for Championship Sunday, so you won't find us under the Pokemon Unite stream. We will be there for Championship Sunday to kick off the competition. It is going to be amazing. The first time you will see Championship Sunday broadcast from an arena.
Begrudgingly, they're letting us open this show.
They told us
begrudgingly,
not
they're
you
letting
to anyone
us in this
but
arena.
you to anyone but Unite, but we're doing it anyway, baby.
Set your alarms. If you're at home, get that computer fired up, get tuned in, because it's going to be amazing. Peru, Zeta Division, for the Pokemon Unite World Championship title, and all of it is, of course, in that arena, and they, honestly, they did that for us. Just big crowds for us to get gassed up, for these teams to get ready, and also feel great.
Well, this has been incredible, but it is not done. We have one more amazing match ahead of us. That is tomorrow at Grand Finals for the Pokemon Unite World Championships. Thank you all for watching today, and thank you all for listening. Thank you for being here, and I know I will see you here tomorrow. Do not go anywhere. We have to take a quick break. We have to find out where this arena is, because truly, I don't know. You don't go anywhere. Pokemon Unite will be back very, very soon. It's going to be crazy. Bye.
Bye.